As they watched the chaotic pearl manifest between Guangchengzi's brows, the three pure ones were about to intervene, yet halted their steps. After a moment of contemplation, Di Hongshi smiled and said, "Very well." They feared being ambushed inside by the karma demon god, yet that demon refused to emerge. Even if they slew these demon gods, Guangchengzi would still need to absorb the chaotic chi in this place. Sooner or later the chaos had to be absorbed. If karma could not restrain himself and charged out, so much the better, they could seize the chance to end him. If the disparity in strength proved too great, they could retreat, at any time suffering no true loss. Once Di Hongshi gave his answer, the chaotic chi began surging madly toward Guangchengzi's brow. The three pure ones stood quietly at his side, their Tao-proving spiritual treasures shimmering with divine radiance as they silently guarded him. Guangchengzi felt as though the chaotic pearl had been starving for ages, ravenously devouring the chaotic chi, yet its origin showed not the slightest improvement, and its aura did not begin to change. Caressing the Guangyao seal, he gradually understood, compared to the boundless expanse of chaos, the chaotic chi here was indeed no more than a drop in the ocean. Surely it could not be that only by utterly devouring the entire chaos could the chaotic treasure's grade be restored. Such a thought suddenly flashed through Guangchengzi's mind. He shook his head at once, as should that time ever come, he himself would have to attain the realm of the great god Pangu. "Hongjuan, what are you doing?" A furious voice resounded. Di Hongshi sneered and replied, "Can you not see we are cultivating? If your mind is so dull, even after a second life, you may as well discard it. Stop at once." The karma demon god shrieked as a circular ring shot forth. Guangchengzi cast a glance at it, and saw within countless divided spaces of time and reality, in each one he was struck by the karma ring and fell to his doom. The Panlong cane, the Bien staff, and another spiritual treasure struck it simultaneously, the clash ringing like gold upon jade. The three pure ones groaned, yet could not halt the ferocious momentum of the karma ring. Above their heads a wisp of chi emerged, their forms on the verge of merging into one. With a gentle tap of the purple bamboo staff, the karma ring was sent hurtling back. At the point where the two treasures met, a singularity appeared, slowly expanding until it formed a world, then gradually dissipating into the chaos. Fellow Taoists, such meager skill will not suffice. Di Hongshi was somewhat taken aback. Though he relied on the purple bamboo staff to exert strength at the heavenly Tao realm to repel the karma demon god's spiritual treasure so effortlessly, still left him deeply surprised. Ever since he discovered that the chaotic demon gods were casting covetous gazes upon the great desolation, he had sought first to probe for information. He knew well the karma demon god's strength, it should not have been this feeble. Moreover, the aura the demon exuded had once been far stronger than what he now displayed. Could it be that this was all a deliberate ruse meant to lure them inside? Di Hongshi exchanged a glance with them, then quietly moved to stand beside the three pure ones, waiting for Guangchengzi to complete his task. For now they could advance or retreat at will, and the karma demon god dared not battle them near the great desolation. "Hongjuan, you deserve death." The karma demon god's voice grew increasingly distorted, and the chaotic chi before them began thinning. 3 generations of master and disciple stood motionless, their expressions tranquil as they regarded the indistinct demonic shadow. It was the demon who was pressed for time, not they. "No." The karma demon god's voice rang with heartrending pain. Di Hongshi waved his hand, casting a barrier that shielded Guangchengzi and the others from the harm carried by that voice. A familiar tune seemed to play of its own accord in Guangchengzi's mind. Several black shadows were flung out in an instant, vomiting great mouthfuls of blood. At a glance, it was clear they had been accidentally injured by the karma demon god. Guangchengzi cast them a brief glance, then withdrew his gaze in distaste. They were far too ugly. In a lifeless chaos, do demon gods grow so haphazardly? Guangchengzi was speechless. It was one thing to have a fish-like head, but why were their lower bodies covered entirely in hairy tentacles? Some could not even be identified as any known creature, their bodies dotted with boils, oozing venom. Truly an eyesore. As for their own lineage of master and disciples, Di Hongshi and Master Taiching bore immortal elegance. Master Yuanshi possessed dignified grace. Master Tantian was like the bud of a mountain, like the flow of a great river. Guangchengzi himself was broad-minded and magnanimous, his bearing lofty as rosy clouds. Even within the chaos they were a striking sight to behold. Di Hongshi cast him a glance, and said, "The chaotic demon gods are those closest to the great Tao's laws, such things do not concern them." Guangchengzi fell silent, uttering only a soft "oh," then gave Di Hongshi a thoughtful look. "Wretched brat, what kind of look is that?" Di Hongshi flared up. "Since my emergence into the world, I have always appeared in the form of an innate Tao body." He is almost finished absorbing. Yuanshi suddenly interjected, drawing Di Hongshi's attention back. With a single grasp of his hand, he seized the few wounded chaotic demon gods and drew them back. "Keep them to sacrifice to heaven and earth. When we return, they will be of some use," Laozi said with a chuckle as he watched Yuanshi store them within his sleeve. Though the sacrifice was of law, the flesh and blood of demon gods could be used to refine many pills. Amid their casual conversation, the final unusually dense wisp of chaotic chi was drawn into the chaotic pearl. Only then did Guangchengzi clearly see what the karma demon god was doing. Before them lay an unimaginably vast gray eggshell, as large as a great thousand worlds ceaselessly devouring the surrounding chaotic chi. The karma demon god's face was twisted with fury as one hand pressed upon it again and again. The demon gods nearby were already on the brink of death, their origins depleted. Di Hongshi's expression grew complicated as he sensed the egg connected to the aura of karma. A glimmer of sorrow flashed in his eyes. Had the once proud chaotic demon gods truly lost their indomitable spine? No wonder your aura is so strange, seemingly mighty, yet your strength somewhat feeble. You intend to parasitize this newborn demon god. Karma rose slowly to his feet, eyes blood-red. What do you understand? So long as I can restore my former realm by devouring in this way, there will come a day when I surpass Pangu. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the three pure ones and Guangchengzi. He could sense the aura of Pangu upon these, for filling him with loathing as killing intent surged ever higher. Let us remain at peace. I shall not go to the great desolation. You, in turn, leave this place. Karma's voice was hoarse as he cast a reluctant glance at the immense egg behind him. Di Hongshi sighed, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Now that the chaotic chi no longer obscured his sight, he confirmed that only the karma demon god here had attained the heavenly Tao realm. You are unworthy of being called a chaotic demon god. The purple bamboo staff in Di Hongshi's hand radiated divine light and awe-inspiring pressure as he leveled it at the karma demon god. Guangchengzi looked at the enormous egg behind karma, and the other demon gods collapsed around it. He realized their origins had already been absorbed by the former. Combined with what Ancestor Hanjun had just said, he understood that karma was using the other demon gods as nourishment to cultivate his new body. What do you know? You found a new chance at life, but since my resurrection, I have been shrouded only in nightmare. I am a newly born demon god. Why should I be imprisoned by the karma of the past? The karma demon god bellowed. Di Hongshi shook his head. Your resurrection came from the remnant soul of karma. Naturally, you are thus bound by karmic ties. Without him, who knows how long you would have had to wait to be born as the karma demon god. The stronger a being, the harder its birth. Among the 3,000 great Tao, the law of karma ranked in the top 10. After his resurrection, though he could be considered a newly born demon god, he still had to settle the karma of the past, and to do so he could only annihilate the Great Desolation. Yet upon entering the Great Desolation, he lost his nerve. Panga's axe had carved a shadow into his heart. Perceiving that the Great Desolations might far exceeded his expectations, he sought to abandon those karmic bonds and be reborn anew. These demon gods, whose origins were greatly damaged, had all been lured here as offerings. He was not truly the original karma demon god. In Di Hongshi's eyes, he was a flawed product unworthy of bearing the name of chaotic demon god. How ridiculous that you would actually speak up for them. The karma demon god burst into loud laughter. To serve as the sacrifice for my rebirth is an honor they ought to cherish. From the very instant fear sprouted in your heart, and you no longer dared to face the great desolation, you lost all chance to break through. Di Hongshi was no longer enraged. In his eyes, the figure before him was already a dead man. Even if the karma demon god claimed he devoured other demon gods merely to obtain greater power with which to annihilate the great desolation and avenge his former self, Hanjun would never act in such a way. He himself had been drawn here, no doubt regarded as sacrificial material in the eyes of karma. But this was no longer the karma demon god of the past. His Tao heart had already shattered. Guangchengzi watched the two argue and could not help but sigh helplessly. To him, whether they were demon gods from the primordial chaos era or newly born demon gods of today, they were all enemies. So long as they harbored the intention to destroy the Great Desolation, was he, a poor Taoist, supposed to sit down and negotiate politely with them? If all chaos demon gods were like this, he would have no need to worry. Compared to slowly hunting them down one by one, watching them fall into internal strife was far more satisfying. However, demon gods like the karma demon god were likely exceedingly rare. I will handle karma. You all clean up the other demon gods. As soon as Di Hongshi finished speaking, he charged forward, brandishing his purple bamboo staff. The karma demon god's expression turned vicious. The ring of karma revolved as countless gigantic nets descended upon Di Hongshi one after another, while he still kept a constant watch over the massive egg behind him. The three pure ones and Guangchengzi did not hesitate in the least and launched their assaults on the demon gods ahead. These demon gods had already suffered grievous losses to their origin and were on the brink of death. Even their counterattacks were feeble and powerless. One chi begets three pure ones. One ray begets three lights. Master and disciples unleashed the same divine arts, and Guangchengzi finally summoned his last avatar, Sanyu Taoist. The three corpses incarnations and the three lights avatars, each wielding spirit treasures, began a massacre of the late Hunyuan stage demon gods, while Guangchengzi himself chose as his target a demon god at the 7th level of Hunyuan. This demon god was old and withered, exuding the aura of twilight. Though he possessed an innate Tao body in Guangchengzi's perception, he resembled a sun that had lost its light and warmth. This old one is twilight. Fellow Taoist, your strength is truly powerful enough to make one covet. That hoarse, decayed voice rasped from his mouth, yet Guangchengzi remained entirely unmoved. They were chaos demon gods after all. Even in death, they possessed terrifying power. Such an appearance was nothing but a means of deception. The radiant seal expanded to a size of tens of thousands of li and came crashing down on the twilight demon god with immense momentum. He supported a spherical orb as streaks of pitch-black divine light spread from it, carrying the stench of decay and causing the surrounding chaotic chi to wither. Streams of spiritual seals shot from Guangchengzi's fingertips, blessing the radiant seal. Facing his assault, the power of twilight was utterly ineffective. Although the twilight demon god's realm surpassed his, the injuries he bore were too severe. He was far from being Guangchengzi's match. Moreover, the law of twilight was but an inferior law beneath the law of light. On the basis of this suppression of laws alone, Guangchengzi felt not the slightest concern. Had they been of the same realm, a single seal from him would have left the twilight demon god maimed. Yaoshi. Suddenly the chaos brightened as though illuminated by a newborn morning sun, dispersing all rot and darkness and flooding this region with dazzling light. Guangchengzi radiated light from within, and without descending to suppress his foe with a force imbued with hope and brilliance. This was a sealing technique he had comprehended after attaining the Tao. After his three pure masters returned to Kunlun and bestowed upon him a new Tao title, he named this seal accordingly. It was a divine art he wielded while carrying his Tao heart. The twilight demon god's expression changed drastically. Cracks began to spread across the twilight pearl in his hand. Was an upper law truly this terrifying? Before this Taoist, he felt as if he could not exert his strength at all. His attacks, once they struck the opponent's spirit treasure, were weakened by 20% from the outset. Facing such a mighty blow, he found himself utterly unable to block it. In a flash, his figure turned into a dim yellow beam of light and shot backward. He intended to flee this. Guangchengzi watched his movements with a half-smile, watching the radiant seal smash into the chaos and the twilight demon god merely retreat a single step before his divine body began to swell. If the karma demon god had not tampered with your bodies, it would hardly be worthy of the august karma law he commanded. No. The twilight demon god screamed in misery, completely unable to control his own divine body. Karma was intent on consuming them down to the last scrap. This was not what he had promised before. He had said that as long as they offered up their origin, he would spare their lives. Fool. Only when both sides have comparable strength do they have any right to negotiate terms. Guangchengzi muttered, watching as the demon gods battling the three masters also began to self-destruct. He could not help but cast his gaze toward the fiercest clash. The karma demon god, forced to protect that colossal egg, was flustered and overwhelmed under Di Hongshi's assault, able only to defend with all his might, without finding the slightest opening to counterattack. Di Hongshi said nothing, attacking relentlessly, clearly determined to eradicate the karma demon god. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered. Today, they might truly have a chance to slay a powerhouse of the heavenly Tao realm. If I die, I will not let you have an easy time either. The twilight demon god laughed maniacally as he charged straight at Guangchengzi, determined to drag him into death even at the cost of his own life. Watching the twilight demon god's ever-swelling body, Guangchengzi saw the law of twilight manifest in tangible form, carrying the aura of dusk and final repose. It churned the surrounding chaotic chi into a frenzy as a storm of destruction began to gather, countless divine thunders howling within it, enough to chill the heart. Guangchengzi quietly observed. Just as the twilight demon god drew within less than 1,000 li of him, a streak of green light emerged in his hand and swept out lightly. In an instant, wind and waves vanished, all auras of destruction were wiped away. The destructive storm, the annihilating divine thunder. Every calamity disappeared in a heartbeat. Struck by this blow, the twilight demon god's chest was pierced by a gaping hole. The mark controlled by the karma demon god on his body quietly dissipated as chaotic chi surged madly into Guangchengzi's hand. In that instant, the three pure ones turned their gazes toward him, joy flickering in their eyes before they looked to Guangchengzi in inquiry. Indeed, this is the spirit treasure I obtained after my three corpses fused, the green lotus. Guangchengzi held a verdant lotus in his hand. Unlike the 5-region lotus platforms, it possessed a slender, supple stem that swayed gently, and atop it bloomed a palm-sized lotus of 24 ranks. Within its lotus heart, a world was nurtured while droplets of dew clung to the petals, making it appear extraordinarily fresh and tender, as though fused with the chaos itself, rooted here for all eternity. The entire spirit treasure exuded an aura surpassing that of innate supreme treasures, as if it had been born from the chaos grown beneath the azure heavens, unstained by mortal dust, and evergreen for all time. The chaos pearl manifested at Guangchengzi's brow, and a mysterious power blessed him. With a gentle wave, emerald divine light scattered across this stretch of chaos, forcibly dispelling every self-destruction of the demon gods. Seizing the opportunity, the three pure ones let sword light and axe blades flash, and numerous figures collapsed in the chaos in an instant. This green lotus of yours is extraordinary. Yuanshi's eyes shimmered with divine light as he stared at the spirit treasure in Guangchengzi's hand. Its might far exceeded his expectations. It merely magnifies the power of purification. Since this disciple can dispel tribulation, what is there to stop me from extending that power further? Guangchengzi chuckled softly. Besides, the green lotus is by its nature able to purify all things. The Chaos Pearl. A shrill shriek pierced another battlefield. How do you possess the Chaos Pearl? Guangchengzi activated the Chaos Pearl, using its power to forcibly sever the karmic imprints the Karma Demon Sovereign had left upon the other demon sovereigns. Only then did the Karma Demon Sovereign realize that the seemingly youthful Taoist, who had been voraciously consuming chaotic energy, was none other than this very cultivator. He actually possesses the Chaos Pearl. Earlier Honghuang had masked its resonance, thus he had sensed nothing at all. Now witnessing it firsthand, terror and exhilaration warred within him. The Chaos Pearl was a supreme treasure of primordial chaos itself. Snap! A gash appeared across his face. Honghuang's expression darkened. Who do you think you are? You can barely preserve your own life, yet dare covet my disciple's spiritual treasure. Do you truly deserve it? Tongtian's eyes shimmered with unfathomable light. Behind him, the four swords of slaying immortals instantly converged into formation, encircling the remaining chaos demon sovereigns, each clinging to but a wisp of life. Elder brother, second brother, I have an excellent idea. That is a celestial Dao realm expert. Not only Laozi and Yuanshi, but even Guangchengzi turned to look. They knew he intended to gauge the true strength of a celestial Dao realm master. Moreover, this Karma Demon Sovereign was currently weakened and gravely injured. Yet their attacks proved feeble, utterly inconsequential to the Karma Demon Sovereign. To strike with genuine force, they would need to unleash their most profound last resort techniques. Guangchengzi remained silent, merely gesturing toward the colossal egg behind the Karma Demon Sovereign. Seizing it would pierce the sovereign's heart with unbearable agony. Tongtian's eyes gleamed. Laozi and Yuanshi sighed in resignation and followed him forward. Guangchengzi stood guard over the slaying immortals formation. If the Karma Demon Sovereign still managed to escape, now the three generations of master and disciples might as well retreat to the primordial chaos at once. Halt, you dare! The Karma Demon Sovereign roared in fury. Seeing the three pure ones stealthily approaching, his egg rage consumed him utterly. Honghuang said nothing, only intensified his assault. Honghuang, this is your doing. A chain of karmic law materialized upon the Karma Demon Sovereign's body. Guangchengzi glanced once, and instantly felt himself ensnared within an inescapable net of fate, doomed irrevocably to annihilation. The Chaos Pearl trembled faintly, shattering the entangling karmic net entirely. Only then did Guangchengzi draw a sharp breath of chaotic energy, hastily averting his gaze. Is this the true might of the celestial Dao realm? Master Honghuang has always been far too benevolent. Boom! Chaotic energy erupted violently. That colossal egg was intrinsically linked to the Karma Demon Sovereign's primordial essence. With but a subtle summons, it soared toward him, and in an instant man and egg fused. His aura surged wildly, ascending without restraint. Surrounding chaotic energy coalesced ceaselessly around him. Even the three pure ones were forced backward by the overwhelming pressure. Honghuang's expression grew complex. He raised his purple bamboo staff before him, standing firm against wave after wave of concussive force. Yet soon even he could no longer endure it. After all, he wielded only the Tao-establishing spiritual treasure of his true self, granting him celestial Dao realm power, not having transcended to that realm through personal cultivation. Glancing at his three disciples, he found not a trace of anxiety upon their faces. Tongtian's eyes burned with eager anticipation. In that instant, Honghuang understood the three pure ones possessed formidable hidden strengths once potent enough to threaten even his true self, and certainly sufficient now to subdue the Karma Demon Sovereign. He is restoring his former power. Honghuang pointed to the chains of cosmic law hovering above the Karma Demon Sovereign. This is the sign of a Chaos Demon Sovereign's rebirth. That colossal egg must be a newly gestated sovereign of chaos. Its primordial essence siphoned and grafted onto him, while the original karma remains trapped within his former vessel. Thus he reemerges solely as the newborn Karma Demon Sovereign. Guangchengzi watched silently, then murmured softly, hence his desperate allure-nothing gambit, fusing with that egg. Though he may reclaim his power, he also binds himself irrevocably to the karmic burden of destroying the primordial chaos, and forfeits any chance of further transcendence. Indeed, he is not yet at his peak. In his prime, the top 10 demon sovereigns were all at the apex of the supreme, primordial Taiji Golden Immortal realm. Di Hongshi replied, noting the sovereign's aura fell short of late celestial Dao realm. If it had reached that level, he would already be urging the three pure ones to flee. Guangchengzi observed his master's unwavering composure as they moved into position and smiled. My masters should handle this effortlessly. At last Tongtian master could finally act, and this moment offered the perfect opportunity to observe whether the Chaos Pearl would undergo any transformation. Finally the chaotic storm subsided. The Karma Demon Sovereign reappeared, vastly more powerful than before. Countless arms extended from his back, each grasping a complete world. Within each world countless sentient beings unfolded along preordained paths. With a mere flick of his karmic finger entire worlds crumbled and dissolved into ruin. A tentacle monster. Guangchengzi mused aloud. The appearances of Chaos Demon Sovereigns were indeed endlessly bizarre. Presumptuous. The Karma Demon Sovereign raged. He had reclaimed a fragment of his former might. Yet these cultivators showed not the slightest concern. Instead they observed him like spectators at a spectacle, and that weakest among them dared critique him outright. With a slight motion of his arm, 3 orbs hurtled forth. To Guangchengzi's eyes they were colossal worlds descending upon him in crushing dominion, far beyond anything he could withstand in his current state. Yet Guangchengzi betrayed no fear, only calmly declared, Master, save me. The Karma Demon Sovereign sneered, 3 supreme primordial golden immortals presume to rescue you. I shall slay you first, then them. When all of you have perished. His gaze shifted toward Di Hongshi. I shall grind your bones, inch by inch, into dust. Guangchengzi and Di Hongshi exchanged a glance, and shook their heads. The Karma Demon Sovereign, seeing their serene countenances, assumed they had accepted their fates, until Guangchengzi kindly gestured behind him, and only then did something feel profoundly wrong. It was too silent. Even in stillness chaotic energy flowed steadily, especially now as he had just regained some of his power. Chaotic energy should naturally swirl about him, an innate talent of all Chaos Demon Sovereigns. Yet now he sensed no energy within the chaos at all. Though chaotic energy lay plainly before him, he felt utterly severed from it, a testament to a power beyond comprehension. And clearly he saw his 3 launched worlds slowing then shattering like soap bubbles before Honghuang. No aura manifested. Only a gentle ripple in the chaotic energy swallowing the 3 worlds. An icy dread flooded the Karma Demon Sovereign's heart. Even the arms behind him froze mid-gesture. He attempted to turn slowly, yet the chaos itself began to shift. Primordial chaotic energy churned like boiling water. The heavenly melody of the great Tao resounded, reminiscent of the Genesis overture. Countless beams of divine light descended, infinite laws surged forth. The monotonous void of chaos bloomed with vibrant radiant hues. The Karma Demon Sovereign felt it. The chaos itself rejoiced. It celebrated the return of an old. Guangchengzi pressed a hand to his brow. The Chaos Pearl resonated with palpable joy. He lowered his eyelids slightly, veiling the deep contemplation within. Slowly the Karma Demon Sovereign turned, and beheld a familiar figure towering 10,000 li high draped in the radiant splendor of the great Tao. 3,000 cosmic laws knelt in perfect reverent order, daring not the slightest defiance. That colossal being bore a visage both ancient and known. In his grasp gleamed a massive axe, its edge radiating no overt sharpness. Yet beneath it yawned a vast silent void, pitch-black, absolute, and utterly still. The Karma Demon Sovereign recoiled in utter horror. That axe light seemed to descend anew. He forgot even how to flee. Trembling he stammered, Pangu Taoist, spare my life. In the midst of chaos a giant stood still holding an axe as the chaotic energy around him flowed into his body like swallows returning to their nests. Yet the giant's eyes bore no trace of the chaotic demon's ferocity, instead an aura of tranquility and peace emanated from him. It seemed as if he was the enforcer of this chaos, eliminating all volatile existence. Opposite him a demon with many tentacles trembled in fear, his face as pale as gold, paper arms hanging limply, appearing as if mourning a lost loved one, his eyes filled with terror. Behind him 2 purple-clad cultivators quietly observed everything. The young Taoist wore a smile, his gaze directed at the giant with the axe. The elderly Taoist had a look of nostalgia in his eyes, a sense of understanding on his face. What could possibly serve as a trump card for the disciples of the 3 pure ones, besides Pangu? All 12 ancestral witches could summon the true form of Pangu. It made no sense that the 3 pure ones transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit lacked such divine abilities. Tao friend, no great god Pangu, I was wrong. The demon of causality trembled continuously, a plea gradually forming in his eyes. I promise not to go to the primordial chaos, I'll remain in the chaos. The giant Pangu showed no change in expression, gradually raising the Pangu axe, his gaze unblinking upon the demon of causality, sending shivers down his spine. No, I misspoke. I am willing to submit to the great god, submit to the primordial chaos. I can guard the primordial chaos for millions of years until its destruction. The demon of causality watched as the Pangu axe was raised higher and higher, his body shaking uncontrollably. Guangchengzi glanced at the nearby Emperor Hongshi. Master, I understand your feelings now. This is no longer the demon of chaos we once knew. He has lost the pride of being a chaotic demon. Guangchengzi believed that if the roles were reversed, Master Hongjuan would never have acted this way. Indeed, though Pangu is powerful, we must not lose our spirit of progress, Emperor Hongshi sighed. He too was once a chaotic demon, yet upon entering the primordial chaos, he created the immortal path system. He had been following his original goal, surpassing Pangu and achieving the great Tao. Over there, the giant Pangu had already raised the Pangu axe high, his eyes resolutely swinging it down towards the demon of causality. The demon of causality let out a scream, lacking even the courage to resist. He directly passed through layers of chaos, fleeing. As the axe light descended, an extremely thin cold light blade shot out, yet the chaos along the way was cleaved in two, revealing a chasm that defied description, empty and devoid of all chaotic energy, where even the storms of destruction did not appear, only a pitch-black, deep, and silent void. At the moment the Pangu axe struck, Guangchengzi could not help but tilt his head. The axe light was too dazzling, and if it were to rush towards him, he would have no chance to dodge. Seeing the fleeing demon of causality vanish, the axe light followed closely behind, illuminating that portion of chaos. The demon of causality did not even have time to scream before his form was directly cleaved in two. Guangchengzi's brow twitched as he scanned the chaos, hearing a cracked sound, as if something had broken. Emperor Hongshi had a complex expression as he watched the giant Pangu begin to disintegrate, the faces of the three pure ones turning pale, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. The laws of causality in this chaos have fractured. Guangchengzi looked over astonished. This is something that even the Pangu of the past never accomplished. Emperor Hongshi sighed deeply. We have completely become enemies of the chaotic demon. When Pangu first opened up the heavens and the earth, he merely destroyed the demon's body and soul, while the laws of the great Tao remained. As time passed, the former demon would eventually return, even without its previous memories, yet still representing the laws of a demon. Today the three pure ones have completely severed the laws of causality, which signifies that the chaos has lost this law. To the great Tao it may be inconsequential as it can exist forever, yet the demons within the chaos will undoubtedly respond, and the fracture of the law indicates the complete disappearance of a demon. Only when the laws of causality are restored will a new demon be born, and this demon will not have any connections to the previous demon of causality. It will be an entirely new entity. No demon would wish to fall to this state. This also fulfills the wishes of the demon of causality, who never wanted these causal entanglements. Guangchengzi suddenly said, leaving Emperor Hongshi speechless. Feeling a bit cold, Emperor Hongshi couldn't help but rub his arms. What a hellish joke. The demon of causality did not wish to bear the burdens of the past, not because he wanted to keep his life. The four of you truly deserve to be master and disciples, directly resolving the problem from its roots. What Guangchengzi said is correct. We are indeed enemies of the chaotic demon, and they will never give up on destroying the primordial world. As for the newly born demon, Yuan sure scoffed. I have never seen them. Tong Tian chuckled lightly. If they are not acquaintances, then they are enemies. Laozi silently glanced at his two troublesome younger brothers, but did not contradict. After all, those demons had all been cut down by Pangu, as descendants of the Father God, would they willingly be friends with the three brothers? Emperor Hongshi twitched his mouth, secretly reflecting, am I getting old? My thoughts really can't keep up with the younger generation. He suddenly thought of someone, his expression changing slightly. If it were that person, would they feel a sense of sorrow for the fallen rabbit and fox upon seeing causality like this? The three pure ones are his disciples, and he is now the Tao ancestor of the primordial chaos, feeling only a bit of regret for the fall of causality, a regret directed even at the former demon of causality rather than the defeated wretch lying on the ground. Ah, the spiritual treasure is damaged, master is truly wasteful. In the distance, Guangchengzi's voice came, waking Emperor Hongshi from his contemplation. Master, next time be a bit gentler. This is quite a good spiritual treasure. Guangchengzi was somewhat irritated, and Yuan sure comforted him from the side. All right, I will be more careful next time. It's all your three masters who love to show off, wanting to use maximum strength. If only 2/10 of power were used, this spiritual treasure wouldn't have shattered. Blame him. Tong Tian scratched his head. Next time I will get you a complete one. A master is also of the Tao of Heaven now, so let him see if it can be repaired when we return. Emperor Hongshi remained expressionless, his heart as still as water, for there was no one in front of him. Those four rascals had gone to clean up the battlefield. Handle these few first. Emperor Hongshi weakly raised his hand, pointing at the Zhuxian sword array, standing in the chaos. Guangchengzi, hearing the voice, looked at the constantly rotating Zhuxian sword array. Should we kill them all? They would be of no use left alive, right? Tong Tian interjected. Controlling the mixed Yuan Duo Golden Immortal can only be done by the mixed Yuan Taiji Golden Immortal. Master is not here in his true form. Indeed, what can we do by controlling them? Turn the chaos into spiritual energy for the primordial world. Laozi also stepped forward, considering that they might turn against them. It was not worth it. Emperor Hongshi felt a bit of a headache. It would be great if his true self were here. Moreover, controlling the chaotic demon was inherently a challenge. How about letting the old Taoist handle it? Guangchengzi frowned as the chaos shimmered. Layers of space began to fold, and a laugh echoed from within. Layers of space unfolded as Guangchengzi's eyes flickered. The spatial laws within his body began to leap, revealing various manifestations of space, and he unexpectedly sensed a rapid enhancement in his comprehension of the spatial laws of the Honghuang Daoyujingxian level. A silver giant door appeared, solidifying the surrounding space. Hongjun held his purple bamboo staff calmly, his expression unchanged as he gazed at the newcomer. The three clear ones stood by Guangchengzi's side, vigilantly guarding him and protecting his law. An old man in a green robe stepped out from the door of space. Like Hongjun, his beard and hair were white and his aura was remarkably hazy, as if he were not far from anyone, yet it seemed he could appear before them in the blink of an eye. The three clear ones furrowed their brows, observing the willow branch held by the green-robed Taoist. It looked incredibly delicate, yet each leaf contained vast spaces representing worlds far larger than the great worlds they had opened. "Are you Senior Yangmei?" Laozi inquired tentatively. Hongjun had mentioned that he had a friend who once helped him break the sword array of extermination against Luo Ho, who later ventured into the chaos. That senior was called Yang Mei and specialized in the Tao of space. Indeed. The green-robed Taoist nodded with a smile, looking past the Dihong clan, and said warmly, "You must be the three clear ones of Pangu. This old fellow has stumbled upon a treasure." He then glanced at the Dihong clan, saying, "Is this your three corpses? You have a good eye. That fool of causality didn't realize it until his downfall." The Dihong clan sneered, saying, "You know me well, but if you haven't attained the same realm as us, you cannot be called Hongjun." Us. The three clear ones exchanged glances, sensing that there were other chaos demons involved. But since their master hadn't asked, they refrained from probing further. Judging by the hints dropped, it seemed there were quite a few powerful beings in the heavenly Tao realm. "Have you gathered?" The Dihong clan said with a forced smile. "You must have been kicked out." Yang Mai's eyes widened in anger, saying, "Nonsense. I am a chaos demon of space. They should be begging me." The Dihong clan chuckled, saying, "My friend, it's fine to fool me, but don't fool yourself. It doesn't matter if you deceive me. Believing a bit is fine, and it might provide you some psychological comfort. Just don't take it to heart and end up feeling lonely later." Yang Mai's expression stiffened, staring in disbelief at the Dihong clan, saying, "What do you mean by deceiving you? What I said is all true." The Dihong clan remained silent, looking expressionless at him. Yang Mei finally lost his composure, angrily shouting, "Those bastards. I am also a chaos demon, but why should I be isolated?" He then looked at the Dihong clan, saying, "When did you become so talkative, old fellow? You even dared to mock me. In the past you wouldn't have uttered a single extra word." The Dihong clan's expression stiffened. Indeed, it seemed he had changed as well. He sighed, saying, "It's a long story. The closer you are to the ink, the darker you become." Yuan Shi coughed lightly. This wasn't a good thing. As long as the master didn't name names, it wasn't about Guangchengzi. "You three have improved remarkably. I speak to your master, and in the future you will understand. Knowing too much now is of no benefit to you." Yang Mei then looked at Guangchengzi, who was being protected by the three clear ones. "Is this your new disciple?" "Not bad, not bad. He is no worse than the three clear ones." Just as Yuan Shi was about to respond, Guangchengzi slowly opened his eyes, his aura becoming ethereal, trending towards merging with the chaos. "Good lad." Yang Mei praised, his gaze fixed on Guangchengzi, saying, "You are truly perceptive about the spatial laws. Why not take me as your master? What can that old Hongjun teach you? In the realm of chaos, when it comes to manipulating space, I am indeed the best." As his words fell, the atmosphere fell silent. The three generations of master and disciple gazed at him silently. Yang Mei felt something was amiss and laughed, saying, "I am the chaos demon of space, Yang Mei, born to control the Tao of space. I have a good relationship with that old Hongjun, and if you change your allegiance to me, he won't say much." Looking at Guangchengzi's narrowed eyes, Yang Mei thought he was tempted and quickly intensified his persuasion. "In one Yuan meeting, I can make you surpass the three clear ones." The Dihong clan opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. "Old friend, I hope you are well." The three clear ones sneered, and the three treasures of opening heaven appeared in their hands, their auras seemingly on the verge of merging. Yang Mei stepped back a few paces, still undeterred, saying, "Three young friends, I was just making a comparison. With this kid's talent and spatial laws being so high, serving under Hongjun is truly a waste. He was born to be my disciple." Guangchengzi's aura radiated light and dark, rotating, casting this chaos into a realm of light and shadow, isolating all chaotic energies. The personally taught disciple of the three clear ones, Guangchengzi, greets Senior Yang Mei. Yang Mei was taken aback, glancing at the Dihong clan, then at the three clear ones, and finally fixing his gaze on Guangchengzi, his eyes nearly popping out. "You are a disciple of the three clear ones, a descendant of Hongjun." He then looked at the Dihong clan with a face full of resentment, saying, "Old fellow, why is it that all the good things are yours? Why did I leave the wilderness early? If I had stayed a few more Yuan meetings, he would have been my disciple. Light and darkness can both be cultivated to the 6th level of Honghuang, let alone the spatial laws. Just by opening a door of space, I have gained insight. What incredible talent this is. 3 clear young friends, I misspoke. Yang Mei put away his joking demeanor, looking at the 3 clear ones with some vigilance. Was that strike that killed causality issued by these 3? They are almost on par with me. The 3 clear ones gradually ceased their movements, and Guangchengzi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this senior Yang Mei was an ally, not an enemy. This was indeed a good thing. There's no need to speak of switching allegiance. I have only 3 masters in my life, Pangu, and the 3 clear ones. I hope Senior will understand. The Dihong clan remained silent, and the 3 clear ones looked at Guangchengzi. Yang Mei sighed, his eyes filled with regret. You 3 clear ones have taken a good disciple. The 3 clear ones finally showed smiles on their faces. They naturally understood Guangchengzi's intentions. Enough, it seems this old Taoist has no fate with you. Yang Mei's tone was filled with regret as he pointed at Guangchengzi. The 3 clear ones changed color, and the Dihong clan stopped him. You are quite generous. Yang Mei snorted lightly, saying it's rare to see an agreeable junior. Just some techniques on the use of space will be somewhat beneficial to him at his level. Guangchengzi closed his eyes, feeling a bubble of space emerge, and an influx of knowledge regarding spatial laws flowed out, broadening his horizons. He sensed that as long as he comprehended 30% of it, his understanding of spatial laws could also reach the level of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. Thank you for your guidance, senior uncle. Guangchengzi bowed, recognizing that senior Yang Mei had indeed taught him, and addressing him as senior uncle was not an injustice. Master uncle. Yang Mei raised an eyebrow at the title, chuckling, let this old man take advantage of the situation. Dihong glanced at him, then looked at Sanqing. He has always been on good terms with me. You may also refer to him as Master Uncle. Greetings, Master Uncle. Sanqing bowed. Yang Mei raised an eyebrow, and 4 spatial bubbles appeared in front of them, releasing 4 stones. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered, and the laws within him began to stir. The source of the Tao is quite generous, commented Dihong. Yang Mei waved his hand dismissively. It's of little use. Guangchengzi's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the stone in his palm, referred to by Dihong as the source of the Tao. The power of the laws contained within was unlike any he knew, yet it held an allure for every law he comprehended, like a delectable supplement. Seeing the confusion on Sanqing and Guangchengzi's faces, Yang Mei glanced at Dihong, and both of them displayed a mix of awkwardness and sorrow. You should be able to see that this is a law of power without attributes enhancing any specific law. Dihong's expression was calm as he slowly recounted the past. When Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, he not only slayed 3,000 demonic gods. The 3,000 great paths are merely a vague reference. You should understand there are other distinct laws. After Pangu's creation, all the demonic gods fell, and their corresponding laws fell silent, only to gradually awaken with the passage of time. Before their resurgence, they would emit the power of law, merging with the chaos, forming this attributeless stone, also known as the source of the Tao. This object is rare, even within the chaos, and to seek it you must reach the realm of the heavenly Tao before you are qualified to go there. After all, that place has existed since the chaotic era. Dihong's tone was long, as if his voice traveled from ancient times, painting a vivid image for Sanqing and Guangchengzi. So the remaining demonic gods are all there. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered. All the demonic gods at the heavenly Tao realm congregate in that place. That's about right, Dihong said vaguely. Guangchengzi stroked his chin, looking at the corpse of the causal demonic god. Among the 3,000 demonic gods, there must be dozens of heavenly Tao powerhouses. Not to mention the well-known causal time, fate, and destruction demonic gods. They must also be gathered there. Dihong's mouth twitched as he glanced at Yang Mei, and the two burst into laughter. Sanqing and Guangchengzi looked at each other in confusion. Did he not speak incorrectly? After laughing for a while, they finally stopped. Dihong, suppressing his laughter, said, you have not yet broken through, so naturally you cannot sense it. Yang Mei took over the conversation. Indeed, time and fate are there, but also not there. What does this mean? Guangchengzi was very puzzled. Because they are completely reborn demonic gods. Yang Mei laughed heartily. Dihong continued, they are different from causal. They have no remnants of souls to guide them. They are entirely new demonic gods. As for the 2 former comrades, they are among the most powerful of the 3,000 demonic gods. How could Panga leave them behind? Of course he would take special care of them. Sanqing's expression changed slightly, and Guangchengzi was taken aback. This was the first time he heard that the great god Pangu had completely eliminated them. Previously, the fate of the causal demonic god made him think that the great god Pangu would leave a glimmer of hope for those former chaotic demonic gods. You are too young, Guangchengzi. Dihong sighed, you do not know the tremendous power of fate, and combined with time they are opponents that even Pangu cannot easily defeat. Sanqing's expressions changed dramatically in their eyes. Father Pangu was an invincible existence. Dihong's specific standard instantly made them realize the terror of the 2 demonic gods. Dihong looked at Sanqing and Guangchengzi, his voice very soft, yet it fell on the ears of the 4 like the thunder of Xixiao. In the Honghuang world, a great Luo Golden Immortal can extract the river of fate. Guess how did this river of fate come about? Di Hong smiled with amusement, relishing the dazed expressions of the four masters and disciples. Guangchengzi was utterly astonished indeed. He had never thought deeply about this question. He always believed this was a natural evolution from the Honghuang, knowing that even a great Luo Golden Immortal could briefly walk within the chaos, stepping out of the river of fate, without constraint, clearly indicating a connection with the chaos. Truly worthy of the Father God Pangu. The four masters and disciples praised in unison, causing Di Hong and Yang Mei to exchange glances. Pangu is indeed remarkable, but even such a powerful being as Pangu has met the fate of being transformed into Honghuang. We have done quite well so far. Yang Mei sighed. Di Hong remained silent. After all, he had already regained his former memories, and with the accumulation in Honghuang, he would certainly reach that step even faster. You were sent back because of Honghuang. Yang Mei nodded slightly, feeling somewhat depressed as he looked at Sanqing and Guangchengzi. He warned, you must not go to that place until you break through. I merely have some connections with Honghuang, and am not welcome there, let alone you all. Though there are new chaotic demonic gods there are also those like Kazel who have been reborn. They harbor a deep hatred for the Honghuang world. Pangu's actions in opening the heavens have made him the enemy of all demonic gods. As descendants of Pangu, you cannot escape, especially after what you did earlier, thoroughly severing the causal laws, directly placing yourselves in opposition to all demonic gods unless you no longer use such methods. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your guidance. The four of them bowed in unison. Di Hong sighed. Dao friend, are you returning to Honghuang with us? Yang Mei pondered for a moment. Let's go take a look. I haven't returned for several yuan meetings. That's fine. Honghuang has become prosperous now. It would be good for you to return and have a look. Di Hong said. Guangchengzi looked at the causation ring in his hand that was cracked in two sides, and put it away, then looked at the Zhuxian sword array. Master Uncle, can you control these demonic gods? You really won't slay them? Yang Mei was somewhat curious, having said that the Honghuang and chaotic demonic gods were mortal enemies, yet they still wanted to keep them alive. Guangchengzi gritted his teeth. The Zhou Tian star array is only equivalent to a saint's power, and there are 10 demonic gods here. With their assistance, I cannot even imagine how powerful the Honghuang will become in the long run. Moreover, if they are captured, this could be a ransom. Di Hong clicked his tongue. This is indeed a good idea. Yang Mei scanned with his divine eye. Aren't there 11 demonic gods? Guangchengzi sneered. The radiant seal instantly flew into the Zhuxian sword array and struck the twilight demonic god, who was already heavily injured. With this strike, the twilight demonic god fell. Watching a remnant sun vanish within the chaos, Guangchengzi's face was expressionless. Now only 10 remain. Yang Mei looked deeply at Guangchengzi. This kid was no pushover, killing without hesitation. Tong Tian observed the scene, retracting the Zhuxian sword array, which caused Yang Mei to regard it with renewed interest. It was a familiar spiritual treasure. You should know who I am. Come over obediently, and I will spare your lives. Yang Mei lightly gestured, and a leaf from the green willow instantly enlarged, extending a path to the 10 demonic gods. Watching the 10 chaos demons walk obediently into the willow leaves, Jiang Chun raised his brow and gently picked one, hesitating for a moment before handing it to Di Hong. Sure. Once we return to the Honghuang, you can control it. Guangchengzi's eyes flashed. Senior brother Yang Mei indeed knew how to handle matters. If he placed a mark on them, they would certainly not feel at ease, and once they returned to Honghuang, Hanjun would have to check again, which might hurt their feelings. It was better to leave it directly to Hanjun to deal with for everyone's sake. You're quite the cautious old fellow, Di Hongsher laughed, taking the willow leaf. This item is indeed extraordinary, a fine spiritual treasure. Yang Mei snorted softly, looking at Guangchengzi. Consider this your welcoming gift. Then thank you, Master Uncle, Guangchengzi replied. Guangchengzi bowed respectfully. With his discerning eye, he could tell that the willow leaf was a special spiritual treasure. This senior was quite generous. Yang Mei waved his hand. Without any visible action, the surrounding space began to flow, and the chaotic energy started to circulate once more. The 6 of them rushed towards Honghuang together. Guangchengzi thought for a moment before speaking. Actually, there are a few who are adept in the path of space in Honghuang. If Master Uncle finds them suitable, you can guide them. Can they compare to you? I, a mere monk, cannot look up to ordinary people. Guangchengzi paused, continuing. One is a Tao saint who attained enlightenment through the Earth's principles, but he was most renowned for his spatial abilities before his ascension. Another is a disciple's neighbor possessing the innate spiritual treasure, Kunlun Mirror. It has been quite a while since he was last seen. He should be at the late stage of Quasi Saint. Yuan Shi interjected. Indeed, Taoist Zhuangmu has comprehended the laws of space. Yang Mei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. If one could comprehend the laws of space to the late Quasi Saint stage, that was quite commendable. The third is the ancestral, which Di Jiang, who is also a descendant of Pangu. Yang Mei shook his head, saying nothing more. Everyone understood his meaning. The ancestral, which had no primordial spirit, which did not align with his great Tao. The last one is my disciple named Kong Xian. He has only grasped the surface of the laws of space, but he wishes to combine it with the 5 elemental laws to create a realm of 5 elements. Guangchengzi had a smile on his face, clearly somewhat pleased. Yang Mei chuckled. You're doing this for Kongxian, aren't you? Guangchengzi did not refute. If something good came about, it was only right to benefit his own family. However, your realm of light and darkness is quite extraordinary. If Kongxian can achieve that level, it would be impressive. Alright, once we reach Honghuang, I will observe. If it catches my eye, I will casually provide some pointers. Then I shall thank Master Uncle on behalf of my little disciple. Guangchengzi expressed his gratitude. Yang Mei said this, and regardless of the others, Kongxian would undoubtedly receive guidance. The group walked through the spatial passage opened by Yang Mei, covering the distance to Honghuang in even less time than before, soon catching a glimpse of the Honghuang world. Oh, I just remembered something. What happened to Luo Hu? The three pure ones and Guangchengzi looked over, and Di Hongshi replied with a blank expression, he hasn't died. Hey, you old fellow, Yang Mei scoffed. Tell me, with my current strength, can I find that heavenly demon realm? Is it possible? I have thought about it, but the heavenly Tao has always obstructed it. Yang Mei stroked his beard, recalling, when I just achieved Xuanyuan, I tried to look for it, but the heavenly demon realm is too well hidden. Even though I attained enlightenment through the laws of space, I never sensed it. He chuckled softly. Although I may not be at my peak now, I should still be able to make some discoveries. Even if the heavenly Tao intervenes, I can still escape. Guangchengzi's eyes brightened. The demon realm was a place he had always wanted to visit. That's fine, but you cannot eliminate Luo Hu now. After all, you are not a saint of Honghuang. The heavenly Tao will not allow it. Di Hongshi advised him. The demon realm was a resource left by the heavenly Tao. If Yang Mei acted, the heavenly Tao would certainly issue orders to the saints to stop him, causing quite the uproar. Rest assured, I will not act impulsively. Yang Mei's eyes flashed. He still remembered the grievances from back then. Luo Hu had not achieved enlightenment. Even with the support of the demon realm and the heavenly Tao, he would not be his match. This was indeed an old rival. Yang Mei smiled cunningly. The group gradually came to a halt, standing amidst the chaos, gazing at the vast expanse of heaven and earth. A purple-clad old Taoist stepped forward, and Di Hongshi merged into his three flowers. The old Taoist's eyes moved slightly as he scanned the area, finally fixing on Yang Mei. You old fellow, it's been a long time. Hongjun smiled, looking at the willow leaf at his fingertips, his eyes filled with inscrutable meaning. Yang Mei carefully scrutinized him. You and I have arrived at similar conclusions. Merging with the heavenly Tao has indeed brought you some benefits. Hongjun smiled, pointing at the 10 chaos demons in the willow leaf, then reached towards Honghuang. A vast force of rules descended, tightly locking onto the demons' primordial spirits until they were entangled in the laws. Yang Mei couldn't help but hiss, you really are ruthless. Guangchengzi remained composed, but inwardly he felt that this was quite normal. Hongjun looked at the 10 chaos demons that appeared, and sternly said, you should know who I am. Here, behave and transform the chaotic energy, otherwise I will make your suffering worse than death. The 10 demons did not dare to refute. Ignoring their injuries, they bowed respectfully and began to work. Hongjun calmly looked at Yang Mei. I don't have that much time to watch over them. If I do not control them thoroughly, and one of them decides to go for a mutual destruction, exploding at the membrane of heaven and earth. Yang Mei nodded. It was indeed a possibility. You are quite cautious. The Honghuang world has indeed become much stronger. The work you have done for the heavenly Tao is quite commendable. Guangchengzi raised his head proudly, and the three pure ones also appeared quite pleased. Hongjun smiled. This is not my achievement, it is all due to my disciple's efforts. Yang Mei blinked, looking at Guangchengzi with a sigh. What a fine disciple he had, or why couldn't he have accepted him? Seeing Yang Mei in a dilemma, Hongjun became proud as well. Let's go, let's visit Honghuang. It has been quite a while since you left and things are bustling there. The three pure ones and Guangchengzi were somewhat puzzled. What great event had occurred in Honghuang? The four of them stepped in together and immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Indeed, Honghuang was home. Fire Cloud Cave and the Heavenly Court both emanated a formidable pressure. Golden flowers rained down from the sky and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. Various phenomena surged in Honghuang, surprising Yang Mei. I didn't expect that upon my return someone would achieve sainthood. And not just any saint, but a heavenly Tao saint. Quite rare, quite rare. Guangchengzi lightly gestured, noting that it had been 50,000 years since they had left Honghuang, during which Zheng and Haoyan had both attained enlightenment. The heavens and earth were becoming more stable. Yang Mei's eyes sparkled with divine light. The changes in the Honghuang world exceeded his expectations. He could sense that in the underworld, as the pressure from the heavenly court rose, the power there grew even stronger. Meanwhile, the old man before him had also gained some strength upon entering Honghuang. Although he was not his match, he should not be underestimated. Interesting, truly interesting. It seems the old Taoist will have to stay in Honghuang for a few more years. Guangchengzi's gaze turned towards the East Sea, where Kongxian was confronting the 100 schools. In the Eastern Sea, Kongxiao held the wand Shi Biao ruler, his eyes wide with anger. Behind him, the members of the 100 schools wore expressions of fury, raising their spiritual treasures, their eyes filled with murderous intent, blocking several large ships. Kongxiao alongside Zhuangzi declared, its Xia and Wei Mu surrender at once return to the 9 provinces, and then proceed to Honghuang cave to plead for forgiveness. The two could hardly suppress their killing intent. The master and his followers had been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, ignoring the affairs of the wilderness. Kong Xian had been spreading Confucianism among the mortals, accumulating luck, but an oversight nearly caused a split within the human race. Its Xia and Wei Mu were disciples of the Yangzhou school among the 100 schools, but their extreme views advocating self-interest and opposing the restraints of ritual and law made them seen as indulgent. Who would have thought they dared to secretly incite the human emperor to seek the path to immortality? That so-called Su Fu was their pawn, truly a sign of the nation on the brink of collapse, sure to bring calamity. If not for Yingzheng certifying his path in Honghuang cave, causing fluctuations in the luck of humanity that alerted the 3 sovereigns to the imminent division of human fortune, Kong Xian would not have been able to intervene in time. There were thousands of young boys and girls aboard the ship, all intended as heirs to the teachings of its Xia and Wei Mu. Since they were not accepted in the 9 provinces, they planned to flee overseas. Given that the intercept school was much weaker than before, they believed they could survive on an island in the Eastern Sea. They deceived the current human emperor into going to sea to seek the path to immortality. With the emperor's command, who could see through their schemes? Yet they happened to encounter the first emperor certifying his path, and thus their misfortune was revealed. The two trembled in fear as they understood they could not escape today. Buzz! A beam of light flew in, carrying an overwhelming pressure that left all cultivators in the Eastern Sea aghast. This familiar aura drew the attention of others in the wilderness. Had this person emerged from seclusion? Kong Xian's face brightened, exchanging a glance with Xuanyuan, and bowed, saying, "Disciple obeys the master's command. Jiao, you take those human children and warriors back to the 9 provinces." Jiao, who had already attained the status of the 12 Golden Immortal, performed a bow. A divine light flashed behind him, and the culprits were cast out, their bones mysteriously broken, turning into a soft mass. Watching Jiao escort the ship away, Xuanyuan praised, "Jiao's laws of gravity are indeed remarkable." Kong Xian nodded, the Wan Shi Biao ruler hovering in the air, surveying the surroundings. "By the command of my master the Xian Wu Tianzun, those who divide the human race shall die." The ruler struck down, and the 3 culprits instantly fell, their primordial spirits escaping. Kong Xian exhaled a breath of southern Ming Li fire, completely obliterating them. Among the 100 schools above the Eastern Sea, some showed expressions of reluctance, while others applauded. Meanwhile, on Jinao Island, some disciples began to tremble in fear. In the heavenly court, countless deities recalled the previous great war, blood rains falling, and the heavens darkened. The numerous cultivators in the wilderness fell silent. Oh, was this person, after tens of thousands of years in seclusion, returning, with the first act being murder? Still as ruthless, not even sparing the primordial spirits. In the underworld, Ho Tu looked at the 12 ancestral shaman, coming to protect her, softly saying, "Do you understand now? The souls of living beings must belong to the underworld. Can this one be looked down upon?" Zhu Rong and Gong Gong nodded in agreement, not daring to speak. Di Jiang glanced at them solemnly, saying, "Little sister, rest assured we will fulfill our duties." Watching Kong Xian take action, Guangchengzi's icy expression gradually softened. Unexpectedly, the poor Taoist returned only to witness such a spectacle. Thankfully, the 3 sovereigns had some effect in preventing that monstrous race from appearing. With a raised brow and a light smile, he said, "Friend, you are indeed correct. The wilderness is indeed very..." Just as Hong Jun was about to reply, the world suddenly trembled, leaving him astonished, and Yin Mei was no exception. He found it hard to believe the wilderness world has actually recovered to this extent. Are we about to see the birth of innate deities once more? The 3 pure ones sensed the commotion and turned their gaze back to the Eastern Sea, where the space rippled and a fairy mountain finally revealed itself. Guangchengzi's expression fluctuated. Truly, everything seemed to converge upon the poor Taoist. The fairy mountain stood atop the ancestral veins connecting the 9 provinces and the Eastern Sea, with various fairy deer and spiritual birds coming and going. Precious flowers and strange grasses flourished. The cypress and pines remained verdant, and on a massive stone at the mountain's peak, starlight scattered with constellations appearing, showering down starlight. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the giant stone shattered, with the fairy offspring bursting forth, their eyes suddenly radiating 2 beams of golden light, shooting straight up into the heavens. In the heavenly court, the recently certified Haoyin wore a joyful expression. Even Guangchengzi's emergence did not dampen his good mood, but the 2 beams of golden light surged towards the heavenly court, causing the surrounding constellations to flicker. Sensing this aura, Haoyin was taken aback. Having followed the Lord for countless epochs, he knew well that the wilderness could no longer give birth to innate deities. Could this signify a restoration of the world? Would the ancient scenes re-emerge? Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Haoshin's expression darkened as he looked at the shattered glazed lamp. The boy in the red lotus battle armor turned pale and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Great heavenly sovereign, forgive me. Neza was at fault. This was indeed Neza who had once set fire to the Lingxiao Palace. After handing over the path of heavenly beings to Haoyin, he was punished with a position of sentinel tasked with many trivial matters, and even received a title, General of the Curtain. Haoyin waved his hand, considering these to be minor matters. The emergence of innate deities was the real concern. Above the Eastern Sea, the remaining members of the 100 schools wore joyful expressions. Such powerful beings, if they could be taken as disciples, would surely illuminate the great Tao. On Jinao Island, a beam of golden light soared out. Kong Xian's expression grew solemn. I pay my respects to Uncle Jinling. Jinling nodded slightly, noting that this disciple's cultivation had already caught up with him. We shall go together, let him choose and see who he will take as his master. What do you think? Kong Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Why hadn't the master shown himself? This was the first innate deity after several epochs. Surely extraordinary. Even if the master did not appear, he had to bring him back to Kunlun. Even if the master did not take him as a disciple, he would still accept him. Zhuangzi nodded, as while showing little interest, going with the flow would suffice. The group ascended the fairy mountain, and suddenly a yellow-clad Taoist appeared before the being, wearing a bitter expression, but with glimmering eyes. We have met the saint of provisional guidance. May the saint enjoy eternal blessings and boundless longevity. As everyone bowed, Kong Xian thought inwardly that something was amiss. Why had this one come? Over the years, the master had been in seclusion, while the Western sect had developed rapidly, nearly occupying the entire Western continent, and had also garnered many disciples in the 9 provinces. Truly a remarkable momentum. The poor Taoist has a connection with this monkey, the saint said with a smile. Kong Xian stepped forward, saying, Saint, please allow me to report. The master once said that saints from the West should not come to the East at will to take living beings and spiritual roots. The saint furrowed his brow. Since Guangchengzi had already emerged from seclusion, it was not appropriate to pressure others. How about we let him choose for himself? The saint smiled confidently, for he was indeed a saint. In the void above, the 3 pure ones exchanged uncertain glances, sometimes looking at the newly born innate deity, and sometimes at Guangchengzi. Disciple, did I sense wrong? Why is he so closely connected to our fortune, and so very close? Guangchengzi's eyes softened slightly. The master did not see wrong. He is the child of the disciple. He is the child of the disciple. Friend, the primordial chaos is indeed lively. Yang Mei looked at Hong Jun, his tone filled with emotion. Hong Jun's eyes flowed with the laws of the Tao as scenes flashed by, continuously deducing the so-called child's roots from Guangchengzi. You. Tong Tian's hand trembled uncontrollably as he pointed at Guangchengzi, stammering and unable to speak. Laozi, on the other hand, gazed towards the east, see the essence of all beings flickering, also continuously deducing. Yuan Shi walked to Guangchengzi's side, examining him closely. Are you not joking with your master? How could we not know about this matter? He suddenly brought forth a child with such a good disciple. Does master still remember the materials used by Master Nuwa to create humans? Guangchengzi did not keep Yuan Shi waiting long, explaining. Under the Tao, the innate human race has only a single essence. The clay used for creating humans was not exhausted, so I left it in the Qiankuan cauldron. When I initially arranged the great array of the heavenly stars in the starry sky, I used the Qiankuan cauldron to suppress the formation. Nourished by the power of the heavenly stars, that piece of clay gradually transformed into a stone, nurturing a spark of spiritual intelligence. Yuan Shi listened with wide eyes, astonished. So does this count as your child with Nuwa? Guangchengzi shook his head. No, this is my child alone. The mischievous demon ape, the origin of the mischievous 4 monkeys. A glimmer of light flashed in Hong Jun's eyes as he suddenly spoke, shocking even Yang Mei. That figure is a renowned existence among all the chaos deities and demons, daring to confront Pangu directly, only falling after 3 encounters, leaving not even a trace of residual soul, which can be said to be a complete demise. Yuan Shi regained his senses, staring intently at Guangchengzi. The red-capped horse monkey and the long-armed monkey both passed through your hands. Indeed. Guangchengzi's expression softened. At that time, he had just begun to nurture spiritual intelligence. If he were to take form, he would merely be an ordinary being. I thus injected 2 sources of the mischievous 4 monkeys, and as time passed, he gradually nurtured the source of the spiritual stone monkey within him. However, the mischievous demon ape is far too fierce. After I attained the Tao, I integrated a drop of my essence blood for balance. I can be considered a chaos deity and demon, and the bloodline power of Master Nuwa was completely overshadowed. The 3 pure ones opened their mouths, unsure of what to say. Hong Jun sighed. You must have been searching for the trace of the 6-eared macaque all along. Guangchengzi nodded. Does master know his whereabouts? Hong Jun shook his head. When I first preached at the Purple Cloud Palace, the 6-eared macaque audaciously dared to spy with his innate divine powers. With a single word from me, I severed his path, and I could not find his trace since. Thus I speculate he may be in the demon realm. Guangchengzi's eyes flashed with cold light. After attaining sainthood, he had traversed almost the entire primordial world using the other three sources as guides, yet he could not find a trace of the six-eared macaque. If he has not completely perished, then he must be within the demon realm. According to my past life's memories, the six-eared macaque indeed appeared. I do not know when Master will go to the demon realm, but do not forget to inform your disciple. Guangchengzi looked at Yang Mei with anticipation, his eyes filled with mischief. Yang Mei. Alright, I understand. What could Yang Mei say? He could only agree, secretly transmitting to Hongjun. Your disciple's audacity is truly remarkable. Daring to resurrect even the mischievous demon ape should that fellow's essence blood gather, and he is reborn, not to mention the potential harm, that character truly defies description. In the chaos era, the mischievous demon ape's only hobbies were fighting and fighting. He is either battling other demon gods, or on his way to fight. Although his combat laws rank outside the top 10 among the 3,000 great avenues, he forcefully elevated his cultivation realm, with his innate talents making them all find it troublesome when facing the mischievous demon ape. After all, that fellow fights recklessly, and when he saw Pangu opening the heavens, he dared to charge forward for a unknown battle, truly a madman. Laozi retracted his gaze and sighed. You really hit it well. If not for our connection, I would have been unable to sense his presence. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian looked at Guangchengzi with complex expressions. Although this disciple had already attained the Tao of Xuanyuan in their eyes, he was still a child. In just a blink, they even had grandchildren. Coming into the world as a 12 Golden Immortal is indeed extraordinary, but the essence is still incomplete, and he lacks inherited memories. Guangchengzi frowned. That damned six-eared macaque has made his little monkey imperfect. Innate deities and demons obtain inherited memories from the Tao upon coming into the world, aiding their comprehension of laws and uncovering their origins. This is the greatest difference between innate deities and demons and other beings. As long as innate deities and demons grow, their lower limit is to comprehend the laws as a great Luo Golden Immortal, which is something many beings envy. Tong Tian muttered, glancing secretly at Hongjun. The master of Tao certainly does not pay much attention. Hongjun's aura sank, and with a smile that did not reach his eyes, he glanced at Tong Tian. As the Grand Tao, how could he have the leisure to concern himself with an innate deity and demon that has yet to be born? Looking at Hongjun, pointing at Tong Tian, Yang Mei chuckled with glee. Although he was envious of the remarkable disciple his old friend had the ability to provoke, was not something ordinary people could possess. Guangchengzi also looked at Tong Tian with a speechless expression. The matter of the little monkey was entirely under his control. How could the master ancestor know? Moreover, the master ancestor had just used the Tao to deduce. Tong Tian, the master, was truly too provocative. Yang Mei cleared his throat. I say, if you don't make a move soon, that little monkey may be taken away by that Xuanti. The three pure ones and Guangchengzi had not shown themselves for so long. Xuanti was no longer so wary, thinking they did not care for this newly born innate deity and demon. Although he did not dare to press them too hard, he still held the advantage with the status of a saint. If that little monkey truly chose to apprentice under Xuanti, it would not bode well for the three pure ones, Guangchengzi, or even Hongjun. Guangchengzi sneered. During these years we have not been in the primordial world. Xuanti has grown quite bold. Just in time for our return. Sister Zihong and the others should also make their move. The three pure ones paused for a moment. You can decide. Hongjun also smiled. That golden immortal path is indeed remarkable. I look forward to their performance. With the elevation of the Xian Dao's fortune, he also felt it. With his perspective as the Tao ancestor, it was naturally not difficult to see the immense potential of the golden immortal path. Should we bring him back to Kunlun? Yuan Shi suddenly spoke. After hearing Guangchengzi's words, the three pure ones looked towards the monkey with much softer expressions. After all, he is Guangchengzi's child, and they could not help but feel some affection. They did not expect they would also become grandfathers. Guangchengzi shook his head. I left behind a means. Let him grow up happily first. After a few years I will instruct him. After all, he has just come into the world, and his innocent heart will help resist the fierce aura of the mischievous demon ape. Alright. Tong Tian expressed some regret. How adorable a fluffy little monkey, and being the beloved disciple's offspring made him even more affectionate. Guangchengzi could see through Tong Tian's regrets with a smile, looking at Xuanti, who was about to unleash his saintly pressure. With a wave of his sleeve, an object landed directly in front of the struggling crowd. On Honghuang Mountain, as Xuanti was about to take action, an object pierced through space from the heavens, landing directly at his feet. A wave of overwhelming pressure made it hard for him to stand upright, yet Kong Xian and the others felt nothing at all. Jin Ling was startled, sensing the aura of his senior brother, and bowed alongside Kong Xian, saying, "Greetings, Master Senior Brother Saint." "Xuanti, how bold of you." A calm voice emanated from within, causing Xuanti to tremble, and his expression began to change as his gaze fixed intently on the spiritual treasure before him. It was a spiritual treasure 7 feet long with 3 sections and 9 rings, gleaming with a golden and iron brilliance, its aura surpassing that of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. The staff swayed, gently producing a clear ringing sound that resonated through the clouds. This object. Xuanyuan no longer cared about fear, his eyes glued to the nine-ringed staff, which seemed to resonate with his own aura, perfectly aligning with the foundation of his Tao. Divine light surged in his eyes as he attempted to see through the object. The nine-ringed staff trembled slightly, and the divine light retracted, finally revealing its true form before Xuanyuan. It was a branch shimmering with 7 colors of divine light, primarily a Guangcheng Bodhi adorned with 7 treasures. With a gentle sweep, it released a torrent of colorful light, causing everything in the primordial wilderness to fall away. Xuanyuan was extremely excited, trembling as he exclaimed, "This is mine." "What, yours or mine?" "This is mine, Xuanyuan, you must not misunderstand." The voice of Guangchengzi from within the nine-ringed staff was somewhat cold. This was a spiritual treasure he had remade from the 7 treasures wonderful tree. Had it not been for the purpose of causing Xuanyuan deep pain, he would not have restrained the divine light of the nine-ringed staff. Xuanyuan's face instantly turned pale. This was his proof of enlightenment. Spiritual treasure, the 7 treasures wonderful tree, the most powerful spiritual treasure he possessed. Since it had been lost to Guangchengzi before the myriad immortals, he had not seen it again, and now it had unexpectedly changed its appearance upon their reunion. But Guangchengzi was nearby, and he dared not make any rash moves, only smiling apologetically. "Nephew, I was just curious, came to take a look, and will return to Shimi now." Guangchengzi snorted coldly. "If I don't speak up, what do you plan to do to Kongxian? He is my disciple, do you think you can just bully him?" Xuanyuan felt like crying without tears. He hadn't even made a move yet. The voice from the nine-ringed staff echoed again. "I have heard that there is a rare 6-winged golden cicada in the west. Nephew, offer it as a gift lest I have to take matters into my own hands." Xuanyuan sighed inwardly, but dared not resist. Based on his understanding of Guangchengzi, it was best not to argue when negotiating terms, otherwise the other party would resort to force. He extended his hand, and a golden cicada about 3 inches long and entirely golden appeared. Its back sprouted 6 wings thin as glass with blade-like edges that gleamed with a chilling sharpness, capable of easily cutting through space, its eyes red as blood, exuding a fierce aura. Kongxian could not help but furrow his brow. This insect emanated a ferocious aura, not a common creature. It has already reached the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal. It seems the 2 uncles have put in considerable effort. Xuanyuan remained silent. The West was inherently inferior to the East in terms of treasures. Although this insect was fierce, it was one of the 5 primordial insects with extraordinary qualifications. He and his senior brother planned to cultivate it as a protector for the Western teachings, allowing its fierce nature to remain unchecked, confident in their status as saints to subdue it. However, all of this was merely to make Guangchengzi's job easier. Hearing the 6-winged golden cicada continuously chirping, a fierce aura began to surface on Honghuang Mountain. One of the rings from the nine-ringed staff fell down, ensnaring it completely. "Now it's quiet." Guangchengzi's voice rang out, and everyone seemed to see him relax. Xuanyuan clenched his fist and softly said, "Nephew, may I leave now?" "Why the hurry, uncle?" Guangchengzi replied, somewhat surprised. "During these years I, along with the 3 elders, have not appeared in the primordial chaos. You 2 uncles have been quite busy. The Western teachings have flourished everywhere, yet now they dare to boldly declare this object is fated for me in our East." Kongxian clenched his fists, trying hard not to burst into laughter, while the onlookers behind him bit their cheeks, tightly determined not to laugh. Oh, after all, that was a saint. Xuanyuan was dumbfounded. "Oh Lord Hongjun, this disciple is wronged. Ever since I learned my lesson before the myriad immortals, I have not dared to act so recklessly. Even with the resurgence of humanity and the teachings spreading among the immortals, I have not dared to be too audacious. Nephew, to add a crime, what excuse do I lack?" Xuanyuan was somewhat angry, but still softened his tone. Is it not too unjust for this humble practitioner? Yet he did not dare to act. Guangchengzi's strength was unknown to surpass that of him and his senior brother. By how much? The initial escape before the myriad immortals had already left him uneasy. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not dare to confront Guangchengzi, much less act as he had in the past. What Guangchengzi said was nothing but a direct accusation in his face. It was simply unbearable. Xuanyuan's expression shifted as he immediately began to flatter. "Nephew, you truly misunderstood. This humble practitioner has never done such a thing. Whether you have done it or not is unimportant. What matters is you are standing on the immortal mountain of the East. If this humble practitioner does not come, perhaps you would do just that. Isn't this mere conjecture?" Xuanyuan gaped, and even Kongxian was astonished. The master had become so unreasonable. But what did that have to do with him? No matter how the master changed, he was still his master. Haha. Don't worry so much. Guangchengzi spoke with a hint of mirth. "Xuanyuan, you just wait. I will get my revenge." As soon as these words fell, the cultivators on Honghuang Mountain were stunned. It was too direct. Their gazes shifted between Xuanyuan, the nine-ringed staff, and Kongxian. Peng, finding this, Yao Shi Tianzun's actions rather reckless. Xuanyuan's eyes expressed sorrow. "Pangus, axe fall behind, and you will be beaten." Clearly this was not the humble practitioner's doing, yet he was framed on the spot, threatened too. Where's the justice in this? The heavenly way is unjust. Xuanyuan murmured quietly. Boom. A bolt of purple lightning struck down, scorching him black. Xuanyuan spit out a mouthful of black smoke, tears carving two trails down his face. Master, forgive me, I know I was wrong. The nine-ring staff trembled slightly. It was unclear if Guangchengzi was laughing. Uncle returned to Shumi Mountain. Enjoy your last moments. Guangchengzi's voice held an uncontainable amusement, making Xuanyuan feel even more mortified. Since that is the case, let me see your true abilities, nephew. Xuanyuan took a deep breath, gazing intently at the nine-ring staff. He could not believe that as a Tao Saint Guangchengzi could still destroy him. Guangchengzi remained silent as he watched Xuanyuan leave. The others quietly bowed. We respectfully send off the saint. Master, should we bring this one back to Kunlun? Kong Xian stepped forward, glanced at Huahua Mountain, and respectfully addressed the nine-ring staff. No need, this monkey, as a primordial divine demon, will have its own great fortune. There is no need for you to interfere, let it grow on its own. Once you have arranged the matters of humanity, return to Kunlun immediately. In the void, after watching a performance on Flower and Fruit Mountain, Sanqing and Guangchengzi maintained their usual expressions. Yang Mei, curious, asked, how can that person, a saint of the heavenly Tao, be so afraid of you? Tongshan's expression stiffened for a moment, then he casually shifted his gaze away. None of them answered his question, while Hongjun showed a contemplative expression. Do you wish for the Western continent? Guangchengzi nodded. The karmic ties of our master are related to the restoration of the Western Earth veins. The two uncles Jin and Xuanyuan merely accepted the karma before the Tao was established in the present world. They owe our master nothing. Hongjun chuckled lightly. What you said pleases this humble Taoist. Since that is the case, go ahead and do as you wish. To repay the karma and accept the registered disciples as well as his own direct disciples, Hongjun could distinguish what was more important. As for the paths of the two, what concern was it of his? Not to mention those two who bore a rebellious nature. If it weren't for Guangchengzi and Sanqing discovering it early, perhaps there would have been disciples from their sect who would rebel. At that time he would also lose face and be mocked by that old fellow Yang Mei. Master, I shall return to Kunlun. Seeing there was nothing else, Sanqing bowed respectfully to take his leave. Hongjun nodded, and Guangchengzi followed Sanqing back. Tao friend, how about we go to my Zixiao palace? Yang Mei raised an eyebrow, and the two exchanged a glance, understanding everything without words. Ding! The sound of a golden bell rang and streams of light rushed towards Kunlun, exuding the aura of a quasi-saint, causing the ancient practitioners to feel uneasy. Disciples of the Chan school appeared one after another. Was the ancient world about to become turbulent again? Atop Kunlun, Sanqing and Guangchengzi sat on a high platform watching the immortals from the Chan school, and Duo Bao arrived, nodding slightly. We pay our respects to Master Uncle Big Senior Brother. The crowd of immortals saluted, their titles chaotic yet orderly. Guangchengzi's face bore a satisfied expression. Disciples from the third generation such as Yang Jiao and Yang Tsang had already attained the great Luo Jingxian realm, indicating that these tens of thousands of years had not been wasted. As for the second generation disciples of the Chan school, they had all achieved the status of quasi-saints. Sihong, Munjushri Puxian, and Zhu Lushun had already severed their good corpse incarnations, exuding a distinct Tao rhythm that carried a sense of compassion, their forms shrouded in a mist. Xiangzi and Daoxing emanated a presence quite different from the others. The power of the laws surrounding them was exceptionally dense. If one were to probe with divine sense, they would find the two merging with the world, embodying the manifestation of the laws. The path of immortals is indeed extraordinary. Yuanshi laughed, having noticed this as well. Xiangzi had even severed his evil corpse, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of quasi-saint. In their absence from the ancient world for these years, their disciples had managed the Tao sect excellently, and the fortune of the immortal path had been steadily rising. Even as the Western sect grew stronger, it had to offer up its fortune to the Tao sect. As the leader of the immortal lineage, Xiangzi, accompanied by the immortals, and the laws, naturally advanced faster than other practitioners. I wonder why Master has summoned us back. Is there an important matter? Xiangzi was somewhat puzzled. He did not know that Sanqing and Guangchengzi had been absent from the ancient world for tens of thousands of years, believing they were in seclusion. The matter concerning Flower and Fruit Mountain has already been handled by Big Senior Brother. As for what Big Senior Brother mentioned, Xiangzi's expression turned serious. Could it be that they were about to retaliate against the two uncles from the west? Big Senior Brother, are you going to have us attack the west together? Xiangzi inquired tentatively. As the words fell, Jin Peng and Yang Jiao displayed eager expressions. The ancient world had been peaceful for too long, and they had not fought for a long time. Even when they served in the heavenly court, descending to vanquish demons was exceedingly easy. Going to war with the West would mean real combat, intense and exhilarating. Yuanshi felt somewhat weary, unable to help but glance at Guangchengzi. Such a steady disciple, like Xiangzi, had now begun to shout for bloodshed. Guangchengzi was indeed a good example. Tongshan's eyes sparkled with amusement. It was rare for the master of the Chan school to utter such words. Laozi looked at Xuandu as a notable heir of the Dao sect. Xuandu had accumulated considerable merit as Zhuangzi and had subsequently advanced to the Quasi-Saint realm. Though he had just broken through, he was still remarkable. Guangchengzi silently sighed, looking below as if he were deeply pained. Shouyang Jr. brother, why do you only know about fighting and killing? This is not good. Moi. In an instant all eyes turned to Guangchengzi, but he remained unfazed. As long as this humble Taoist did not acknowledge it, it had nothing to do with him. You indeed have received the true transmission from Zhuanti, at least you've developed a thick skin, Tongtian commented telepathically, sparing Guangchengzi some face in front of the many disciples. The reason for calling you here is that a significant event is about to occur. This humble Taoist indeed plans to take action against the Western sect. Seeing the crowd grow excited, Guangchengzi continued, it will not be direct combat. We shall spread our ideology using our great strength to suppress and constrict the survival space of the Western sect until they are destroyed, perhaps even devoured. Yuan Shi smiled with satisfaction. This was his doctrine of Chan Tian, to suppress, with great strength, controlling the narrative of the heavenly Tao. My heart is the same as the heart of the heavens. Big senior brother. Xiangzi was somewhat astonished. That was a sect established by two saints. They were not like Tongtian, who would actively send the GS school to destruction just to help big senior brother resolve his issues. Even so, the GS school's destruction would only be the end of its disciples, but the teachings of the GS school would still circulate within the ancient world. According to Big Senior Brother's words, it would mean completely erasing all traces of the Western sect's existence. What difference is there between this and directly slapping the faces of the two uncles Jin and Zhuanti? Oh, there is a difference. It would allow them to leave a lasting name in the ancient world. Duo Bao and the four from Zihong exchanged looks, excitement in their eyes, their bodies beginning to tremble. Finally was it their turn to take action. Indeed, Big Senior Brother, your first move is a killing stroke. Kong Xian and Jin Peng's lips twitched. Master, you truly do not delay revenge. Just moments ago at Flower and Fruit Mountain you openly declared your intent to retaliate against those two, and now you are already making arrangements. Master, I have brought back this item. Kong Xian respectfully presented the 9-section staff, inside which the 6-winged golden cicada lay motionless, appearing as though it were dead. Guangchengzi reached out. The 9-section staff flew up and stood beside him, looking at the 6-winged golden cicada with a slight smile. Zihong, you have spent years working behind the scenes, practicing new methods without anyone knowing. Now is the time for you to please give your orders, Big Senior Brother. The four from Zihong bowed respectfully. They were genuinely devoted to Guangchengzi. Go to the west and establish a sect on the Immortal Mountain, first spreading the name of the Golden Immortal Path to set up a precursor for Duo Bao. How bold, Big Senior Brother. The four from Zihong appeared stunned. Are we really going to confront them directly? Do not worry, they will not dare to act. Guangchengzi snorted coldly, and from his sleeve flew out 4 magical treasures, all exquisite, innate spiritual treasures, shaped like lotus flowers. You are not saints, these items are sufficient to suppress fortune. Thank you, Big Senior Brother. Guangchengzi looked at Duo Bao. Your task is the heaviest. You will need to reincarnate and walk among mortals to spread the golden immortal ideology. I will arrange everything for you. Duo Bao's expression remained unchanged as he looked up at Tongtian, bowing to Guangchengzi. I will follow Big Senior Brother's orders and will not disappoint you. Senior Brother, where shall we establish our cultivation grounds? Zihong raised his gaze upward as the primordial essence of the Honghuang world continued to ascend, and the heavens and earth expanded ever outward. The west was vast. How were they to choose? Guangchengzi sneered coldly. A streak of luminous energy shot from his fingertip, coalescing in the void into an ethereal projection of the western continent. Its center dominated by Mount Sumeru, towering with sovereign majesty and subduing all beneath it. Gradually 4 crimson points flickered into being, north, south, east, and west of Mount Sumeru, each blossoming into a celestial mountain that encircled the sacred peak. You shall station yourselves at these 4 cardinal positions, sealing Sumeru geographically from all sides. Guangchengzi turned his gaze upon Zihong, voice unyielding. Any objections? Zihong Wenshu and the other 2 disciples fell silent, eyes wide, lips sealed. Objections? Yes, but none dared utter them. We humbly obey Senior Brother's decree. Zihong's face tightened with grim resignation. What after all was the difference between establishing their abodes here and simply erecting them atop Mount Sumeru itself? Even others would hesitate if those 2 elder uncles of the west dared found a cultivation ground near Kunlun, or worse, anywhere in the east. You would tear their heads from their shoulders without hesitation. Perceiving their trepidation, Yuan Shi sighed softly. Carry out your Senior Brother's instructions. With us standing watch, Jane and Zhuanti dare not act. Guangchengzi gave a faint, disdainful snort. Was his authority truly insufficient? Did even the master need to intervene personally? Yuan Shi gently tugged Guangchengzi's sleeve and shook his head almost imperceptibly. Guangchengzi no longer concerned himself with his junior disciples' inner thoughts. Yet he still arranged their paths forward, moved solely by gratitude for their former tutelage and the shared lineage of their sect. What they thought, Guangchengzi cared not at all. Yet Yuanshi could not bear to see his disciple become thus. He perceived clearly how Guangchengzi deliberately distanced the other disciples from himself, and though the eldest and third brothers tacitly acquiesced, such conduct tarnished Guangchengzi's image. He wished no disciple upon hearing that name to first recall only fear and dread. Perhaps that young stone-born monkey might soften his disciple's heart. Guangchengzi drew a slow breath and looked at Xihong. Rest assured, you are but the prelude, merely proclaiming the golden immortal Tao in the West and spreading its teachings. Those two elders will not intervene directly. Only their disciples may oppose you, and you are more than capable of handling them. Yes, senior brother. We place our trust entirely in your words. Xihong and the others straightened visibly. So long as the two Western elders remained aloof, what had they to fear? As for the Western sect's disciples, they were all saints' apprentices, who feared whom. Moreover, their cultivation levels were not necessarily superior, and as for divine treasures, not to mock, but even the two elders' own artifacts might well pale beside theirs. Senior brother, what of me? Duobao hesitated. How could a mortal body born anew into frail humanity possibly journey all the way to the West? Guangchengzi smiled, faintly noting Hualing, just recently ascended to the rank of Great Luo Golden Immortal, standing calmly behind Duobao. Clearly Duobao had already confided in him. Upon your rebirth, I shall ensure your memories of the Golden Immortal Tao awaken. First you must rise to prominence across the 9 provinces, then the human sovereign himself shall issue a decree commanding your mission to the West to propagate the Golden Immortal Tao. As for the human sovereign, Guangchengzi's eyes flickered. By then Duobao would have formally severed ties with the Jie sect. Glancing briefly at Fantian Xuanyuan, he sighed inwardly. Very well, let the Jie sect retain a measure of celestial fortune. Fear not, I shall appoint guardians to escort you. The two Western elders are no fools, they will surely dispatch disciples to impede you. Yet should you prevail, you shall carry the overwhelming momentum of the Golden Immortal Tao, and utterly dismantle the Western sect. Having spoken, Guangchengzi watched Duobao's spirit surge with fervor. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, each instantly recalling the stone-born monkey of Honghuang Mountain. If this plan unfolded, the monkey, destined to become the central vessel for propagating the Golden Immortal Tao, would undoubtedly accrue immense celestial fortune. Truly your foresight is profound, Tongtian murmured, voice thick with emotion. That monkey had barely emerged into the world, and yet Guangchengzi had already woven his fate into the grand design. Mere coincidence, proof rather that heaven's mandate flows in this direction. Guangchengzi transmitted the words silently. His own progeny had just been born, and already preparations were complete. Even the heavenly Tao stood firmly at his side. Ah, but Hongjun Shizu is indeed aligned with us. Then all is well. Guangchengzi's gaze swept downward, pausing briefly. Neza, I hear you now serve Lord Haoyan. I respectfully report, yes, senior uncle. Neza dared not speak lightly. Bound now to the celestial court, with the great celestial sovereign having attained sainthood, he wondered how long he would remain a mere curtain-rolling general. Guangchengzi nodded, thoughts crystallizing. He glanced toward Laozi Shizuan. Elder brother Xian Du has a named disciple cultivating within the Zhoutian star array. Might master consider permitting him to undergo trial in the West? That will not be necessary. Laozi observed Xian Du's silence and understood his reluctance. Though the Golden Immortal Tao promised abundant celestial fortune, his Ren sect lacked no such need, and that disciple, deeply attuned to the principle of non-action, required only steady cultivation to secure a brilliant future. Then let elder brother Yuanshi's Chan sect enjoy the advantage. Guangchengzi suddenly burst into hearty laughter, a sound that left Duobao and the others below utterly bewildered. Yuanshi studied Guangchengzi suspiciously. Whom do you intend to select? Guangchengzi merely smiled enigmatically. A stone 2 pounds of lotus root, 3-eyed hound. How extraordinary the spectacle would be when the 3 unruly disciples converged upon one path. Master watches closely. The disciple has composed a most exquisite drama. Having transmitted the thought, Guangchengzi turned at Xihong and the others. You may depart. Yes, we shall not disappoint senior brother. After bowing deeply, Xihong and the others knelt solemnly before the 3 pure ones. Today we depart the heavenly immortal lineage. Though we now cultivate the Golden Immortal Tao, we remain forever disciples of Kunlun. We express our deepest gratitude for years of guidance from Master and Senior Brother, and for the boundless care shown by our uncles and aunts. We offer our reverent thanks for the grace of our masters. Watching them perform the ritual kowtows with utmost reverence, Yuanshi felt a pang of sorrow, but also quiet pride. Go forth. To have discovered your own Tao path brings me great joy. Remember always your Master and Senior Brother stand unwaveringly behind you. Xihong and the others rose with resolute, bearing their auras swelling steadily. The other disciples bowed in unison. May your Tao paths stretch infinitely wide, and your cultivation soar to sublime heights. Thank you. For clouds, each radiant in a different hue, lifted them skyward as they drifted beyond Kunlun. Pausing outside the mountain, they gazed back with complex emotion. This departure severed them from the heavenly, immortal lineage forever. In time, they might even vie with former brothers and sisters for celestial fortune. Yet for the sake of their Tao, this path was unavoidable. They bowed once more toward Kunlun, then turned and flew westward. Mount Sumeru. Jane sighed, watching Xuanyuan pace restlessly since his return. Brother, you are unsettled. Elder brother, how will Guangchengzi retaliate? Surely he won't storm our gates outright. Xuanyuan's expression was agitated. Against the three pure ones, or even Guangchengzi alone, neither he nor Jane stood a chance. What must come cannot be avoided. Jane began, then abruptly turned his gaze outward. Xuanyuan's face paled instantly. Why have they come? Guangchengzi himself did not appear, yet he sent them. What purpose could this serve? Moments later, 4 streaks of light descended upon 4 immortal mountains, each less than 10 million li from Mount Sumeru, positioned precisely at the cardinal directions. 4 thunderous proclamations erupted simultaneously across the primordial chaos, shaking both Jane and Xuanyuan to their very cores. Heavenly Tao above, I am the humbled Xihong. Today I enter the Jingxian Tao at Miaoguang Mountain. I establish the Xihong quiet abode, employing the 12-grade Miaoguang Donghua Lotus to suppress the tide of fortune. Heavenly Tao above, I am the humble Wenshu. Today I enter the Jingxian Tao at Yanhui Mountain. I establish the Jingyanshan sect, employing the 12-grade Yanhui Lichen Lotus to subdue the flow of destiny. Heavenly Tao above, I am the humble Puxian. Today I enter the Jingxian Tao at Xuanyuan Mountain. I found the Lingxi Jingyuan using the 12-grade Xianshui Jinyuan Lotus to restrain the tide of qi. Heavenly Tao above, I am the humble Juliu Sun. Today I enter the Jingxian Tao at Jimia Mountain. I establish the Yunqi Jingzong, deploying the 12-grade Jimia Kongming Lotus to suppress the currents of fate. Boom! For vast voices rolled across Honghuang, as celestial music filled the void, drawing every eye. Faces were stricken with horror. This was outright apostasy. These 4 were direct disciples of Yuanshi Shengrin of Chanjiao, noble members of the 12 Jingxian. No one knew why they had come west to found a sect today. How could the 2 Western sages have had a hand in this? As the 4 Xihong displayed their cosmic Dharma manifestations, 4 lotus seats of differing hues rose from beneath them. 4 colossal pillars of light stood upright, faintly encircling Zumishan. Their Daoic voices began to resound across the west, gradually spreading east. The void poured down considerable merit, leaving many cultivators agape. The Jingxian Tao had scarcely appeared, and the heavenly Tao already bestowed such bounty. On Zumishan Xuanyuan, his face flushed with fury as he glared in every direction. Had these 4 counted on the humble monk's unwillingness to act? They had come to the west to propagate a lineage, and Xuanyuan dared not obstruct them. Even 2 Western sages would not proclaim the Western continent as solely theirs. Guangchengzi and the Sanqing, though powerful, had never forbidden others from preaching in the east. Xuanyuan himself had many times journeyed east to save souls. Detestable. Detestable, he cursed. For Quasi saints had come to establish a lineage, and were now occupying the Western sect's fortune. Jane suddenly opened his eyes, stunned. Junior brother listened to the tenets and cultivation of the Jingxian Tao. Xuanyuan was momentarily dazed, then listened intently to the Xihong 4 proclaiming the Jingxian Tao. His eyes slowly reddened. This is senior brother, this is ours. Jane roared once like a lion, jolting Xuanyuan fully awake. That word must not be spoken. The master might very well be watching this place. But this is the doctrine we created. Xuanyuan snarled under his breath, his features contorted. This was the fruit of the sweat and mind of him and his senior. Jane sighed helplessly. Guangchengzi is a rare genius. If my intuition does not fail, he has folded our new method into the Xian Dao. Before the Wanxian formation, these 4 were still the Luo Jinxian, which shows Guangchengzi had long been prepared. A chill ran down Xuanyuan's spine as he recalled the Wanxian formation. Though the 2 brothers had indeed used means back then, it had been a breach of covenant that took all the disciples away. Earlier on Huagua Mountain, Guangchengzi had even spoken of revenge. From Xuanyuan's knowledge of him, that revenge would not be limited to dispatching instructors to preach. What is he planning? Does he truly intend to destroy our Western sect? Xuanyuan whispered, a coldness rising along his back and seeping into his heart. Guangchengzi had shown no mercy to Chanjiao. With old grievances between them, nothing could be taken lightly. Jane was about to speak when he abruptly looked east. Xuanyuan's expression shifted as well. A golden beam extended their linking 4 immortal mountains. An endless sea of fortune clouds spread above Kunlun, ornate beams, and painted rafters, dragons and phoenixes circling, strange beasts racing across a gate tens of thousands of zhang tall, and at its center the character Tao was engraved. This was the current Dao lineage's fortune encompassing all Dao traditions across Honghuang. Beneath it the Xian Dao's fortune was vast, claiming 70%. From within that Xian Dao fortune a streak of gold emerged, at a glance, all understood it to be the Jingxian Dao's destiny. Gold signifies permanence and undying stability. With the emergence of the Jingxian Dao sect, its golden dragon of fortune began to swell, drawing in lesser fortunes like a dragon siphoning water. It ravenously absorbed weak currents, and even the Western sect's fortune began to ebb away. Soon the Jingxian Dao's fortune surpassed that of the mortal and ghost paths. With the Western sect's fortune poured in, it rivaled the divine and immortal lineages. Jane and Xuanyuan watched with strained eyes, hands trembling. In a mere instant the Western sect had lost 10% of its fortune. This was a sect with two sages present, one of the four great sects of Honghuang. Yet the two could do nothing. Though they were men of the Dao, decisions likely rested only with Sanqing and Guangchengzi. From the scene, it was plain that that master and disciple pair were standing behind the Fort Xiang. As fortune flowed back, the aura of the four Xihong rose. Soon four phantom lotus platforms materialized, gathering above Zumishan and exuding a pressure that faintly descended, far surpassing supreme, innate spirit treasures. This is... Xuanyuan's gaze burned. Even if these were not innate supreme treasures, they were stronger than his Western sect's 12-grade meritorious golden lotuses. Do not act rashly. Jane restrained Xuanyuan. Any rash move would give Guangchengzi an excuse to intervene. Now it seemed Guangchengzi had no desire to outright destroy the Western sect. They could only parry and reply, never strike first. Xuanyuan was filled with regret and heartache. The Western sect's fortune had been lost so suddenly, the very fruit of his labor. Junior brother, think on the bright side, Jane said. The Jingxian Dao evolved from our new method. If it rises, we will also reap a share of the fortune. Jane tried to find solace in bitterness. Xuanyuan forced a smile more wretched than tears. What else could be done now? Yet what they would receive back was negligible compared with what had been lost. As the pressure from all sides abated and the Jingxian Dao's resonance appeared, surprise flickered across Jane and Xuanyuan's faces. Those four had broken through. They did not perform corpse slaying again, yet their cultivation advanced to the mid-stage of quasi-sage. No wonder Guangchengzi chose them. They fit the Jingxian Dao perfectly. If they practiced the new method directly, who could say how much fortune it would attract? Xuanyuan murmured that these four had surged ahead, surpassing half of Chanjiao's disciples. Even none of their Western sect's disciples could match them. At Zixiao Palace, as Hongjun laughed aloud, Yang Mei felt a touch of melancholy. You old rascal, he said, your disciples are each formidable. The Jingxian Dao's potential is no small thing. In my humble view, it might produce a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Hongjun's eyes briefly flashed with cold light, and then passed. If not for Guangchengzi's vigilance, Jane and Xuanyuan's new method would indeed have rocked the Xian Dao. Had they betrayed the master, his face as their teacher would not have remained unscathed. This is Guangchengzi's creation, Hongjun boasted. How about that? My disciple's disciple is not bad, is he? Hearing Hongjun, Yang Mei raised an eyebrow but offered no rebuttal. After all, he too held Guangchengzi in high regard. Perhaps that lad may one day go there to test his fate. Hongjun smiled, without speaking. Who could know the vast fortunes awaiting my disciple's disciple? Truly, Sanking's disciple had a keen eye. Kunlun. Not bad, it's somewhat beyond the expectations of this poor Taoist, said Yuan Shi with a smile, for he had not anticipated that the heavenly Tao would bestow such an abundance of merit upon the golden immortal path. Guangchengzi stroked his chin, feeling quite pleased. The ancestors should not have intervened. This is a natural response of the heavens and earth. Laozi sighed. This shows the wolfish ambitions of the two Jane and Xuanyuan. If it weren't for you, we would have lost an immeasurable amount of fortune. If Guangchengzi had not restructured and integrated that Buddhist doctrine into the immortal Tao, and had not consolidated the Taoist sect, those two could have taken away at least 30% of the fortune of the Xianmen if they had defected, leading to a division in the immortal Tao. It could have been said that in the future the primordial chaos would see Buddhism and the Tao stand in opposition. Guangchengzi nodded gravely. No one understood better than him how brainwashing the so-called Buddhist doctrine could be. The light of 1,000 Buddhas is not just mere words. However, those two must be feeling quite miserable right now. Tong Tian chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. I truly did not expect that the Western Church would lose 10% of its fortune. That is a sect with two saints. Losing 10% of their fortune is enough to create several quasi-saint level great powers, yet it simply flowed away. This also took me by surprise. Guangchengzi's eyes flashed with contemplation. Though the Buddhist doctrine was established by them with this cause and effect, I thought they would only lose a little, which could serve as a foundation for the future flourishing of the golden immortal path and a breakthrough point. Although the 12 grades of merit golden lotus can suppress fortune, it is ultimately not a congenital supreme treasure. Yuan Shi said meaningfully. Oh, Guangchengzi and Tong Tian suddenly felt enlightened. They had too many supreme treasures in hand that they momentarily forgot that the Western Church was impoverished without a congenital supreme treasure to suppress their fortune, so this was only natural. He when the time comes for Duobao to preach. Tongshin's eyes gleamed coldly. These two had fled the scene before the Wanjin array. Although they were dealing with his GS sect breaking their promise at the critical moment, had humiliated his elder brother and second brother, and he would surely seek revenge. There was no helping it, he was just so double-standard, helping kin and not reason. When do you plan to bring the little monkey back? Yuan Shi said, gently gazing at the water mirror before him. The golden immortal path had already been established, and it had been several hundred years since they returned from chaos, yet the three purities had not even met their so-called grandson face to face. Guangchengzi looked at the scenery of Flower Fruit Mountain in the water mirror, a scene of harmony that softened even his Tao heart. The disciples of Flower Fruit Mountain have set up a barrier that ordinary people cannot penetrate. Even if my disciple does not take action, Master Jundi cannot enter. Moreover, I have already arranged for Yuan Hong to go there, so I am not worried about any mishap. It is still better to bring him back sooner. Laozi pondered slightly. He cannot remain in Flower Fruit Mountain indefinitely, though 500 years have already passed. Indeed, he has already become the Monkey King. There isn't much room for growth in Flower Fruit Mountain. Although he said so, his eyes were filled with affection. This little monkey was truly adorable. Guangchengzi also cradled his face, thinking his offspring was adorable in every way. Very well, he must be yearning to venture out. I will bring him back to teach him. Go. Guangchengzi nodded, and his figure vanished. Tong Tian immediately straightened up. Elder brother, second brother, quickly bring out the spiritual treasures and elixirs, and select carefully for the little monkey. We are becoming grandfathers for the first time, so we must choose a good gift for our meeting. Laozi and Yuan Shi had no choice but to let it go. With a wave of his hand, countless spiritual lights flew out, illuminating the entire peak of Kunlun like a treasure realm. Not to mention others, even a Honghuang Dayuo Jingxian would not be able to avert their gaze here. Flower Fruit Mountain. This is the world of monkeys where countless monkeys gather. Some are mystical, some ordinary, but the most revered is the Monkey King within the cave heavens. His entire body was golden furred, shimmering with a glassy golden glow under the sunlight. His eyes blinked with cleverness, and with upright ears and round eyes his pink nose emitted no trace of evil, but instead exuded a lively spirit, radiating a subtle Tao rhyme that melded with Flower Fruit Mountain. At this moment the Monkey King was lazily swinging on a vine, holding two peaches larger than his face, happily munching on one. A pure white monkey was below, seemingly standing guard. Old Bai, have you ever been out of Flower Fruit Mountain? The Monkey King suddenly sighed, losing interest even in his beloved peaches. Does the king wish to go out? Old Bai, the long-armed monkey Yuan Hong slightly raised his head, watching his little master, who seemed somewhat distracted. Without a message from the saint, how dare he let him leave the mountain on his own? Should he persuade him to abandon this? The Monkey King was somewhat troubled. Yes, I have already explored every corner of Flower Fruit Mountain. No, it has lost its charm. I wonder what the outside world is like, but the old monkeys say it is very dangerous. Yuan Hong felt a tightness in his heart. Ever since this one was born, the spiritual energy of Firepot Mountain had increased daily. Even ordinary monkeys in such an environment did not have concerns about their lifespan, leading them to believe that Flower Fruit Mountain was the best cave heaven. Although Yuan Hong had not ventured outside since entering, he speculated that apart from the top cave heavens, Flower Fruit Mountain had the densest spiritual energy. This one, although born as a Tai Golden Immortal, had no inherited memories, just raw power without knowing how to wield it. And he did not dare to guide, fearing he would ruin the saint's grand plans. If he truly wished to go out, he could not bear the consequences if something went wrong. The outside world has dangers, but also opportunities. However, the king is still young and lacks sufficient ability. Why not stay in Flower Fruit Mountain for some time? Yuan Hong pondered for a moment, but chose not to deceive him. If he left any psychological shadow, he would have to answer for it later. Moreover, to him this one was merely a young cub. It was just like coaxing a child. Sigh. The Monkey King sighed, wrapping his tail around the vine, while swinging through the forest, yet the peach in his hand never fell. Before long, he forgot his previous troubles, and began playing with the other small animals in the mountain. Yuan Hong watched with some envy, truly a pure heart with no trace of worry. No wonder he was valued by that saint. Monkey. He was pondering whether to pray in the back mountain. With that being's powers, calling out the true name would surely elicit a response, and perhaps that one was always watching. Suddenly a Taoist appeared before him, dressed in the robes of 8 treasures and longevity, wearing the 3 purities crown with the sun, moon, and stars suspended above him. His handsome face radiated light, and although he emitted no aura, anyone who saw him would immediately recognize him as the center of heaven and earth. Yuan Hong was startled and was about to bow in respect, when Guangchengzi slightly shook his head, looking affectionately at the approaching Monkey King from afar. Old Bai, come quickly. There are 2 rabbits fighting over there. The Monkey King swung upon the vines, his golden fur fluttering in the wind, looking soft and gentle. He suddenly saw a stranger Taoist, feeling a bit curious, yet this aura gave him a particularly close feeling, prompting him to move closer. The Monkey King approached, feeling a comforting sensation, and inexplicably took something from his pocket, offering it to the Taoist. "Would you like a peach?" Guangchengzi looked at the little monkey with a confused expression, yet he could still sense the closeness between them. He chuckled softly, took the peach, and gently bit into it. It was very sweet, that sweetness spreading to his heart, warming his chest more than any spirit fruit he had ever. He extended his palm and stroked the head of the beautiful Monkey King, who did not flinch at all, but instead leaned in, resembling a moment of gestation, a very warm feeling. There were many monkeys on Honghuang Mountain born from big monkeys. They would groom their little ones, but the beautiful Monkey King had never experienced such feelings. Today, as this Taoist touched him, he recalled this long-forgotten sensation. "Good child." Guangchengzi smiled, unaware of who he was, yet instinctively felt drawn to him. Guangchengzi squatted down, gazing at him with determination, slowly saying, "I am your father. You can call me Father Saint." Smack! The beautiful Monkey King had yet to make a move when the peach in Yuan Hong's hand suddenly fell. He was stunned, hardly believing what he had just heard. Who was this person, the most favored disciple of the three pure ones? To let him resolve his inner turmoil, even tens of thousands of disciples could be sacrificed for him. It could be said he was the most untouchable figure in the primordial wilderness. He actually had a child, and it was a monkey. His expression suddenly changed as he thought of the lost essence of the long-armed gibbon. No wonder he felt a sense of closeness to this being whom he could not refuse. He had initially thought it was because he watched him being born and that they were both monkeys, but now he realized it must be the work of this saint. Yuan Hong was brainstorming on the side, while the beautiful Monkey King circled around Guangchengzi, sometimes stopping to examine him closely, and at other times jumping around joyfully. Guangchengzi allowed him to look, his gaze filled with affection. Truly he was my child, even scratching his ears and scratching his cheeks was so adorable. The beautiful Monkey King jumped around and landed in Guangchengzi's arms. He quickly caught him. Although this little monkey was not small among monkeys, he seemed small before him. Guangchengzi speculated that it might be due to incomplete inheritance. However, he was soft and cuddly in his arms. Seeing his eyes blink, Guangchengzi couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. With a sweep of his divine sense, he instantly understood. The beautiful Monkey King spoke softly. "I see other little monkeys staying in their mother's arms." Guangchengzi replied gently, "You are also in Father Saint's embrace now." After saying this, he couldn't help but shake him gently. His child was so soft to the touch, he was just too adorable. What other monkeys had his child, must also have. Guangchengzi carried the beautiful Monkey King through the forest, while the little monkey kept exclaiming. It turned out that Father Saint's embrace felt like this. He was not a monkey that sprang forth from a stone without parents. Yuan Hong finally regained his senses. In his impression, this saint had always been a cold figure, only showing respect in front of the three pure ones, and never expressing warmth even to his predecessors Kong Xian and Jin Peng. This was the first time he saw this heavenly figure reveal warmth. "Oh ho, I have a father now." The laughter of the beautiful Monkey King echoed throughout Honghuang Mountain, startling a flock of birds, and Yuan Hong couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. As time passed, Guangchengzi reappeared at the mountain peak. The beautiful Monkey King was full of excitement, circling around Guangchengzi, continuously sharing amusing stories from the years spent on Honghuang Mountain. Guangchengzi smiled and nodded, occasionally agreeing with a few words. Father Saint, this is old, but he is the best to me among all the monkeys." The beautiful Monkey King jumped in front of Yuan Hong, pointing him out to Guangchengzi. Yuan Hong chuckled. "Oh dear, our king is truly handsome and kind-hearted. I must commend him for this." Guangchengzi shifted his gaze, and the warmth in his eyes towards Yuan Hong made him feel a bit flattered. "Do you have any wishes?" Yuan Hong's heart tightened. The little god dares not only to follow the saint's orders. The beautiful Monkey King tilted his head innocently and looked at Yuan Hong. "Old boy, are you a god?" Yuan Hong steadied himself, not daring to act distant, for he must not let this little master sense any class distinction. "I am a little god, but actually you are also a god, great king. With the guidance of the saint you will become more powerful than all the monkeys in Honghuang Mountain in the future. But I am already better than all of you. I am the king." The beautiful Monkey King stood tall and patted his chest, making Guangchengzi burst into laughter. "So cute. Yes, you are the king not just of Honghuang Mountain, but you will become stronger than anyone in the primordial wilderness in the future." Primordial wilderness. The beautiful Monkey King scratched his cheek, looking quite innocent. "Is the primordial wilderness outside?" Correct. Honghuang Mountain is just a cave heaven within the primordial wilderness. The primordial wilderness is vast. Do you want to go out and see? Yes. The beautiful Monkey King jumped up again. Oh, he had long wanted to go out. "Then let's go out for a while, and finally bring you back to Kunlun. Your three grandfathers are still waiting for you." "Grandfather? Is it Father Saint's Father Saint?" Guangchengzi smiled and nodded. "Our little monkey is truly clever. When we return to Kunlun, I will have your grandfather give you a new name." "I already have a name, they all call me the king." "Haha, my son is truly adorable." The laughter gradually faded away as Yuan Hong bowed down. A clang echoed before him as an object fell, embedding itself into the massive stone below. Hong looked up and saw a stick wrapped in black gas emanating the fluctuations of a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. In the future I shall guarantee you a path to becoming a Kwasa saint. Hong thanks the saint. This is the primordial wilderness, not as fragrant as Huahua Mountain. The beautiful Monkey King wrinkled his nose somewhat disheartened, but his eyes shone brightly. This place is much larger than Huahua Mountain. Guangchengzi chuckled, as the little monkey lay on his back eagerly looking around. After all, Huahua Mountain was something he painstakingly created, intertwining with an ancestral vein. Even ordinary cave heavens and blessed lands could not compare. He took the little monkey to traverse the primordial wilderness, and with his current cultivation level hardly anyone could detect the two of them, father and son. One person and one monkey went to the 3 immortal islands, picked all the spirit fruits, and even secretly returned to 9 Immortals Mountain, finishing all the purple extreme spirit peaches in front of Chanjiao, who turned pale with anger, while the little monkey laughed nonstop. The transformative divine fruit of Fengqi Mountain, the mulberries of the Sun Star, the diamond Yanfang fruit of Shumi Mountain, and the peaches of immortality from the heavenly court were all visited by this father-son duo. Kunlun Mountain. The 3 pure ones sat together with vacant eyes, dozens of shining spiritual treasures beside them. It has been 1,000 years, what has Guangchengzi been up to? Tongtian absent-mindedly took a sip of tea. It had been 1,000 years to pick up a son, even a Daluo Jingxian should have returned by now. Yuan Shi also shook his head with a frown. Guangchengzi had long since attained the Tao of Honghuang and deliberately concealed the heavenly secrets, making it impossible for them to discern any traces. Master Ancestor, we are back. Kong Xian and Jin Peng rushed in like a streak of light. Master Ancestor, someone stole my purple extreme spirit peaches. Jiao also rushed in angrily. It must have been done by the 2 masters from the west. Oh, so many spiritual treasures. The 3 of them looked joyful. Did the Master Ancestor know they would return and prepare these for them? Grandmaster, your foresight is truly divine. You knew I had my spirit peaches stolen, and specially brought a spiritual treasure to console me. Jiao flattered, gazing adoringly at Tongtian, with whom he shared the closest bond among all his grand disciples. Kong Xian and Jin Peng also turned their gaze toward him, anticipation flickering in their eyes. These are not for you. Yuan Shi sighed wearily, waving a hand dismissively. The 3 exchanged disappointed glances. Kong Xian then looked at Jiao. You mean the spirit peaches of Jiuxian Mountain were stolen? Jiao's face flushed with indignation. Indeed, they vanished right before my very eyes. I even activated the mountain's protective formation, yet no trace of the thief could be found. Not even a sage equal immortal could pull off such a feat. Only a celestial sovereign could have done this. Grandmaster, you must uphold justice for your disciple. It must be seen your uncle Zihong and his fellows, having established their golden immortal Tao in the western lands, those 2 venerable uncles surely acted out of vengeance. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged a knowing glance. Truth be told, those 2 were quite capable of such mischief. Yet Jin Peng quickly shook his head. No, that cannot be right. My Lingzhou Mountain lies closer to Mount Shumi than Jiuxian Mountain, yet my Bodhi bitter fruits remain untouched. Kong Xian added, nor were the Dahong Pao tea leaves of a Mei Mountain disturbed. Laozi gave a faint expressionless tug at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps the monkey simply dislikes bitterness, and has no taste for tea. So Guangchengzi, the wayward disciple, had taken the child on a leisurely tour across the entire hallowed wastelands. Vast as the hallowed wastelands were, losses surely extended far beyond Jiuxian Mountain. Other immortal mountain spirit fruits might well have vanished too. As this thought crossed their minds, 3 streaks of radiant light descended outside Kunlun Mountain. Jiao, ever perceptive, hurried forth to welcome them. Yangshan pays her respects to the 3 celestial sovereigns. Grandmaster has instructed me to deliver 10 baskets of spirit fruits from Fengqi Mountain. Qingfeng bows before the celestial sovereign. My master has sent 30 ginseng fruits. Long Ji pays her respects to the 3 celestial sovereigns. My father and mother have entrusted me to present 100 peaches of immortality, 9,000-year, 6,000-year, and 3,000-year varieties each. Kong Xian, Jin Peng, and Jiao stood utterly dumbfounded. That the 3 great Tao lineages would spontaneously send spirit fruits, especially after the theft of Jiuxian Mountain Ziji spirit peaches, sent a tremor down Jiao's spine. His lips twitched involuntarily. Watching the 3 envoys depart with a wave of Tongtian's hand, Jiao ventured cautiously, is master still in seclusion? Tongtian gestured lightly toward the elixirs and spiritual treasures floating beside him. Your master has taken your younger brother on a carefree stroll across the hallowed wastelands. What a... Kong Xian and the others stared at one another in utter shock, their expressions comically slack. Did master not declare he would accept only 3 disciples? Kong Xian murmured softly. Indeed, it was they, the 3 of them. As for the human sovereign Xuanyuan, his discipleship carried a mission-bound nature. Only because he honored his teacher so deeply did he retain the title of master. even after recovering the memory of the profound tortoise, and still addressed Guangchengzi thus. Consider Shenong. Upon regaining Hongyan's memories, he treated Duobao with mere courtesy, and even a single respectful address of master would have left Duobao utterly unworthy of bearing the title. Yuanshi smiled mysteriously, glancing toward the mountain's outer gate. Look, there he is returning. The three senior brothers instantly turned their gazes outward. A handsome young man strolled calmly into view, neither hurried nor slow, yet their eyes darted sharply to either side. No one was there. Only Kong Xian and Jin Peng's furrowed brows eased slightly. Master was profoundly different from the three pure ones. Rose to their feet, watching Guangchengzi approach. Joy shimmered in their eyes. His body now radiated pure luminous light, vibrant with youth and hope. Just as he had appeared upon first entering Kunlun Mountain, that same unjaded spirited vitality still sheltered beneath their protection. After Laozi and Tongtian departed Kunlun, that luminous quality had faded entirely from Guangchengzi, replaced by solemnity, by deference. Today, however, their long-lost disciple had returned. Master! Kong Xian's eyes grew moist. Such was the master he remembered, spirited, radiant. When he and his younger brother first became disciples, master had been just like this. The three of them had often played together, carefree and unburdened. But later master grew increasingly austere, rarely smiling. After the 10,000 Immortal Formation, even Kong Xian felt a quiet fear in his master's presence. Yet today, deep within his heart, he felt master's warmth, just as he had when he and his brother had stubbornly insisted on becoming disciples. Though master had reluctantly accepted them, his care and affection had never wavered. This disciple salutes master. Kong Xian and Jin Peng bowed deeply. Yin Jiao followed suit, offering respectful greetings. Then lifting his head, he asked, Master, Grandmaster said you went searching for our younger brother. Where is he at? Guangchengzi tilted his head slightly, and from behind him emerged a fluffy round head peering at them with cautious curiosity. Oh! Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged startled glances. Was this not the primordial divine demon who had emerged from Honghuang Mountain? Who are you? Call me Great King. The little monkey piped up in a soft, milky voice, clinging to Guangchengzi's shoulder and brandishing tiny fists. How adorable, came Tongtian's voice from the corner. Yuanshi shot his younger brother an exasperated look. He knew full well this was one of Tongtian's old habits, an irresistible fondness for anything soft and furry. Come here, Great King. Come to your third grandfather. He has many spiritual treasures waiting for you. Tongtian beamed with eager anticipation, opening his arms wide. Yuanshi too smiled gently and gestured toward the treasures beside him. Your second grandfather has prepared many spiritual treasures and elixirs for you as well. The little monkey glanced at Guangchengzi, who nodded, and only then did he scramble down from the Taoist robe and bow respectfully toward the three pure ones. Are you the Great King's grandfathers? The Sacred Father says you are his sacred fathers, and that you will give me a new name. He then eyed the hovering treasures and elixirs. I don't like these. I like spirit fruits. Even Laozi now wore a gentle smile. Before, their affection for this little monkey had been love by association, born solely of their devotion to Guangchengzi. But now this child had lifted Guangchengzi completely from the shadows of his past, restoring his former brilliance and unbroken spirit. Their fondness for the little monkey had thus become genuine, and his current display of charm so guileless and endearing stirred even Laozi, renowned for his unruffled composure, to an almost palpable urge to reach out and cradle him. Here are many spirit fruits. Tell me, which do you prefer? Laozi raised a hand, and dozens of flower-woven baskets materialized, brimming with radiant spirit fruits of every kind. Oh! The little monkey blinked, turning to Guangchengzi. Sacred Father, aren't these the peaches of immortality and ginseng fruits we picked ourselves? How did they appear here? Are they all ours? Guangchengzi paused, then laughed heartily. Well said. Truly, my child, self-awareness comes naturally to you. Yes, they belong to us. The Sacred Father says you are my grandfathers, elders of the bloodline. So please, elders, eat first. With that, the little monkey selected 3 enormous peaches of immortality, each larger than his own face, and offered them reverently to the 3 pure ones. He then took 2 more, one for Guangchengzi. Sacred Father, eat too. And climbing back up his Taoist robe, he settled comfortably upon Guangchengzi's shoulder, biting into his peach with blissful delight, his eyes crinkling shut with sheer unadulterated joy. It was only then that Kong Xian and the others snapped out of their stunned silence, glancing left then right, watching the 4 immortals and the little monkey all happily munching on peaches of immortality, while they themselves stood frozen, nearly petrified with disbelief. Master, Grandmaster, this. Kong Xian, usually so composed, stammered helplessly. Is this master's child? Yin Jiao recoiled in utter astonishment, voicing aloud what Kong Xian and Jin Peng had been too speechless. What wouldn't people? Kong Xian and the others exclaimed in unison, somewhat astonished. The little monkey earnestly told them, I was playing with Father Sage in the primordial chaos, and some strange people appear to Father Sage, said they are the wooden people. When Father Sage says fixed, they become immobile. When I say release, they come to life. Father Sage said this is a game between him and me. But I didn't say release, why did you come to life? The little monkey scratched his head, looking completely innocent. Kong Xian's lips twitched while Jin Peng and Yin Jiao each grabbed Guangchengzi's legs on either side, saying, Master, you never played such childish games with us. You impertinent rascal. Guangchengzi's expression darkened as he kicked his legs, and the two instantly transformed into light spots and vanished. So far away. The little monkey straightened up, placing his palm on his forehead, gazing far into the distance, his eyes shining with divine light, watching until the two completely disappeared. Kong Xian's expression changed. Those eyes were extraordinary. The three pure ones also wore expressions of curiosity. Though they lacked the inherited memories of the innate deities and demons, their divine abilities were innate, which was quite good. Soon Jin Peng returned flying with Yin Jiao, and the others had finished eating their peaches. The little monkey exclaimed excitedly, Big bird, such a large bird, it's so beautiful. Jin Peng displayed a proud expression, holding his head high and flapping his wings as he circled above Kunlun's peak, saying, Little junior brother has good taste, I your senior brother am truly handsome. However, if we're talking about beauty, my elder brother's feathers are the most splendid. Elder brother. The little monkey's eyes sparkled as he looked at Kong Xian dressed in a blue robe, his eyes filled with longing. Let me see him. Guangchengzi turned his head, stifling a laugh. Kong Xian, feeling helpless, thought that it was just the little junior brother. If anyone else dared to say that, he would have sent a burst of five-colored divine light their way. Five-colored divine light flickered, revealing a resplendent peacock. The little monkey hopped around, seriously touching Kong Xian's feathers, saying, You are the most beautiful, you are the number one in beauty, the big golden bird is second, and those large birds that burn with flames are third. Ha ha! Tongtian, hearing his evaluation, finally couldn't help but laugh. After all, they were all from the Phoenix clan. Oh, wasn't this a case of the pupil surpassing the master? The others instantly understood what he was laughing about. Laozi Yuan sure was somewhat speechless, but felt a bit comforted. It had been a long time since Kunlun had such a relaxed atmosphere. The little monkey, however, was not concerned with these matters. He ran up to Yin Jiao, asking, What kind of big bird are you? Yin Jiao crouched down, saying, I'm sorry, little junior brother, I'm a person, not a bird. All right. The little monkey climbed back onto Guangchengzi's back, saying, Father Sage is not a bird, I am not a bird, and the three grandfathers are not birds either. Yin Jiao added, I'm not a bird either. The little monkey replied, You're counted too. He seemed a bit distracted and sighed dejectedly. Guangchengzi patted his head, and the three pure ones smiled, saying, You do care for him, carrying him all the way back. Speaking of which, the three masters haven't carried a disciple before. Guangchengzi chuckled. How old are you? Yuan sure scolded humorously. You haven't even named him, yet it should. Laozi suddenly said. Indeed, this is the disciple's child, the grandson of the three masters, so it is indeed more appropriate for the master to name him. The little monkey immediately climbed down, squatting on a stone bench, his gaze serious. Grandfather must give me a nice name, one that is louder than Big King. Big King, may he have eternal blessings. Tongtian laughed, looking at him, and ruffling his little head, it felt so good to touch. Guangchengzi looked speechlessly at Master Tongtian as this game had begun. If it's louder than Big King, let's just call him Great Sage. Tongtian thought of a good idea. Why call him Great Sage? Is he bigger than Big King? The little monkey looked at this third grandfather innocently. Sage is of course greater than a king. Tongtian replied without hesitation. Whoever named you Big King would also acknowledge that Sage is greater than King when he comes before grandfather. It was the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain who named me. I am the beautiful Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain, and they all call me Big King. The little monkey raised his head proudly. Tongtian thought, I never expected that the Big King had such a humble. I thought Guangchengzi named him based on the older brothers, Tao Te Ching. I do not know its name. I forcefully named it Dao, and I named it Great. Yuan sure glanced at his unhelpful younger brother. Although he valued this monkey, he still couldn't compare to Guangchengzi. At this moment, brotherly harmony was better. If Guangchengzi named him, he would have to compete. What does elder brother say? Yuan sure asked. Laozi was unaware of what his younger brother was thinking, only assuming he respected his elder brother with a gentle gaze. In our immortality, the highest realm is the primordial chaos golden immortal. You are our hope, so I naturally hope you can achieve it. In the beginning of the primordial chaos, there were originally no surnames. To break the stubborn void, one must realize the emptiness. Now that you have broken through the illusions and seen through your heart, your child shall be named Yukong. Yuan Shi's eyes lit up, and Tongtian stood up, saying, Very good. Guangchengzi blinked. After all, this name contained the master's intentions for him. Although it is said that the primordial chaos has no surname, I insist on giving one. Since I have attained the Tao, I shall use the surname Sun along with the three masters. The three pure ones felt moved and laughed heartily. Good, your child shall be named Sun Wukong. Guangchengzi picked up the little monkey, stroking his head, From now on you shall be called Sun Wukong, alright. Alright, what Father Sage gives is all good. Sun Wukong readily agreed, patting Guangchengzi's arm, and jumping down. He hadn't used his new name to pay his respects yet. Sun Wukong pays his respects to Father Sage and the three grandfathers. Watching the little monkey earnestly bow, his tiny paws clasped together, he appeared exceptionally obedient. No need for too much courtesy, Wukong. Come here to your third grandfather. Tongtian picked him up and placed him on the stone bench, saying, Is there anything you want? Your third grandfather will bring it to you. Seeing that Tongshan's voice had become much gentler, Yuanshi pouted, but it was all right. His third brother was also too idle. Wukong Jr. brother. Kong Xian called out with a smile, I am your senior brother named Kong Xian. Jin Peng, you are my second senior brother. Yin Jiao, you are my third senior brother. Hello to the three senior brothers. Sun Wukong solemnly clasped his hands, then turned back to chat with Kong Xian, smiled, and took out a long red stick, a gift for my little junior brother. I, as a disciple, am not comparable to the master, and the three grandfathers, just an excellent, innate spirit treasure. Jin Peng felt somewhat embarrassed, saying, My spirit treasure is not as good as elder brother's, so I won't embarrass myself by bringing it out. He paused, and a golden feather appeared in his hand, easily capable of cutting through space. This item is worth as much as an innate spirit treasure. Let the little junior brother play with it. Yin Jiao clicked his tongue. The senior brother was generous, the second senior brother was ruthless, and he was the poorest. Little junior brother, I have nothing to offer, but if you ever need help, I can stir up some trouble for you. Ouch! Yin Jiao covered his forehead, receiving a slap from Guangchengzi. With a sorrowful expression he said, Little junior brother, you get to choose the purple extreme spirit peaches from 9 Immortal Mountain first in the future. Purple extreme spirit peach. Sun Wukong turned his head. This peach is delicious, only slightly inferior to the peaches of immortality. Yin Jiao nodded, saying, Indeed, Jiuxian Mountain was once the sacred ground of our master. Although the purple extreme spirit peach was once a medium-grade, innate spiritual root, thanks to the nurturing of the ancestral vein and various heavenly materials and treasures, it has long evolved into a superior one. My little junior brother from Lingzhou Mountain does not like to eat the boza bitter fruit. Although it is bitter, it is beneficial for the soul. Jin Peng expressed some regret. Wukong frowned and stuck out his pink tongue. Father Sage has made me eat it before. It's not good. Alright, there are delicious spiritual fruits on Mount Shumi. Senior brother will accompany you to pick them in the future. Jin Peng patted his chest. As long as Uncle Master Duobao's matter is accomplished, won't Mount Shumi be our own? Sun Wukong's eyes twinkled with cleverness. Is this what second senior brother meant? He raised his palm, and a treasure pouch appeared, radiating the aura of innate spiritual treasures, with all kinds of spiritual fruits flying out, dazzling all who beheld them. Diamond fruit, Bodhi fruit, Udalaka flower, Sakya fruit. Jin Peng stared blankly. Master, have you? And the little junior brother emptied out Mount Shumi. Guangchengzi chuckled. It was just a casual task. Kong Xian secretly clicked his tongue, estimating that the two uncle ancestors from the west must be going crazy on Mount Shumi right now. Yin Jiao looked at the various spiritual fruits with some greed. Sun Wukong pointed, and dozens of types of spiritual fruits landed in front of him. Third senior brother, eat. He pointed again, and spiritual fruits floated in front of everyone, and he excitedly clapped his paws. Let's all eat. Great, thank you, our Wukong. Yuan sure smiled and patted his head, not to mention it felt really nice. No wonder third brother always liked this kind of fluffy thing. But Wukong is much cuter than his previous disciples. When do you plan to teach him cultivation? Laozi slowly ate a Bodhi fruit, while asking. We have already arrived at Kunlun, so we will teach him slowly. Yin Jiao leaned closer. Is the little junior brother going to start cultivating? Which lineage does master intend to let him practice? If it were before, he wouldn't have asked. They in Kunlun were all serious celestial beings, but now the paths of immortality are flourishing, and the golden immortal path has immense potential. If the little junior brother cultivates from the beginning, he might even break through earlier than he did. Guangchengzi snorted lightly. This disciple always had his thoughts elsewhere, showing more interest in other matters. I don't plan to let Wukong follow the path of immortality. Not only Yin Jiao, but also Kong Xian and Jin Peng turned to look. This is master's own child. How could he not follow the path of immortality? Guangchengzi chuckled softly. Wukong has a powerful constitution. I plan to pass on to him the 9 transformations mystic art. With his aptitude, he will surely prove his path through strength and achieve the golden immortal of the great primordial. Kong Xian's eyes flashed as he tentatively asked the 4 mischievous monkeys. It was he who had brought back the red-tailed monkey and the long-armed monkey back then. If so, then the little junior brother's future is boundless. Indeed, I will integrate those 2 essences into his body. Wukong himself is a spirit brightstone monkey. Once I capture the 6-eared macaque, he will be able to counter the true form of the mischievous demon ape. With my bloodline, he will not fear the erosion of evil energy. His Kong Xian inhaled sharply, not expecting the little junior brother's future to be so smooth. Master truly put in a lot of effort. I should still read more classics of our Taoist sect. Laozi looked at Sun Wukong playing with Tongtian, and reminded Guangchengzi the laws of battle are perilous. One careless mistake could harm oneself and others. It is essential to maintain focus and calm. Master, rest assured. I will make arrangements. Guangchengzi's gaze was gentle. This was his child, and he would surely pave the way ahead. Kong Xian looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. Behind him, 5-colored divine light flashed, and 5 small flags flew out, illuminating the peak of Kunlun into a realm of the 5 elements. Since the little junior brother intends to cultivate, he will surely require a large amount of 5-element energy. These 5 directions flags are just suitable for cultivating the 5 energies within his chest. Jin Peng nodded secretly. Indeed, there is no better treasure than this. They all used 5 spirit pearls, but the little junior brother is still young and does not follow the path of immortality, so it's better to be cautious. You are thoughtful. Guangchengzi took it and pointed, causing the 5 directions flags to transform into flowing light, directly rooting themselves within Sun Wukong's 5 organs. Wukong blinked, bewildered, and touched his chest, noticing that 5 beautiful lights had flown into his. Father Sage, what is this? Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised. Why did it disappear after it went in? It's fun. This is your senior brother Kong Xian's spiritual treasure borrowed for your cultivation. Master Kong Xian became anxious. This item was lent to him by Master to construct the realm of the 5 elements. These are 5 pieces of top-quality innate spiritual treasures that can also arrange the innate 5-element formation. Its value is not below that of innate supreme treasures. Does Master's implication mean that the spiritual treasure now belongs to him? Master saying this truly shames the disciple. Guangchengzi shook his head. I no longer have use for this item. You are my eldest disciple. This item will be under your command. If you manage to prove your path of the great primordial, you might even unify the 5 directions flags through the opportunities created by the realm of the 5 elements. You should understand how a sage without innate supreme treasures would be oppressed. Kong Xian and the others twitched their mouths, their gazes unconsciously looking to the west, as if the one who bullied them the most was Master. Thank you, Master. Kong Xian was moved in his heart, knowing that Master was completely giving this treasure to him. The little junior brother, being Master's own child, is no less than the 5 directions flags of innate supreme treasures, yet Master still chose to give it to him. I truly have no more surplus innate supreme treasures. Guangchengzi sighed, while looking at Jin Peng. With the merging of the 3 corpses, several of his supreme treasures have become the Green Lotus. Besides that, there is only one Hongmeng Liang Tian ruler left, which concerns fortune and cannot be moved lightly. The causal loop is still being repaired in the Zixiao Palace. I am still far from proving my path, and I believe in Master. Jin Peng smiled at Guangchengzi, presenting a spiritual fruit. Master will eventually find a piece of innate supreme treasure for me. Guangchengzi lightly pointed at him. Turning his head, he felt somewhat speechless and motioned for the 2 to look. They were excitedly discussing innate supreme treasures, and while the 3 pure ones were certainly not lacking in treasures, Chanjiao seemed completely indifferent, teasing Sun Wukong instead. Guangchengzi felt a bit sad. Should he say that his disciple does not take joy in material things nor sorrow in himself, or that he knows he has no hope of proving his path, and has completely given up? Does even innate supreme treasures not catch his attention? Chanjiao, don't you have anything to say? Guangchengzi lightly coughed. Huh, what should I say? Chanjiao looked confused. Innate supreme treasures. If Master has surplus, then give it to the disciple. If not, then it's fine. With Master and the 3 ancestors behind me, my elder brother, second brother, and little junior brother will still prove their paths. Who would dare to lay hands on me? Kong Xian and Jin Peng, the little junior brother, hasn't even started cultivating, and you are already relying on them. Guangchengzi felt somewhat choked, and weakly waved his hand. It's fine, you can go play. Wukong, your path as the chaotic world-defying macaque is too fierce and violent. Your great-grandfather imparts to you the art of cultivating the Tao heart. Hold a heart as gentle and yielding as water, unshaken even as heaven and earth crumble. Your second grandfather bestows upon you an unparalleled divine ability, subdue all beneath the grand momentum of the heavenly Tao. Your heart is the will of heaven itself. Your third grandfather teaches you the art of combat. When foes bar your way, do not hesitate. Charge forth and strike without reserve. Watching his elder brothers impart their doctrines and divine arts, Tong Tian hastily added his own counsel. If you cannot prevail, return at once to third grandfather. I am the strongest among us. I shall join you in battle. Guangchengzi sighed, softly observing the scene in silence. Ever since he began instructing Wukong in cultivation, the 3 venerable masters had grown so preoccupied they nearly came to blows, until Guangchengzi himself intervened and decreed that all 4 would jointly guide the disciple. The tiny Wukong stood atop a stone table, glancing left then right, as if uncertain whose teaching to follow. Father Sage, I wish to go play with Honghuang. He stretched his hand toward Guangchengzi. Very well, shall we ride, Honghuang? Guangchengzi beamed, lifting son Wukong into his arms and striding away. You're leaving already. Won't you stay and listen a while longer? Tong Tian reached out, reluctant to let them go, But Guangchengzi did not even turn his head. With a sigh, Tongtian lowered his hand and muttered, "Elder brother, second brother. Just look at Guangchengzi. He spoils Wukong far too much." Ahem. Laozi cast a sidelong glance at him. 200 years ago, the immortal grass of eternal life was stolen from the western Kunlun Mountains. Yuanshi stroked his teacup thoughtfully. 50 years past, Honghuang reported that a scale of the candle dragon had vanished from the East Sea Dragon Palace's treasure vault. Tongtian coughed dryly, too flustered to reply, and hurriedly refilled his elder brother's cups. "Drink tea, please drink tea." Laozi gave a light snort, saying nothing further. Yuanshi, however, smiled faintly. Guangchengzi's mind grows ever more serene. Before us, he has returned to the same reverent yet unburdened demeanor he wore on the day he first became our disciple. That alone is enough. Tongtian gazed absently. Indeed, he no longer bows as deeply before us as he once did, yet his closeness to us has deepened markedly. Laozi chuckled warmly. Wukong nears breakthrough, but Guangchengzi deliberately restrains him, insisting he fully grasp the fundamental laws before ascending. Only then will his form cease to be so diminutive. Guangchengzi may soon find it difficult even to lift him. Then all the sacred treasures we prepared may finally be put to use. Tongtian brightened. These were no ordinary artifacts. They ranked among the supreme primordial sacred treasures. Yet Guangchengzi had found them wanting and taken them back for reforging. Yuanshi's expression grew pensive. "I have studied his lotus. The seed pod itself originated from the Qinkuan cauldron and has now evolved into an entire world. As he told us, even the primordial deities emerged from the chaos blue lotus. He cultivates sacred treasures directly within this lotus realm, free from the artifice of mortal craftsmanship." "There is more, surely." Tongtian leaned forward, intrigued. "Not long ago I saw him examining that willow leaf, seemingly intent on integrating it into the lotus realm. Has he completed his comprehension of spatial law?" Laozi blinked in surprise. "Yet I see no sign of his breakthrough. Who knows what scheme he contemplates? Surely it will unfold soon." Yuanshi sighed softly. "Guangchengzi truly surpasses us now." Tongtian, however, smiled serenely. To have nurtured such a disciple, this life bears no regret. Laozi and Yuanshi shot him a sharp glance. Third brother always spoke without restraint, as though their immortality were already forfeit. 3 centuries later, son Wukong had dwelled upon Kunlun Mountain for exactly 500 years. He stood atop Kunlun's summit, his golden fur shimmering like crushed sunset, soft supple stirred gently by the mountain breeze. His round eyes gleamed with starlight, his nose was faintly pink, his ear tips dusted with delicate down, alert, endearing, and utterly guileless. Clutching a short staff, he twirled it with vigorous grace, his tail swished playfully as he leapt, bearing not a trace of ferocity, only warmth and tenderness. The 3 pure ones and Guangchengzi watched silently from the side, as Wukong accelerated through his movements, his aura swelling steadily, a torrent of battle intent surging skyward from his very being. "He is about to break through?" Tongtian's voice tightened with gravity. Guangchengzi smiled faintly. "Yes, he is." Wukong's form swelled rapidly, his celestial law manifestation enveloping the entire Kunlun range. His golden fur bristled upright like steel needles, each tip gleaming with cold lethal light. Steam billowed from his nostrils, his eyes blazed with golden radiance, granting him sight across the entire primordial realm. The 3 pure ones and Guangchengzi watched transfixed as 3 towering pillars of gold, black, and crimson light erupted from Wukong's body, solidified manifestations of pure battle intent piercing the void and shattering the heavens. Wukong threw back his head and roared, a roar that set every fiber of his flesh ablaze, every sinew and bone resonating with thunderous force. Golden light encircled him, his blood energy surged thick and vivid, his battle intent blazed with utmost fury and ferocity. "Fight!" His bellow shook Kunlun to its roots. Mountain deities and ancient beasts prostrated themselves, paralyzed by awe. His aura coalesced, he swung his staff in a furious arc, space itself fractured under the blow. Eyes blazing, he struck the fissure again, and again, his power cresting with each swing until it reached its zenith. "Break!" His gaze hardened, then the rift shattered completely. His aura surged anew, and in that instant he heard a sharp crystalline crack, as though some profound barrier had just splintered. Wukong felt as though immersed in a roaring furnace. Blazing heat suffused his entire being. 3 distinct currents of energy rampaged through his meridians, while the myriad rare herbs and spirit treasures he had consumed over the years converged, surging toward his heart. The 5-colored divine light shimmered within him, and a faint ancient formation emerged, binding, containing, and suppressing the raging energies. Wukong's form gradually shrank, not reverting to his former simian guise, but settling into the stature of a youth standing only slightly shorter than Guangchengzi. His eyes held galaxies, his presence radiated sharp, unyielding brilliance. "You've grown." Guangchengzi smiled, and still extended his hand. Wukong eagerly bowed his head, nuzzling gently. "Even grown, I remain Father Zige's little monkey." Wukong bounced with excitement. Father Sage, I've broken through. May I leave the mountain now? The three pure ones turned as one to Guangchengzi. Truly, only your child could achieve this. Yet a monkey is never still, nor should he be. Guangchengzi smiled. Wait until your father ascends. All three pure ones instantly turned their gaze upon him. Son Wukong watched curious. He did not yet grasp the full measure of his father's age's power, only knowing instinctively that it was vast beyond imagining. Guangchengzi's auspicious cloud unfurled. Within it floated a boundless Honghuang world. An immense expanse of space descended, and a translucent pillar of light rose from his body, seemingly capable of encompassing all existence. In the western Kunlun Mountains, Queen Mother Xuanyuan's closed eyes snapped open. She stared sharply toward Kunlun's peak, where spatial fluctuations roiled with unprecedented intensity. Guangchengzi's form began to dissolve, merging seamlessly into the void. Wukong reached out, his fingers slipping effortlessly into the air, as if dipping into a pool of limpid spring water. Puzzled, he turned to his three grandfathers, bewildered by the sudden transformation of space itself. Before Wukong, the air split into two radiant hues, gold and black, rising swiftly, spreading from Kunlun outward until they enfolded the entire primordial realm. The three pure ones' expressions shifted instantly, and even the sacred Tao sounds echoing from the Xixiao Palace fell silent. Within the primordial chaos, the Honghuang world floats suspended, a translucent membrane enveloping it entirely. This is the world's celestial womb membrane, shielding the realm from the corrosive ravages of chaotic qi and silently safeguarding Honghuang. Yet suddenly golden and obsidian hues erupted from within the Honghuang world, bursting forth to blanket the entire heavens and earth, confined only beneath the celestial womb membrane. The 10 chaos divine gods who had been transmuting chaotic qi and channeling it into Honghuang paused mid-ritual. For an instant the soul mark upon their primordial spirits flickered and severed, only to rekindle moments later. They gazed toward the Honghuang world, and inexplicably the celestial womb membrane seemed even more impregnable. Within the Xixiao Palace, Yang Mei's mouth fell open in astonishment as he beheld the realm of light and shadow rising from Kunlun, then sighed deeply. Fellow Taoist, your junior disciple truly never ceases to astonish this humble cultivator. Hong Jun's expression momentarily stilled, his gaze lingered upon the creation jade tablet above, then he too exhaled a quiet sigh. Truly the younger generation commands awe. I merely offered him guidance on the law of space, but in so short a time, he has not only caught up to my own cultivation realm, but surpassed it. Now Honghuang stands as unshakable as bedrock. Even the emergence of another spatial Daotaining supreme immortal within Honghuang would pale beside this. Hong Jun's countenance grew complex. The heavenly Tao had trembled once more just moments before. Had he not forcibly suppressed it, Guangchengzi would already have arrived at the Xixiao Palace. Indeed, only one who had drawn the heavenly Tao's favor while still at the quasi-sacred realm could achieve such a feat. Still uttering that aloud would surely invite Yang Mei's mocking laughter. It was time to step back. Yet Hong Jun, the heavenly Tao incarnate, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Guangchengzi was clearly reluctant to intervene. His own cultivation no longer demanded such involvement, and Yuanshi's disciple perhaps warranted consideration. Kunlun Mountain. Sun Wukong stared at Guangchengzi, who had just reappeared, golden light blazing in his eyes as he probed every inch of the figure before him. He reached out with tiny hands, carefully tracing his form. Father Saint stands right before me. Wukong stepped behind him and climbed onto his back once more. Now grown, the two resembled an elder brother carrying his younger sibling. What is it? Guangchengzi tilted his head slightly, smiling gently. Wukong wrapped his arms around his neck and murmured, Father Saint is right here. I can touch you. Yet somehow you feel absent and yet omnipresent. Father Saint, may I stay upon the mountain? Please. His voice softened, trembling with the fear that in the blink of an eye his father would vanish again. A quiet warmth stirred in Guangchengzi's heart. Fear not. Father Saint shall forever remain by your side. This child who had clamored endlessly to descend the mountain now trembled at his own state. How deeply he still relied upon his father. Truly. But if I descend the mountain, I'll no longer see Father Saint. Wukong nuzzled his cheek against Guangchengzi's neck, just as he had in childhood. Have you forgotten what Father Saint and your three grandfathers told you? Guangchengzi stroked his head. We shall always protect you. Whenever danger arises, call out once, and Father Saint will appear. Wukong nestled affectionately against his chest, then looked up. Grandfather has turned into a wooden statue. Guangchengzi chuckled softly, and snapped his fingers before the three pure ones. As if rousing from a dream, they blinked awake. What happened? Yuanshi gripped Guangchengzi's shoulders, urgency sharpening his tone. Even Laozi, who rarely betrayed emotion, spoke with palpable anxiety. Have you ascended to the heavenly Tao realm? Tongtian's expression shifted rapidly. Sword light flickered at his fingertips. He thrust forward, but before the radiance reached Guangchengzi's body by even 3 inches, it dissolved utterly. His face paled. He could no longer sense his own attack. Guangchengzi said nothing, merely exhaled softly. A shimmering spatial bubble appeared. The three pure ones watched transfixed. They sensed unmistakably within that tiny orb resided an entire cosmos. Yet, astonishingly, they detected no trace of law or principle within it. This was Honghuang itself. Even space here belonged to Honghuang. Wukong watched delighted. Seeing his three grandfathers stunned into silence, he extended a finger and gently poked the bubble, but it did not budge. He poked again. Pop! Guangchengzi supplied the sound effect. The bubble burst, and Wukong clapped gleefully. Fun, isn't it? Guangchengzi asked, his expression tender. So much fun. Father Saint, make more. Wukong burst into peals of laughter. Guangchengzi exhaled several more spatial bubbles, and Wukong darted after them, soaring playfully through the void. Is this the power of a supreme immortal who attained enlightenment through the law of space? Yuanshi whispered, staring at Guangchengzi in dazed awe. The heavenly Tao's laws themselves. You severed them outright. Laozi's shock rivaled that of his two younger brothers. If such a being arose within Honghuang, defeating us would require less effort than blowing away dust. Guangchengzi shook his head. It is not so simple. The law of space is inherently elusive. My attainment rests chiefly upon the realm of light and shadow. With that artifact, mastering spatial law came effortlessly. Further guided by Elder Uncle Yang Mei, I swiftly ascended to this realm, and fused it with the realm of light and shadow, enabling it to enfold even the Honghuang world. Tong Tian's eyes narrowed. You attained enlightenment upon the laws of light and shadow within the chaos. Thus the realm of light and shadow reaches its apex of power only there. Precisely. Spatial law stabilizes the realm, their synergy, combined with my breakthrough. Guangchengzi raised a hand. Virtuous merit descending from the void coalesced instantly into his palm. Ah, so this is the merit force Father Saint spoke of. Wukong dashed over eagerly. Guangchengzi shaped it into a luminous sphere and handed it to him. Here, play with it. How extraordinarily generous you are. Yuanshi's lips twitched. Guangchengzi merely shrugged, unperturbed. This disciple lacks for nothing. Then turning to Tongtian, Master's conjecture proves correct. I can sever the link between sacred beings and the heavenly Tao. In the chaos, naturally, I may likewise disrupt the connection between chaos divine gods and their governing laws. Then tell us, what is your current realm? Yuanshi asked curiously. None of the three pure ones could fathom his cultivation level anymore. One tier above my three masters, the eighth heaven of the supreme immortal realm. Guangchengzi smiled faintly. Indeed, the law of space is extraordinary, but without that artifact, I would have required far longer to ascend. Though he smiled, a shadow flickered deep within his eyes. His breakthrough in spatial law had resonated intensely with the Chaos Pearl, returning countless primordial essences, enabling him to transcend even the seventh heaven. This very feat, the complete envelopment of the Honghuang world by the realm of light and shadow, was made possible only through the Chaos Pearl's aid. Though he had nearly divined what slumbered within the Chaos Pearl, and though it brought him no harm, unease coiled persistent and cold in the depths of his heart. Watching Wukong leap and tumble with unrestrained joy, Guangchengzi allowed a rare, genuine smile to surface. Of course, my breakthrough also stems from a profoundly eased out heart. With Wukong beside me, my comprehension of law surges ever upward. The three pure ones stood in silent accord. This indeed was among the chief reasons they cherished son Wukong so deeply. So long as Guangchengzi found peace, they would do anything, absolutely anything, to preserve it. Very well, this realm of light and darkness is a lethal weapon for any cultivator, and it should not be revealed unless absolutely necessary. Yuanshi carefully advised, as this disciple's cultivation had already surpassed theirs. Guangchengzi nodded slightly, and quietly transmitted his voice. The heavenly Tao has shown some unusual movements again. The Sanqing looked at him, and Guangchengzi blinked, and the three immediately understood. Oh, it must be that the master had suppressed it. After all, the esteemed Yang Mei was still in the Zixiao Palace. With your current realm, you indeed do not need the assistance of the heavenly Tao. Laozi sighed, as he had intended to hand the human path back to Guangchengzi when he first attained the mixed yuan, but Guangchengzi had always declined. Now Guangchengzi even looked down on the heavenly Tao. If you absorb the source of light, you should be able to break through again. Tongtian pondered slightly, and asked, that is indeed possible, but with the imminent rise of the golden immortal Tao, this was created by the disciple. At that time, I can also rely on fortune to break through another layer. As for the source of light, I would like to wait until I reach the heavenly Tao realm before using it. Yuanshi furrowed his brow. Then will you go to that place after your breakthrough? Once you break through, the master will sure. After Yuanshi spoke, Laozi and Tongtian silently looked at Guangchengzi. Although they were unaware of the location of that place, since Yang Mei returned from there, it was likely that when he left again, teacher Hongjun would accompany him. I have not considered these matters yet. Guangchengzi shook his head. Even if I need to go, I would like to go with the three. Very well, at least we have a trump card, and can protect you. Yuanshi smiled, quite satisfied with his disciple's response. Father Saint, look. They can merge together. Wukong brought over a space bubble that was several times larger than before to show Guangchengzi. Our Wukong is truly clever. Fantian praised him, looking at the space sphere in his hand, and sighed. After all, Wukong had just broken through to the Twelve Golden Immortal and did not understand the power of this space bubble. Guangchengzi smiled, and a stream of golden black light flew out from his fingertip, weaving onto the space sphere, transforming it into an ornament. Then you can keep it, or it can hold many things. Okay, Father Saint is really good to me, Wukong said with a naive smile at Guangchengzi. Isn't Grandfather Saint good to you? Fantian asked him with a stern face. That's true, but still Father Saint is the best. Wukong climbed onto Guangchengzi's back again, proclaiming Wukong likes Father Saint the most. You haven't raised him in vain, Yuan sure said meaningfully. Guangchengzi stroked his head where a few strands of bright light flickered without a trace, and he smiled without speaking. How is your spiritual treasure refining going? Laozi poured a cup of tea, and Wukong climbed down to pour himself a cup of juice, as he did not like drinking tea. It has been refined. Guangchengzi waved his hand, and a green lotus appeared, instantly flying out several spiritual treasures that exuded powerful auras. These are all top-grade, innate spiritual treasures with the highest restrictions, Yuan sure remarked, observing carefully. The aura indeed resembled that which was naturally born from heaven and earth, but they appeared more new. Guangchengzi gestured, and all the spiritual treasures retracted their divine light, the restrictions hidden only revealing the aura of mid-grade spiritual treasures. Wukong, come and take a look. Are all of these for me? Wukong touched each one. They look great, and have a very comfortable aura. Guangchengzi understood, as the green lotus inherently brought vitality, and Wukong was particularly sensitive to vitality, so he felt comfortable, having spent quite some time in the Qiankuan cauldron and among the green lotus. Come, let me dress you up. Guangchengzi chuckled, and several spiritual treasures instantly adorned him. At this moment, Sun Wukong wore a phoenix-winged purple golden crown with a red jewel embedded on top, displaying great majesty. He donned a golden chain mail shining brilliantly with cloud patterns forged into the chest plate, lined with a reddish-yellow robe, adding a touch of dominance, while the skirt of armor hung down to his knees, making a gentle sound of golden leaves when he moved, and when he stirred with battle intent, the golden armor ignited with flames. His feet were adorned with lotus silk cloud shoes, walking on clouds, as if on flat ground, light as a feather. Behind him flowed a flame-light cloak, appearing fiery red from a distance. Not bad, not bad. Guangchengzi clapped and laughed as Wukong's golden fur shone like the golden sun, each strand resembling golden threads, untouched by worldly matters, with a pair of golden eyes opening and closing, emitting golden light. Though he had the form of a monkey, he possessed an aura of disdain for the heavens and a prideful spirit that laughed in the face of the three realms. Wukong continuously stroked his spiritual treasures, twirling his staff with increasing grandeur, which made the Sanqing nod in satisfaction. After getting dressed up, he indeed looked even more handsome. After all, he was Guangchengzi's bloodline, and deserved. Wukong, you have already mastered the methods of battle, and the various divine powers of Kunlun have been passed on to you. I have also created a method for you to ride clouds. Guangchengzi pointed, and a stream of light flew into Sun Wukong's forehead. He silently comprehended, and soon performed a somersault, and vanished from everyone's sight. 80,000 miles, that's quite good. Fantian nodded, as achieving such a result on the first attempt was remarkable. Guangchengzi nodded with a smile. The Honghuang world has expanded significantly. 80,000 miles is indeed nothing. This is just the first layer, and Wukong also needs to train. It would not be proper for the disciple to use the enlightenment method. That is true. Laozi nodded, looking at the white clouds beneath Wukong's feet. It seems that this cloud riding method is not so simple. Master's insight is like a torch. Guangchengzi did not refute, but continued. The second layer will far exceed the Golden Crow transformation technique, and in the third layer, if Wukong can break through, he will reach incredible speed in the Honghuang, and may grasp a hint of spatial laws. Yuan sure was somewhat taken aback, then quickly came to his senses. Indeed, when it comes to traveling, spatial laws are the most convenient. It's admirable that you have put so much effort into this. Guangchengzi looked at Wukong, who was excitedly showing off in front of them, and pointed at the space ball around his neck. You can draw a trace of spatial power from it, and integrate it into the cloud somersault, which will instantaneously increase your speed tenfold. The Sanqing fell silent. No wonder the third layer could offer a chance to comprehend spatial laws. With this space ball, Sun Wukong would become increasingly familiar with spatial laws. Guangchengzi truly had everything planned for this child. Wukong touched the space ball around his neck, drew out a trace of spatial power, and instantly disappeared from the sight of the others, reappearing in the blink of an eye. Father Saint is amazing. Ooh, I just ran from one end of Kunlun to the other in an instant. Wukong joyfully jumped. Can I go out this time? Wukong hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. I would like to go out for a walk. It's been a long time since I returned to Huawa Mountain. Very well, you may go back. I will always be in Kunlun. If anything happens, just call out, and Father Saint will appear by your side. Humph. Wukong raised his head. I will make a name for myself, and show Father Saint and the three grandfathers how powerful I am. Very well, our Wukong will definitely have a greater reputation than Father Saint in the future. Guangchengzi stroked his head, feeling somewhat reluctant. Wukong leaned in, rubbing against his chest, then looked at the Sanqing three grandfathers. I'm leaving now, oh I will miss you. Oh ho, after saying that without waiting for their response, he did a somersault and disappeared. Guangchengzi was silent for a moment, feeling a bit sad. When the disciple left Kunlun for the first time, did the three masters feel this way too? Wanting him to grow yet reluctant for him to suffer. Yuan Shi also fell silent for a moment. It has been a long time since then, the mindset we had back then you have today. The disciple only wishes for him to face no disasters, and to attain the mixed Yuan. No disasters or tribulations to attain the Tao of the primordial. Yuan Shi pondered over these words, letting out a wry smile. How easy it is to say. I too feel a bit sentimental, said Laozi. When you came to seek me as your master, we never imagined you would one day attain the Tao of the primordial. Our initial goal was merely to achieve that, and if you could reach the Quasi Saint level under our protection, you would be able to walk freely in the wilderness. But I never expected you would have such great fortune. The three of us have also benefited from it. You've endured quite a bit on this journey. Tong Tian looked at him gently. Though your cultivation has surpassed ours over the years, both your body and Tao heart have been wounded. Now that Wukong has come here, you are able to recover, and I am truly pleased for you. Guangchengzi smiled, his eyes slightly reddened. He thought everything from the past had already passed, yet he realized that the three masters had always kept it in their hearts. Love often feels like a debt. Although my cultivation surpasses that of my three masters, I still have no trump cards, and will rely on my masters to protect me in the future. Guangchengzi blinked playfully with a smile. Yuan Shi lightly pointed at him. Rest assured, I will definitely not let anyone harm you. No one can. He spoke with firm resolve, his gaze fixed directly on Guangchengzi's brow, while Laozi and Yuan Shi both nodded in agreement. Guangchengzi projected part of his past emotions on his son Wukong's actions, which naturally touched them, as they had treated Guangchengzi in the same manner back in Kunlun. It seems you didn't give Wukong any attacking spiritual treasure. Yuan Shi suddenly realized something. The treasure Wukong used earlier was merely a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the flame staff, given by Kong Xian. Considering Guangchengzi's personality, it would not be excessive to give him a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Ha ha ha. Guangchengzi scratched his cheek unembarrassed, and instead laughed heartily. Wukong needs some training too. Tong Tian felt an unsettling premonition rise within him. You rascal, speak the truth. The magical needle used by Yu to control the floods has been refined by my disciple into a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, and it is located in the Eastern Sea. Tong Tian chuckled, recalling how the four of them had just been sharing heartfelt emotions, before now turning their attention towards the Jia sect. In those years when we ventured into the chaos, how Tian was also in seclusion, and the ministers of the heavenly court became quite restless. Guangchengzi sneered. I've heard many deities have gone to the Eastern Sea. I wonder if they are there to reminisce, or for some other purpose. Laozi and Yuan Shi turned their heads, while Guangchengzi still harbored deep resentment towards the former disciples of the Jia sect. Tong Tian remained silent. Since it is a dereliction of duty, there should naturally be heavenly rules to deal with it. What the master said is true. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. Yuan Hong is at Honghuang Mountain. He will guide Wukong to do what needs to be done. I will help junior sister Jinling discipline him a bit to prevent the beings of the wilderness from forgetting my reputation while I refrain from action for a time. His expression was calm, as if it were only natural. The three pure ones had nothing much to say. Yuan Shi lowered his gaze and suddenly smiled, walking over to Guangchengzi and ruffling his hair, sighing, Disciple, your temperament truly resembles mine to a T. Laozi snorted lightly, and Tong Tian dared not speak. Yuan Shi was unconcerned. He was naturally protective of his own. Some matters he believed were kind acts towards his disciples or his brothers, and as the beneficiary they should accept it honestly. How could he complain after receiving benefits? Heartless creatures. How dare they refuse the blessings of this humble Taoist? Guangchengzi was the same. His decisions were unchangeable by anyone. Not even his three masters could do more than persuade him gently. This humble Taoist attained the Tao of the primordial to become the number one in the wilderness, not to be criticized by others. After receiving benefits, they should not chastise me for being unkind. Guangchengzi looked at Yuan Shi, and the two of them exchanged a smile, realizing that this is how it is when one becomes a saint. Master, do you think our life is so enjoyable that the two uncles in the west would envy us? Guangchengzi laughed heartily. Is there even a need to say? They would surely be green with envy. Yuan Shi joined in the laughter. Laozi and Tong Tian silently observed the two, letting out a sigh. Wukong has already descended the mountain. We should determine the heavenly mechanism now. Laozi gently reminded, looking at the two masters who were already lost in their art. Alas, I am doing this for the sake of the western continent. The two uncles in the west should understand my good intentions. Guangchengzi feigned a sigh. Tong Tian responded with a couple of affirmative sounds. They wouldn't dare not to understand. Then let's begin. Guangchengzi paused, and suddenly turned his gaze to the mountain's edge. Oh, what is she coming here for? Tong Tian looked over, but then looked back. Yuan sure snorted lightly. What else could it be for, but to sense the Tao after Guangchengzi attained it. As they watched a female immortal approach accompanied by the white crane boy, the four masters remained composed, while Guangchengzi poured tea for each of them. Tai Zhen greets the four saints. The female immortal respectfully bowed, not daring to overstep. Since we all reside in Kunlun and are neighbors, there is no need for courtesy. Come and have a cup of tea. Yuan sure smiled, pointing to the empty seat beside him. The Queen Mother of the West raised her head, her gaze lingering on Guangchengzi for a moment before she smiled. You flatter me, Saint. She walked over to take a seat, but upon noticing several pots of immortal grass placed beside her, her smiling face froze for an instant. Tong Tian awkwardly sipped his tea, having forgotten to remove them. I came in a hurry, and there's nothing in the western Kunlun that would catch a saint's eye, so I brought a few pots of immortal grass to add some beauty to your sanctum. The Queen Mother of the West waved her hand, and several rays of divine light flew out instantly, adding a few more pots of spiritual roots to the summit of Kunlun, indistinguishable from the ones already there. Speaking of which, the western Kunlun also lost some spiritual roots in recent years. Since I am also in the later stage of Kwasa Saint, it must have been a saint's doing to avoid alarming this humble Taoist. You speak rightly, the Queen Mother of the West chuckled. It seems it must have been the two leaders in the West. After all, they have often come to the East to do such things. Tong Tian hastily added, that is true. Yuan sure silently sighed. His third brother's character was one of revealing too much. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly, but maintained a calm facade as he looked at the female immortal, who had once been named the foremost female immortal by their ancestor. She was far clearer than Dong Wang Gong, clad in a nine-colored cloud robe, dignified and kind, yet there was a hint of majesty in her brows. She must have severed the two corpses of good and evil, yet her realm remained in the later stage of Kwasa Saint, which is also among the top-tier Kwasa Saints beneath the saints in the wilderness. They had no opportunity to sever their obsessions, yet they were able to focus on comprehending the laws, allowing their realms to break through, but to attain the Tao of the primordial was indeed incredibly difficult. Guangchengzi also sensed several powers of the laws from her, including the law of space, which should be the reason this Tao tea is indeed as legendary as its reputation. If the Tai Golden Immortal were to drink it regularly, they might also comprehend the laws. The Queen Mother of the West praised. If you have something to say, feel free to speak. Indeed. Guangchengzi nodded directly without any denial. The West Queen Mother's figure stiffened for a moment, her expression constantly changing, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts, and she was momentarily left speechless. Since her birth, she had been accompanied by the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Kunlun mirror, and had naturally comprehended the laws of space. Although she held the 5 remnants of heaven, she focused her main mind on the laws of space, hoping that one day she could use it to attain enlightenment. This was one of the top 10 laws among the 3,000 great paths, far beyond what other laws could compare. But now Guangchengzi had already attained enlightenment before her. Thinking back to their first meeting in the East Sea, it was Guangchengzi who had gained insight from seeing her use spatial divine abilities, yet now he had far surpassed her. The West Queen Mother did not know what expression to wear. She sat there in a daze, seemingly unable to utter a single. Guangchengzi remained calm, picking up a spirit fruit. Of course he understood what the West Queen Mother was feeling. It was merely that she felt her path to enlightenment was blocked. A law could only accommodate one cultivator to reach enlightenment, meaning that Yan Mei had broken through early, otherwise, even he would not have been able to attain enlightenment through the laws of space. Perhaps the West Queen Mother was still thinking that he was already a Honghuang Dayuo Golden Immortal, so why should he seek enlightenment through the laws of space? But this was his ability. Without having gone first, should he then yield the path to enlightenment? In the primordial chaos, only the West Queen Mother and Di Jiang had hoped to become the Space Saint, yet Di Jiang had long taken the path of the Earth Saint, focusing his heart solely on the Earth path, so the laws of space would only serve as divine abilities. The only one competing with the West Queen Mother was Di Jiang. Although the ancestral shaman had comprehended the power of laws swiftly, he had only recently been resurrected, and in the West Queen Mother's view the future Space Saint would undoubtedly be her. Taoist friend, why not choose another law? Guangchengzi said softly, otherwise you can only languish in the Kwasa Saint realm. With the Kunlun mirror in hand, why not attempt to comprehend the laws of time and space? Yuan Shi lowered his gaze and offered a suggestion. The West Queen Mother smiled bitterly. The saint truly elevates this poor Taoist. The laws of time and space are not something that can be achieved simply by merging time and space. Guangchengzi shook his head as well. The West Queen Mother had her own goals, otherwise with her pure Yin origin and the authority she wielded, she should have reached the pinnacle of the Kwasa Saint realm by now. Having already attained enlightenment as the Space Saint, she should change her goals. As for the laws of time and space, even Senior Yan Mei existed merely as the spatial demon god, and the time demon god was no longer present. If one were to comprehend the laws of time and space, then he must be hiding too deeply. Guangchengzi lowered his gaze. Perhaps not. Forget it, forget it. The West Queen Mother shook her head. After all, the saints have profound fortunes and superior talents. It is not something this poor Taoist can compare to. The three pure ones fell silent. If not for Yin Mai's return, Guangchengzi holding the Chaos Pearl, and having his Tao heart purified by Sun Wukong's emergence, Guangchengzi would not have broken through so quickly. If Yin Mei were to guide the West Queen Mother, perhaps the Space Saint would have to change hands. Guangchengzi sipped his tea. Opportunities are just like this. The path to enlightenment I attained is what I deserve. He felt no shame whatsoever. With the Taiyin path still traversed by my sister Wang Shu, I can only continue to manage the 5 remnants of heaven. The West Queen Mother sighed deeply. Round and round it still has to return to authority. As long as my Taoist friend is open-minded, that is good. Yuan Shi raised his cup, and the West Queen Mother did not dare to delay. Oh, what else could she do? Things have come to this, if she could not abandon the Tao path. With the rise of the immortal Tao, there will inevitably be some parasites. If my Taoist friend can reach the pinnacle of Quasi Saint, this poor Taoist will present you with an opportunity. Guangchengzi was momentarily taken aback and smiled as he made a suggestion. The three pure ones fell silent. They probably understood what Guangchengzi intended to do with the immortal Tao. Then I shall borrow the saint's good words. This poor Taoist will not disappoint the saint. The West Queen Mother stood and bowed. Although reaching the pinnacle of Quasi Saint is no easy task, it is not as ethereal as becoming a Honghuang saint, where one knows the target for advancement but has no direction. Guangchengzi slightly nodded, watching the West Queen Mother depart. Do you wish to establish a heavenly tribulation? Laozi spoke first. Indeed, the Tao sect monopolizes the fortune of the primordial chaos, but some people harbor ulterior motives. When the time comes, we can differentiate based on merit and karmic power. Currently, with the primordial chaos powerful origin, having more cultivators is not a problem. Only by regularly cleansing can we maintain the Tao sect's enduring prosperity. Tong Tian fell silent for a moment. With the rise of the golden immortal Tao, there will surely be some disputes within the immortal Tao. Guangchengzi chuckled. That is good too. It can promote the upliftment of the immortal Tao. As long as it does not harm the interests of the immortal Tao, we can just watch the storms unfold. Your master ancestor initially appointed you as the protector of the Xianmen. You truly deserve it. Yuan Shi added. The fortune of the Tao sect concerns the three masters' enlightenment. How can this disciple dare to be careless? Guangchengzi raised his head, looking earnestly at the three pure ones. This is the reliance for the three masters' enlightenment. With fortune supporting it, the speed of comprehending the laws will surely accelerate. The two from the west need not say much. Oh, just look at Nuwa. The fortune's spiritual treasure is not comparable to the three pure ones, and Guangchengzi, and now she is still lingering in the 5 heavens of Honghuang. Ah, my good disciple is truly considerate. Tong Tian laughed out loud. Elder brother and second brother, without noticing it is now the disciple putting pressure on us. Yuan Shi smiled as well, but did not say much. Guangchengzi could not help but feel a bit shy. Even so, being bluntly stated by his master made him feel a bit embarrassed. Laozi glared at his restless third brother, and black and white colors flew out from his sleeves, condensing into a taiji diagram in the void. Let us begin. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian put away their smiles, and the 3 treasures of creation gathered. Guangchengzi also took out the Kongtong Seal, and the 4 ultimate treasures smashed towards the void. Boom! The Sea of Fortune reappeared, and countless fortunes in the primordial chaos surged forth in a rush. The gazes of the 4 masters and disciples simultaneously turned to a 12th grade golden lotus beneath the Tao sect. With the rise of the golden immortal, the West shall retreat. Using this as a guide, let's determine the 3 pure ones shouted in unison, and the 3 ultimate treasures flew directly into the fortune of the Tao sect. The fortune golden dragon of the golden immortal Tao instantly began to expand, glaring covetously at the fortune of the Western teachings. Buzz! As if sensing a crisis, the 12th grade merit golden lotus radiated brilliant light, beginning to expand continuously to protect the entire fortune of the Western teachings. Guangchengzi glanced towards the west. Those 2 also reacted, but it did not matter, for this was originally a public. Watching the golden lotus receive assistance from the 2 saints, the fortune of the Western teachings no longer suffered any loss, while the fortune golden dragon of the golden immortal Tao continued to roar, but could not break through. Guangchengzi looked towards the colorful lotus surrounding the golden immortal Tao, lightly pointing. They directly merged into the fortune golden dragon, gaining support, and the fortune golden dragon was no longer powerless. Ding ling ling. The sound of a ringed staff echoed, and Guangchengzi's 9-ring tin staff flew out of his sleeve, also merging into the fortune golden dragon. The 12th grade merit golden dragon seemed to suddenly develop a crack, and the fortune began to flow once again. The fortune of the golden immortal Tao began to rise as if it had consumed a great tonic. Fortresses are often breached from within. Guangchengzi laughed heartily. This is the spiritual treasure for proving the Tao of the Quasi-teacher. With this object, the Western teachings would have an unbreakable connection with the Golden Immortal Tao. Excellent. Yuanshi laughed heartily. Without the seven-treasure miraculous tree as a catalyst, they would have been forced to act aggressively today. Though the Golden Immortal Tao was originally cultivated from the novel cultivation methods of Jin and Xuanyuan, neither had revealed a single word of it in the Honghuang realm, to prevent the Western religion's celestial fortune from dissipating, and thus could only seize it by force. Yet a sage's Tao treasure is intrinsically bound to his own essence. With the nine-ring tin staff present, even Xuanyuan, possessing immense power, could not halt what was unfolding. Senior brother's senior disciple Guangcheng, must it truly come to this? A voice emanated from the golden lotus genes. Five-colored divine light surged forth. The five-color mystic lotus wisp, accompanied by the blessing-enhancing divine mace, and the Jane treasure banner, all jointly upholding the meritorious golden lotus. Guangchengzi sneered coldly, as if already witnessing the two struggling desperately atop Mount Shumi. The Kongtong Seal, stabilizing the human race's celestial fortune. 9 golden dragons soared forth. A stellar river spiraled from Laozi's wrist, coiling around the dragons. Instantly, the celestial fortune river churned violently. The golden immortal Tao's fortune dragon plunged straight into its depths, surging forward with fierce momentum toward the 12-petal meritorious golden lotus. Senior brothers, you treat our Western religion, which follows the celestial immortal Tao, thus. Xuanyuan's voice trembled with sorrow. He could scarcely believe what his eyes beheld. Even if the golden immortal Tao were destined to flourish, they might yield, but now to stir the entire human celestial fortune river, did this herald an imperial edict from the human sovereign himself, commanding the utter annihilation of the Western Tao lineage. I shall cede the Western religion entirely to you, C.I. Hang, and the other 3 may occupy Mount Shumi, while we too assume the titles of Supreme Tao Lords. Senior brothers, what say you? Senior disciple Guangcheng, what is your verdict? Speak now. Xuanyuan's voice shattered into frantic cries, and Mount Shumi itself radiated the awe-inspiring pressure of a sage. We are deeply grateful for the diligent scheming of our 2 senior uncles, Guangchengzi mocked with a wry smile. There is no need for such arduous effort on your part. I shall claim what I desire myself. You need not exhaust yourself so. How utterly deluded these 2 senior uncles were. What talk of ceding or not ceding? Eradicate the Western religion entirely, and everything shall belong solely to me. Our establishment of this Tao sect was ordained by the heavenly Tao itself. Xuanyuan's voice grew shrill, prompting Guangchengzi to instinctively frown. Unbearably grating. Is that so? Yuanshi cast a cold, dismissive glance at the golden lotus. C.I. Hang and the others propagate the golden immortal doctrine, also under the heavenly Tao's sanction. Guangchengzi gazed upon the dying meritorious golden lotus, then lifted his eyes toward the void. I am Guangchengzi, radiant dawn venerable of the Taoist sect. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness which path shall flourish, the Western religion or the golden immortal Tao. The sea of celestial fortune stilled for an instant. Then a majestic aura emerged. A small pool, fluid-like in appearance, materialized before them. Upon closer inspection, it flowed entirely with primordial laws. The 3 pure ones watched intently. In the blink of an eye, their auras surged noticeably, and the meritorious golden lotus likewise swelled with renewed vigor. Evidently Jin and Xuanyuan had also attained profound insight. The primordial essence of the heavenly Tao has manifested. Tong Tian exclaimed, stunned. Guangchengzi was no heavenly Tao sage. The proclamation he'd just uttered was merely an appeal for the heavenly Tao's judgment, which path served heaven and earth more beneficially, the Western religion or the golden immortal Tao. Even when the heavenly Tao sages themselves intervened, the heavenly Tao merely rendered a formal verdict. Yet Guangchengzi had summoned the primordial essence itself. Jane and Xuanyuan exchanged startled glances. The descent of the primordial essence was a phenomenon even they had never witnessed. Whoosh! The primordial essence crossed the sea of celestial fortune in an instant, hurtling directly toward Guangchengzi. The faces of all sages observing this realm shifted dramatically. Hey, you stay back! Guangchengzi cried urgently. Keep your distance from this humble disciple. I am already at the 8th tier of the mixed origin realm, without even invoking the homing purple chi, let alone merging with the heavenly Tao. A blue lotus appeared in his palm and struck fiercely at the primordial essence. Yet the disparity in strength was overwhelming. The lotus clearly stood no chance. Within his spiritual sea, the chaos pearl gave a faint, urgent pulse, as if urging remembrance. Guangchengzi snorted coldly. Was this truly the time to indulge appetite? The harvest had yet to arrive. Master, aid me. The 3 pure ones suppressed their amusement and watched as the primordial essence pierced through the blue lotus's defense, rushing eagerly to enter Guangchengzi's body. Instantly, the 3 treasures of creation manifested, radiating interconnected auras, and the primordial essence's advance slowed ever so slightly. Guangchengzi's expression darkened as he raised his gaze beyond the heavens. Grandmaster, Intervene. Sigh. A mournful sigh drifted down from the 33 heavens. A jade disk descended instantly, sealing the primordial essence, then halted motionless before Guangchengzi. The three pure ones ceased their movements. Guangchengzi ground his teeth. What did this mean? Was it now clinging to him? Though he had aided the Honghuang world immensely, he held no desire to merge with the heavenly Tao. Its eager descent felt less like grace, and more like betrayal. Begone. Seizing the jade disk of creation, Guangchengzi hurled it straight at the 12-petal meritorious golden lotus. With a thunderous boom, the lotus was violently shattered, and the Western religion's celestial fortune began surging unstoppably into the golden immortal Tao. For lotuses, each of distinct hue, rose slowly, fully enveloping the golden immortal Tao's celestial fortune, binding it irrevocably beneath the Taoist sect, and permitting not a single thread to escape. Shoo! The jade disk of creation shot forth from the Western religion's fortune stream, carrying with it a luminous artifact that landed squarely within the golden immortal Tao, causing Jian and Junti atop Mount Shumi to blanch. Preposterous. Guangchengzi's eyes gleamed brightly as he burst into laughter. As founder of the golden immortal Tao, he naturally sensed the complete fusion of the Western religions and golden immortal Tao's celestial fortunes. When the golden immortal Tao flourished across the West, it would wholly consume the Western religion's fortune, leaving not a trace behind. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, the Western religion would be utterly erased, extinguished forever. This humble disciple shall dispatch the golden immortal Tao's patriarch from Jiuzhou, journeying westward to proclaim the golden immortal doctrine. When the patriarch ascends Mount Shumi, that moment shall mark the Western religion's final collapse. Guangchengzi turned his gaze toward the river of fate and spoke coldly. Does the Huiyun cave raise any objection? The spectral forms of the three sovereigns and 5 emperors appeared. Yingzheng standing to one side, 9 figures led by Xuanyuan, bowing in unison. We humbly obey the venerable's decree. Guangchengzi nodded, then redirected his gaze toward the Western religion's celestial fortune. This humble disciple shall not oppress you both. The missionaries will have their memories sealed. Your Western religion may deploy its full strength. If you can turn even one missionary back, the golden immortal Tao shall dissolve into your fold. Under the heavenly Tao, 9 is the ultimate number. Thus we shall determine victory through 81 Mount Shumi remained silent. 81 tribulations. How could the Western religion possibly muster so many participants? Moreover, with celestial fate now fixed, each tribulation endured would yield exponentially greater rewards upon transcendence, ensuring the golden immortal Tao would devour the Western religion utterly, leaving not even ash. A chilling smirk curved Guangchengzi's lips. He still remembered well the events before the 10,000 Immortal Formation. Even if your intent was merely to retrieve Western religion, disciples, the arrival of 2 sages placed unbearable pressure upon Master Tongtian. My master and I could contend with Master Tongtian, but should outsiders dare interfere, I shall render them wishing only for death. Even if you have signed the investiture of the gods list, you must endure it silently. This sovereign embraces such duality without restraint. Guangchengzi fixed his gaze upon the 12-petal meritorious golden lotus, releasing a short, icy laugh. His cultivation to this exalted realm existed solely for supreme satisfaction. Who dares defy me? His gaze swept across the sea of celestial fortune. All who met it hastily averted their eyes, bowing low in reverent submission. The 3 pure ones shook their heads, offering no counsel. At that very moment, the wheel of reincarnation suddenly manifested, fusing with the golden immortal Tao's fortune dragon. The observing sage's expressions flickered with unease, and even Guangchengzi's eyes darkened momentarily. Yuan sure wanted to say something today, but he shook his head, instead falling silent. The sea of fortune had already disappeared, and the 4 of them stood atop Kunlun with the gaze of the 3 pure ones filled with concern for Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi had already recovered. Yet after this incident, the repressed resentment within him was reignited, leaving the 3 pure ones at a loss for words. Master, do not worry, I am perfectly fine. Guangchengzi smiled, lightly pouring tea for each of them. As long as his 3 masters were present, he could maintain his composure. The destruction of the Western sect is of no consequence, it is merely a sect. As Guangchengzi smelled the aroma of the Dahong Pao, which was far superior to that of the Enlightenment tea, he spoke casually, enjoying the tea, yet the hearts of the 3 pure ones sank deeper. Yuan sure took a sip from his cup, feeling inexplicably cold all of a sudden. The sects established by the 2 saints were dismissed lightly by Guangchengzi. It's over. This temperament of his, who can say if it's good or bad? As long as they were present, they could keep Guangchengzi in check, but what would happen if they left? While pondering this, Yuan Shi's expression changed. What was wrong with him? Why would he suddenly think of their departure? Master, is something the matter? Guangchengzi looked over with concern. Yuan Shi composed himself, suppressing his doubts. It's nothing, it's just that you have forced the 2 from the west too hard this time, and I worry that other Taoist friends may have thoughts about it. Why worry about them? Guangchengzi asked, puzzled. I haven't forced them. Could it be that they view me as someone? Yuanshi sighed, glaring at Tong Tian. Third brother, this is all you're doing. Off. Tong Tian exclaimed in shock, not understanding how the blame had suddenly fallen upon him. Disciple, you used to be so well-mannered. How is it now that you speak only of violence and killing? It's all your third master's bad influence. Guangchengzi also exclaimed, shifting his gaze to Tong Tian, while Yuan Shi glared at Tong Tian fiercely. If it were not for his willful departure, Guangchengzi would not have become like this. The initial Zhuxian sword array was indeed too lenient on him. Seeing Yuan Shi's fierce expression, Tong Tian quickly straightened up his face. Sincere, second brother is right, it is all my fault. He then turned to Guangchengzi, disciple, you must remain calm and composed in the future. Do not act this way again. Saying this, he looked at him with pleading eyes, hoping that his disciple would think twice before acting and learn from Kong Xian, otherwise he would have to endure another beating from his third master. Guangchengzi, however, was at a loss as to how to interpret so many meanings from Tong Tian's gaze, and he could only nod helplessly. What your second master means is not to force you. In the past, the disciples of Kunlun feared you. With us pressing down from above, it was not a problem, but what if other saints unite? This could negatively impact your reputation. Laozi observed the subtle nuances and felt it was necessary to analyze the situation for Guangchengzi. The united force of other saints is no trivial matter, especially with Xuanyuan's presence. After all, he is Guangchengzi's disciple. For no reason at all, I would not take action against them. Guangchengzi felt somewhat perplexed. His three masters were being overly anxious. The three pure ones slightly relaxed, and Guangchengzi continued. Even if they unite, they would not be a match for the four of us. A beating would suffice. If they fear authority but do not harbor virtue, then let's just beat them more. Tong Tian could not help but interject. Are we to beat Xuanyuan too? They are all saints and possess the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. They won't completely perish. It is better to prevent them from causing trouble, so it is best to remain peaceful. Both Laozi and Yuan Shi shared this sentiment. It seemed Guangchengzi had truly frightened the third brother as he had let him finish speaking. Guangchengzi looked at the three pure ones in astonishment, a blue lotus appearing in his hand, which he waved before them to bring them back to their senses. If Xuanyuan dares to act, I will directly expel him from the sect. Guangchengzi's gaze turned fierce. With the blue lotus and the realm of light and darkness, I can instantly separate a saint from the three realms. Completely slaying a saint is not easy, but taking down a Honghuang Daoyuo Jingxian is as effortless as turning my hand. The three pure ones were momentarily stunned, and Guangchengzi continued. Although Xuanyuan is my disciple, he is nothing compared to the three masters. Yuan Shi rubbed his forehead helplessly. How could this child be so stubborn and unyielding? What they meant was that to destroy the Western sect there was no need to state it so directly to avoid causing other saints to feel a sense of grief in seeing others perish, yet Guangchengzi was completely unconcerned. Forget it with your master here, you need not worry anymore. Yuan Shi stopped persuading him, after all he was his disciple, so let it be this way. Guangchengzi smiled. He knew what his three masters were worried about, but what was there for him to care about? He was a saint, the foremost of the primordial world, and naturally would do as he pleased. Once the Western sect is destroyed, the fortune will belong to the Golden Immortal Tao, and in the future the lineage of the Celestial Immortals will solely belong to the three masters. Guangchengzi cheerfully declared, raising his cup to clink with each of them, as if in early celebration. Those two were indeed saints of the Celestial Immortals, and the Western sect was one of the four major sects of the Immortal Tao holding considerable fortune. After its destruction, that fortune would all belong to the three pure ones. The three masters would also be able to break through faster. As for the fate of Jin and Juanti, it was of no concern to him. Their vows, and whether they were fulfilled, had nothing to do with him. He didn't force them to make vows, and if they didn't fulfill them, they should just obediently work for the heavenly Tao and not think of anything else. As Guangchengzi contemplated these matters, his smile grew ever brighter. The three pure ones had not expected Guangchengzi to have such thoughts, preparing everything for them outside of the Golden Immortal Tao. Yuan Shi patted his head, reminiscent of when Guangchengzi first became his disciple, finishing the tea in his cup. Let it be. If the disciple is a bit fierce, then so be it. The three pure ones can protect him. Watching the three masters finish their tea, Guangchengzi hastily refilled their cups. Laozi suddenly felt something was amiss, and Tong Tian's expression changed. Only Yuan Shi remained immersed in the deep bond between master and disciple. Tong Tian winked at Laozi as Guangchengzi seemed not to mention Nuwa. Although Nuwa was the saint of creation and the mother of humanity, she was also part of the celestial immortal lineage and occupied a considerable share of fortune. Laozi sighed inwardly. If it weren't for Nuwa quickly mending their relationship, it might have been that Guangchengzi would have dragged her out to make an example. Tong Tian took a sip of tea, thinking to let it go. It was better for Nuwa, as it spared Guangchengzi from using it against her. The two brothers exchanged glances, understanding without words. By the way, Guangchengzi suddenly recalled something as he had been interrupted by the three masters and had nearly forgotten. Why did Sister Huda suddenly take action? Guangchengzi's expression turned displeased. He had some suspicions about Huda's actions, but her sudden move, without consulting him, was somewhat excessive. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, a woman in yellow gradually appeared. She sighed, actively releasing her aura to indicate her intentions. Bai He pays homage to Lady Pingxin. The celestial sovereign has instructed this disciple to welcome you. The young man in white robes bowed with flawless reverence. Hutu inwardly sighed. Guangchengzi had not even deigned to appear in person. Oh, clearly he was truly angered. Alas, the matter unfolded too suddenly. I had no time to consult you beforehand. I acted first, then came to offer my sincere apologies. At the summit of Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones and Guangchengzi sipped tea in serene silence. Upon Hutu's arrival, Guangchengzi raised his hands in a slight salute. What brings Lady Pingxin to this humble abode? Must you speak so sardonically? Hutu murmured, exasperated. The three pure ones gazed at her in unison. For an instant her expression stiffened. Then she forced a gentle smile to ease the tension. After so many eons apart, these three remained as fiercely protective of their disciples as ever. Protect Guangchengzi. He needs no such shielding. His cultivation now surpasses even mine. I have indeed come on urgent business, Hutu said, pressing her lips together before pausing briefly. And also to apologize for what transpired earlier. Guangchengzi's face remained impassive. No longer bound by caution, he spoke plainly. In this hallowed chaos of the Honghuang, few possess the power to threaten me, and even should any arise, the three pure ones stand beside me. I fear nothing. Then pray, sister, explain why you struck without warning. Hutu fell silent for a moment, then replied, You intended to eradicate the Western sect in one decisive stroke. Even the heavenly Tao bowed beneath the weight of that momentum. I knew nothing of your plan until it unfolded. Had I foreseen it, I would have consulted you without fail. So sister seeks to fully restore the Western Earth veins. Guangchengzi poured himself a cup of tea. Hutu smiled faintly indeed. There will never be a more opportune moment. With urgency mounting, I had no choice but to act swiftly. By using the Golden Immortal Tao as your catalyst, you shall absorb the Western sect's celestial fortune and unify the Western continent entirely. My intervention harms you not. In fact, it channels a portion of the earthly Tao's fortune into your path, strengthening the Golden Immortal Tao itself. The Western sect in its former days enjoyed no such privilege. Watching Guangchengzi's countenance grow increasingly frigid, Hutu felt a pang of helplessness. After all, her sudden intervention bore unmistakable traces of opportunism. I acknowledge that the Golden Immortal Tao shall flourish mightily, and though the Western Earth veins may not heal completely, only a tenth of their damage shall remain. Yes, I have profited greatly. Thus I shall offer compensation. Once this is done, the earthly Tao, even if not yet perfected, shall sustain 8 celestial sages. I shall retain only 1 seat for myself. The remaining 3 I offer freely to you. Upon hearing this, the 3 pure ones trembled in unison. That the earthly Tao could still accommodate 4 sage seats, and that Hutu would surrender 3 as reparation, was a gesture of staggering magnitude. Sister fears me, does she? Guangchengzi mused, a quiet, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. The 3 pure ones lowered their eyes. Hutu's hand paused midair, teacup suspended. Then she laughed lightly, not at all. Yet inwardly her heart quivered. Truth be told, she did fear him. Be it for the tens of thousands of GS sect disciples he once commanded, or for his ruthless handling of Jane and Juandi. His severity was legendary. As sovereign of the earthly Tao and former Zhou Hutu, she possessed acute sensitivity to killing intent. Yet whenever she stood before Guangchengzi, a chill rose along her spine. Could she dare voice such a truth? To do so would surely provoke the 3 pure ones' wrath, and sow irreparable discord between herself and Guangchengzi. Then I thank you, sister, most sincerely. Guangchengzi said, eyes crinkling with warmth as though utterly unaware of her inner turmoil. This disciple has one further request, to which I humbly ask sister's aid. Speak, it shall be done. Hutu pledged without hesitation. It is no great matter. Guangchengzi smiled amiably. 1,000 years ago a child was born to me. He descended from the mountain only recently. Should he commit any indiscretion within the netherworld, I beg sister's indulgence, and your gentle restraint over the nether deities and ghost officials. Cough, cough, cough. Hutu spat out her tea, staring at Guangchengzi in utter disbelief, as if she had misheard him entirely. Guangchengzi watched her unruffled, raising one eyebrow in quiet affirmation. You heard correctly. Your child, oi. Hutu stared incredulous, then turned to the 3 pure ones only to find them smiling softly as well. In that instant she half wondered whether they had jointly cast an illusion upon her. Sister surely recalls the primordial deity who emerged a millennium past. My 3 masters, and I named him Sun Wukong. Guangchengzi's light laughter stirred long-buried memories within her. Indeed, that was the first primordial deity to awaken in countless eons since the dawn of the Honghuang. That he should be Guangchengzi's offspring was beyond imagination, a blessing of cosmic proportion. Hutu believed that even Jane and Junti were given the choice would gladly become Guangchengzi's progeny rather than heavenly Tao sages, freed from subjugation assured of boundless care and preparation. Especially now as the Golden Immortal Tao ascends, and Guangchengzi entrusts son Wukong to her watchful eye. It was clear he had paved his son's path with meticulous care. Rest assured, he is your child, thus my nephew by kinship. We are all bound by blood and shared destiny. I shall issue strict orders so long as he does not disturb the wheel of reincarnation. I shall treat his deeds as if they never occurred. Huta nodded solemnly, sealing her vow. Truly they were family in every sense. Then I thank you, sister. Guangchengzi raised his cup and gently clinked it against hers. Hutu lifted the cup to her lips, then paused, recalling a vital question. What cultivation realm did my nephew attain before descending the mountain? Great Luo Immortal. Ah, excellent, excellent. Relieved, Hutu drank deeply, not out of undue caution, but because Guangchengzi's methods of nurturing disciples were too formidable. Were he to release even a quasi-sage, her netherworld would know no peace. After the Golden Immortal Tao's ascension, will you break through to the 9th tier of the Honghuang? Laozi asked curiously. Master Taiching sees with profound clarity. Hutu smiled faintly. Should the Western Earth veins heal completely, I too shall ascend to the level of the Tao ancestor. Alas, destruction is infinitely easier than restoration. A single quasi-sage at peak cultivation inflicted wounds that now baffle even multiple Honghuang great Luo immortals. What if one were to sacrifice a celestial sage? Guangchengzi traced the rim of his teacup, weighing the idea's feasibility. Guangchengzi. Yuanshi slammed his cup down, voice thunderous and gaze stern. Silence. This is blasphemy. Since returning from the chaos and releasing son Wukong, Guangchengzi's arrogance had swelled to near overflowing, now daring even to voice such words before Hutu herself. Even the weakest celestial sage embodied the sanctity of the Honghuang. Guangchengzi might slay them, but never degrade them thus. Hutu silently sipped her tea. She'd always known he was mad. Only a true lunatic would utter such things aloud. Master, why the haste? Guangchengzi looked up. This disciple never suggested sacrificing those two Western uncles. Would that not grant them undeserved advantage? To repair the earth veins was a merit of incalculable magnitude. If they were sacrificed, the Western sect might never perish. See that you do. Yuanshi snorted, saying no more. Laozi fixed Guangchengzi with a deep, penetrating gaze. For the coming days remain at Kunlun, and devote yourself wholly to reciting the Taoist scriptures. Yes, master. Guangchengzi's spirit tightened. Master Taiching had never issued such a directive before. He had overstepped, especially before Hutu. Sister, to mend the Western earth veins one must seek the true instigator of this calamity. Guangchengzi regarded her with grave earnestness, his tone heavy with concern. Hutu wore an expression of bewilderment. To hold the culprit accountable. How could I, a mere sovereign, possibly contend with the Tao ancestor? Moreover, it was the demon ancestor Luo Ho who shattered the earth veins. At that thought her eyes lit up. Can you locate the heavenly demon realm? If she could seize Luo Ho, she would give him a thorough thrashing. The wretched scoundrel's mess had cost her untold effort to clean up. Guangchengzi lowered his gaze. This humble Taoist cannot locate the demon realm, but an elder kinsman of mine holds profound interest in Luo Ho. Perhaps he may intervene. An elder? Hutu pondered. Since Guangchengzi withheld specifics, it certainly could not be the three pure ones or the Tao ancestor. So who else among the primordial beings merited such reverence from him? Yet this matter was not one for probing too deeply. So long as Guangchengzi posed no threat to the Wu clan or the netherworld, that sufficed. When the time comes, you must summon me without fail. Hutu's expression sharpened. She slid forward a jade talisman. Had Luo Ho not ravaged the western lands, she would have wielded the complete earthly Tao, and might well have already ascended to the realm of the Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortal. Instead, she now labored tirelessly to restore the western earth veins. As murderous light flared in Hutu's eyes, rekindling the fearsome aura of the ancient Hutu patriarchal Wu, the three pure ones could only sigh in resignation. Guangchengzi arched a brow at them. They simply looked away, feigning ignorance. Go forth. Striking down Luo Ho is far preferable to letting chaos scourge the Honghuang world. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao, or the name that can be named is not the eternal name. Above resides the soul spirit, below lies the primordial pass, to the left dwells the lesser yang, to the right the greater yin. In the primordial azure heavens, amidst the azure void, celestial hymns, and the vast floatingly soil, I received the primordial one's boundless scripture on salvation. Each verse resonated across Kunlun Mountain as countless spirits listened in silent rapture, their innate wisdom steadily awakening, while spiritual energy surged and swirled, purified by the sacred resonance. Countless auspicious omens manifested around Guangchengzi, his Tao heart gradually stilled. After reciting the Taoist scripture 3 times, he slowly opened his eyes. It is done. Laozi sipped tea, glancing askance at him. Guangchengzi chuckled sheepishly. This disciple acknowledges his error. I shall never again speak rashly. What you intend to do your master cannot restrain. Yuanshi gazed upon him with gentle warmth. Yet I fear you may lose mastery over yourself, lest slaughter cloud your Tao heart. They had invested more care and cultivation in this disciple than any other, thus his path demanded constant vigilance. Now Yuanshi even felt a quiet relief Guangchengzi had not chosen the path of slaughter for Tao realization. For had he done so, he might well have become another Luoho. He might spare the Honghuang world itself, but Jie'in and Zhuan would assuredly meet grim fates. Though Guangchengzi's disdain for them mirrored his own, even he admitted, compared to his disciple, he remained profoundly conservative. This disciple understands. Guangchengzi nodded. Years of chanting Taoist scriptures had calmed his spirit, no trace of malevolence lingered. Or rather, he would no longer readily reveal such intentions. Come drink tea. Tong Tian wore a stern countenance as he beckoned Guangchengzi. Coming. Guangchengzi replied promptly, not reaching for the teacup, but stepping close to Tong Tian and offering a spirit fruit. Master, please partake. Tong Tian accepted it, cast him a sidelong glance, and gave a soft mocking snort. Look. Just look. Guangchengzi cleared his throat twice. Instantly ripples shimmered across the void before him, revealing Sun Wukong's image. He well knew why Tong Tian behaved thus. It was merely a bid for affectionate coaxing. Within the water mirror, Sun Wukong had already arrived at the Eastern Sea. How did they gather there together? Yuanshi sounded faintly intrigued. Since Ho Tu's departure, his attention had centered entirely on Guangchengzi. Sun Wukong had slipped from his focus, while Tong Tian, seizing rare moments between duties, had kept watch. Thus today's aloofness carried a subtle tinge of pique. Indeed, another disciple of the Chanjiao sect. Tong Tian pursed his lips. Yuanshi remained silent. Guangchengzi scratched his cheek. Indeed, how had Neza also journeyed to the Eastern Sea? Could it be that the Eastern Sea's unfinished turmoil of old was finally to be resolved? A flicker of his fingers within his sleeve brought sudden clarity. It was arranged by elder brother Tai. Guangchengzi spoke unprompted, sparing the three pure ones further suspense. After Hao Tian achieved derealization, he grew indifferent to celestial governance, leaving all authority to Yao Qi. Many deities chafed under her rule. Thus Shou Yangzi and Tai conspired to chastise them, dispatching Neza for the task. He carried the spirit-subduing whip, did he not? Yuanshi remarked with deliberate gravity, and a hint of schadenfreude. Tong Tian gave a light dismissive hum. He knew Jin Ling was unsuited to act, and Duo Bao remained in seclusion, leaving Shou Yangzi and Tai no choice but to shoulder responsibility. Neza has matured through trials. Once Sun Wukong declares his lineage, resolution will come swiftly. As Tong Tian spoke, he paused mid-sentence, turning instead toward Guangchengzi. Sun Wukong had revealed neither origin nor affiliation. Guangchengzi stood frozen, then sighed deeply. The child has grown. With that he flicked his sleeve. A vision of Flower Fruit Mountain in days past shimmered into being. Yuan Hong regarded Sun Wukong with solemn earnestness. Your Majesty, you must not rely solely upon the august reputations of the sages to dominate the Honghuang world. That tarnishes their noble names. Why so? My father's age declared such matters unimportant. Yuan Hong choked silently. His sovereign remained blissfully naive. The sages truly spoiled their charges beyond measure. Your Majesty, consider which brings greater honor, earning renown through your own deeds, or appearing before the multitudes of Honghuang as a sage's offspring. Both are splendid. The young Sun Wukong cradled a peach, tossing one to Yuan Hong. Others may forge their own glory. I may likewise shine beneath my father's age's radiance. Do they refuse to invoke his name? Not because they wish not to. Yuan Hong shed silent tears, biting fiercely into the peach. Truly he longed to challenge these sage-born heirs to a duel. Your Majesty may act as you deem fit. Yet this humble Taoist dares suggest, should you carve your own legend, future cultivators speaking your name will praise the sage's excellence in nurturing disciples, thus honoring them most nobly. Your reasoning holds merit. Sun Wukong slowed his eating, his eyes thoughtful. The water mirror dissolved. Guangchengzi beamed. This disciple's child possesses true filial devotion. Precisely, such profound devoted love for his father stirred deep emotion in this aged parent. Sun Wukong could easily wield his name to awe others. His father's age was no obscure figure after all. Yet this child chose concealment, to elevate himself independently. A fine son indeed. Truly a worthy son of this humble Taoist. The three pure ones exchanged faintly approving glances, only to find Guangchengzi already lost in paternal reverie. They shook their heads, then turned their gaze eastward. Sun Wukong and Neza had already engaged in combat above the Eastern Sea. Who is this hairy monkey? I am Neza, Marshal of the Three Altars and Seas, sent by the Celestial Emperor to investigate divine misconduct in the Eastern Sea. Stand aside at once. Neza stood upon flaming wheels, radiating majestic authority. Sun Wukong watched with mild curiosity, gripping the flame-scorching staff as he hovered in midair, and scratched his head. Since when does heavenly business require investigation here, in the Eastern Sea? And why send a child like you? I too have matters in this sea, yet I shall not impede you. As for stepping aside, you'll need to best me first. Do not think that just because we are both Twelve Golden Immortals you can provoke this prince. Neza scoffed with a smile. Having broken through to the Twelve realm for countless years, he could naturally see that this monkey was merely at the early stage of Twelve. Sun Wukong put away his smile. His formidable reputation would start from this little brat. The two unleashed their respective techniques, Neza with his 3 heads and 8 arms, while Sun Wukong employed his unparalleled strength. The combat laws coiling around the burning flame staff, his armor shimmering with divine light, refusing to take a step back. You possess immense strength. Neza's expression shifted slightly. His body was not made of mere flesh, but constructed from a 9-petal lotus, and this fellow was actually overpowering him in raw strength. Sun Wukong swung his staff, continuously striking down, causing the East Sea to tremble incessantly. Waves of law power spreading forth, startling countless aquatic creatures into submission. How do you know the 9 turns mystic art? Neza looked at Sun Wukong as he operated his technique, strange phenomena gradually materializing around him, immediately taken aback. This was a technique that could only be learned by the direct disciples of their 3 sects. Even among the 3rd generation of the Chan sect, only a few could cultivate it. Are you also from my Dao sect? Which lineage do you belong to? Who is your master? Neza retracted his 3 heads and 8 arms, only holding the cosmic silk and the Qingquan circle. Seeing that he was no longer attacking, Sun Wukong shook his head. I, old son, have no master, nor am I from the Dao sect. Neza's expression tightened. You should just admit it. I am the disciple of the Eastern Extreme, Qinghua Emperor, the Heavenly Master, who saves the suffering. The 9 turns mystic art is a technique that can only be cultivated by my Dao sect's direct disciples. As Neza spoke, he simultaneously operated his mystic art, causing Wukong to be somewhat astonished. He did not recognize this so-called Emperor Tai, but could it be that this technique was from the same sect? Father Saint never mentioned it. However, I, old son, came to make a name for myself in the primordial chaos, and it has nothing to do with this. I said I, old son, have no master, then I have no master. Wukong began to grow impatient. Anyway, this technique was not learned by me through theft, kid. I am going to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. If you're not going to fight, don't block my path. Neza was somewhat puzzled, but did not pursue the matter further. Given his understanding of the prominent figures in his family, no one would dare to learn techniques under their noses. He had never met this fellow, so it was possible that it was a disciple of some master uncle who was hiding their identity. Alright, you should call me senior brother, Neza proclaimed haughtily. Sun Wukong paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Call you senior brother? You little brat, I, old son, have already lived for over 1,000 years. I could easily be your uncle, and you want me to call you senior brother? Neza's expression darkened. Oh, over 1,000 years was merely a fraction of the prince's time. Wait, over 1,000 years. Over 1,000 years he has comprehended the laws as a Twelve Golden Immortal. Neza's face gradually turned fearful. What kind of talent was this? From what he knew, that master uncle had spent tens of thousands of years stagnating at the 12 Golden Immortal level before breaking through. Among the 3 sects there was absolutely no master uncle who could train such a disciple. That master uncle only accepted 3 disciples, and all disciples from the 3 sects knew this. This one, could it be one accepted by the 3 ancestors? Could it be that this is a little master uncle of his? He stepped onto the wind fire wheel to approach, but Wukong blocked him with the burning flame staff against his chest. What do you want to do? Neza paid little mind, making the mouth shape for Kunlun. Wukong was taken aback and nodded. Neza was shocked. Heavens, could he really be? Does this not mean he has also been guided by that master uncle? Truly deserving of being that master uncle, the 3 ancestors are indeed terrifying. Kid, since you know my identity, call me big brother, and let me hear it. Sun Wukong laid the burning flame staff across his shoulder, beginning to act haughtily. Neza twitched his mouth. You are my master uncle. Calling you senior brother is still me gaining an advantage. However, let's each have our own say. Hee. Big brother, I am called Neza. Previously I did not recognize the Mount Tai. Please forgive me, big brother. Wukong nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. From now on you will be my second younger brother. If anyone bullies you, just report my name to them. Neza chuckled awkwardly. This big brother is truly simple-minded. I'm sure the 3 ancestors have not told him about our Dao sect's reputation. To be honest, in this primordial chaos, it is already a good thing that we disciples of the Dao do not bully others. No one dares to act against us, especially those under the direct control of the 3 sects. We have more than one saint backing us. By the way, what is your name, big brother? Neza smiled flatteringly. I need to know your name before I report it. Wukong puffed out his chest, raising his head, an aura rising from him, calming the sea surface. Listen, well, I am called Sun Wukong. In the future this name will surely resound throughout the primordial chaos. So it is big brother Wukong. Little brother Neza pays respects to big brother. Neza solemnly bowed. Sun Wukong never heard of him. However, since I have recognized this big brother, I can show off in front of my master in the future. In some ways I am of the same generation as my master. Second younger brother. Wukong patted his shoulder. Do not worry, big brother will protect you in the future. Neza smiled sheepishly. Big brother, I cannot be your second younger brother. You can call me third younger brother, as I have previously recognized a second older brother. Your second older brother is my second younger brother. Do not mind these things. Wukong waved his hand casually, then quietly asked, is your second older brother a Kwasa saint? Seeing him lower his head with a clever look, Neza smiled. No, none of our third-generation disciples of the Chan sect have attained the Kwasa saint level. Chan sect? Wukong frowned. Father Saint never mentioned it. However, it does not matter. He looked at Neza. As long as he is not a Kwasa saint, no one can surpass me, old son, in the Twelve Golden Immortal realm. Neza agreed a few times, but did not take it seriously. Although they the third-generation disciples were indeed powerful, the generation of his master was even more extraordinary, especially that master uncle, who he could not even dare to imagine. By the way, big brother. Neza eagerly asked, what business do you have at the East Sea Dragon Palace? I happen to be going to the Dragon Palace as well. First tell me what you were going there for. Wukong's eyes flickered, feeling somewhat cautious. He wondered if this was to compete. Neza did not think much of it. Although part of his body was transformed from lotus root, he was not so meticulous. A wooden whip appeared in his hand, radiating an aura that surprised Wukong, as it was even stronger than his burning flame staff, nearly matching his entire set of equipment. Little brother has a job in the heavenly court. I am here to capture some derelict officials. Neza sneered, those scoundrels are at odds with us, Kunlun. Big brother, when you see them in the future, do not hold back. As he spoke, he also flicked the god-slaying whip. This time, I have come at the behest of my master. After capturing them, I will take them to the underworld to ask the heavenly master for punishment. Have enmity with Kunlun? Wukong inquired cautiously. Kunlun is my home. Does this not mean there is enmity with Father Saint and Grandfather? I have enmity too. Do not worry, once I old son finish my business, I will help you capture them. Wukong patted his chest, and also told Neza what he came to the East Sea East Palace to do. Old Bai said there is a sea-steady divine needle in the East Sea Dragon Palace that is better than my burning flame staff, and he wants me to fetch it as a weapon. Neza. Elder brother, are you referring to the sea-stabilizing needle iron that little brother is thinking of? Neza was somewhat dazed, hardly believing what he had just heard. That is the spiritual treasure used by the great King Yu to control the waters, and it was personally crafted by his master. Yang Urge used the Yu King's axe to save his father from the mountains, and later returned it with utmost respect. If he were to say he wanted the sea-stabilizing needle, Iron Master would definitely hang him in front of the Fire Cloud Cave for a beating, yet this cheap elder brother just boldly asked for it directly. At this moment, Neza no longer doubted son Wukong's identity. If he weren't a disciple of a sage, how could he act so brazenly? Even among their peers, aside from his senior brothers Kong Xian and Jin Peng, even Yin Jiao would find it hard to say such words here. If he comes, the Dragon King of the East Sea would also send someone to Kunlun to inquire, unless Yin Jiao can provide the token from his master. Elder brother, do you have the token of the three pure ones? Neza felt a bit overwhelmed. Wukong was taken aback. What is that? No, don't worry, Old Bai has said that as long as I reveal the 9 turns mystic art, the sea-stabilizing needle iron will automatically follow, and the old Dragon King wouldn't dare to obstruct it. Neza inhaled sharply. Such a bold claim. Seeing his confidence, Neza couldn't help but believe him a little. At worst, he would just help out from the side. I am a deity personally appointed by the Grand Celestial and the Sea God, overseeing the Four Seas military affairs. I am directly under the old Dragon King, and also a disciple of the Chan sect. With the connection to Master Honghuang, the old Dragon King wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Rest assured, elder brother, even if we can't obtain the sea-stabilizing needle iron, when we return to Kunlun, we can surely request a spiritual treasure of comparable grade. Neza didn't care too much. This elder brother's burning flame staff is also a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, only lacking a bit of merit compared to that item. Those masters in Kunlun are all extremely wealthy. They can certainly produce even the finest innate spiritual treasures. Son Wukong looked at Neza with some curiosity, feeling that this newly recognized third brother was a bit dull and not as clever as himself. He had already said that the sea-stabilizing needle iron would follow automatically, yet he still mentioned not being able to obtain it. When I was at Kunlun, whatever I wanted, Father Saint could directly conjure it for me. Wukong pouted, feeling a bit nostalgic for Father Saint. Once he helped Neza finish his business, he planned to return to Kunlun to see Father Saint and his 3 grandfathers. Alright, let's go down. Wukong's eyes sparkled with golden light, as his piercing golden eyes penetrated the seawater, revealing the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Good. Nez has wind and fire wheels spun ceaselessly beneath him, unaffected by the seawater, as he dove straight down. Atop Kunlun, the 4 disciples fell into a somewhat quiet state. It was still Guangchengzi who broke the silence. Neza has misunderstood. It's all that Yuan Hong's doing. Yuan Shi's expression was somewhat unkind. I am not a grandfather who cannot produce results, and as long as Wukong announces our Dao names, who would dare act recklessly? Forget it, it's also good for Wukong to gain some experience. Lotzi played the mediator as some forces in the primordial world had never spoken about Wukong. Only Tongtian had no expression at all. He had already calculated that the disciples working in the heavenly court were not only causing havoc in the dragon palace of the East Sea, but some had also gone to Chanjiao Island. These matters were like his own blemishes. Soon he would have to endure ridicule from Urge. Seeing Tongtian looking somewhat gloomy, Yuan sure did not poke at his brother's heart, but simply patted his shoulder. Guangchengzi silently sipped his tea, feeling that he had nothing more to say. At this moment silence spoke louder than words. Looking into the water mirror, Wukong operated the 9 turns mystic art, and the sea-stabilizing needle iron indeed recognized its master automatically. The Dragon King of the East Sea did not dare to be negligent, as old ancestor Zhu Long had already instructed that a cultivator would come for this item, and they should treat him as an honored guest. Elder brother, you truly are impressive. Neza watched son Wukong wield the spiritual treasure, his eyes overflowing with envy. The sea-stabilizing needle iron had transformed into a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, and he could tell at a glance who was behind it. His own 9-dragon divine fire shield granted by his master is also a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, but it only has 45 paths, far inferior to this item. Little Dragon greets the 2 great deities. The Dragon King of the East Sea bowed respectfully. These 2 items were entrusted by old ancestor Zhu Long to be given to the deities. Before them, the Turtle Prime Minister presented a tray containing a jade vial and a round orb. The Four Seas bottle, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, and the water source pearl, a superior innate spiritual treasure. The Dragon King of the East Sea extended his hand, placing them before the 2. Neza was somewhat astonished. The Dragon Palace of the East Sea was indeed generous, but this superior innate spiritual treasure looked like it was just thrown in. Zhu Long's instructions were such that even his master would not dare to be negligent. It was likely specially prepared for his elder brother. However, they probably did not expect him to come, so they could only prepare in haste, but a superior innate spiritual treasure is still quite good. Then I thank the Dragon King. Speaking of which, we are still relatives. Neza picked up the water source pearl and smiled meaningfully. Third brother, what do you think of this staff being called the Rui Golden Cudgel? Son Wukong, after showing off for a bit, eagerly came over to ask. Elder brother's naming is naturally good. Neza smiled, handing the Four Seas bottle to son Wukong. This is a welcoming gift from the old Dragon King for elder brother. Wukong examined it for a moment, and then stowed it in the spatial orb around his neck. Just a spiritual treasure, he didn't pay much attention. Thank you, old Dragon King. Speaking of which, we are still neighbors. My Honghuang Mountain is right next to the East Sea. The Dragon King of the East Sea stiffened, and Nez's pupils shrank. That newly emerged innate divine. However, this one seemed completely unaware. The 2 exchanged glances, neither daring to mention the matter, as the implications behind it were too deep for them to discuss. So we are neighbors. In the future, Daoist's son must often visit my dragon palace. The Dragon King of the East Sea smiled with great courtesy, continually beckoning the clam girl to serve food. Great deity, need not worry. Little dragon knows the great deity's purpose here. Those people are in the side hall. The Dragon King of the East Sea Ao Guang quietly transmitted this to Neza, who gave him an appreciative look. No wonder he could maintain the position of Dragon King. This one was truly extraordinary. However, the great deity's task may be a bit challenging. Little Dragon has heard that some deities have gone to Chanjiao Island, so please be cautious. Neza snorted coldly, said no more, and focused on enjoying food and drink with Wukong. With the god-slaying whip in hand, it is they who should be cautious. Third brother, what is Chanjiao Island? Wukong asked, looking at the line of criminal gods behind him, feeling somewhat. These people had dared to resist, but he had subdued them with a few strikes. However, they showed no fear until Neza brought out that wooden whip, at which point they began to tremble. Under Neza's guidance, they did not dare to make a sound. Chanjiao Island was once the first sect of the primordial world. Neza's voice was somewhat wistful. However, it is now one of the 3 ancestral courts of our Dao sect. There are many people there whom we must greet and pay respects to when we meet. Son Wukong blinked, watching as the great formation of Chanjiao Island slowly opened, his piercing golden eyes activating until he saw the palace. Palace of Azure Clouds. Wukong was somewhat surprised, and Neza knew what he was astonished about. There is also a palace of azure clouds on Kunlun, but it has long been uninhabited. Neza said lightly. On Chanjiao Island, the spiritual monkeys offered peaches, celestial cranes danced in the air, and the spiritual roots shimmered with divine light, creating a scene of tranquility and harmony. In Bio Palace, Wudong gazed at the upper seat, where Jean Ling's figure was already absent. Sensing the aura from outside the island, she could only sigh and step out of the palace. Senior Sister Wudong. The numerous disciples bowed, but Wudong remained expressionless. She scanned the surroundings. Now there were fewer than 100 disciples on Chanjiao Island, and over 30 had descended to the mortal realm without authorization. Seeing a few of them being overly familiar, Wudong felt somewhat powerless. With senior sister Jean Ling in seclusion, their audacity had increased significantly, but this matter must be dealt with today. Otherwise Chanjiao could not withstand another upheaval. Mo Lin Xian Chi U5 go to the starry sky immediately and serve a term of 1 yuan Wei. Wu Dang's gaze sharpened as she shouted angrily. Senior sister Wei. The few were about to argue, but with a single slap from Wu Dong they immediately spat blood and were sent flying. I won't punish you, but you will await your fate. Wu Dong summoned a binding celestial rope from her sleeve. Though it was a top-tier spiritual treasure, it restrained over 30 deities, preventing them from moving, even slightly unable to utter a plea for mercy. Wudong looked at the junior brothers and sisters drawn over by the commotion and sighed, since you've survived the great tribulation, focus on your cultivation. When they return you must not show mercy or accept them back, otherwise disaster will strike, and I cannot save you. The crowd shivered, understanding the implications of their senior sister's words. Mo Lin and the others found it difficult to refuse, daring to meddle with them. Fortunately, they had not spoken ill, otherwise they would have been captured by senior sister Wudong and sent to Kunlun long ago. Watching the grand formation slowly open, outside stood a young man in red lotus battle armor and a monkey fully adorned in spiritual treasures. However, the aura they radiated made everyone's expression change drastically. Both were actually great Luo Golden Immortals. Neza pays respects to Senior Wudong. I come on the orders of Master and Shouyang Shibua to capture the sinful gods and return to the underworld for punishment. Neza waved the god-slaying whip, casting a sinister glance at the sinful gods. Wudong opened her mouth, but did not say much. Returning to the underworld for punishment certainly meant being cast into the cycle of reincarnation, but she dared not stop it. Her gaze lingered on Sun Wukong for a moment. Such a fierce aura. When did the heavenly court gain such a powerhouse? You take them away, these few will go to the Zhou Tian starry sky to receive their punishment. Wudong closed her eyes and waved her hand, allowing Neza to take the individuals away. Thank you, senior uncle. Neza smiled, lifted those people, and bowed again to Wudong before departing. As for going to the starry sky for punishment, those individuals would not have an easy time. Having spent many years in the heavenly court, he understood Jean Ling's temperament well. She could not tolerate even a speck of dust. Big brother, how about we have some fun in the underworld? My master's benevolent corpse incarnation is responsible for the reincarnation of souls in the underworld, and all the immortals of the Taoist sect are reincarnated under my master's care. Wukong was somewhat surprised. Reincarnation. Does that mean when their lifespan ends? Many monkeys from Flower Fruit Mountain have passed away before. Old Bai said this was something every untrained being would experience, that they would enter the cycle of reincarnation, but it was unknown what they would be reincarnated as. Indeed, my master can check what form the soul will take upon reincarnation. However, there are also experts in the underworld. My master does not even rank among the top 3. Big brother must not use his identity to pressure others as he did in the Dragon Palace. Neza carefully reminded him. Wukong rolled his eyes. You can rest assured I won't. The two flew towards the underworld alongside a group of sinful gods. At the peak of Kunlun, they really went to the underworld. Yuan Shi was overjoyed watching a good show, while Tong Tian began to feel annoyed. Guangchengzi took a discreet glance and said softly, it could be considered an opportunity if Wukong wants to make a name for himself. Causing a ruckus in the underworld is the best method. He's causing trouble, and you're just letting him. Laozi shot him a glare and only said this much. If Wukong wants to make a name as his disciple, I will naturally fulfill his wish. Don't say the underworld. Even the heavenly court can be stirred up. Guangchengzi spoke with a somewhat sinister smile. After all, the heavenly court is quite familiar with handling such matters. Yuan Shi flicked his finger at Guangchengzi, shaking his head with a smile. Wasn't Guangchengzi the first to cause a ruckus in the heavenly court? Now it could be said that he had followers. If I could get Neza to join in. Guangchengzi smiled. That would truly be a spectacle. Are you sure you want to choose Neza and Yang Jian? Tong Tian steadied himself, no longer pretending to be profound. Although those disciples embarrassed him, Wudong still understood the big picture. Master Ta Ching has no selections left, only the Chan and Jie sects remain. Tong Tian, are you planning to let Hualing or Wenzhong go? Wenzhong now led the Thunder Department, extremely busy. As for Hualing, could she be sent to escort her master to join another faction? That seemed a bit too cruel. Tong Tian was speechless. It seemed those 3 would have to do. Unexpectedly, in comparison to Wukong and Neza, Yang Jian was considered remarkably stable. Alright, you've arranged everything. Let's proceed according to the plan. Tong Tian sighed deeply, poured a bow. He had to personally send his disciple away for the sake of his path. Guangchengzi noticed Tong Tian's sadness, but did not pay much attention. Dabao was also someone he had taught. He believed Dabao would choose the right path, not betraying his sect, but would they ever meet again? Master should know that Jean Ling is in seclusion, right? Indeed, it seems Jean Ling's attempt to cut off her obsession has failed. Could it be she is about to break through to the pinnacle of Kwasa Saint? Tong Tian was somewhat puzzled. If this western journey is successful, Jean Ling will have this opportunity. After all, she is now the great emperor of Ziwei. Guangchengzi smiled. The human race was indeed an indispensable participant this time. In the human realm, it could allow the Emperor to endorse it. This was an official event. By the way, what did you want so many spiritual materials for? Tong Tian suddenly asked. Guangchengzi did not lack spiritual items, but he still asked for them, which was somewhat curious. Oh, Guangchengzi was taken aback, with many matters piling up, he almost forgot. With a wave of his hand, a spiritual treasure appeared. This item, I won't charge master any processing fees. The three purities looked over together to see a yellow Dao robe floating adorned with various pearls, and in its depths was a fierce aura, faintly revealing the phantom of a golden cicada. The Bao wants to seal memories and enter reincarnation. To prevent the Western sect from becoming desperate, I must provide him with two spiritual treasures, the 9-section staff, and this brocade fairy robe, which will be sufficient to protect him. Tong Tian opened his mouth, but could only say Zhuan Ti will cry. The main material for that brocade fairy robe was clearly the golden cicada that Guangchengzi had previously obtained from Zhuan Ti, which had been refined into a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Taken from the West, used in the West, Master Zhuan Ti will surely be very pleased. Guangchengzi smiled. He eagerly anticipated seeing the reaction of Jia and Zhuan Ti upon witnessing these two items, which could be considered a way for the golden cicada to participate in the journey to the West. Looking at the 9-ring tin staff and the colorful celestial robe floating in the void, Guangchengzi smiled. How splendid these two spiritual treasures are. Having a senior brother like me is truly a blessing for you, Dao Bao. Tong Tian paused with the teacup in his hand. This statement was indeed not incorrect, but one should not boast. Whatever you do is naturally good. Yuan sure smiled at Guangchengzi. Laozi's expression was gentle as he nodded in agreement. Tong Tian, there are also experts. Should we discuss with Hao Yin for a bit? Tong Tian decided to start discussing serious matters. Guangchengzi stroked his chin, contemplating before shaking his head. No need with Neza here. Hao Yin won't be too ruthless. It's just a pity that Yang Jian can't cause a commotion in the Heavenly Palace. You should leave some face for Hao Yin. Tong Tian was somewhat speechless. After all, Yang Jian was Haoshan's nephew and treated the three siblings as his own. Letting Yang Jian disturb the Heavenly Palace was too harsh. Yang Jian can participate in the journey to the West, and Hao Yin won't say much about it. Yuan sure added, though not a direct descendant of Hao Yin, he was still a junior, which was much closer than a mere subject. Indeed, the underworld is lively right now. Soon it will be the Heavenly Court's turn, and it's time for Wukong's name to resonate. Mingjia, the Hall of Equal Heart. Indeed, the underworld is lively right now. Soon it will be the Heavenly Court's turn, and it's time for Wukong's name to resonate. Neza could not possibly have such a great reputation. It must be that monkey beside him. Even Hutu allowed him to wreak havoc in the underworld, indicating how significant his background was. Apart from the few from Kunlun, even the other saints would not dare to act recklessly here. Hutu smiled as she watched Sun Wukong grow more and more valiant in battle, her face filled with joy. Since the function, the underworld had gained many ghosts and deities, although they did not dare to leave their posts, they were not particularly diligent either. Having Sun Wukong teach a lesson at this moment could bring her some happiness. This could have been avoided, but Neza led the sinful deities of the Heavenly Court here, and those ghosts and deities, upon seeing their former brothers, couldn't help but speak a few more words. Neza had never regarded them highly. Upon hearing this, he directly started to fight. Sun Wukong jumped in to help, but many celestial beings in the underworld received orders from Hutu not to act recklessly. Engrossed in their excitement, these two did not notice anything amiss. At this moment, upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi's inquiry, Hutu could not tell the whole truth, and had to conceal some details. The primordial divine demon that emerged 1,000 years ago is him. Zhen Yuanzi was startled, a primordial divine demon, and now also a Twelve Golden Immortal, who comprehended the laws. The person behind him is not simple. I see. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. Zhen Yuanzi bowed. The primordial divine demon is not what matters. What matters is that the one who can make Hutu yield is none other than those four. If there is an appropriate opportunity, I too shall cultivate a good relationship. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled. He had always been on good terms with Kunlun, and now this monkey would surely reach the pinnacle of a quasi saint in the future. If he did not invest now, when would he? Hutu smiled meaningfully. You have good eyesight. Then her lips moved slightly, sending a message to the true Emperor's Pure Land. Isn't it about making a name for oneself? The underworld is in an uproar, and the Heavenly Court should not be spared either. Zhen Yuanzi watched as the ghosts and deities of the underworld were being continuously defeated by those two, and couldn't help but sigh. Tong Tian had completely given up on these disciples. Xixiao Palace. It's almost repaired. Hongjun looked at the rejoined causal ring, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Very well, if you use the heavenly Dao to nourish it a bit more, it will be restored to its original state. Yang Mei also retracted the power of the laws, looking at Hongjun, pointing at the cauldron of creation, and began to. Hongjun paused his movements, his face dark as he looked at Yang Mei. Ever since the incident where the Golden Immortal Dao seized the fortune of the Western teachings, this old fellow had been mocking him in Xixiao Palace. My friend, it's not that I want to laugh, I just can't help it. Yang Mei collapsed onto the cloud bed, laughing I could have held it in, but as soon as you took out the cauldron of creation, I remembered the previous events. The heavenly Tao's origin is so adept at directly rushing towards Guangchengzi. This must not be the first time. When the realm of light and darkness enveloped the wilderness, the heavenly Tao must have shown signs of movement. You old fellow have concealed it well. Hongjun tugged at the corners of his mouth, left speechless. Yang Mei finally managed to stop laughing, his face full of confusion. You have been one with the heavenly Tao for quite some time now, and since you were the first to merge with the heavenly Tao, how could it not have any lingering affection for you? Even if the heavenly Tao is eager to find a new master, it shouldn't so decisively abandon Hongjun. Who knows what the heavenly Tao is thinking? Hongjun sighed softly. That boy's contributions to the wilderness are not unknown to you. If the western underground veins are restored this time, I fear the heavenly Tao will completely reject me. This is also reasonable. Yang Mei thought for a moment and nodded seriously. Watching Hongjun incorporate the causal ring into the origin of the heavenly Tao, Yang Mei also took out a silver-white small lock with several conspicuous black spots on it, seemingly capable of directly penetrating the laws to deliver a fatal strike at the root. According to the saying in the wilderness, this should be a supreme primordial spiritual treasure, the Wujalok, which I unexpectedly obtained and planned to give to that boy. Have you completely restored your spatial corridor? Hongjun's gaze fell on the Wujalok, asking a question. Yang Mei stretched out his palm, which was empty, but Hongjun saw that it was a long strip-shaped space merging with that in Xixiao Palace. Even his cauldron of creation seemed to pause slightly, as if capable of suppressing all time and space. This is more than just the origin of space. Hongjun looked at the spatial corridor, his expression calm. Yang Mei smiled. I knew you would notice. After I broke through, it just so happened that the time demon god was also breaking through. What a great opportunity, how could I let it slip by? Are you really planning to walk the path of time and space integration? Time and space are far more powerful than mere time and space. With so many powerful beings there, I naturally need some secret means up my sleeve. You old fellow are quite deeply hidden. Even if I were trapped within, I wouldn't easily escape. Hongjun said meaningfully. But you can still escape. Yang Mei looked at the cauldron of creation, envy filling his eyes. A chaotic treasure, this fellow possesses one alone, while the three pure ones have the Pangu axe by their side. Over there they also have supreme treasures, yet he has nothing. The Chaos Pearl is also a supreme treasure of time and space. I wonder if I will have the opportunity to see it. Listening to Yang Mei's lament, Hongjun's expression remained calm, as if it had nothing to do with him. Once this matter in the wilderness is resolved, how about you and I explore the chaos together? You old fellow are the best at treasure hunting. Perhaps we can find something. Hongjun smiled. Let's talk about it later. Seeing that Hongjun did not directly refuse, Yang Mei sighed. Your disciple is truly impressive. With the three pure ones by your side, I must also put in more effort. What do you want to do? Hongjun continued his movements, watching the causal ring restore itself, as he casually, isn't the Golden Immortal Tao Master supposed to face the 99 tribulations? I might as well join in the... Looking at Yang Mei blinking, Hongjun immediately understood. This old fellow wants to go to the primordial chaos to find the demon realm. Within the Xixiao Palace, the aura of the Tao is too dense, and Yang Mei cannot unleash his full potential. He truly had that matter on his mind. However, he still needed to cultivate a good relationship with Guangchengzi. There was no need for him to stop it. I can't help you with this matter, you'll have to take action yourself, Hongjun pointed out. Yang Mei nodded. Rest assured I will keep an eye on your good disciple. You seem quite confident in him, Hongjun said suspiciously, knowing enough about this disciple of his that your unwavering confidence in him doesn't seem fitting for a chaos demon god. My friend, I won't speak falsely. Although I mock you for being unable to control the Tao, it also indicates how much the Tao favors him. Moreover, this primordial chaos was opened by Pangu. He is a being born and raised in this world, and even your three Qing disciples regard him highly. I have navigated through the chaos for so many years, so I am certainly not a fool. Appropriately showing goodwill can naturally alleviate a lot of trouble, and who knows, this favor might come in handy in the future. I am not the one to destroy those people, as I have a deep enmity with the primordial chaos. Besides, this will spare you the trouble in the future, old fellow. Hongjun smiled without speaking. Yang Mei saw clearly that although they were friends, if a conflict arose in the future with Guangchengzi and the three Qing assisting him, his chances of winning would indeed increase significantly. Furthermore, Yang Mei was also expressing his allegiance. As a fellow chaos demon god, he would stand on the side of the primordial chaos to confront those demon gods together in the future. Then I thank you. Hongjun looked at the causal ring floating in the essence of the Tao and spoke softly. Yang Mei snorted. In any case, I have already offended the new time demon god. I can either be a neutral party or side with the primordial chaos. Oh, of course the latter has a greater chance of success. I do not believe that they have not shown you goodwill. Hongjun raised an eyebrow. After all, this fellow is the space demon god. If he could join forces with the time demon god to manipulate the powers of time and space, that strength should not be underestimated. I do not trust them. Yang Mai's expression was cold. Inviting me is useful for them. Once the primordial chaos is resolved, I will be their next target. I will not engage in such reckless dealings. Consider yourself clever, old fellow. Hong Jun sighed deeply. This time Yang Mei returned, and directly showed goodwill, otherwise he would have been a ticking time bomb bound to be dealt with by the three Qing at any moment. Alright, you take your time fixing this causal ring. I shall take my leave. After speaking, the space within the Zixiao palace twisted, and his figure vanished without a trace. Hong Jun chuckled, and scolded him lightly. This fellow definitely used the space corridor to leave, and since most of his focus was on the causal ring, Yang Mei was able to depart directly. The causal ring. Hong Jun chuckled softly, watching all the fissures disappear. He weighed it in his palm. It's quite a fine treasure. However, it still cannot compare to the Chaos Supreme treasures. Hong Jun smiled. The 3 generations of disciples under his leadership are all blessed with great fortunes. Although it is a Chaos Spirit treasure, it surpasses ordinary innate treasures, it still cannot match the 3 treasures of creation. Hong Jun's eyes shone with divine light. Knowing Guangchengzi's character, he must intend to gift it away, which is not surprising. However, they should now understand the final means of my method to sever the 3 corpses. Hong Jun chuckled. After taking the green lotus from Guangchengzi, he no longer mentioned the drawbacks of the 3 corpses' divine ability. Thanks to this divine ability, the creation jade plate has been thoroughly imprinted with my mark. Hong Jun gazed at the essence of the Tao within it. Even if Pengu were to revive, he would be unable to summon the creation jade plate back. He looked toward the primordial chaos, his gaze halting in the heavenly court, where there was quite a commotion around Haoyan Tongzi. In the heavenly court, the heavenly soldiers and generals were in disarray, countless divine beings lay on the ground, and Neza and Sun Wukong were rampaging through the heavenly court. Neza, and this monkey, why aren't you stopping immediately? A stern shout came as 2 armored divine generals approached, wielding the Xuanyuan shattering star halberd and the 3-pointed 2-bladed sword, glaring fiercely at the 2. Big brother Yang, heir has arrived. Neza lay on the giant spirit's back, lazily saying, Neza, how dare you behave so recklessly in the heavenly court? Yang Jin's expression was unfriendly. His uncle had only recently attained sagehood, and Neza's actions were a significant embarrassment to the Emperor of Heaven. Oh, 2 three-eyed ones. You impudent monkey, today this lord will subdue you. Yang Jiao swung down the shattering star halberd, and Wukong stepped back a few paces using his Rui Jingu Bang to block. You possess considerable strength. I see you are also from Kunlun. However, I also know the 9 turns mystic art. Wukong grinned, his armor gleaming with divine light, as he swung his staff vigorously. At the same time, a space in his sea of consciousness quietly shattered, a giant wielding a massive axe continuously chopping down. Wukong felt that the trajectory of the strikes was exceptionally profound, and involuntarily began mimicking those movements, using his staff technique to strike. In the Yaoqi, Haoyan looked on with great interest, sitting beside Yaoqi and Longji along with 7 daughters. Why is my senior brother allowing them to run wild again today? There's nothing we can do, the background is too powerful. Haoyan sighed while Yaoqi couldn't stop laughing. Father, this is the 2nd time for brother Neza. Longji looked at the water mirror with a smile. How will you punish him this time? Haoyan patted Longji's head and turned to Yaoqi. Daughters are indeed considerate. If we had a few demon children, it would truly be a never-ending worry. Yaoqi pushed Haoyan, playfully pointing at Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. These 2 are no better. Haoyan chuckled. However, they have spent a long time in the heavenly court. This time it will also benefit Jinner a bit. They'll let them have some fun. Can the 2 emperors Qinghua and Nanji make senior brother yield? It must be Kunlun who spoke up. Yaoqi asked curiously. Indeed. Haoyan nodded. These 2 rascals have caused chaos even in the underworld. They are no concern for my heavenly court. This was arranged by someone, and I am merely going with the flow. Neza is no match for second cousin. Hong'er and the other 7 princesses jumped up, cheering for Yang Jian. Second cousin is indeed stronger than Neza. Sister Chan always talks about how powerful Neza is. Haoyan and Yaoqi exchanged glances and looked at the 7 princesses. Sister Chan often mentions Neza in front of you. Yes. The youngest Zir said mischievously. Sister Chan always talks about how Neza protected her back then, and doesn't let us mention it in front of our older cousins. Long Ji tapped Zir on the shoulder, scolding, don't speak nonsense. She was older than these younger sisters, and looked up. Father, mother, Sister Chan may not mean it that way. You know what we mean. Yaoqi's expression was calm, causing Long Ji's heart to tremble. I didn't say anything. Long Ji forced a smile, and said no more. Haoyan squeezed Yaoqi's hand, preventing her from asking more questions. Everything would unfold naturally. Father, who is that monkey? He even defeated our older cousin. Hong'er suddenly pointed at the water mirror, and asked. Haoyan was taken aback, and quickly looked towards Yaoqi. Indeed, Yang Jiao was being pushed back repeatedly, while Sun Wukong grew more and more courageous. The fighting spirit radiating from him and his staff technique was filled with power. The Tao rhythm within it left Yaoqi somewhat startled. This staff technique is extraordinary. This monkey's background is not simple. Yaoqi exclaimed, oh, having served the Tao ancestor, she naturally had discerning eyes. Zhao is about to use the heavenly eye. Hao Yin took a deep breath, watching as Yang Jiao's forehead began to glow black and white energies shooting out. Sun Wukong felt a chill run through him, but could only steady his heart and raise the Rui Jingu Bang to strike down fiercely. Boom! Waves of energy burst forth enough to make the two fighters on another battlefield stop, as two muffled groans echoed simultaneously. Yang Jiao clutched his forehead, blood beginning to flow from his three eyes, his aura greatly diminished. Yang Jian supported him, his expression horrified, for his older brother was even stronger than him, and yet could not handle that monkey. Neza panicked. Just moments ago he and Yang Jian had been engaged in a thrilling battle, and he hadn't expected such destruction would arise from their clash. He looked towards the rising smoke where a dazzling golden figure gradually came into focus. He was tall and exuded a fighting spirit that made even Neza feel slightly breathless. As that figure stepped forward with the Rui Jingu Bang in hand, everyone's expression changed dramatically, nearly blinded by the divine light surrounding him. From head to toe, he was adorned with top-tier innate spiritual treasures. At that moment, Sun Wukong's imposing aura was not inferior to that of a Kwasa saint. His eyes brimmed with fighting spirit, the Rui Jingu Bang pointing forward, no trace of jest remaining. You all come at me together. Demon monkey, don't think that there's no one in my heavenly court. Yang Jian shouted angrily, brandishing his three-edged two-bladed knife, ready to charge forward. However, Yang Jiao tightly held him back. He was no match for this monkey, and naturally his younger brother would not be either. Big brother, stop fighting, this is enough. Neza stepped forward to dissuade Sun Wukong. It had escalated to this point. It was already sufficient. The great heavenly sovereign had yet to intervene, indicating that the master and others must have settled on conditions. The younger generation of the heavenly court had already been defeated by Sun Wukong, and should they intervene again, the arrival would likely be the star gods of the Zhoutian. Sun Wukong surveyed the scene. The heavenly court is not all that impressive. Finally, I've gained some fame. I don't want to sit on the Jade Emperor's throne, but I must have a loud reputation. This is simple. Let the great heavenly sovereign grant a true monarch title later. Neza habitually ignored Sun Wukong's audacious words and patted his chest in assurance. The 6 emperors are already at full capacity, and the other emperors are just for show. He felt that his 3 altars and meetings with Yang brother and Yang's second brother's titles were far more impressive. Sun Wukong slammed his Rui Jingu Bang down, golden light shooting into the sky. I've decided to be called the great sage equal to heaven. What do you think? Impressive, right? Clang. An object fell down. Neza turned pale, and even Yang Jiao and Yang Jian began to tremble. What had fallen was the plaque of the Lingxiao treasure hall. Big brother, you. Neza looked terrified, pointing shakily at the Rui Jingu Bang. Big brother, have you been They had just struck down their weapon, and the plaque of the Lingxiao treasure hall had fallen without them sensing any fluctuation of divine power. Someone must have acted behind them. He no longer had any thoughts about the title of great sage equal to heaven. The great heavenly sovereign had already achieved sainthood. Who would dare to touch his tiger whiskers? Even if the master uncle was not courteous towards those two in the west, the great heavenly sovereign had a different background, and was also a disciple of the Tao ancestor. He must give some face to the Zixiao palace. Big brother, quickly send a message to Kunlun. This matter is too significant. Even my master cannot protect you now. Neza kept transmitting messages, while Wukong showed no fear. Yang Jian helped Yang Jiao to his feet, watching Sun Wukong stand tall and fearless. Although they had fought a great battle, he could not help but admire his calmness. Now uncle must be angry, Yang Jian said with a bitter face. They had just been too engrossed in battle, and now that the plaque had fallen, although it had nothing to do with them, they were still involved in this fight. Buzz. Boundless golden light appeared, and a majestic figure emerged on the throne wearing a 12-crown diadem, quietly observing everything. Watching the heavenly court being destroyed once again, Hao Qian couldn't help but chuckle, as the great heavenly sovereignness was indeed amusing. Neza was frightened. The great heavenly sovereign had not shown anger, but after years of ruling the 3 realms, the authority emanating from him was overwhelming. Even without a hint of saintly pressure, it made him sweat profusely. Heotian's gaze fixed on the plaque of the Lingxiao treasure hall. While he did not orchestrate this, he had his suspicions about who acted, for even he had not seen it clearly. Neza Yang Jian, do you know your crimes? Heotian's voice boomed, carrying imperial might throughout the heavenly court. The two involuntarily bowed and saluted. Neza Yang Jian acknowledges our mistake. Your Majesty, Yang Jiao is also at fault for not stopping their mischief in time. I hope your Majesty will forgive him. One must be responsible at work. Although I do not know why uncle did not ask about my crime, I must protect my brother. However, Hao Qian ignored him and turned his gaze to Sun Wukong. Do you know your crime, monkey? Wukong, holding the Rui Jingu Bang, replied defiantly, "What crime do I, son Wukong, have? What crime do I commit?" Wukong looked at the heavenly throne with neither humility nor arrogance, showing no sign of fear. Wukong was taken aback. Did they forget about him? He hadn't even mentioned the name of his father yet. He could sense that he was far from being a match for this great deity, but it was alright, he had his father and 3 grandfathers. Seeing the heavenly emperor's gaze shift towards Neza, Wukong's heart tightened. After all, he had acknowledged him as a little brother. "Old Jade Emperor, this isn't my 3rd brother initiating trouble this time, and it has nothing to do with my 2nd brother. You mustn't be confused in your judgment." With that, Wukong struck his golden rod heavily, as if threatening something. "Big brother, don't say anymore." Neza squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. "Who is your 2nd brother?" A voice filled with amusement came from Hao Yin while Yang Jian looked around puzzled, pointing at himself. It can't be me, right? After all, it was only he and Neza who had been questioned by their uncle. Wukong stepped forward, patting Yang Jian's shoulder. "Don't worry, my 2nd brother Neza has already sworn brotherhood with me, so I will be your big brother from now on. You happen to be the 2nd in rank, while Neza is the 3rd. Yang Jian glared at Neza, thinking, did I not hit you hard enough earlier? I have a big brother, so why should you be the one to acknowledge me as a big brother? Buffed. Although it was not the right time, Yang Jiao couldn't help but laugh. It had been a long time since he had seen his younger brother display such a frustrated expression. Do you want to acknowledge me as your big brother too? Wukong tilted his head, and then refused, saying, that won't do. If you join in, the ranking will be thrown into chaos. We can each have our own titles, but you can call me big brother. Yang Jiao, I have no such intention, thank you. Old Jade Emperor, today neither my 2nd brother nor my 3rd brother can be harmed otherwise. Wukong snorted heavily, the golden rod crashing onto the hull, producing a sound of metal clashing. Crack. Everyone froze in place, looking towards the source of the sound, as the jade table before Hao Qian. This. Neza and the others were shocked, realizing that was how the plaque of Lingxiao Palace had fallen. Haoshan's eyes swirled with an indistinct emotion whose such strength was almost comparable to that of the old master. What if I insist on punishing them? Hao Qian smiled playfully, causing Neza's heart to tremble. My big brother is truly impressive, daring to threaten even the great deity. Indeed, aside from the 3 grandmasters, no one else would dare speak to the great deity like this. Wukong's expression darkened. He was still too weak. He couldn't defeat this so-called great deity and had to rely on his father. Great deity, wait. 2 voices rang out simultaneously, and Hao Qian looked up, seeing 2 divine lights approaching from afar. He lowered his head to glance at Yang Jiao and the others, raising an eyebrow to signal their saviors have arrived. Wukong turned around, the golden eyes flickering, sensing 2 powerful auras. One was slightly weaker, and he could escape, while the other, although not as strong as the Jade Emperor, was significantly stronger than him. However, neither of them was stronger than his father, so there was no need to be afraid. With the sound of a deer call and a lion's roar, 2 streams of immortal light surged towards Lingxiao Palace. One was clad in the robes of the Southern Extreme Emperor, with a white hair and an ancient face, holding a poisonous staff with a small gourd hanging from it, exuding an aura of celestial elegance as he rode on a white deer. The other was dressed in green, sitting atop a 9-headed lion, radiating infinite divine light. Within each ray of divine light seemed to be countless beings chanting the name of the savior of suffering. He emanated a compassionate aura that gradually calmed Wukong's Dao heart. So it's the great Emperor of Longevity and the great Emperor of Qinghua who have arrived. Are you here to plead on behalf of your disciple? Hao Qian said with a smile, but Wukong felt somewhat displeased. Great deity, you are mistaken. Tai sat atop the 9-headed lion, waving his whisk, and said slowly, this was clearly initiated by the Star, Lord Song Ming, and Neza acted to uphold the reputation of the Taoist sect. Although it caused damage to the heavenly court, Neza's actions were justified. The great deity should punish Song Ming and reward Neza instead. Hao Qian, you disciples of the Chan sect are truly the best at protecting your own. I also feel this way. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian were the ones who tried to stop Neza, and in the course of their battle, casualties are inevitable. Great deity, please do not impose harsh penalties just because they are my disciples. If my disciples are at fault, I will take them back to the Southern Extreme Emperor's palace for punishment. Xiangzi glanced at his 2 disciples, noting that while Yang Jiao was injured, it was not serious. The 2 of them glanced at Wukong. This matter did not concern them. Hao Qian laughed, looking at the 2 great emperors who had come, and in a single conversation, he had completely cleared Neza and Yang Jian of any blame. However, the benefits of having 2 nephews join the Chan sect had already surfaced. At least they were really protective. Impudent monkey, what do you have to say? Hao Qian looked at Wukong, who had even received special attention from Dao brother Guangchengzi. He just did not know which senior. As for today's matter, it was not a big deal. No matter what news the heavenly court spread, it couldn't hide the glory of his attaining the Dao and becoming a saint, which was certainly stronger than those 2 from the west. While Hao Qian was pondering, he suddenly froze. Was he really going to be reduced to comparing himself to those 2? Old Jade Emperor, what do you want me to say? Wukong crossed the golden rod over his shoulders, his hands gripping it, as if carrying a stick. I have come to help Neza. Since he is innocent, then I am naturally innocent as well. Hao Yin paused for a moment looking at the fallen plaque, and then pointing to the broken jade table before him, everything was left unsaid. This has nothing to do with me. Wukong's eyes rolled. Who saw me take action? Tai and Xiangzi both fell silent. The ability to silently destroy these two items must belong to someone whose strength far exceeded Hao Yin's. Aside from a few in their own family, they had no other candidates. Both of them felt a bit sour. Their master and uncle were too indulgent towards this monkey, willing to damage the great deity's face just to elevate his reputation. Weren't they afraid that the eldest senior brother would feel jealous? The two brothers exchanged glances and sighed. This little monkey does not understand the rules of the heavenly court. We asked the great deity to be lenient in judgment. After all, we are all disciples of Kunlun. Whatever happens, they will handle it upon returning. We cannot let outsiders take action. What crime does this impudent monkey deserve for daring to claim the title of Great Sage equal to heaven? Hao Yin stood up, his imposing presence filling Lingxiao Palace, making everyone feel as if the heavenly court had come to life. Wukong froze in place. What a powerful aura. Just as he was about to speak, a flash of five-colored light shimmered in the sky. Great deity, please do not act hastily. A golden light followed closely behind, swiftly entering the heavenly court in the blink of an eye. The space began to undulate slowly, and a Taoist in a green robe appeared in the Lingxiao Hall. His expression was calm, adorned with a faint smile, yet there was an air of pride about him. The golden light vanished in an instant, and a golden divine bird perched on the shoulder of the Taoist in green. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed behind the green-robed man, where a faintly visible world of the five elements manifested, exuding immense pressure. Five small flags flickered as if resonating with a great formation, and the pressure within the Lingxiao Hall dissipated completely. Haoshan's pupils shrank, suddenly focusing intently on the newcomer. Spatial laws peak Kwasa Saint. Kong Xian pays his respects to the great heavenly sovereign and the two masters. The green-robed man smiled, not denying Haoshan's words. The divine bird on his shoulder let out a call, seemingly greeting him, while Kong Xian merely glanced at it, without saying much. Xiangzi and Tai slightly turned to the side. The talents of these two disciples surpassed their own by far. Have you managed to sever your obsession's incarnation? Hao Yin felt a pang of bitterness. In terms of the years spent in the primordial chaos, he was no less than the three pure ones. Now their disciples were just one step away from achieving the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal status. Not yet. I've only made some breakthroughs in my understanding of the laws. Kong Xian shook his head. Severing the three corpses is no easy task. Even with the constant guidance of the three masters and the master, he had only some insights. As for his younger brother Jin Peng, he had only just touched upon the threshold of the evil corpse hopping on his shoulder before flying to Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang to play together. Kong Xian sighed, inwardly dealing with these two troublesome fellows. Very well. Hao Yin shook his head. Kong Xian's understanding of the laws had deepened significantly, and he was constructing the realm of the five elements. Judging from the divine abilities he had displayed earlier, his understanding of spatial laws had indeed reached the Kwasa Saint level, resembling another Guangchengzi. Are you going to plead for this monkey? Hao Yin said sternly. The situation no longer allowed him to take the lead, and he could only see how Kunlun would handle it. Jin Peng flapped his wings above Wukong's head, circling around him. He was completely unconcerned about these matters. Who would dare to act against his junior brother in the primordial chaos? Kong Xian surveyed the devastated Lingxiao Hall with various ruins scattered throughout the heavenly court, and said seriously, what does the great heavenly sovereign intend to do? Hao Yin smiled lightly. This mischievous monkey has a point. There were reasons behind his battle in the heavenly court, and I can overlook these matters. But he dreams of calling himself the great sage equal to heaven. What do you Kunlun plan to do about this? Kong Xian looked at son Wukong, who wore a rebellious expression, clearly believing he deserved the title. Wukong, how can you be so disrespectful? Kong Xian reprimanded calmly. Do you know that the heavenly court oversees the three realms? The title of equal to heaven cannot be used by just anyone. Even Yang Jian and the others can only be called small sages. If you call yourself the great sage, do you not regard the great heavenly sovereign? Son Wukong rolled his eyes, seeing Jin Peng reveling in misfortune. He pouted. Wasn't I almost called the great sage back then? What of it? Kong Xian choked a bit. Indeed, the three grandmasters had wanted to give his junior brother this title, but it ultimately did not succeed. Great heavenly sovereign Wukong is still a child. I will properly teach him. Kong Xian took a deep breath and looked at Hao Yin, uttering a phrase universally understood throughout the universe. He is still a child. Yet he did not mention any thoughts of punishment. I am no longer a child. I, son Wukong, am already renowned in the primordial chaos. Son Wukong jumped in front of Kong Xian to retort. The expressions of everyone present twitched. Indeed, he had caused a ruckus all over the netherworld and the heavenly court. But was that really being renowned in the primordial chaos? Big brother, you are just a child. I along with Yang Urge and the others can also be considered children. Neza tugged at Wukong's clothes. If the elders say you are, then you are a child. He recalled how his master had used this phrase to help him resolve many troubles. Wukong felt somewhat frustrated. He knew that Kong Xian and Jin Peng had come here at the behest of Father Sage, but why had Father Sage and the three grandfathers not come? Does Taoist Kong Xian mean to let this matter pass lightly? Hao Yan looked at the few people with an expressionless face, his tone neither pleased nor angry. Of course not. Kong Xian's brows raised, his expression stern. Wukong, you have gone too far this time. I punish you with 3 days of no peaches. Xiangzi and Tai were stunned. Oh, what kind of punishment was this? Hao Yan looked on. Kong Xian seemed oblivious to the awkward atmosphere, and continued, is the great heavenly sovereign not satisfied? Before he could continue, Kong Xian added, Wukong, one more punishment, 3 days without playing with the Rui Jingu Bang, and put it away. Great heavenly sovereign, how about this? Sun Wukong secretly glanced at Kong Xian, then looked at Hao Yan mumbling, understood, and casually stuffed the Rui Jingu Bang into his ear. Hao Yan chuckled speechlessly, teasingly said, isn't this punishment a bit harsh, my friend? Xiangzi chimed in, it is a bit heavy, how about changing it to 1 day? Kong Xian turned a deaf ear with the 5-colored divine light revolving behind him, his expression calm. Hao Yan took a deep breath and waved his hand. Since you have made up your mind, what more can I say? Kong Xian slightly bowed. Thank you, great heavenly sovereign. Yet Wukong tugged at Kong Xian's arm. What about my title? We will discuss this when we return. Kong Xian paused, uncertain why his master had not yet appeared. Hao Yan had already attained enlightenment as a saint, and he could not match him. As the great heavenly sovereign of the heavenly emperor, how about bestowing this little monkey the title of great sage equal to heaven? With the sound of a cow's moo echoing, purple cheese surged from the east. For 30,000 miles flowers rained from the sky, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground, as countless divine beast phantoms rushed about. An elder with white hair and beard clad in a yellow 8-diagram robe rode in on a cow. I pay my respects to the old lord. Disciple pays respects to master uncle. Kong Xian also bowed, while Jin Peng quickly transformed into a primordial Dao body in armor. I pay my respects to master ancestor. Haoshan's pupils contracted sharply. This figure hadn't left the Do Shui Palace since the sealing of the divine, yet today, he had the leisure to come here. I am unworthy of such a warm welcome. Hao Yan dared not be negligent, and quickly descended from his throne, cupping his hands in greeting. The old lord waved his whisk and scanned the surroundings, noticing Sun Wukong's puzzled expression, and couldn't help but chuckle. Wukong, don't you recognize this humble Taoist? I am familiar yet somewhat different. Wukong circled around him twice, feeling no malice whatsoever. The face resembled that of his great-grandfather, but the aura was completely different. Kong Xian nodded at the old lord, and explained to Wukong. This is a divine ability of our Taoist sect, called severing the 3 corpses. This is the benevolent embodiment of Master Ancestor. Severing the 3 corpses? Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Can you sever an identical person? Why hasn't this old monkey learned it? Kong Xian sighed. The master said you don't need to learn this divine ability, it would hinder your future. Your path does not lie in the method of severing the 3 corpses. He understood well how difficult it was to battle an obsession's incarnation, for when he became a disciple, the 3 grandmasters were in closed-door training to sever their obsessions. Later the master also endured hardships to sever the 3 corpses, while his own obsession was still far from being resolved. As for his junior brother, his future was bright, and there was truly no need to waste time on this divine ability. I don't care, I will let Father Sage teach me when I return. Wukong declared confidently. He then looked at Taishang Laojuan. Grandfather, please help me out, and let Father Sage teach me the severing of the 3 corpses. He was completely oblivious to the enormous thunder he had just dropped. Grandfather. Hao Tian staggered slightly upon hearing Sun Wukong address the Supreme Lord Laoziva. Xiangzi and Tai exchanged startled glances. Neza and the others wore expressions of sheer disbelief, each straining to comprehend Wukong's words. The Supreme Lord gently stroked the monkey's head and spoke warmly. Good child. Tell them who your divine father is. Sun Wukong puffed out his chest, lifted his chin, and swept his gaze across the assembly. Listen well. My divine father is Guangchengzi. Silence. Only silence. Profound, absolute silence. Wukong lowered his head, slightly puzzled why no chorus of praise. He glanced around. The only ones meeting his gaze were Laozi Kongshuan and Jin Peng. All others stood frozen, mouths half open, speechless. This is the elder brother's offspring. Xiangzi gasped, astonished, overjoyed, scarcely able to believe his eyes as he stared at Sun Wukong. Tai mirrored his expression. Hao Tian studied Wukong intently, thinking inwardly what extraordinary fortune this mischievous monkey possesses. Neza's mind raced. My elder brother truly is peerless. I've just clasped the mightiest thigh in heaven. The Supreme Lord chuckled softly. Indeed, Wukong is Guangchengzi's son, raised and instructed by us atop Kunlun Mountain. As for your wish to learn the art of slaying the 3 selves, Wait until your divine father returns to teach you himself. Wukong rubbed the horn of the azure ox and asked, "Where is my divine father?" "He has gone to retrieve a treasure for you." Laozi smiled, then turned to Hao Tian, "Great celestial sovereign. What say you to this proposal of mine?" Hao Tian sighed deeply. Since he is the son of Taoist friend Guangchengzi, he is unquestionably worthy of the title equal to heaven. After all, heaven's Tao itself has repeatedly favored that singular being. So for his sole heir to aspire to equality with heaven was no extraordinary feat. By imperial decree, son Wukong, the handsome monkey king of Honghuang Mountain, having subdued rebels with unmatched valor and struck awe throughout the three realms, shall henceforth be in theft as the great sage equal to heaven, and appointed overseer of the Peach Garden of Immortality. The proclamation boomed with celestial authority reverberating instantly across the three realms. Every living being now knew the name and glory of the great sage equal to heaven's son Wukong. Xuanyuan and the others stood momentarily stunned, assign a monkey to guard the Peach Garden. Great sovereign, are you truly serious? Wukong smacked his lips thoughtfully. Peaches are delicious, far tastier than senior brother San's ZG spirit peaches. Then casting a plaintive glance at Kongshuan, he hurried to tattle before the Supreme Lord Grandfather. Elder brother punished me 3 days without peaches. Laozi chuckled. No matter. Come with grandfather to the Palace of Supreme Clarity later. I'll refine pill form peaches for you. These don't count as real peaches. Kongshuan's mouth twitched. Great elder master, please don't spoil younger brother so thoroughly. Laozi continued, name any flavor you desire. I can refine pills in every taste imaginable. Thank you, grandfather. Wukong cheered gleefully, then noticed Yang Jiao's pallid complexion and added, this elder brother Yang was injured in our battle earlier. Grandfather, please help him. Our Wukong truly possesses a compassionate heart. Laozi mused with a gentle laugh, unwilling to let his grandson lose face before his peers. He tossed over a jade vial. Its fragrance, rich and ethereal, bloomed instantly through the air. The ninefold transmuted golden elixir. Xuanyuan murmured in awe. Master Elder's generosity knows no bounds. Hao Tian's lips tightened faintly. By protocol, all celestial deities answered to him. The great celestial sovereign, and even the Palace of Supreme Clarity, fell under heaven's jurisdiction. Yet after all these years he had never once laid eyes on a single pill forged within its halls. Ah, well, if his grandnephew could receive such grace, it was surely karmic destiny. Kongshuan, reading Hao Tian's expression, seemed to grasp his thoughts. Reaching into his sleeve, he withdrew a small mirror, half obsidian black, half radiant gold, causing Xuanyuan and Tai to freeze instantly. By decree of the master, the great sovereign has long secluded himself in cultivation, yet the celestial court grows lax and indolent. Thus I have retrieved the mirror of all mortals from the starry firmament, to hang it in heaven's court. All who fail its judgment shall be cast into the animal realm for 100 cycles of rebirth. Hao Tian drew a slow, deep breath. Today's upheaval stems from former GS disciples. Evidently, my post-enlightenment leniency toward celestial affairs has stirred dissatisfaction. Rest assured, your eminence, I shall resolve this matter promptly. Hao Tian accepted the mirror of all mortals, then turned to Xuanyuan and Tai. I shall rely upon both of you to assist me in this task. We obey the great sovereign's command. 2. Wukong paid little heed to such matters. Yet upon seeing the mirror of all mortals, he recalled the Supreme Lord's earlier words. Grandfather, what treasure did my divine father go fetch for me? Wukong scratched his head. I lack for nothing. All eyes turned to him. Truly you lack for nothing. His very body bristled with spirit treasures, enough to make the entire Honghuang world seethe with envy. A single stroll through the western lands would leave even the two holy ones salivating. You shall know when your divine father returns. Would you like to visit the 3 pure heavens? Before Laozi could continue, a golden radiance descended from the chaotic void, unfurling directly toward the hall of spiritual light. All gazed upward beyond heaven's borders. 3 immortal realms shimmered with sacred light, drawing the rapt attention of every being across the Honghuang world. What is this? Son Wukong murmured, bewildered. He had never witnessed such divine splendor. Xuanyuan, Tai, and the other disciples of the 3 teachings dared not delay. They bowed reverently toward the heavens, chanting scriptures aloud. In moments the celestial court resonated with profound Taoist resonance, granting sudden enlightenment and breakthroughs to countless immortals and deities. Are the 3 pure ones preparing to re-establish the 3 pure heavens? Hao Tian whispered to himself. The Supreme Lord glanced at him, stroking Wukong's head. The 3 pure heavens were first opened eons ago. When Guangchengzi seized the primordial purple qi, the 3 pure ones created them. Originally Yuanshi intended them to oversee heaven's administration. But after Guangchengzi shattered the ancient Yao clan celestial court, and Hao Tian, being an ally, assumed sovereignty, heaven's pantheon became wholly composed of trusted kin, rendering oversight unnecessary. Though the 3 pure ones' 3 selves avatars had long resided there, they remained quiescent, until now when their sudden sweeping action left Hao Tian deeply unsettled. Though he himself had attained sagehood and the three pure ones seldom intervened in celestial affairs, the prospect of three supreme deities taking permanent residence above him, even as a sovereign, was hardly comforting. Fear not, the golden immortal path shall soon flourish, a pivotal opportunity for the Taoist sect. As more Taoist immortals arise, they require a sacred realm for worship. This opening of the three pure realms serves precisely that purpose. Hao Tian fell momentarily silent. Though the golden immortal path had been formally established, the western journey had yet to begin, yet his elder brother already spoke openly of events succeeding it. The two western holy ones would weep upon hearing this. Kunlun is the ancestral mountain of 10,000 peaks, second only to Buzhou Mountain, the foremost immortal peak in Honghuang. Why not designate Kunlun as the site of celestial veneration? Hao Tian asked, perplexed. Laozi looked at him, then offered no reply. Kunlun is home. How could outsiders be permitted to wander freely? Not even the three pure ones would allow it. Guangchengzi would oppose it most vehemently. There is profound wisdom behind establishing the three pure realms. Great sovereign, simply observe closely. Rest assured, we shall not interfere in celestial governance. The three pure realms gather immense celestial fortune. Their future ascensions hinge entirely upon this. Hao Tian gave a wry smile. How could he feel reassured? Even if they claimed non-interference, he dared not ignore them. Clearly he must redouble his diligence. No more idle negligence. Wait, isn't the Queen Mother of the West now governing celestial affairs? Indeed, having a wife truly is advantageous. Above the heavens the Tao reigns supreme, the Taoist sect shall flourish eternally. Henceforth Sanqing Heaven shall serve as the ancestral seat of the Taoist sect. Those who enter its sanctum shall be unscathed by the three calamities and liberated from the cycle of birth and death. A thunderous proclamation echoed across the primordial chaos. A cloud of golden merit descended soaring toward Sanqing Heaven. Every Taoist cultivator felt an irresistible summons. They sensed the Taoist sect's celestial fortune growing denser and more palpable. Sanqing Heaven had become the sacred lodestar of every Taoist heart. We bow in gratitude to Yuqing Yuan Shi Tianzuan Shangqing Ling Bao Tianzuan and Taiqing Dao de Tianzuan. Countless cultivators prostrated themselves toward the celestial court, their boundless vows coalescing into radiant devotion that further enshrined the three pure ones in divine majesty. Those assembled within the celestial court beheld even clearer portents. The three realms of the three pure ones each manifested distinct auspicious phenomena. In Yuqing realm, Qingwei Heaven, golden palaces and jade steps gleamed beneath walls of violet clouds, while nine-hued auspicious qi spiraled endlessly and celestial melodies drifted like ethereal incense. In Shangqing realm, Yiyu Heaven, jade terraces and crystalline pavilions shimmered behind curtains of vermilion mist. Yin and yang energies interwove harmoniously, and scriptures and sacred treasures radiated luminous splendor. In Taiqing realm, Dachi Heaven, crystal clear halls exuded serene harmony, dark clouds formed a celestial canopy, alchemical furnaces exhaled purple vapor, and the pure resonance of the Tao permeated all. Is senior brother about to guide the immortals? Hao Tian watched for a long while before suddenly realizing that this senior brother stood at the very base of Sanqing Heaven. Sun Wukong and Shouyangzi likewise turned their gaze. By tradition, elders and juniors alike should honor Taiqing above all. Yet Taishang Lao Jun smiled faintly. This humble Taoist remains a minister of the celestial court. It is fitting that Taiqing realm lie closer to it. Hao Tian's face darkened with visible dismay. Even Kong Xian struggled to suppress his mirth. Great ancestral master, could you possibly feign indifference any more transparently? Grandfather, tell the truth. You must not deceive. Sun Wukong perched atop the blue ox's neck, his bright eyes darting shrewdly, clearly unconvinced. Our Wukong has seen through it already. Taishang Lao Jun appeared mildly astonished, then drew several vials of elixirs from his sleeve and offered. We are all manifestations of Father God's primordial spirit, cultivating the profound Taoist path of immortality. Over these eons we have awakened to our ancestral qi. The three primordial essences may be named Sure Origin, Yuan Primordial, and Xian Mystic. Of all Taoist sects, the former Rinjiao benefited most profoundly, thus I bear this solemn duty willingly. Dachi Heaven embodies the ascension of humanity, hence it is rightly called the Taiqing Immortal Realm. Yiyu Heaven governs the true ascension of immortals. The Shangqing True Realm, O Qingwei Heaven seated upon Xuandu Yujing, embodies the sacred ascension of the ultimate Tao. Thus, it is the Yuqing sacred realm. Xuandu Yujing. Hao Tian stared incredulously at Taishang Lao Jun, scarcely believing his own ears. Xuandu was tolerable. It denoted both the Taoist title of Ren Jiao Soul Direct Disciple and a common epithet for immortal cultivation grounds. Yet, Yujing was no trivial appellation. Among elder cultivators, Yujing surpassed even Kunlun Mountain in sacred prestige. It was the very cultivation ground where Hongjun Daozu and several companions first forged the foundational principles of the immortal path. There lay the true ancestral seed of immortality. Yet after Daozu attained sainthood, he dwelled permanently in the purple cloud palace beyond heaven, and Yujing Mountain had remained hidden from the primordial chaos for countless eons. Xuanyuan and the others likewise turned, yet Sun Wukong alone remained oblivious. His youth rendered him ignorant of Yujing's profound significance. Your father saint journeyed to the purple cloud palace to petition for spiritual treasures on your behalf, and also requested master's permission to borrow Yujing Mountain. Taishang Lao Jun gazed upon Sun Wukong, his voice gentle. What is so astonishing? Master has not returned to Yujing for ages. The mountain lies vacant. Better to lend it to those who will use it well. As a celestial realm merged into Qingwei heaven, Hao Tian distinctly felt the celestial court grow markedly more stable, and the Taoist sect's celestial fortune swelled magnificently. Master still favors senior brother Guangchengzi most. Hao Tian stood dazed. Yujing Mountain had truly been secured. Sanqing heaven blazed with divine radiance, showering the primordial world with boundless light. Instantly countless beings awakened sentient awareness. The entire primordial chaos bloomed with vigorous vitality. What are those pillars of light? Xuanyuan's eyes flickered as he observed 9 beams of sacred light ascending from each of the 3 Pure One's realms. His own primordial essence stirred restlessly, drawn irresistibly toward them. These are the blessings I bestow upon Taoist cultivators. A clear voice rang out. Golden light vanished in a flash. Before Hao Tian could even register its arrival, a Taoist priest clad in the 8 treasure longevity, purple mist robes stood within the Lingxiao precious hall. Not a ripple disturbed the air. At first glance, all present instinctively knew he belonged precisely there. Yet Hao Tian's divine sense swept across the space and found utter emptiness. He drew a quiet breath. Such cultivation surpassed his own by unfathomable measure. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. He leapt down from the blue ox and bounded before the newcomer. Father Saint, you've returned. We pay homage to senior brother, senior uncle. Hao Tian nodded respectfully. Senior brother Guangchengzi, you've just arrived from the Purple Cloud Palace. Indeed. Guangchengzi gave a slight nod, saluting Taishang Lao Jun with clasped hands, then turned to Sun Wukong. Yes, Father Saint has returned. You've fared well these years, but there was no need to invoke this humble Taoist's name. Throughout the 3 realms none dare wrong you. Should anyone cause you distress, this humble Taoist shall make them bitterly regret their very existence within the primordial chaos. Sun Wukong's heart swelled with emotion. His eyes sparkled with adoration and pure joy as he gazed upon Guangchengzi. Hao Tian felt momentarily breathless. Having declared such patronage, who would dare oppose this monkey king? Yang Jian Neza, if you recognize Wukong as your elder brother, come forward and pay your respects. Guangchengzi stroked Sun Wukong's monkey head, his tone brooking no dissent. Yang Jian pays homage to elder brother and 3rd younger brother. Neza pays homage to elder brother and 2nd younger brother. Both bowed, deeply fully aware of their senior uncle's temperament. No trace of reluctance dared surface. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, greetings. Sun Wukong patted them affectionately. Guangchengzi smiled. Are you pleased? Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. He was now the eldest brother. From Guangchengzi's sleeve flew 2 spiritual treasures, settling gently before the 2 youths. Consider these tokens of welcome, bestowed on Wukong's behalf. He then turned toward Yang Jiao on the other side, and another spiritual treasure soared forth. Though Wukong injured you, ultimately it reflects your insufficient cultivation. Henceforth, diligent practice is imperative. Many thanks, senior uncle. The 3 stared wide-eyed at the floating treasures before them, swallowing hard. These were peerless primordial spiritual treasures. Truly, senior uncle's generosity knew no bounds. Yang Jian bowed reverently to Sun Wukong. To speak plainly, I knew the moment I laid eyes upon this treasure that I had found my true elder brother. Hao Tian sighed softly, watching his 2 nephews receive such rewards. Were Jia and Zhuan Ti to learn that merely addressing Sun Wukong as elder brother warranted a peerless primordial spiritual treasure, they would surely coddle the Monkey King from embryonic inception. Senior brother, this junior has a question. Xuanyuan stepped forward, posture reverent. Speak, replied Guangchengzi, watching Sun Wukong play with Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Neza. His lips curved in quiet amusement. Xuanyuan and Tai Yi bowed deeply. May we inquire, what blessings did senior brother refer to earlier? Why do those pillars of light stir our primordial essence so profoundly? Taishang Lao Jun smiled faintly. You may explain it yourself. It was after all your proposal. Guangchengzi felt a deep swell of gratitude. His master sought not to overshadow his accomplishment, ensuring disciples would hold him in greater esteem. Though he himself cared little for such honors, it reflected the profound, tender devotion of his 3 masters. Then allow this humble Taoist to elucidate. Guangchengzi glanced at Hao Tian, then at the expectant faces of Xuanyuan and Tai Yi. Junior brothers, Do you wish to attain sainthood and validate the Dao? Do you wish to attain sainthood and verify the Dao? Guangchengzi's voice, though soft, thundered like a sudden bolt in the ears of Xuanyuan and Tai. Even Hao Tian flinched. Had attaining sainthood truly become so effortless? Senior brother, the primordial purple chi belongs solely to our eldest senior brother. I would never dare entertain such a thought. Xuanyuan cried out in alarm. All cultivators in the Honghuang realm who had attained the cultivation realm of quasi-sage or higher knew that Guangchengzi held not just one, but multiple artifacts capable of conferring sainthood. Yet none among them ever imagined asking their eldest senior brother to relinquish these sacred tokens. After all, the eldest senior brother himself had 3 disciples, and even a child. By what right did they presume eligibility? You are overthinking it. Guangchengzi smiled faintly and pointed toward the 9 radiant pillars soaring from the Sanqing heaven. Though these resemble the primordial purple chi, they bear no relation to it. Without waiting for their response, he continued, the golden immortal Tao diverges fundamentally from other immortal paths. Thus it naturally gives rise to its own unique sages. Yet this path cannot be replicated. Having trained alongside you at Kunlun for countless years, I must consider your futures accordingly. The Taoist sect flourishes magnificently. 5 categories of immortals, heavenly, earthly, human spirit, and ghost, already exist. After decades of profound discourse with my master, we have established 9 distinct Taoist paths. The Taiching 9 immortals, the Shangqing 9 perfected, and the Yuqing 9 sages. These 27 exalted positions constitute the future hierarchy of the Taoist immortal path, equivalent in stature to celestial Tao sages. The 9 immortals, 9 perfected and 9 sages, each ranked hierarchically as supreme, exalted, great, mysterious, heavenly, true, divine, spiritual, and utmost, stand fixed in sequence across the Sanqing heaven, manifesting the zenith of our Taoist sect's glory. Watching Xuanyuan and Tai stand frozen in stunned silence, and even Hao Tian unable to suppress his doubt, he asked aloud, can the 3 pure ones truly achieve such a feat? He himself was a sage, though he could perceive the immense power of the Sanqing heaven sustaining, even several sages strained its capacity, let alone 27 exalted positions. Not yet, not now. Our 3 venerable masters exhausted every ounce of strength to merge the Sanqing heavens, yet even then only 3 sages can be sustained. Mere first-tier chaos unity, sages the weakest tier. Still this binds them irrevocably to the Sanqing heaven. Xuanyuan and Tai's eyes gleamed with excitement. As direct inheritors of Kunlun's lineage, with shared cultivation methods and divine arts, binding themselves to the Sanqing heaven offered nothing but benefit and no drawback whatsoever. After all, these were sagehood positions. Was there truly anyone who would disdain them? Seeing Guangchengzi's serene expression, the 2 gradually regained composure. Only the eldest senior brother might disdain them. Though still distant, Guangchengzi's words have illuminated the path forward for all immortals, Hao Tian murmured appreciatively. Guangchengzi gave a light snort. Such an ignorant fellow. Have you not yet visited the Zixiao Palace? I entered only once, after verifying my Tao, and the Elder Lord instructed me to continue cultivation before dismissing me back. Hao Tian paused, then replied. Tao friend, since your realm remains insufficient, heed your patriarch's counsel and cultivate further. Guangchengzi smiled enigmatically. His patriarch had already refined the Hongjun Tao into celestial law. If he were to create a new heaven and earth, he could effortlessly sustain numerous sages. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones sought to elevate the 3 primordial chi, origin, primordial, and mysterious, to their absolute zenith, transforming them utterly into the foundational bedrock of the cosmos, engraving them upon the grand Tao itself, even transcending it. No matter how reality shifts in the eons ahead, these 3 primordial essences shall permeate every heaven and earth. The Sanqing immortal path shall echo throughout the primordial chaos. Saintly positions will exist within the heaven, earth, and human Tao, and likewise exalted positions shall flourish within the immortal path. The 3 pure ones stand peerless, none superior, none inferior. Each Tao embodies perfection in number 9 exalted positions apiece. Guangchengzi glanced meaningfully at Taishang Laojun. No words were needed. Once the 3 pure ones ascend to the realm of chaos unity, supreme golden immortal, they shall transform the Sanqing realm into an independent world. Then Guangchengzi shall stabilize it with the realms of light and shadow, whereupon the 27 exalted positions shall be definitively ordained. At that time, all Taoist cultivators need no longer chase after the saintly positions of heaven, earth, or humanity. By walking steadfastly along the immortal path, they shall naturally verify the Tao and attain sainthood, becoming chaos unity, great Luo golden immortals. This is the path of transcendence Guangchengzi has forged for the Taoist sect. And as their insights permeate the Sanqing realm, they shall continuously enrich the immortal path, allowing it to mature and grow, empowering the immortal sages in turn. Thus both advance in harmonious symbiosis. We thank our eldest senior brother for illuminating our path forward. Xiangzi and Tai bowed deeply. Neza and others also paid solemn respects, for they too belonged to the Taoist sect, and this benefited every immortal path cultivator alike. Junior brother, you are the Southern Pole long-lived great emperor and sovereign of all immortals. Do ensure those 9 sacred positions do not fall into unworthy hands. Guangchengzi spoke with heartfelt gravity. A flush of delight lit up Xiangzi's eyes. Indeed, who could possibly be more suited to these positions than the direct disciples of the 3 pure ones? Though 9 positions existed, some immortal paths had yet to be formally founded, but inevitably the future progenitors of each great immortal path would hold opportunity. Already commanding the entire pantheon of immortals, this was a monumental karmic boon. You sensed the pull of primordial resonance because the 9 exalted positions within the Yuqing sacred realm all originate from Patriarch Yuanshi's 9 primordial seals. You understand, why do you not? Guangchengzi smiled faintly, yet enough to stir Xiangzi and Tai to exhilaration. Beside them, Hao Tian's pupils contracted sharply. The 9 primordial seals were Patriarch Yuanshi's ultimate secret art mastered fully by Guangchengzi alone throughout the Honghuang realm. Xiangzi sighed wistfully. Their talent paled beside their eldest senior brothers. They each learned but one seal, he the Wuji seal, Tai the heaven-opening seal, Chijingzi the Yinyang seal, each a treasured trump card. As for the 3rd-generation disciples of the Chan sect, none received transmission. Only Kongxian and Jin Peng had been secretly taught by Patriarch Yuanshi, yet neither had ever revealed it. We understand. We shall never let our eldest senior brother's devotion go unfulfilled. Guangchengzi nodded. It pleases me that you grasp my intent. The vision of my 3 venerable masters and I extends far beyond the Honghuang realm. We cannot allow our disciples to lack even the chance of sainthood. For them to attain chaos unity, great Luo golden immortality, solely through personal effort would be impossibly arduous. Thus we must forge alternative paths. Oh Father Saint, why did you never teach me the 3-body severance art? Wukong shook his head. While the elders conversed on matters of sainthood, he remained preoccupied with his own concerns. Are you? Guangchengzi sighed, helplessly stroking Wukong's furry head. While others debated sainthood, only this carefree monkey remained blissfully unconcerned. With a gentle fingertip, he imparted a flash of spiritual light into Wukong's consciousness, causing the latter's eyes to widen in astonishment. Incredible. It can split off a clone identical to old monkey himself. So much fun. Hey, truly, I do not wish you to walk the immortal path. You cultivate the 9 revolutions mystic art. Sainthood shall come naturally. These arts need not concern you. Yet if you wish to learn, then learn. Guangchengzi smiled faintly. The severance of attachments proved exceedingly difficult. Wukong likely lacked the capacity for it. Once I sever my 3 bodies, one shall go play abroad, while another stays here at Kunlun Mountain to keep Father Saint company. Wukong chuckled merrily, leaping playfully around Guangchengzi, then tussling with Neza nearby. Very well. I shall await the day you sever your bodies. A gentle smile curved Guangchengzi's lips. My son truly possesses filial devotion. Hao Tian sighed, deeply watching the divine radiance of the Sanqing realm gradually recede. He now realized how simplistic his earlier thoughts had been, never imagining that the 3 pure ones and Guangchengzi had already secured the sainthood prospects of their disciples. Will our masters relocate their palaces here, or erect new ones? Xiangzi gazed at the Sanqing heaven. Could it be that henceforth the masters and elders would dwell permanently within it? Hao Tian narrowed his eyes, scanning each heaven in turn, until finally settling upon the Sanqing heaven. Why does it bear the Moreau Palace, not the Bio Palace? As Haoshan's voice fell, those who were aware of the situation fell into silence. Xiangzi and Tai exchanged a furtive glance at Guangchengzi, then observed with focused minds, not daring to breathe. They did not expect Uncle Tongtian to settle in Sanqing heaven without relocating the Bio Palace. Father Sheng, will Grandfather Sen still live with us? Wukong felt somewhat puzzled. When in Kunlun, Grandfather Sen often returned to the Moreau Palace, but he had never seen a soul in Bio Palace. Indeed, your father did not open the heavens and plans to reside in Sanqing heaven, as it is conveniently located in the center. Guangchengzi smiled, coldly glancing outside the Lingxiao Palace. The heavenly court is a mix of dragons and snakes. Wukong, you must keep an eye on your grandfather San, and ensure that no other gods disturb his quiet cultivation. As the future ancestral temple of the Tao, the time spent in the Sanqing heaven would surely be significant. 70% of the gods in the heavenly court were once disciples of the Jia sect, so it was uncertain that they would not seek to enter Sanqing heaven again, and Master Tongtian might soften his heart once more. The Moreau Palace in Sanqing heaven sounded pleasant. I will remember that. Wukong nodded, emphatically glancing outside the hall. If they dare to go to the Moreau Palace, I will drive them out. Seeing Wukong's adorable determination, Guangchengzi couldn't help but smile. If he remembered correctly, in journey to the West, Xuanyuan was invited by Master Yuan Shi to the Moreau Palace in Sanqing heaven to discuss the Tao fruit of Honghuang. Oh, it should have been after the sealing of the Fengshen calamity that Master Tongtian was locked in a small black room in the Zixiao Palace, with Master Yuan Shi helping him consolidate his luck. Earlier Master Tongtian was reluctant to rebuild the Bo Palace, but he had to relent and agree to the request to build the Moreau Palace. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, it turned out to be quite satisfactory. Taishang Laojun sighed inwardly. Hao Yin dared not speak further. Guangchengzi had made himself clear enough. The mirror of all beings was already here, and those gods would have a tough time ahead. However, with the presence of Yaoqi, none of this was a problem. Wukong, come here. Your father will go to the Zixiao Palace and bring back your spiritual treasure. Guangchengzi waved his hand, calling Wukong over. All eyes turned to them, sharing a common expression: another spiritual treasure. Wukong's array of spiritual treasures surpassed even Haoshan's. Besides, what could be brought back from the Zixiao Palace if not extraordinary? Father Sheng, I do not lack spiritual treasures. Wukong looked at himself. He was adorned with treasures crafted by Father Sheng, all quite exquisite. Guangchengzi remained unfazed. This one is different. He produced a jade-colored circular ring with a small lock hanging from it, 3 small bells tied under the lock. The sound of dingling left Yang Jiao and the others momentarily dazed, only regaining their senses after a while. Another top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Looking at the combination resembling a collar, Neza muttered. Guangchengzi enlarged the ring and placed it around Wukong's neck, gently tinkling the small lock, causing a sound of gold and jade clashing as he inspected it. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it suits you well. Laojun's eyes moved slightly. Master speed in crafting is indeed impressive. It has already been restored. Wukong touched the small lock, finding it quite adorable, and smiled at Guangchengzi. Thank you, Father Sheng. Meanwhile, Xiangzi and the others stared at the ring, their expressions somewhat dazed. They were not like Neza, these great Luo Golden Immortals, and could naturally discern the power of that ring. Even if Wukong did not activate it, they felt themselves enveloped by the ring, unable to escape. This item, Hao Yin hesitated, seems not to be an innate supreme treasure, yet its aura is stronger than that of an innate supreme treasure. Guangchengzi chuckled softly. This item comes from chaos. In the primordial world it counts as an innate supreme treasure. Saying this, he looked at Wukong and tidied him up with this causal ring, and the Wujilok, your safety is something your father no longer worries about. An innate supreme treasure. Hao Yin murmured to himself, beginning to feel envious. Xiangzi and Tai exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Wukong scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled at Jinping. He remembered Father Sheng had said that upon finding another innate supreme treasure, it should be given to second senior brother. Guangchengzi recognized his thoughts and comforted him. This item is not suitable for your second senior brother. He then turned to Jinping. You walk the path of the immortal way. Oh, what suits you is the yin-yang attribute. I will seek out for you in the future. Though Jinping felt a tinge of envy, his master had always treated him well. Moreover, master had his own considerations. The little junior brother also needed to undertake that task, and having a supreme treasure for protection would make them feel more at ease. The disciple naturally trusts master. Jinping bowed, and then looked at Wukong, unable to hold back a laugh. Guangchengzi nodded, slightly pleased that Jinping understood. He looked up, and the Sanqing heaven had fallen silent. Do you want to go with your father to take a look? Wukong hurriedly followed. He had yet to visit. In that case, let us go together, since the Sanqing brothers have moved and I should pay a visit. Hao Yin recalled his thoughts. Since that supreme treasure came from chaos, he might not be unable to find it in the future. Overthinking was futile. You all go, I shall return to the Doshui Palace. Wukong remembered to come back to the Doshui Palace for pills. Great-grandfather, take care, I will come by. Wukong waved his hand, watching the Qingyo leave with a moo. As divine light flashed, the Lingxiao Palace instantly became empty, while numerous immortals had appeared in the Sanqing realm. Upon closer inspection, they were all direct disciples of the Sanqing. The crowd journeyed from the Taiji heaven of Taqing to the Qingwei heaven of Yuqing, moving forward all the way. The Taiji heaven presented a pure white and bright color with auspicious light, shining everywhere, clear energy wafting all things were born. The Tao laws grounded the Honghuang spiritual soil, produced extraordinary flowers and grasses, and the celestial brew flowed like clouds and mist with fruits hanging from the branches. The Tao de Tianzuan sat quietly in the 8 scenery palace, narrating the Tao de Jing, surrounded by immortals in a circle with Tao Qi like mist refreshing the heart. In the alchemy furnace, the 9 revolutions golden core radiated spiritual light into the sky. Guangchengzi smiled faintly at this sight. This furnace was also a top-grade innate spiritual treasure he had crafted specifically for Taiji master to use in the Taiji heaven. The Yu heaven emanated a bright yellow, clear and pure color with clouds and mist like brocade threads of auspicious energy, the yin and yang beginning to be determined, the Taiji taking shape, spirit springs spouting jade, and celestial trees hanging beads. For beams of light surged into the sky, supporting the 4 corners of heaven and earth. Haoshan's gaze flickered. He sensed a murderous intent emanating from those 4 beams. The Lord of Spiritual Treasures recited the Huangting scripture in the Moreau Palace with immortals coming and going discussing the Tao deducing the creation. Jinling Wudong and others were seated in attendance. The Qingwei heaven displayed a clear and deep azure color, with purple energy filling the sky and golden light in myriad streams. A millet pearl floated in the air radiating billions of light rays with innate spiritual roots covering the ground, golden lotuses blooming, perpetually jade grasses sprawling everywhere. No mortal sounds could be heard, only the celestial music of the Tao echoed. The primordial Lord spoke the Tao of saving people scripture reaching the utmost quiet and void revealing the source of all laws. Qi Jingzi and others had already immersed themselves in the Tao. Feeling Guangchengzi's arrival, the three Qing opened their eyes simultaneously, and in an instant the Sanqing realm began to tremble. The beginning azure of the mixed void Taisher Yuankong, the red-yellow Qi Han Taisher Yuankong, the Xianbai Mingji Tongxian Yuankong, surged into the sky, evolving into three ancestral Qi connecting the Sanqing realm gradually, merging with the primordial world. Everyone watched as the Sanqing heaven began to expand continuously, with spiritual energy rising wildly. Xiangzi and the others closed their eyes feeling the Tao rhythm of the Sanqing. Everything is a manifestation of the Tao. Observing it allows one to comprehend the Honghuang tide. Disciple pays respects to master. Guangchengzi bowed deeply. Xiangzi and the others followed suit, and for a moment the titles of master, senior uncle and ancestor echoed chaotic yet orderly. Greetings, heavenly sovereign. Haotian clasped his hands. You three senior brothers have quite the impressive display. It startled this humble Taoist. Yuanshi slowly opened his eyes, his aura extremely solid, causing Guangchengzi to brighten with realization. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. It seems this time he truly did not make a mistake. The Taoist fortune is increasing, and the three masters have made significant progress in their cultivation. You are not bad already at the second level of Honghuang, but the first level of the Holy Realm is a daunting chasm. Your path has already been entrusted to the Heavenly Court. Kong Xian has given you the mirror of all beings. You should know what to do. We will not interfere with the affairs of the Heavenly Court. Oh, but there are Taoist practitioners coming and going in the Sanqing realm. If a conflict arises with the celestial beings of the Heavenly Court, you only need to handle it according to the heavenly rules. Yuan Shi's voice rang out, and Haoshan's expression immediately relaxed. He understood that his second senior brother was indicating their stance. They were only concerned with fortune, and the Taoist disciples having no interest in the affairs of the Heavenly Court. Everything should be handled fairly, of course. If disciples of Kunlun commit offenses, then the words would not be the same. However, with 4 of the 6 emperors being Kunlun's direct disciples, it is best to let their own people deal with it. He need not intervene. Thank you, second senior brother. Haotian bowed deeply, referring to him as senior brother to draw closer. I have a few daughters. May they enter the Sanqing realm to listen to the Tao. Guangchengzi glanced over. Haotian was indeed putting in much effort. Yuan Shi then spoke. Your daughters are princesses of the Heavenly Court. Why must they be sent to my Sanqing to cultivate? Although they are of royal status, they are also people of the immortal Tao. It is only right for them to listen to the teachings of the heavenly sovereign of the immortal Tao. Haotian responded without hesitation. A smile crept onto Yuan Shi's lips. Haotian indeed knew how to speak. No wonder he was able to serve by the master's side for so long. If that is the case, then when we impart the Tao, let them come to listen together. Thank you, senior brother. Haotian felt a weight lift from his heart. With these 3 protecting him, he would find things much easier in the future. Then this humble Taoist will take my leave. There are matters in the Heavenly Court that remain unresolved. If the 3 senior brothers have any matters, please have your disciples come directly to Yaoqi to find me. Yuan Shi nodded, watching Haotian depart, and gave Guangchengzi a slight nod. A divine light enveloped them as they all arrived in the Mi Luo Palace, where Jin Ling and the others hurriedly rose to greet them. The Sanqing and Guangchengzi sat on the cloud couch observing the disciples under their tutelage and gave a slight nod. This time the ancestral seat of the Taoist sect will be here. If you have no matters in the future, feel free to come to Sanqing Heaven for quiet cultivation. Guangchengzi surveyed the room, clearly explaining the matters of the 9 immortals and 9 sages of the Sanqing. Watching them become excited, Guangchengzi poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Our lineage of the great Tao is inherited. While these positions are aimed at the Taoist sect, ultimately, it is you who will benefit. If you cannot compete with other practitioners under these conditions, then neither I nor the 3 masters will intervene. Yes, thank you, master brother, for your guidance. We will certainly strive to cultivate diligently. The resounding voice spread throughout the Mi Luo Palace, greatly satisfying the Sanqing. These are all carefully selected vessels for the Tao, each one a great Luo Golden Immortal, or even at the Quasi Saint level. The path ahead has been laid out. They only need to comprehend it themselves. Tong Tian observed that his disciples still made up the majority. All 28 constellations had already attained the great Luo Golden Immortal. This made him somewhat proud, but this place was indeed too close to the Heavenly Court. It seemed he felt someone watching. He turned his head, and saw Guangchengzi looking at him with a half-smile, causing Tong Tian to feel a bit guilty. Guangchengzi coldly snorted in his heart, seeing Duo Bao walk in from outside the palace, and said nothing more. "Are you prepared?" Duo Bao bowed, and performed 3 prostrations while the 4 from Hang stood behind, clearly waiting for a long time. "Enough," Tong Tian sighed. "Disciple, your journey will be as the master of Golden Immortals. In the future there will be an opportunity for you to attain the Tao. When the Golden Immortals rule the West, that will be the time for us to meet again." Duo Bao's eyes turned red. Ever since he entered Kunlun, his master brother had often guided him, pulling him back from the brink of wrong paths multiple times. With the master's full support, he is now the first among the 3 teachings disciples to have the chance to attain the Tao. All of this is due to his entry into Kunlun. Duo Bao will not disappoint the expectations of the 3 masters and master brother. Huiling looked at his master with some sadness from behind. In the future the master would no longer be a practitioner of the heavenly immortal lineage. Disciple will go to spread the Tao. The position of Emperor Guochun is no longer suitable. Please master brother, choose suitable brothers to take up the position. Guangchengzi surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on Sun Wukong. "I have someone in mind for this matter, so do not worry." Duo Bao performed another bow and stepped aside to stand with his former senior brothers and sisters. "Jinling, in 500 years you will go to the underworld. I have already discussed it with Huiyun Cave." Tong Tian looked at him, his gaze enigmatic. Jinling, as a managing disciple of Chanjiao, is still at the later stage of Quasi-Saint, which is somewhat insufficient. In this reincarnation the 3 emperors have already nodded in agreement. Once Duo Bao returns to his original appearance, Jinling will also be able to break through to the peak of Quasi-Saint and contend for the position of the 9 sages of Upper Qing. Ziwei Emperor Qi. Tong Tian was taken aback. The 3 emperors could actually make concessions, allowing Jinling to enter the master's lineage. Ziwei Star is the Emperor's Star, also known as Zichun Essence Radiant Treasure. The Emperor of the Master's lineage is the human Emperor's Star, but since the emergence of the human Tao, the Ziwei Star no longer qualifies to represent the human Emperor, otherwise would it not place the human Tao beneath the heavenly Tao? It is not so complicated, it is merely allowing the Ziwei Emperor to enter the Master's lineage. The actions of the Ziwei Emperor do not involve the paths of humans and gods. Guangchengzi said, glancing down with a slight smile. "Sister, do you understand?" Jinling's expression was excited. "Thank you, Master Brother, for your concern. I will certainly not disappoint Master's expectations." Although it is a personal action, it is enough to complete her path of Ziwei. The Ziwei Emperor Star, which cannot represent the human emperor, still falls short compared to the Tai, Yin, and Yang Sun. This time she returns, not to mention that she can break through to the peak of Quasi-Saint. Her status in the Zhoutian Starry Sky will also surpass that of Tai, Yin, and Yang Sun. You all should not be idle. As long as it does not delay your duties within the heavenly court, you can go and face a hardship. This time there are 81 tribulations. Rather than letting other practitioners receive the merits, it is better for you to go and earn them yourselves. This can also conclude the cause and effect between Duo Bao and Zhejiao. "Yes, I will obey Master Brother's command." Many looked at Duo Bao with smiles in their eyes, alleviating the sadness of parting. They could hardly imagine a day when they would rightfully teach their Master Brother a lesson. Zhao Gongming was slightly taken aback and stood up to ask, "Master Brother, we are only a few hundred here, while the Western sect has quite a few disciples. They will surely come out in full force, which will exceed the 81 tribulations you have set." Lao Ziyuan sure remained silent. All eyes turned to Tong Tian, not expecting that he would still have such a straightforward disciple. Kong Xian and the others wanted to laugh, but did not dare. San Shao's face turned red as the eldest brother actually asked such a question. Guangchengzi rubbed his forehead and sighed. "Gongming, you are the embodiment of emptiness, but you should also listen to the thoughts of Yinshao. Please guide me, senior brother." Zhao Gongming said, his face flushed, yet humbly seeking instruction. Guangchengzi gazed upon his earnest junior brother and sighed deeply. The Buddhist sect also has disciples at the quasi-sage level. Naturally, they can block the path. Once our guardian disciples go to seek aid, you may intervene with full legitimacy. Moreover, the Western journey demands precisely 81 tribulations. Should the Western sect's disciples prove inferior in skill, outmaneuvered by you, or even inadvertently injured, you may step in to fulfill the trials yourselves. Brilliant, senior brother. Zhao Gongming's eyes lit up. What an ingenious plan. Guangchengzi shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further, then turned to Yunxiao and whispered a few words. Her expression faltered, hesitant. Was this course truly justified? "Do as I have instructed, no question asked," Guangchengzi declared, voice calm, yet commanding, leaving no room for dissent. "You intend to eradicate the Western sect's disciples entirely." Tong Tian transmitted his voice directly to Guangchengzi. "The Western sect is already doomed. Retaining them would only sow future calamity. Yunxiao, your younger sister, will carry out this task flawlessly." Guangchengzi sneered coldly. These were enemies, not allies. Mercy served no purpose. If they were absorbed into the golden immortal Tao, vigilance would still be required lest they reignite their own sect and dilute Duobao's celestial fortune. And should malice stir anew within the golden immortal Tao, better to sever the root entirely than risk Yuanshi perceived Guangchengzi's intent and sent a private transmission to Yunxiao, strip them of their cultivation. No need for lethal force. I shall speak with your senior brother on this matter afterward. Yunxiao pondered inwardly, why did second master and senior brother hold such divergent views? Whose command should she obey? Second master was her elder, yet senior brother was unrelenting, ruthless even. She resolved to consult her master after departing, and await senior brother's explicit orders. Duobao's journey begins now. Upon its success, each of you shall accrue immense merit. More need not be said, away it yourselves. We humbly obey senior brother's instruction. Guangchengzi nodded. Yang Jian Neza, you too shall descend to the mortal realm to protect Duobao. Yang Jian paused, startled. Neza, however, remained composed. So this was the descent his master had foretold. It was acceptable. He had long prepared himself. Though arduous, serving beside Uncle Duobao promised abundant merit. Indeed, his elder brother had chosen wisely. He winked playfully at son Wukong, then seeing Yang Jian still stunned, gently tugged him down into prostration. Disciple thanks senior uncle. Yang Jian gradually regained his composure, never imagining senior uncle would select him. He glanced sideways. Yang Jiao met his gaze with quiet warmth and a nod. Disciple Yang Jian thanks senior uncle for this extraordinary trust, and pledges never to betray the hopes of our revered masters. Yu Ding smiled faintly. His son now stood upon a path of destiny. Many third-generation disciples watched enviously. This was a celestial blessing beyond measure. Wukong, you too must depart, Guangchengzi said, smiling as he observed son Wukong glancing about restlessly. There you shall be, their senior brother, guiding your second and third brothers in protecting Uncle Duobao on his journey westward. Wukong glanced at Duobao, yet they barely knew one another. They had met only a few times atop Kunlun Mountain when he sought counsel from his divine father and 3 grandfathers. Must I truly go? Wukong sighed, crestfallen. Father, your child wishes to remain here, at your side on Kunlun. Others exchanged subtle glances. Being a sage's offspring, he indeed possessed the rare privilege of choice. Watching Wukong scramble onto the cloud bed and gaze up at him with pitiful innocence, those below recoiled in silent shock. Guangchengzi suppressed a chuckle. Master Yuanshi upheld strict decorum. None dared behave thus before either master or himself. Yet Wukong's nature was unrestrained, and Guangchengzi had never suppressed it. Indeed, he had indulged it. Only such unbridled spirit could ever bear the title Great Sage, equal to heaven. Seeing him feign helplessness, Guangchengzi steeled his resolve. You must go. Wukong slumped, plucking absent-mindedly at the luminous threads of the cloud bed. Within moments, a sizable patch had been torn away. Guangchengzi tapped him lightly. Had he not restrained his aura, Wukong would have been hurled across the hall at first touch. Wukong rubbed his forehead, tears welling. It hurts. With a silent sigh, Guangchengzi gently massaged the spot, then gestured downward. Your second and third brothers are both going, and neither rivals your strength. The Western Road teems with adversaries. If you withhold your hand, they will suffer unjustly. Are you not to be their elder brother? What elder brother would abandon his juniors? He left the words unspoken, but Wukong understood. Glancing at Yang Jian and Neza, he still held his ground. Below, the assembled immortals stared in disbelief. Their senior brother, famed for stern authority, revealing unexpected tenderness. Elder brother, we rely on your protection, Yang urged, and I. Neza chimed in, though this elder brother was in truth still a child. Indeed, elder brother. Even my own elder brother cannot best you, let alone your younger brothers, or Neza, Yang Jian added, slyly shifting tactics. Besides, the Western sect's disciples bear a grudge against senior uncle. As the sage's son, elder brother ought to shoulder this burden for senior uncle. Instantly, Wukong straightened, eyes alight. Father, do they truly hold enmity toward you? Guangchengzi hesitated. Should he deceive him? Or deceive him again? With a long sorrowful sigh, he replied, yes. Though I stand mighty now before attaining the Tao, I nearly lost my sacred treasures to the Western sages. Before you were born, the 2 Western sages led their disciples in cowardly retreat, leaving me alone to face a lethal formation while they mocked your 3rd grandfather. Master, did I speak truly? As Guangchengzi's sorrow deepened, Wukong turned to Tong Tian, who could only acquiesce. Your father speaks truth. These events truly occurred. The Kunlun disciples bowed their heads, suppressing smiles. Senior brother spoke factually, but while the second incident they had witnessed firsthand, the first transpired before their initiation. They'd heard it later recounted by senior brother himself. Joining the 3 pure ones meant standing unafraid, backed by 3 sages. So long as one wielded power, justly one could stride boldly across the primordial chaos. In that very incident, the Western sages seized senior brother's treasures, only for the 3 masters to pursue them and grievously wound both Western sages, leaving them crippled for 10,000 years. Wukong, ignorant of the full context, burned with righteous fury. Snatching his golden staff from his ear, "Father, fear not. I shall avenge you this very moment." He lunged toward the palace exit. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. This was precisely why he'd chosen Yang Jian. Wukong acted on impulse alone. Neza was a demonic child. Only Yang Jian, though occasionally rash, retained strategic foresight and broad vision, as he had proven masterfully this time. No need. Simply accompany Duo Bao faithfully on the western journey, and when you stand openly in the west, none dare raise a hand against you. Wukong sheathed his staff and stepped before Duo Bao. "Uncle, this old monkey shall guard you well." Then, without regard for propriety, he patted Duo Bao several times, eliciting an exasperated yet amused smile. Finally, he took position before Yang Jian and Neza, as if assuming solemn guardianship over them. "Son Wukong, my junior nephew shows deep filial reverence towards senior brother," Zhao Gongming remarked approvingly. Though the youth was somewhat willful and indulged, he remained at heart a fine child. A chorus of celestial beings praised him in turn. "Nephew, should you ever face an insurmountable trial, seek us among the 28 mansions of the Zhou Starry Vault. The 10 Sovereign Isle extends the same invitation. Next time you visit Chanjiao, I'll be sure to savor its splendors at leisure. The 3 Immortal Isles also welcome you warmly," Yinshao added with a gentle, radiant smile. Son Wukong scratched his head. Wasn't the 3 Immortal Isles under the stewardship of his divine father? He'd never encountered these 3 uncles during his fruit-gathering forays there. Guangchengzi let out a soft chuckle, withdrew a violet lotus, and beckoned Son Wukong forward. "Divine Father, what is this?" Son Wukong prodded the blossom gently. Though its aura radiated immense power, its petals remained supple and delicate. Below, the assembled immortals exchanged glances. Another primordial supreme treasure, one that even the 3 pure ones could not conceal their subtle astonishment. "Divine Father, what is this?" Son Wukong prodded the blossom gently. Though its aura radiated immense power, its petals remained supple and delicate. Below, the assembled immortals exchanged glances. Another primordial. Though this treasure lay idle in his possession, he could not yet entrust it to Son Wukong for full refinement. It served solely as a safeguard. His gaze swept across the assembly. Though Jin Peng wielded no supreme treasure, neither could this artifact be placed in his charge. The wheel-returning violet lotus held dominion over a fragment of the netherworld's authority. Its status within the underworld rivaled that of the 3 treasures of creation in the primordial chaos. Even Guangchengzi rarely stirred it, reserving it instead to anchor the sect's celestial fortune. "Return now. The western journey shall soon commence. Settle your affairs promptly, lest haste and confusion overtake you when the hour arrives." "Yes, disciples, take our leave." The assembly bowed deeply and departed the Miluo Palace in solemn, stately procession, leaving behind only those whose destinies were irrevocably bound to the western journey. Guangchengzi gently adjusted the Wuji lock resting upon Son Wukong's chest, then paused in quiet contemplation before speaking. "Once these matters are resolved, I shall accompany you to the palace of the Grand Supreme, where we shall refine the karmic ring together." A chaotic spiritual treasure, beyond Son Wukong's current capacity to refine. Yet with Guangchengzi's guidance, at least 60% of its seals could be unlocked, affording the youth vital protection. Son Wukong nodded obediently as Guangchengzi spoke. His divine father would never endanger him. Watching the young monkey leap down to whisper conspiratorially with Neza and Yang Jian, the 3 pure ones turned their attention toward them. "Do you fear calamity?" Yuanshi murmured telepathically. Guangchengzi raised a hand, weaving a silent barrier to veil their quartet's discourse from all others. This entire affair was orchestrated by this disciple alone. The significance of those 2 figures to the Western teaching is plain to see, Master, and I speak not boastfully. In recent eons my stratagems have seldom faltered. Elder uncles Jia Yin and Zhuni well understand this truth. Tong Tian unconsciously rubbed his cheek. "Indeed, you are formidable. You engineered the utter collapse of my Jia sect, and even eldest and second brothers stand unwaveringly at your side, having chastised me on your behalf more than once." Guangchengzi coughed lightly. "Modesty, modesty." Feigning obliviousness, he continued, "This Western journey is a unified Taoist endeavor. Frankly stated, the Western teaching's annihilation is inevitable. My concern lies not with Mithraya's potential ambush. Tai and Yunxiao stand ready, but with Duo Bao's ascent to Mount Sumeru. The Western teaching embodies the life's work of those 2 elders. Their great vows sworn upon attaining the status of heavenly Tao saints remain unfulfilled. As more saints emerge across the primordial chaos, theirs alone stagnates. Should the Western teaching fall, they shall be eternally confined to this realm. Henceforth, even their grandest vows must be fulfilled through personal toil. As celestial saints, I doubt they shall endure such humiliation in silence." Guangchengzi sighed deeply. "We have pressed them too fiercely this time. I fear Elder Uncle Zhuni may in despair choose mutual destruction." The 3 pure ones stiffened. Indeed, if the Western teaching perishes, those 2 shall lose all hope. And Zhuanti is capable of such extremity. Retaliation against others remains possible, but Juanti's deepest enmity is reserved for me, yet he cannot best me in combat. Guangchengzi offered a wry smile. By now Sun Wukong's true identity must echo across the primordial chaos. Should Juanti resolve to wound me, he will strike directly at my son, Sun Wukong himself. Duo Bao's enthronement atop Mount Sumer marks the Western teaching's final desperate resistance. Conflict shall rage fierce and unrelenting. Should any misstep grant Juanti an opening, Guangchengzi would regret it beyond redemption. Juanti may be weak, yet only among the ranks of saints. To all beneath that exalted tier, he remains an unscalable celestial precipice. And Sun Wukong is his own flesh and blood. How could he not tremble? For a moment Guangchengzi's thoughts churned like storm-tossed seas. The Western teaching was indeed a grave blight, but pressed too hard, and one risks cornering a hound in its den. A perilous dilemma. Dwell not on such anxieties, Yuanshi consoled him. This primordial chaos was forged by our Divine Father. The heavenly Tao itself favors you. All fault lies with them. Laozi and Tongtian blinked in mild surprise, then affirmed the sentiment without reservation. Guangchengzi smiled faintly, with three venerable masters standing beside him. His spirit lifted considerably. Indeed, the primordial chaos ought to heed this disciple's counsel. All blame rests squarely upon Jie Yin and Juanti. Relieved, Guangchengzi dissolved the barrier, and watched amused as Duo Bao imparted quiet instructions to Hualing. Senior brother, this junior sister seeks your counsel. Sihong bowed respectfully. Now at the midstage of quasi-sainthood, her demeanor had grown ever more serene. At Guangchengzi's nod she continued, Senior brother, do the four lotus treasures wielded by Wen Shu and our brethren share some profound resonance? In recent years, as the golden immortal Tao's celestial fortune swells, their interconnection has intensified. Though their seals remain unchanged, their power has surged markedly. Guangchengzi nodded in approval. Your focus upon the golden immortal Tao pleases me. Those four rainbow lotuses are indeed extraordinary. I infused them with a seed from the meritorious golden lotus during their forging. Seeing their astonishment, he smiled. You heard correctly. The very seed from the 12-petal golden lotus upon Mount Sumeru. This was crafted as the golden immortal Tao's fortune-anchoring sacred artifact. Any sect lacking a primordial supreme treasure to stabilize its celestial fortune has already witnessed the consequences. He referred to the moment Sihong and her peers founded the golden immortal Tao, when the Western teaching instantly lost 10% of its celestial fortune. Though the meritorious golden lotus could anchor fortune, it paled beside a primordial supreme treasure. Had the Western teaching possessed one, only Jie Yin's and Juanti's personal fortune would have bled, not the sect's own. Once you claim the Western teaching's fortune, retrieve the 12-petal meritorious golden lotus. Since the four rainbow lotuses already resonate with it, their combined presence, 5 lotuses in sacred alignment, shall anchor fortune with efficacy rivaling that of a primordial supreme treasure, so long as the artifacts remain undisturbed. The assembly gasped. Their senior brother had planned so far ahead. They too feared the golden immortal Tao might one day tread the same path as the Western teaching. If the artifacts must remain still, then so be it. Compared to celestial fortune, sacred treasures hold little weight. Besides, they lacked for no such relics. Their master had just gifted each a supreme primordial treasure upon their return. After all, the 9 J-pure seats belonged to other Taoist lineages, not fitting for the golden immortal Tao. We owe you profound gratitude, senior brother. Duo Bao, now fully apprised, bowed deeply. Guangchengzi smiled faintly. No thanks are owed me. This endeavor also serves to accumulate celestial fortune from Master Tongtian. Should you attain sainthood, his honor shall shine anew. For though the Jie sect had fallen, Master Tongtian bore the lingering stigma of an instructor who failed his disciples, a stain erased only if one of his followers ascended to sainthood. In all these eons, only Guangchengzi among the saint's disciples had achieved sainthood. Tongtian paused, then offered Guangchengzi a quiet, grateful smile. Seeing Duo Bao's eyes glisten with unshed tears, he gave a slow, affirming nod. Noticing all affairs settled, Guangchengzi rose. Wukong, come with me to the palace of the Grand Supreme. Yang Jian and Nezi, you as well. We shall fortify you all. Farewell, senior brother. After the greetings, Duo Bao, Jinling, and the others stood up, while Guangchengzi along with Sun Wukong and Neza had already vanished from sight. Yuanshi waved his hand, signaling them to retreat and settle down. In the moment Sun Wukong was lost in thought, he had already arrived in an unfamiliar realm. The sky was deep azure, almost black, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. Only an endless flow of Tao light circulated, and silence reigned, broken only by the low murmuring of an alchemy furnace and the faint recitation of Tao scriptures. This is the extreme of the 33 heavens, Li Henshin the farthest from the mortal realm and closest to the Tao. Neza introduced to Sun Wukong, as both he and Yang Jian were familiar with this place as denizens of the heavenly court, but it was Sun Wukong's first visit. However, it was also their first time stepping into Lihentian. Despite serving in the Heavenly Court for tens of thousands of years, they mostly visited Qinghua and the South Pole Imperial Palace. Only their master would come here. It smells so good. Wukong twitched his nose, gazing yearningly at Guangchengzi. I bet your ancestor knows you're coming and is preparing pills for you. Guangchengzi chuckled and pointed towards an ancient Dao palace at the center of the realm, where a beam of golden light shot into the sky, and countless ethereal shadows of plants appeared. Grandfather Wukong has arrived. Son Wukong shouted loudly, performed a somersault, and in the blink of an eye he had entered the Dao palace. Guangchengzi smiled slightly, and without any visible motion led Yang Jian and Neza into the space, reappearing in front of the Do Shui palace. The grand doors slowly opened, revealing purple mist swirling around 9 bagua furnaces. Taishang Lao Jun sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, while the other 8 bagua furnaces were arranged in 8 directions, and gourds hung on the surrounding walls radiating pill light that resonated with the laws of heaven. Lao Jun held a whisk sitting upon the throne, and beside the bagua furnaces were 2 young attendants, 1 gold and 1 silver, fanning continuously. The furnace base was piled with many fire bricks, and the flames of Lu Ding burned fiercely, casting an ancient glow on the golden tiles of the Do Shui palace. With a light flick of his whisk as the alchemy furnace opened and closed, a golden core burst through the celestial mist, resonating with the great Tao of heaven and earth, filling the entire Do Shui palace with a captivating fragrance. Wukong looked on with eager anticipation, squatting in front of Lao Jun, silent and gazing at him with pitiful eyes. Good child, eat up. Lao Jun handed him the pill, and Wukong exclaimed, "Thank you, grandfather," before eagerly stuffing it into his mouth. It tastes like peach of immortality. Indeed, it is peach of immortality. Wukong flipped over twice, joyfully watching a series of pills fly out from the furnace, landing in a red gourd. Take it. Lao Jun placed the gourd in front of Wukong, pointing to another wall adorned with gourds. These are all prepared for you. Take whichever you wish. Wukong happily accepted it, and hurried over to inspect each one. What are you bringing them here for? Lao Jun looked at Neza and Yang Jian with some confusion. Guangchengzi smiled. They are now all great Luo Jingxians. Understanding the laws is not something that can be achieved overnight, but fortunately, they have cultivated the 9 turns mystic art, which can still enhance their strength a bit. A small matter. Lao Jun gazed at the 2 who were bowing, pondered for a moment, and a golden gourd flew over from the south, with 2 pills radiating with ethereal golden light floating before them. This is a pill I refined from a Quasi-Saint Fierce Beast, which has significant benefits for blood and energy. Each of you should take 3 pills, then enter the bagua furnace, and allow me to refine for a few hundred years, enough to help your mystic art break through a small realm. Though Lao Jun spoke lightly, Yang Jian and Neza were startled. The 2 glanced at the burning Lu Ding in the bagua furnace, involuntarily trembling. After all, this was the flame used by saints for alchemy. If they entered, they would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Yes, we will obey the master's command. The 2 responded simultaneously, bowing. After all, they were disciples of the Tao, and Lao Jun would surely hold. Such a great opportunity was indeed rare. After all, the 9 turns mystic art consumes a tremendous amount of resources. The 2 had broken through to great Luo Jingxian after sealing their deities, and although they had comprehended the laws, their mystic art was still stuck in the early stage of the 7 turns, having never broken through. Both lacked resources, but ordinary resources had little effect on the 9 turns mystic art. The only heavenly materials and earthly treasures that would be effective for great Luo Jingxians, besides the 10 innate spiritual roots, were Lao Jun's pills. However, these 2 items were not something ordinary people could obtain. Even if they did, it would be in scarce quantities. Now this pill required only 3 to break through, and hearing Lao Jun say it was refined from a Quasi-Saint Fierce Beast made it even more extraordinary. Beside him, Guangchengzi had a strange expression. Was it what he thought? Lao Jun understood his meaning, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, nodding slightly, confirming he was correct. Guangchengzi inhaled the fragrant aroma of the pill and walked over to pat the shoulders of Yang Jian and Neza. You 2 are fortunate today. The 2 were puzzled, and Guangchengzi shook his head. Truly a matter of every bite and every sip. He still remembered that after the 3 lectures in Zixiao, he wanted to collect Finbao Rock, but Juani dared to snatch it away, resulting in Yuan Shi cutting off one of his arms. At that time, Taiching picked him up, saying he would refine a furnace of pills in the future. Unexpectedly, these few pills were the outcome. Letting Yang Jian and Neza consume the pills made from Juanti's flesh and blood, and act as guardians to spread the golden immortal lineage, thoroughly devouring the fortunes of the Western teachings, it was a complete annihilation from body to spirit. However, Juanti would surely be unhappy. These are good things. You shall begin after consuming them. Guangchengzi turned around, his expression changing drastically. Sun Wukong was already wandering in a daze, glancing around, and saw that both walls lined with gourds were empty. Wukong. Guangchengzi was alarmed and hurried to check his condition, then scolded angrily, "You reckless fool, how dare you eat the pure pill?" Lao Jun frowned as well. The wall of pills he had let Wukong consume was suitable for his physique, while the other wall contained pills suitable for those on the path of immortality. However, as Sun Wukong did not follow the path of immortality, he had just consumed a large portion of the pure pill, causing the pure Tao energy to surge wildly within his body. He looked like a Taoist who feasted on wind, and do practicing with celestial vapors, showing no trace of the ferocity of the mischievous monkey. Chanjiao and Jiao, why did you not report? Guangchengzi's expression was unfriendly. He had been reminiscing and had not noticed Wukong. These two had not kept an eye on him either. Why blame them? Lao Jun sighed, knowing Guangchengzi was overly concerned. Send him down to the mortal realm. Guangchengzi snorted, coldly tapping Wukong a few times to set his 9 turns mystic art in motion. Taishang Lao Jun was taken aback for a moment. Guangchengzi had already acted. Wukong would be fine after a few hundred years of cultivation, so why the urgency? Watching Guangchengzi's gaze flicker, Lao Jun suddenly realized yes, merit should not be missed. Spare my life, Jin Jiao knows he is wrong. Please spare me, Yin Jiao knows his crimes. The two attendants pleaded incessantly, and Lao Jun coughed heavily. Wukong has ended up like this due to your negligence. I will place him into the Bagua furnace to refine his pill energy. You two quickly come and fan the flames, and afterwards go to the mortal realm. The two were panic-stricken but did not dare to defy the Lord's command. Guangchengzi tapped Wukong's forehead, having thought he could avoid this ordeal, but it turned out he still had to be refined. Deserved. You two should also go, as brothers. Entering the Bagua furnace together is quite a tale. Yang Jian and Neza were stunned. The disciples thought that Wukong probably did not wish for such a tale. Watching Yang Jian and Neza swallow the elixir and step into the Bagua furnace, Guangchengzi threw Sun Wukong in as well. Rest assured, to us, everything is ultimately a form of Dao Qi. Wukong has consumed many spiritual fruits before, and this is a good opportunity for him to refine himself, perhaps even breaking through to a higher realm. Guangchengzi sighed, saying, while that may be true, I didn't want him to suffer. He could simply cultivate step by step. The old lord remained silent, thought for a moment, and then advised proper experience is still necessary. I understand the journey to the west is a trial. Guangchengzi fixed his gaze on the Bagua furnace, watching the flames rise, and scolded the golden horn, lower the fire. The old lord shot him a glare, raise it higher. Refining hundreds of pills is not an easy task. He then looked at Guangchengzi, pointing to several other pill furnaces. You have nothing to do, go help me refine pills. Guangchengzi took a deep breath, no longer speaking, quietly watching the 6 divine fire burn in the furnace. 300 years later, the Bagua furnace shook, bulging, as if something was pushing from within. Who dares to keep me, old son? A series of loud shouts echoed from the Bagua furnace, and Guangchengzi couldn't help but smile. It seemed Wukong had regained his senses. Your second and third brothers are also inside the furnace, the old lord remarked, and immediately there was silence from the Bagua furnace. Guangchengzi could see Wukong searching around in the Bagua furnace until he spotted a Taoist with all 3 eyes closed, sitting cross-legged, his aura steadily rising, while on the other side a red lotus appeared upon which a young boy lay sleeping soundly. Why must the master do this? Guangchengzi sighed. Neza and the others will take 100 more years to emerge. After consuming so many of my pills, can I not complain a little? The old lord snorted lightly. You are quite protective. Guangchengzi was taken aback and murmured, I don't know how to be a father. I'm just learning from how my previous 3 masters treated their disciples. Never mind, Wukong has already broken through to the mid-stage of Deluo. Don't you still need to help him refine the spiritual treasure? The old lord shook his head. He should know everything on the other side as well. Guangchengzi nodded, and the old lord chuckled lightly as the flames gradually weakened and the sealing power began to dissipate. Boom! A golden staff shot out in an instant, followed by a mighty figure. Sun Wukong stood in the void, clad in golden armor, his expression defiant, his eyes filled with an air of invincibility, looking down upon all. Clap! Clap! Guangchengzi clapped and laughed heartily. This is truly my child, the great sage, equal to heaven. Sun Wukong. Boom! Guangchengzi looked down, his expression darkening, as the sudden appearance of Wukong startled the golden horn, causing several fire bricks to fall from the furnace floor. Golden horn took the opportunity to slap him hard. Seeing Wukong standing fiercely in the air, Guangchengzi closed his eyes briefly. This is truly... Wukong realized he was still in the Do Shui Palace with both his father and grandfather present, and couldn't help but show off his monkey staff, earning a smack on the head from Guangchengzi. You can't be so reckless in the future. Can pills be consumed carelessly? Guangchengzi reprimanded coldly. It's only because of Wukong's special constitution, nourished by his blood, that he hasn't been burst apart by those pure elixirs. The pills he initially consumed were specially refined by the old lord according to his constitution, which would subtly adapt to his body and gradually enhance his cultivation. I know I was wrong. Wukong hung his head in dejection. Guangchengzi felt a pang of reluctance, wanting to give him a lesson, but also feeling a bit soft-hearted. Father, please don't be angry. Wukong smiled at him charmingly, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Seeing his adorable demeanor, Guangchengzi couldn't help but calm down. Seeing Guangchengzi finally show a smile, Wukong nudged his arm and asked about the Bagua furnace. Why have my second and third brothers also been refined? They need to break through their realms. After this your three brothers' realms will remain the same. The old lord said slowly as he watched the golden horn and silver horn tidy up the fire bricks. Wukong raised his head proudly. Then they aren't my old son's opponents. Yes, you are the strongest. Guangchengzi patted his monkey head. A cushion flew out from his sleeve, and he pressed Sun Wukong down. Hold your breath and close your eyes. I will assist you in refining the causality ring. Wukong understood this was for his own good. Quickly following his father's instructions, his primordial spirit surged into the causality ring, and he felt as if he had entered a maze surrounded by countless circular rings. He had refined several spiritual treasures before, but within the causality ring, he couldn't even find a single restriction. If this continued, it might take tens of thousands of years. At this moment, a vast power surged into him, and Sun Wukong felt his primordial spirit enveloped in a bright light reminiscent of when he had just left Flower Fruit Mountain and was carried on his father's back, filled with a sense of security. Whoosh! As if flowing water passed by, Wukong saw all the circular rings in front of him disappear, and 14 massive beams of light filled the space, each surrounded by chaotic energy, contrasting sharply with the restrictions within the golden staff, even suppressing his essence. But deep within his heart the blood began to call out as if it had encountered a familiar item. Without waiting for Wukong to ponder, his primordial spirit instantly rushed into the first beam of light. Before long, he felt he had completely mastered this beam, then followed the bright light into the second and third beams. 100 years later, Wukong slowly opened his eyes, looking at the familiar Do Shui Palace, his thoughts finally pulling away from the inner space of the causality ring. Give it a try. Guangchengzi chuckled. In 100 years, he had helped Wukong refine 30 restrictions, enough for Wukong to use in battle. Wukong extended his finger, and the causality ring began to spin at his fingertip. With a gentle poke, the causality ring shot out instantly. Guangchengzi quickly coughed, a beam of bright light blocking against the wall, while the old lord glanced at the two. Father, this is even more powerful than my golden staff. Wukong exclaimed in delight, not expecting the causality ring to be so formidable. This is a trump card from your father. For everyday battles you can still use other spiritual treasures. Guangchengzi cautioned solemnly. Wukong nodded, feeling the information from the causality ring, gently tossing it onto a gourd, and in the blink of an eye the gourd appeared in Wukong's hand, making him excited for a long time. Guangchengzi pointed to the gourd on the north wall. Those pills are suitable for Wukong to cultivate the 9 turns mystic art after the breakthrough. I don't eat them randomly, or it won't be good if you get hurt again. The old lord snorted lightly, and didn't say much. Not long after, Wukong bounced back, and the gourd on the back wall had already decreased by 40%. Father, when will Neza and the others finish their cultivation? They still need another 100 years. You have consumed too many spiritual fruits in the past. The medicinal power has accumulated within you, and you are naturally in tune with the laws of battle. Neza and the others need some more time for cultivation. Guangchengzi glanced at him and smiled. Wukong raised his face. Can I go to the heavenly court? The Jade Emperor has crowned me the great sage equal to heaven, and allowed me to manage the peach garden. I want to go take a look, and let them recognize me. Guangchengzi laughed. You remember this matter. After 100 years I will descend to the mortal realm. Of course, I want to pick some peaches to eat on the way. Wukong said this as if it were a matter of course. Go ahead, go ahead. Guangchengzi waved his hand helplessly, and Wukong happily hugged him before bouncing away. Boom. Flames erupted skyward from the Palace of Supreme Clarity, bathing the entire Taoist palace in an infernal glow. 2 streaks of light darted through the conflagration, their pursuit punctuated by the sharp clang of clashing weapons. Many thanks to Elder Master and Senior Uncle. I have broken through. Neza stood resplendent, gripping the heaven-subduing hoop, while Yang Jian stood nearby, his 3-pointed 2-edged blade resting across his shoulder. Laozi nodded faintly, then cast a violet flame into the furnace, causing both youths to shiver involuntarily. Far more potent than the 6-ding divine fire, its radiance alone overwhelmed them before they even drew near. Then Master, please proceed with refining the elixirs. We shall take them back now. Guangchengzi bowed deeply. Laozi chuckled softly. You two must travel with caution. After all, the western journey would bring no shortage of encounters. As the three strode outward, Neza murmured in puzzlement. Why is Great Elder Master here alone? Where are Golden Horn and Silver Horn? And even the Azure Ox is nowhere to be seen. Guangchengzi remained silent. Yet the moment he stepped beyond the realm of separation and sorrow, a golden light shot toward them, unsteady and disheveled. Elder brother, what has happened? Neza rushed forward. Who dared pursue his elder brother here in the primordial chaos? Had they truly forsaken their lives? Second and third brothers, have your cultivations reached completion? Sun Wukong offered only a fleeting greeting before seizing Guangchengzi's sleeve. Father sage, quick! Let us go. Go? Go where? A voice laced with fury echoed forth. The 33 heavens blazed with activation runes as silhouettes materialized. A woman clad in opulent robes and crowned with a phoenix headdress appeared, her countenance storm-darkened. 8 other women followed in her wake, elegantly attired, each bearing treasures of supreme postnatal refinement, though not yet matching the rarity of innate divine artifacts. Yang Jian pays respects to aunt-in-law and all esteemed cousins. Neza bows before Empress Tianhou and her highnesses the princesses. The sovereign lady, upon seeing Sun Wukong cowering behind a Taoist master, recoiled in startled disbelief. She had sensed no trace of his presence at all. Ah, this is none other than a sage in person. Yaoqi dares not presume. May this humble one beg your forgiveness. Witnessing Yaoqi's abrupt shift in demeanor, Guangchengzi responded with a perfunctory hum. Regardless of cause, none could so recklessly chase after his disciples. Longji, lead your sisters in paying homage to the sage. As each princess performed her obeisance, Guangchengzi's expression remained serene. From his sleeve emerged 8 sets of ceremonial robes, each an innate divine artifact. It has indeed been many ages since we last met, niece Longji. Guangchengzi nodded slightly. During the investiture of the gods, this princess had descended to battle several GS sect disciples. Now she had attained the rank of Tai Golden Immortal. Only 3 of her sisters had reached Golden Immortal status, while the rest lingered between true immortal and mysterious immortal realms. Your remembrance honors me, sage. Observing that her own robe was a supreme tier innate divine artifact, while her sisters were merely inferior tier, Longji exhaled in quiet relief. At least the sage bore no grudge. May I inquire, aunt-in-law, why you invoke the realm-linking power? Yang Jian bowed, respectfully perplexed. This realm-linking power drew upon the celestial architecture of the 33 heavens, accessible only to the 6 sovereign emperors. Though Yaoqi currently governed heaven's affairs as regent, she retained authority to wield it. Yet this power was vital to heaven's defense. Legend held that when all 6 sovereigns channeled it in unison, they could unleash a strike capable of repelling even a sage, surpassing the might of tri-body quasi-sages. Guangchengzi had witnessed his senior uncle, the South Pole Immortal, deploy it but twice, vanishing and reappearing anywhere within the 33 heavens in the blink of an eye. Why then had aunt-in-law summoned such power to pursue his elder brother? Sun Wukong's identity was already known throughout the 3 realms. Surely she knew. And with senior uncle present, it would be unwise to provoke her ire. At Yang Jian's inquiry, Yaoqi forgot Guangchengzi's presence entirely. Her face darkened instantly. Longji gently tugged her sleeve, then stepped forward to explain. Sage, may this unworthy one speak. Mother did not intend to slay the great sage, yet his transgressions were unforgivable. Guangchengzi arched a brow. Had not Wukong merely gone to the peach garden? How grave a calamity could he possibly wreak? Even if he'd plucked every peach, new fruit would ripen again in 3 millennia. Was Yaoqi truly so petty? He cast a cold glance at Yaoqi. My son is still a child. Your furious charge frightened him. Yaoqi drew a slow, seething breath, then fixed her gaze on Sun Wukong, who stood unusually docile behind Guangchengzi, reigniting her wrath. Longji continued, today the 3 pure ones have ascended to rule the 3 pure realms. Mother intended to escort my sisters and me there to pay our respects, and thus stopped first at the peach garden to gather peaches as offerings. But at the gate the great sage barred entry, declaring himself master of the garden, and forbidding anyone's entrance without his consent. Guangchengzi's voice turned glacial. Wukong's stewardship of the peach garden was personally decreed by Lord Haoyan. Does Empress dare defy the celestial emperor's edict? This unworthy one dares not. May the sage permit Longji to finish explaining. Yaoqi forced, of course. You shield your unruly offspring without question. Indeed, all disciples of the 3 pure ones are fiercely protective. Every mischievous child has indulgent parents, and yours number 4. Forgive this unworthy one, sage. The great sage is your son. How dare mother resort to coercion? She simply waited at the gate, requesting only 8 baskets of peaches from his majesty. Yet, Longji's voice trembled with rising indignation. The great sage declared the garden barren, urging us to return another time. Mother understood the great sage, being of the macaque lineage, naturally craved peaches. Yet the peach garden holds 3,600 trees. How could he possibly consume them all in barely a century? These peaches are Yaoqi's sacred bounty. How could we visit the celestial lords without offering them? Thus Mother proposed exchanging other spirit fruits for the peaches. Hearing this, Guangchengzi felt the grip on his sleeve tighten. Glancing down, he found Sun Wukong's expression unmistakably guilty. The great sage agreed, but instead of merely offering peaches, he uprooted 3 entire peach spirit trees and bade us pick freely. As Longji spoke, tears welled in her eyes. 7 princesses hurried to comfort her. Guangchengzi fell silent, then shot Wukong a scorching glare. So you too are a root uprooting eggs? Yaoqi inhaled deeply, turning to him. Sage, forgive me. The peach spirit roots were bestowed by Lord himself. Plucking a few fruits is trivial, but tearing them from their roots, unthinkable. Given the gravity of the matter, I dared not harm the great sage, so I entered the garden by force. Half the trees had already vanished, and countless Wukong clones swarmed the grounds, uprooting them relentlessly. I merely dispelled his clones. I laid no hand upon him. SSSH. Yang Jian and Neza sucked in a sharp breath of spiritual energy. The peach spirit roots were divided into 3 tiers, 3,000 year, 6,000 year, and 9,000 year varieties, each numbering 1,200 trees. It seemed his elder brother had uprooted half of every tier. How audacious! Guangchengzi flushed faintly. This indeed was undeniably Wukong's fault. To eat the fruit was one thing, but to uproot the trees themselves and half of them at that. Excessive beyond measure. Was this truly half for you, half for me? How vast could the flower fruit mountain possibly be, to accommodate so many peach spirit roots? Yet even so, protecting one's young remained duty. Are you hoping Father's itch, and your 3 grandfathers, might also savor them? Guangchengzi gazed down at son Wukong, his meaning veiled, then turned to Yaoqi. Friend, must you arrive so fiercely? Though Wukong may be rebellious, mischievous, trouble-prone, and endlessly vexing, he remains above all a filial and devoted child. This unworthy one knows well. As the words fell, Yang Jian and Neza could only express their confusion, for with son Wukong's age he was indeed just a child, merely several thousand years old, while everyone present was older than him. Yaoqi was barely able to maintain her forced smile, but fortunately Guangchengzi did not show undue favoritism. Wukong returned the peach tree to Daoist Yaoqi. You can come back to pick peaches whenever you like in the future. Wukong lowered his head and the causal ring on his chest illuminated, causing peach trees to fly out, taking root among the clouds, and continuously absorbing primordial spiritual energy. Of course the primordial spiritual roots would not easily lose vitality. They were not so fragile, but only the branches and leaves remained with not a single peach in sight. It seemed that even son Wukong found it inappropriate. He pointed at the fruit baskets of Long Ji and the 8 princesses, and peaches flew out continuously until they filled the baskets before returning to Guangchengzi's side, ceasing further action. Thank you, great sage. Yaoqi waved her hand to accept the peach spiritual roots, leaving 30 of each of the 3 grades of peach trees. The heavenly court really cannot do without peaches. These spiritual roots are a gift for the great sage to take back, and in the future, they can also be planted in Honghuang Mountain. Wukong's eyes brightened, wanting to store them away, but upon looking up and seeing Guangchengzi give a slight nod, he hurriedly collected the 90 peach trees, saying, Thank you, Heavenly Empress. Oh, just let me know next time you want me to pick peaches in the peach orchard, and I'll gladly do it. Yaoqi forced a smile and nodded. Although you oversee the peach orchard, these peach spiritual roots belong to me. I apologize for any embarrassment caused to Daoist Yaoqi this time. Guangchengzi calmly said, no offense taken. Yaoqi collected her thoughts. How could she dare to laugh at him? Guangchengzi did not mind pondering for a moment as 2 beams of spiritual light flew out. This can be considered as my compensation on behalf of Wukong to Daoist Yaoqi. It is not as if you are giving your peach spiritual roots away for nothing. Yaoqi gazed at the 2 floating items in front of her with astonishment, and even Yang Jian and Neza were no exception. Indeed, the first person of the primordial age casually producing extraordinary items. Yaoqi looked delighted at the ball of yellow light, while the other bottle contained the 3 light divine water. Although this item exists in the starry sky, the heavenly court has limited quantities, but it can be exchanged with the 3-star lords. The yellow light beside kept writhing. It was the earth attribute divine object 9 heavens rejuvenating earth. Even she and Hao Ian did not possess it, and she had no idea where to find an exchange channel. With these 2 items, not to mention their other uses, even the maturation time of the peach spiritual roots would significantly shorten. Thank you, Saint. Yaoqi smiled as she accepted the 2 items. I still have matters to attend to. I must take my... As Guangchengzi spoke, he suddenly paused, gazing towards the vast primordial land where a green pillar of light shot into the sky, instantly bringing vitality to the primordial realm. The Empress has emerged from her retreat. Neza exclaimed with joy. Oh, among these people, he was closest to the Empress. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered. Indeed, this aura, her cultivation, has broken through to the 5th level of Xuanyuan, which is quite impressive. I haven't seen Empress Nuwa for thousands of years. Turns out she was in seclusion. Yaoqi sighed. Father Sage, who is this Empress Nuwa? I feel somewhat puzzled. Wukong said, sensing an overwhelmingly powerful aura that felt strangely familiar and comforting. Seeing Wukong in a daze, Guangchengzi replied nonchalantly, she is a master of your father's lineage, a junior sister to your 3 grandfathers, primarily studying the Tao of creation. Your sensitivity to life naturally makes you feel close to her. Regardless of Wukong's roots, Empress Nuwa's essence blood had been completely covered. Now Wukong had no relation to her. I see. Wukong nodded. Though he had never met this master ant since Father Sage did not give special introduction, it was not important. Let's go. Without Guangchengzi making a move, the 4 directly left the heavenly court, with Yaoqi leading her 8 daughters in farewell. We wish to send off the saint. Kunlun. I'm back. Guangchengzi couldn't help but smile, but seemed every time he returned the three masters would say this phrase. Yes, disciple has returned. Quite a fruitful journey, Yuan sure nodded. Wukong was radiant, and upon returning, he surrounded the three pure ones, continuously recounting the events of his journey. Yang Jian and Nez's cultivation had also broken through. After all, they were the third-generation disciples of the Chan teaching. It's alright. Guangchengzi scanned the area. Only the three pure ones and Kong Xian the Golden Peng were present. Have Jin Ling and Duo Bao already left? Indeed, Jin Ling just went to the underworld and Duo Bao is waiting, Tong Tian replied, while listening to Sun Wukong's recounting. Disciple pays respects to the master. Two beams of flowing light flew out from Mi Luo Palace, landing on the peak of Kunlun. Where is Jinjiao? Golden Peng laughed and glanced at Sun Wukong and the others, asking, what did the master say? Why aren't you going? Kong Xian laughed. The Western teacher uncle has yet to catch a big fish, my brother, and I will wait a bit longer. Guangchengzi observed Wukong starting to drink fruit tea, seeming to have finished speaking, and was just about to say something when he looked towards the mountain outside. Just emerged from seclusion and arrived. Tong Tian glanced at Sun Wukong with a smile that was not quite a smile, prompting Yuan Shi to give him a roll of the eyes. What did it have to do with Wukong? Noticing the strange atmosphere, Kong Xian the Golden Peng joined him in descending the mountain. Soon the two brothers and a goddess stepped onto the peak of Kunlun. After so many years, I see that my three senior brothers have made great progress in their cultivation. The deeds of my nephew Guangcheng have truly surprised me. Now it is hard to discern his cultivation level. It seems that not only I am progressing. Empress Nuwa spoke with a gentle smile. Guangchengzi stood to greet her, and Yang Jian and Neza both bowed in respect. Kong Xian has already reached the peak of Kwasasink. It won't be long before Kunlun produces another Honghuang Dao Jingxian, which truly makes me envious. Nuwa shook her head, and sat down, her gaze fixed upon Wukong. Is this the child of my nephew? He has already reached Daluo Jinxian, truly extraordinary. As she spoke, Nuwa's brow furrowed, her eyes glowing green, surrounded by the laws of creation. Wukong's body also displayed a series of golden rays, and he couldn't help but walk up to Nuwa, curiously gazing at her. You? Nuwa hesitated to speak. As the creator, she could naturally recognize her own creation, but the power of her bloodline had completely vanished, leaving her feeling somewhat despondent. Nuwa closed her eyes and gathered her thoughts. Regardless, the ship has sailed, otherwise it would ultimately be hard to say anything. If word got out in the primordial realm that Guangchengzi and Nuwa had a child, she could not imagine the uproar it would cause. Guangchengzi remained calm. He knew Nuwa would certainly see through it, but it did not matter. Wukong now had no relation to her. Indeed, Nuwa extended her hand, and a 7-foot-long soft whip appeared, shimmering like autumn water, its body embedded with 7 luminous jade stones arranged according to the Northern Dipper's order, swirling with moonlight and star radiance like the Milky Way, cascading down, sparkling with light. This shall be your meeting gift. Guangchengzi nodded. The top-grade spiritual treasure, 7-star moon-whipping whip. It is quite extravagant of you, Master Ant. Wukong, upon hearing this, performed a bow and accepted it. Nuwa smiled sweetly. I see you truly are delighted. This item is also for you. Saying this, she took out a pendant with a stone that sparkled with 7-colored divine light, ready to tie it around Sun Wukong's neck. Master Uncle. Guangchengzi steadied himself, but did not intervene. However, Neza's expression changed as he exclaimed, Nuwa stone. He was originally from Fengqi Mountain, where Lady Nuwa had always cherished him, treating him like a disciple. Yet even so, he had never obtained the Nuwa stone. Only Feng Luo and Yang Chan had. The Nuwa stone was created through the laws of creation, containing shards of those laws. Each one made required even a sage thousands of years to cultivate, making it a unique spiritual treasure. Although it could be used in battle, its greater purpose was to preserve life. As the only Honghuang Honghuang Daluo Jingxian who had attained the Tao through the laws of creation, the Nuwa stone could allow any cultivator below a sage to be revived after death. This is the might of the laws of creation. Guangchengzi calmly observed Nuwa's actions, considering it a form of compensation. Seeing that Guangchengzi did not stop her, Nuwa smiled gently at Sun Wukong, saying, Come here, Master Uncle will put it on you. Wukong also liked this lively Master Uncle, and happily walked up to Nuwa, bowing his head and gazing. Good child. Nuwa's heart softened as she fiddled with the wujulok on his chest, which was still a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. With a smile she said, In the human race there is a custom of giving longevity locks to newborn children. Your kindness shows a heart of a loving father. Since you have this jade ring hanging, my thin string would be a waste, so let's attach it to the little lock. Saying this, Nuwa pinched the causality ring and prepared to use her holy power to embed the Nuwa stone into the wujulok. Nuwa's body stiffened, her eyes blinking in disbelief. She pointed her finger like white jade, pinching the causality ring a few times before suddenly looking up at Sun Wukong, and then at the Sanqing and Guangchengzi. Where did this innate supreme treasure come from? How could I have never heard of such a treasure in the Honghuang? You all are hiding it so well. Could it be a gift from the master? Watching Nuwa's mouth twitch and her mind wander, Guangchengzi could not help but cough lightly to bring her back to reality. Master niece. Nuwa's voice was somewhat weak, unsure of what to say. Guangchengzi remained silent, and Nuwa could only pretend nothing had happened. After embedding the Nuwa stone into the Wujilok, she sighed. Every time I come to Kunlun, I have to endure such shocks. Kong Xian was pouring tea nearby, and Nuwa drank quickly, as if to calm her nerves. I have emerged from seclusion, and the human race's fortune is fluctuating violently. Has my disciple already started making arrangements? The Sanqing smiled. My disciple is quite capable. While Wukong was beside Jin, Pengyang Jian, and Neza discussing the Nuwa stone. Guangchengzi nodded. It will start soon. These three are the protectors chosen by my disciples, and they will accompany Duo Bao to the west. Oh, Nuwa was surprised. Is Neza also going? She had just emerged from seclusion and knew everything through the calculations of the heavenly Tao. Coupled with Feng Luo's report, she was unaware of Yang Chan still being in seclusion. These three master niece truly has an eye for talent. A smile appeared in Nuwa's eyes. Yang Jian was indeed extraordinary, and she was very familiar with Neza. As Qing Yun unfolded, it illuminated Kunlun like a fairyland with countless spirit roots nourished by the power of creation wildly flourishing. Two beams of light fell before Yang Jian, and Neza and Nuwa chuckled. You are also doing this for the Tao sect, so I cannot refrain from showing my appreciation. However, I do not possess as many spiritual treasures as the Sanqing brothers and master nephew. These two top-grade innate spiritual treasures are quite remarkable, so I shall grant them for your protection. Watching the spear and sword before them, Yang Jian and Neza bowed in gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. Wukong also joined in, having forgotten to express his thanks earlier. Nuwa looked at his adorable appearance and could not help but pat his monkey head, her eyes filled with affection. The others gathered together to play again, and Nuwa pondered. The 99 and 81 tribulations, it would be better for me to intervene as well. Looking at the three still in the dark, Guangchengzi chuckled. Of course you can. Nuwa nodded. Oh, she also had arrangements in the western continent, so it would be good to let Luo'er have an experience. Duo Bao is to reincarnate as a mortal and will surely have no memories. His Tao heart must also go through tempering rite. Nuwa's eyes turned smiling as she looked at son Wukong. Wukong is still young, as shall I test him? Guangchengzi paused for a moment. Master uncle, please go ahead. Seeing his agreement, Nuwa could not help but smile. Just then strange phenomena began to appear in the Honghuang. The stars of the heavenly cycle appeared all at once. Even in broad daylight, the Ziwei Emperor star suddenly shone brightly, its radiance surpassing that of the sun. Countless stars emerged with purple energy, piercing the starry sky. The Big Dipper's 7 stars moved erratically, surrounded by many stars, while the sun and moon shone together. The Ziwei was at the center with the Milky Way hanging upside down, and star rain fell to the ground. The rivers stirred without wind, mountains trembled, the 5 mountains shone, dragon veins exhaled, hundreds of birds chirped, and 10,000 beasts returned to the mountains. The continuous fluctuations of the human race's fortune drew the attention of the Honghuang cultivators as the light of the Ziwei star descended directly upon the human dynasty. Within the great Chang'an of the 9 provinces, purple energy soared to the heavens, accompanied by the phantom of a golden dragon. Caw! The sound of phoenix cries echoed through Chang'an. Inside the palace, a child fell to the ground without a sound of crying, his eyes swirling with purple light and surrounded by a protective star ring exuding an imperial aura. The reincarnation of the Ziwei Emperor. How could the Fire Cloud Cave allow the Star God to intervene in the human race? Why has there been no reaction from the human way? In an instant, the Honghuang cultivators were in an uproar. The human emperor had always been the spiritual leader of the human race. How could someone from another race reincarnate as the human emperor? Looking within the 9 provinces, a phantom of a 4-faced Taoist holding a sword appeared. Countless cultivators withdrew their divine senses, for he was the guardian of the human dynasty, human Emperor Xuanyuan. He had always protected the human dynasty. This was his protective form, 4-faced deity. No matter from which direction he was viewed, he always appeared face forward. Jin Ling's reincarnation. Nuwa looked at all this somewhat shocked. Did the Fire Cloud Cave agree? After saying this, she realized it was a superfluous question, as Xuanyuan was already there to protect them. How could they disagree? It was merely Jin Ling's personal action. Guangchengzi said softly. As a saint father of the human race, he would not allow the heavenly Tao to control the human race. The reincarnation of Jin Ling as a human only produced the phenomenon of the heavenly cycle. The lack of movement from the heavenly Tao was the result of his suppression, along with the 3 masters. Did you notify the Feng clan? Guangchengzi looked at Kong Xian. Indeed. The previous Shang and Zhou dynasties had the Feng clan intervene, and the Qin dynasty was brought forth by the Dragon clan. Now that Master Uncle Jin Ling is reincarnating, my disciple naturally wants to present another phoenix cry in Chang'an. Kong Xian replied as he observed several fire phoenixes flying towards the southern immortal fire mountain, nodding. The Li Tang royal family is growing stronger, and the human race owes much to my disciples' contributions. Niwa sighed, but reincarnation is ultimately too mystical. Even if Jinling is a Kwasa saint with great powers after reincarnation, it will be difficult to maintain a female form. Guangchengzi smiled without speaking. If a queen really appeared, Master Uncle, wouldn't you have to personally show up to bestow blessings? Watching the phenomenon of the 9 provinces gradually recede, Guangchengzi also chuckled. This time, the Li Air Feng has truly come. For indeed a phoenix had appeared in the world. It is time to begin. The Emperor of Humanity has descended, and the compassionate voyage has laid out plans in the land of the 9 provinces for many years, supported by the Taoist sect. The influence of the Golden Immortal Tao is now resounding throughout the 9 provinces. Tong Tian smiled as he observed all of this. After this event, his 2 disciples would surely experience significant advancements in their cultivation, which made him naturally pleased. Then let me congratulate you in advance, Senior Brother San. Niwa smiled and offered her congratulations. Wukong, you should prepare as well. Guangchengzi waved his hand, summoning the 3 over. The Kongtong Seal flew out from the clouds, and 9 golden dragons descended, condensing part of the luck of the human race into 3 jade tablets. The images of all beings appeared on them, enhancing the extraordinary nature of the jade tablets. Go! Guangchengzi said in a low voice as he sent the 3 jade tablets into the consciousness of Wukong, Yang Jian, and Neza. They immediately felt an additional flow of luck, and it seemed that the laws had become much clearer. Thank you, Master Uncle. Yang Jian and Neza bowed in gratitude, while Wukong appeared somewhat puzzled. Guangchengzi explained, you were born late and are unaware of the existence of the 9 provinces barrier. No cultivator above the great Luo Golden Immortal of the human race is allowed to use their powers within the 9 provinces, otherwise they will be attacked by the barrier. Although there are people blocking the road in the 9 provinces, I also worry that you might unleash your true fire. I cannot casually intervene on the journey west to avoid disrupting Duobeo's Dao fruit, so I can only provide you with some protection. With these luck jade tablets, it is equivalent to giving you protection. The 9 provinces barrier will not act against you. Of course, with luck by your side, the effect of comprehending the Tao will also accelerate, which can be seen as a reward for you. Wukong lowered his head and responded softly, feeling somewhat downcast. He understood that receiving this item from his father signified he would soon descend the mountain. Niwa looked on with downcast eyes. Guangchengzi truly treated son Wukong as if he were a precious gem. Although the 3 were no longer of the human race, with his abilities he could naturally protect them, yet in the end he still lost some of his luck. Go! Guangchengzi patted Wukong on the head. Go wait outside Chang'an City. In a few decades your master uncle will set off. You just need to protect him on his journey west. If anyone tries to block you, feel free to fight back, and you can also seek assistance from the Heavenly Court or the Underworld. Can I come to Kunlun? Wukong's eyes brightened. Guangchengzi pretended to hesitate and shook his head. Wukong's eyes dimmed instantly. Guangchengzi smiled and flicked his forehead, saying, Fool, your father is also a Taoist heavenly sovereign. He must remain at the ancestral ground of the Taoist sect. I understand, father. Wukong tugged at Guangchengzi's sleeve. Go! Guangchengzi stood up, and the 3 pure ones followed closely behind, watching the 3 with gentle eyes. Little junior brother, have a good journey west. Jin Peng adjusted Wukong's cloak. We will meet again. Kong Xian shot him a glance while Yang Jian and Neza exchanged curious looks. Father, 3 grandfathers, Wukong is leaving now. It will only be a few decades. When I return to Kunlun, I will surely reach the Kwasa Saint realm. Wukong felt a bit sad, but still held his head high. Guangchengzi nodded without saying anything, and the 3 pure ones also didn't speak much. Thank you for your spiritual treasures, my lady. I am leaving. Niwa smiled sweetly, not expecting that son Wukong would still greet her upon leaving. Go, we will meet again. Wukong replied decisively, while Yang Jian and Neza had a bad premonition. Was it really their turn to call upon this lady for help? Watching the 3 brothers depart, Guangchengzi felt a void in his heart and could only let out a long sigh. Buzz! A jade talisman flew in, interrupting him before he had the chance to feel sorrow. Yellow dragon. Yuan sure said with confusion. Wasn't this disciple cultivating in the Yuqing heaven? He didn't sense anything amiss. In an instant, everyone was curious, and Yuan sure motioned for Guangchengzi to take it. Up. Guangchengzi sighed deeply, looking at Kong Xian with a smile. As expected, there must be competition. Is it related to the disciples? Kong Xian's eyes flickered as he sensed his master's gaze upon him, the implications unspoken. Kong Xian allowed the Phoenix tribe to place their bets, and the Dragon tribe naturally could not remain indifferent. The Yellow Dragon's good corpse was discussing Dao with the Zhu Long in the East Sea, and learned of this matter, thus also wanted to intervene. Yuan sure frowned. The Emperor of Humanity has already descended. It is too late for the Dragon tribe to take action. Does he intend to vie for the position of protector on the journey west? Why didn't he mention it in the 3 pure ones? He should have made it clear when he was in Kunlun. Now that the selection has been determined, is he expecting to add another one? Moreover, the protector disciples are closely related to the Chan teaching. If they were to give a position to the dragon tribe, the yellow dragon does not have the face to make Guangchengzi compromise. Master is mistaken. Guangchengzi could tell what Yuan Shi was thinking by the frown on his face. If it were the disciple of the yellow dragon, the master might consider yielding, but merely the dragon tribe. If the yellow dragon dared to speak, Yuan Shi could immediately expel him from the three pure ones. The dragon tribe also wants to meddle in the westward journey. This matter is simple. Just set a challenge, and there is no need to send you a message. Yuan Shi's expression relaxed. The yellow dragon is being overly cautious. Guangchengzi shook his head. What he wants is full participation in the westward journey. Hep. Yuan Shi sneered, wondering if the dragon tribe has become too complacent, daring to incite the disciples of a poor Taoist after all these years of self-cultivation. Guangchengzi had already settled the matter. Did they still dare to stir up the yellow dragon? The poor Taoist sees them as presumptuous. Master, please do not be angry. It is not as you think. Guangchengzi noticed that the expressions of the three pure ones had already turned cold, realizing that they had developed a distaste for the dragon tribe. Nuwa watched all of this with no fluctuation in her heart. She had seen this kind of protective behavior too many times, and it could no longer shock her. The dragon tribe has been abiding by the rules these years. They want to send a clan member to be Duobao's mount care. Moreover, the chosen one is the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King, the little white dragon Ao Lai. As the words fell, both Kong Xian and Jin Peng were taken aback. The dragon tribe was indeed willing to invest significantly. The four sea dragon kings were already at the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, yet they were willing to let the dragon prince serve as a mount. The dragon and phoenix tribes, once enemies, also gather intelligence about each other. The younger generation of the dragon tribe, Ao Bing from the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Meng the first prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace, and Ao Lai the third prince, all possess the potential for great Luo. That takes some courage. Tong Tian chuckled softly. A mortal horse would indeed struggle to carry Duobao on his journey. Having the dragon tribe serve as a mount is a good thing. Zhulong is not bad either, Laozi chimed in, prompting Yuan Shi to nod. This old fellow has made the right choices several times. With this success, the little white dragon would reach the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, without question, and could even glimpse the Quasi-Saint realm. Since the dragon tribe took their stand back, then they have never gone wrong in their decisions. Yuan Shi pondered for a long time, and looked at Guangchengzi. After all, it was the yellow dragon who sent the message. Agreed to him. There are also many dragon tribes in the 9 provinces, and they will find a way to have the Emperor of Humanity personally deliver it to Duobao. It's just a pity about the mount my disciple prepared, Guangchengzi said with a hint of regret as he smiled. Oh, what did you prepare? Is it not the riding yellow, already a great Luo Golden Immortal? Surely you haven't found some rare beast. Yuan Shi expressed curiosity. I had considered sending Honghuang, but he has already attained the rank of great Luo Immortal. None of the adversaries along the western journey could rival his power. Duobao refused as well, so I assigned him another. Honghuang has now descended to the mortal realm alongside Sabuxiang. As Guangchengzi spoke, ripples shimmered across the space before him, revealing activity upon the sun, star. A herd of celestial horses galloping through solar, true fire, their forms also reflected across the boundless starry firmament. Each celestial horse bore 3 pairs of translucent light wings, its silvery white mane shimmered with minute particles of luminous qi. As it ran, stardust scattered from its body, and under the blessing of the celestial constellations its speed surged dramatically. Wherever its hooves touched the earth, pure, white Lingji grass sprouted spontaneously. Its eyes gleamed golden, exuding an innate aura of sanctity. It appears to be a variant. Nuwa observed after a moment's contemplation. As a sage who cultivated the Tao of creation, she had studied every race of the primordial chaos, and though these beings were celestial horses, she had never encountered this form before. They call themselves the luminous celestial horses. Guangchengzi's voice carried a faint wistfulness. I once cultivated within the starry firmament, and frequently drew upon the sun star's power. Some celestial horses from the heavenly court accidentally escaped, and having been imbued with the law of light underwent mutation, thus becoming the luminous celestial horses. Thereafter they dwelled solely among the stars. Kong Xian and Jinping listened spellbound. Was this truly the extent of their master's power? Yuan Shi smiled gently, so one might indeed call them the chosen of light. Guangchengzi nodded. Precisely. Ordinary celestial horses possess no such strength. The lead stallion has already reached the Golden Immortal realm, and empowered by the light, even a Tai Golden Immortal cannot overtake him. A pity, he forfeits a great merit. Yuan Shi watched the ethereal projection fade, sighing softly. This matter was not of great consequence. Huanglong rarely made requests, so he would grant this one. No matter, I shall send word to Chanjiao and bestow it upon him as his mount. Guangchengzi dismissed the matter lightly. Among his disciples, only Chanjiao was suited to ride such a steed. Kong Xian and Jinping, both of the Phoenix clan, required no mounts, and Wukong ever in his macaque form. never having assumed the innate Tao body, would appear absurd astride any beast. Thus the mount could only go to Jiao. Indeed, Jiao has performed admirably these years, Tian interjected on his behalf. Yes, he departed long before Wukong even left the mountain. Guangchengzi snorted unimpressed. Jiao never lagged behind when mirth was afoot. Tian gazed at Guangchengzi speaking earnestly. You must allow your disciples room to grow freely. Do not constrain them too tightly. With us standing guard, even slow cultivation will ultimately yield the Tao of quasi-sagehood. Guangchengzi fixed his gaze upon them silently, then suddenly asked Kongshuan Jinping, have I constrained you? Tian turned as well, eyes glinting with quiet menace. Laozi Yuanshi and Nuwa watched idly, eager to see how they would respond. Kongshian and Jinping had never imagined that moments after their master rebuked Jiao, the weight of blame would instantly shift onto their shoulders. How could they answer? To deny constraint would invite Tongtian's subtle retribution the moment their master was absent. Yet to admit it, they had no wish to die. To offend their master's dignity would prompt the three pure ones to unite instantly and chastise them together. Our master has always treated us with utmost kindness. It is only through his guidance that we have attained our present cultivation. The art of his instruction stands unrivaled among all masters. Kongshian replied with a cheerful smile, while Jinping hurried to refill their teacups. More tea, less talk. Guangchengzi gestured lightly toward them twice. Clever rascals. Kongshian and Jinping stood nearby grinning foolishly without offering a direct reply. Nuwa chuckled softly. Nephew, your two disciples are truly delightful. As the group exchanged banter, Duobao completed his reincarnation. Tian sensed the resonance and all turned their attention toward a Taoist temple in Chang'an, the Jingxian Academy. Duobao's rebirth unfolded without extraordinary omens. Yet from infancy, he displayed exceptional brilliance. He could recite the scriptures of the Jingxian Tao verbatim and offered original insights, as if his profound comprehension of the Tao had been innate. Even in his youth he became renowned throughout Chang'an. His secular name was Chun Xuanzong, but upon entering the Taoist path the abbot of the temple bestowed upon him the Dharma name, Sanzang. Nuwa burst into laughter, spraying tea. The others followed suit, unable to contain their mirth. Elder brother, your disciple is truly extraordinary. I declare I shall personally orchestrate one of his tribulations. Nuwa finally composed herself, only to dissolve again upon recognizing the abbot as Zihong Junren in disguise. Guangchengzi laughed as well. Sister Zihong was always serene and elegant during her days on Kunlun. How delightfully mischievous she has become. Tian snorted wryly. Wasn't this precisely the influence you imparted? I find the Dharma name Sanzang most fitting. It signifies the burial of the West. Guangchengzi cast him a sidelong glance, saying nothing. In truth, the name carried immense weight in the primordial chaos. The greatest three was the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity, within which Sanzang also evoked the ultimate act, burying heaven, burying earth, burying all sentient beings. Yet no one took it literally. Luminescent radiance began to appear in the western lands. Kongshian and Jinping rose. Master, a quasi-sage has manifested in the west. We must depart as well. Though Duobao remained a child in his new life, the western teaching could wait no longer. Guangchengzi nodded, watching Kongshian depart. Xuanti must be seething with rage. Tian sneered coldly. He had grasped the meaning of Sanzang. What of it? This is a struggle for Taoist supremacy. Do they expect us to hold back? Yuanshi remained impassive, utterly unconcerned. Guangchengzi lifted his gaze toward the void. Streams of light flickered across the three pure realms. All waited for the Western teaching to strike first. In Chang'an, disciples of the Western teaching began their maneuvers, vigorously promoting their doctrine. The faces of the three pure ones and Guangchengzi hardened. Nuwa, too, turned her gaze toward Chang'an, her expression unreadable. A battle to mutual annihilation. Guangchengzi summoned the Kongtong Seal and scrutinized the destiniki of humanity. The three pure ones and Nuwa likewise surveyed the sea of Taoist destiniki, where the Jingxian Tao's fortunes swelled steadily, while the Western teachings held fast, unyielding. Impressive tactics. Guangchengzi stroked his chin thoughtfully. This strategy undoubtedly originated from those two. Had they launched their campaign earlier, the Taoist sect would have retaliated fiercely. But now, with Duobao's Dharma name freshly conferred, and the Jingxian Tao's fortunes surging upward, the timing rendered direct confrontation inadvisable. Are they attempting to delay? Tian frowned. Such a ploy held little significance. The Jingxian Tao stood backed by several sages, and defeat was impossible. What are they planning? Nuwa murmured, puzzled, as 12-petaled merit golden lotuses appeared within the sea. Guangchengzi looked closer. The Western teaching's destiniki had fully manifested, stretching from the 9 provinces of humanity all the way to Mount Sumru in the west. Across the land of the primordial chaos, a radiant path now blazed, strikingly vivid to all observers. Are they surrendering? Tian scoffed disdainfully. Something feels amiss, Guangchengzi murmured, concentrating deeply. He traced the connection between the Western teaching and the Jingxian Dao. If Duobao stepped onto Sumeru, he would instantly consume their destiny key and eradicate the Western teaching entirely. By laying out this luminous path, Jin and Junti were effectively offering their destiny key as tribute. Each step Duobao took would allow him to effortlessly absorb a portion of it. Ding! A celestial chime rang clear as merit golden lotuses ascended from Mount Sumeru. Two colossal dermic forms materialized, the Jane Treasure Umbrella and the Jiachi Divine Staff, descending simultaneously upon the luminous path. Ding ding ding. Points of light bloomed and shifted ceaselessly. The 81 tribulations were being anchored in place. The contest between the Taoist sect and the Western teaching had begun. Why only 80? Guangchengzi recoiled sharply, his voice icy with alarm. Why are there only 80? Guangchengzi looked toward the path of destiny, and the three pure ones also turned to look. The group directed their gazes at Mount Shumi, where a light point was firmly imprisoned by the guiding figure, ultimately falling and solidifying this tribulation. A petty trick, how laughable. Yuan Shi sneered, not surprising for someone capable of creating such underhanded methods. It was merely a desperate struggle. The three treasures Rui appeared ready to be thrown towards Mount Shumi. Second brother, hold on, we shouldn't act. Laozi looked at Mount Shumi, his eyes flashing with cold light. The heavenly mechanism has been determined. No matter what, the final tribulation will fall upon Mount Shumi, and the two of them are also saints of the Tao. Unless we completely imprison them now, otherwise we will lose face. Duobao has yet to act, and if the saints intervene, the consequences would be dire. If they manage to escape, the Western sect will undoubtedly leave a glimmer of hope, and Duobao's Tao fruit will also be imperfect. Yuan Shi gripped the three treasures Rui, his eyes filled with reluctance, and a flash of cold light suddenly crossed by as Tongtian took action directly. Settle it. Guangchengzi let out a low shout, dispelling the sword light. Master, don't be impulsive. Tongtian snorted coldly, but had to suppress his anger. Nuwa sighed and consoled, even at Mount Shumi they cannot act personally, they can only rely on their disciples. Three senior brothers, please rest assured. I understand, but there have been unforeseen changes. Tongtian, holding the Qingping sword, said coldly, once Duobao achieves his goal, I will have a proper discussion with them. After all, they are two saints and some methods are not to be underestimated. Guangchengzi spoke a few more words to reassure the three pure ones. He hadn't expected the guiding figure to take such a drastic measure to solidify a tribulation at the cost of sending out destiny. It goes without saying the tribulation at Mount Shumi would undoubtedly not be easy. After all, it was the stronghold of the Western sect. They've gotten a bargain. Yuan Shi drank a cup of tea to suppress his anger. Guangchengzi shook his head, looking towards Chang'an, where Duobao had already been invited into the palace to preach. This time the human race has indeed gained quite a bit, as the two sects proclaiming has significantly elevated the strength of the human race, and the destiny of the human race has become even more concentrated. Laozi frowned, taking out the Taiji diagram and looking at it for a moment, causing Guangchengzi to spit out a mouthful of tea. Nuwa wanted to laugh, but dared not. Yuan Shi and Tongtian coughed twice. Above the 9 provinces, the phantom of Xuanyuan reappeared, looking at the human emperor Li Shimin with a displeased expression. Master Ta Qing, how does it feel to have an additional descendant? Guangchengzi could no longer contain his laughter as the Tang emperor discussed Dao with Duobao. In a moment of inspiration, he claimed that his surname Li originated from the Taishang Dao ancestor Lier, thus making him a descendant of the Dao ancestor, inadvertently granting Laozi some fortune. Xuanyuan should hold back. Nuwa sighed. Guangchengzi remained silent. After all, throughout history, human emperors were descendants of Xuanyuan. The Tang emperor's words caused Xuanyuan to lose some fortune, but due to Guangchengzi's arrangement, it was inappropriate to make a scene. Tang Sanzong, the human emperor, has conferred the national title to Duobao as his surname, and even regards him as a brother. Tongtian exclaimed, this isn't right. Everyone was also shocked. Sihong shouldn't possess such formidable means to directly influence the current human emperor, otherwise Xuanyuan would have acted long ago. The human emperor actively engaging with the cultivators is entirely different. In their plans, Sihong would only act once Duobao began his journey to the west, using the Taoist networks to propose this matter, augmenting the human race's destiny for Duobao. This feels far too early. Guangchengzi frowned. Today's changes came wave after wave. Although it was a good thing for the human race, none of it was. Could it be that Jin Ling regained his memory? Guangchengzi was suddenly alarmed. Only this would explain why the Tang emperor repeatedly added leverage to the Taoist sect and Duobao. Impossible. Nuwa replied firmly. Since her brother had not regained his memory, she had a deep understanding of reincarnation. Generally, a great supernatural being would only gradually regain memories after reaching the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. The human emperor can exert great Luo strength by borrowing imperial energy, but this is not through self-cultivation. Jin Ling, no matter what, cannot regain his memory. What if someone is assisting him? Guangchengzi pondered. Since Jin Ling was reincarnated, we did not intervene, and Hutu could easily pull some strings. After all, she is the master of reincarnation. It would be easy for her to manipulate things. Unfortunately, his reincarnation Purple Lotus was with Wukong, and he really couldn't calculate it. This. Everyone fell silent. That seems to be the only possibility. Boom. A yellow jade talisman flew over. Seeing the familiar resonance of reincarnation, the crowd exchanged glances, and indeed it was Hutu. Guangchengzi took it, nodding to the others. It is her. She said it is to apologize for the last incident. The actions she took are unrelated to us. The Fire Cloud Cave will not hold this against the Taoist sect. She reinforced the seal on Duobao's side, and there will be no sudden memory recovery. The three pure ones remained silent. Hutu's approach was quite thorough. Had she not sent the message, they would have had to investigate carefully when Duobao traveled west. If memory were to be regained, even with success, it would harm their Dao fruit. Duobao's journey to the west was for the sake of merit and destiny. He placed too much emphasis on benefits. However, Tang Sanzang's journey to the west was for the concept of the Golden Immortal, to help sentient beings escape the mundane world and resolve their troubles. In comparison, the latter was certainly more valued by the Tao of Heaven. I suppose it saves us some effort. Guangchengzi sneered. Now that the western side has just begun to act, we have already regained a city here, so it's a tie. Now that the human race's destiny has been augmented early on, the Golden Immortal Tao in the entire Chang'an has become even more prosperous, while the western sect has already begun to decline. Indeed, I wonder how upset Zhuan-Ti is right now. Tong Tian scoffed. I wonder how long he has plotted against us. Now with Hutu's divine intervention and the endorsement of the human emperor, the chances for this journey to the west are even greater. Laozi steadied his mind. Once Jinling returns, let her go to the Fire Cloud Cave to apologize. He did not lack this little fortune. Xuanyuan held back due to Guangchengzi's face. Jinling, although well-intentioned, had inevitably formed karma with the saints, and spreading it would ultimately be unfavorable. That's fine. Tong Tian paused for a moment and nodded. Guangchengzi thought for a moment and remained silent. After all, Xuanyuan was his disciple, and it was not good to damage his face. Jinling's apology could also provide a way out for both parties. However, he still thought he would help a little. After all, that item had already fallen and could be utilized. I will first. Guangchengzi looked at Tong Tian as a red light transformed from something in the auspicious clouds flying towards the Fire Cloud Cave. Laozi's gaze flickered. Well, they were all from the same side. Nuwa watched all of this without saying much. It was all within the affairs of the three pure ones, and it was not her place to interfere. However, Jinling indeed seemed interesting. She had previously neglected this master sister of the Jie sect. In the past, it was always Duobao who was the master brother and Jinling was the junior sister. Now it has turned upside down. How interesting. Watching Nuwa smile brightly, Tong Tian could only pretend not to see. In the land of the 9 provinces, the capital city of Chang'an, Tang Sanzang stood on a high platform preaching to the crowd. Though he was immortal, each word he spoke could cleanse the dust from their hearts, bringing them clarity. Emperor Li Shimin wore a solemn expression, feeling a mix of emotions. Today marked the last time he would hear the teachings, as he had regained his memories for several years. He felt that Tang Sanzang would soon embark on a journey to the west. A woman in white appeared, her beauty striking with a look of compassion in her eyes. She held a jade bottle containing a willow branch, accompanied by a young man and woman. A myriad of golden light descended upon Chang'an, curing the ailments of countless mortals, who then bowed. A hint of a smile flickered in Li Shimin's eyes, yet he did not rise to greet her. Regardless of his past life identity or his current status as emperor, he could not afford to offer even a single bow to the benevolent one. He began, so it is a person from Cihang Jingjai. I wonder what brings you to our human realm. In ancient times, King Yu established the 9 provinces barrier, forbidding immortals from appearing freely in the 9 provinces to lead mortals astray. Is your action today a declaration of enmity against our human race? Though Li Shimin's tone was stern, his expression remained calm. This grand display by the Cihang sister required his utmost attention as the emperor, and it needed to be handled with care. On the surface, he only needed a pretext to dismiss it, otherwise if it fell into the eyes of the discerning, it could easily sow discord between Huayun Cave and the Tao sect. Your Majesty, I come here with the consent of the Holy Father of the human race, and have received the decree from the 3 emperors of Huayun Cave. As a member of the Tao sect, we certainly cannot disregard King Ye's imperial edict. Upon finishing, a dragon's roar echoed and a seal descended upon Chang'an, prompting many mortals to bow. Li Shimin quickly rose and bowed to the Kongtong seal, though he was puzzled about why his senior brother had bestowed such. After the formalities, Li Shimin invited the Cihang Taoist to take a seat on the high platform to preach to the crowd. Days later, the teachings paused, having deeply rooted the principles of the Golden Immortal Tao in the hearts of the people. Your Majesty, Tang Sanzang has cultivated the Golden Immortal Tao and is well-versed in numerous classics. May I ask if he can embark on a journey westward to spread our Golden Immortal philosophy? After the Cihang Taoist spoke, the crowd below fell into silence. No one expected the Taoist would utter such a request. Currently, Tang Sanzang was the officially recognized younger brother of the emperor. The journey west would be arduous, and where would it ultimately lead? Would it require leaving the 9 provinces? Li Shimin's gaze flickered. Younger brother, what do you think? In that instant, all the great beings watching turned their eyes towards him. Tang Sanzang was merely a mortal. If he did not genuinely wish to embark on the westward journey to propagate the golden immortal Tao, then this endeavor would be rendered futile and Daobao would continue to reincarnate. In response to your majesty, I am willing to journey westward to spread the golden immortal philosophy, allowing the beings of the west to bask in the glory of the Tang dynasty and to know of our great reputation. Tang Sanzang bowed deeply, his words ringing with conviction resonating throughout the vast wilderness. Countless great beings watched, their expressions varied. They saw the human race's fortunes rising, the aura of the golden immortal Tao transforming into a golden dragon roaring towards the west. Li Shimin chuckled softly, realizing once again that his senior brother, even without memories, possessed an unwavering Tao heart. The Zihong Taoist smiled, and from the auspicious clouds 2 items descended. With such a great aspiration, my Zihong Jingjai is also a branch of the golden immortal Tao. You are but a mortal, and the journey to the west will be arduous. These 2 items shall serve as your protection. The sound of ringing echoed through the void as the 9-looped scepter stood to the side, while a celestial robe radiated a rosy glow, causing countless mortals to shed tears. Many great beings gasped in awe. These were clearly 2 supreme, innate spiritual treasures, a grand gesture from the Tao sect. A flash of golden light darted from the west, landing beyond the 9 provinces barrier. It was none other than the Saint of Zuni, his expression dark as he gazed at the 9-looped scepter made from the 7 treasures' mysterious tree. He had long suspected that this item would not be reclaimed, but he did not expect it to be bestowed upon Tang Sanzang by Guangchengzi for his journey to the west, intending to gradually devour the fortunes of the Western teachings. The golden cicada's translucent shadow on the celestial robe flickered, igniting his rage. This was the 6-winged golden cicada he had personally given to Guangchengzi on Flower Fruit Mountain, now transformed into a spiritual treasure. Yet he dared not act rashly. Although everything appeared calm now, the 3 pure ones and Guangchengzi were undoubtedly keeping a close watch on this place. In Chang'an, the emperor's eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing the 2 items. It was evident that they were the handiwork of his senior brother. With these 2 spiritual treasures, Daobao's safety would be assured. May I ask, Taoist, what is the price for these 2 items? The Zihong Taoist smiled gently. Tang Sanzang is determined to journey west. I will take nothing in return. Upon finishing, he helped Tang Sanzang don the resplendent celestial robe, and the emperor handed him the 9-looped scepter. Clad in celestial robes and wielding the scepter, Tang Sanzang was indeed majestic and graceful. The celestial robe fits as if tailored just for him. Brilliant light filled the universe, colors intertwined, weaving through the cosmos. At that moment, cheers erupted from the civil and military ranks. The emperor's joy was palpable. As Tang Sanzang walked through the streets of Chang'an, he garnered praise from merchants, noble sons, and literati alike. The emperor held Tang Sanzang's hand and walked out of Chang'an, gazing towards the west. Today is an auspicious day for departure. Younger brother, your journey will undoubtedly be arduous. I have a purple gold alms bowl to give you for sustenance along the way. He personally handed the alms bowl to Tang Sanzang, then waved his hand as a white horse trotted forward. The journey west is difficult for ordinary steeds. This is a white dragon horse, a worthy companion for your long travels. Tang Sanzang fixed his gaze upon it, observing its silver mane and jade tail. It was no ordinary horse, surpassing the renowned steeds known for their speed and strength. Every ascent seems to merge with the azure clouds howling at the moon, as pure as snow. Truly like a dragon departing from an island. Humans rejoice to have a jade Qilan. Thank you, your majesty. Tang Sanzang recognized the horse as something extraordinary. He accepted the travel documents handed to him by those behind, solemnly bowing to the emperor. The emperor's expression turned serious as a golden dragon began to rise around him, subtly resonating with the Kongtong Seal above the 9 provinces. The stars in the void aligned with the emperor's star, shining particularly bright. The emperor's majestic aura swept across the 9 provinces as his powerful voice, carrying some personal sentiments, resonated throughout the wilderness. I am the current emperor, overseeing all affairs of the human race. In the land of the 9 provinces where heroes and spirits gather, we honor heaven and earth, neither greedy nor murderous, nurturing our spirits and cultivating our essence. However, in the western lands there is greed, lust, and chaos, with much killing and strife, ignoring the teachings of sages and lacking the transmission of 100 schools of thought. It is indeed a battleground of words, a sea of disputes. Our human race is prosperous, ruling the 9 provinces, while the beings of the West are foolish, slandering the true words, ignorant of the Tao sect's teachings, neglecting the true golden immortal doctrine. Today I decree, as the emperor conferring Tang Sanzang as the master of the golden immortal Tao, to travel westward to teach, ensuring that the Tao sect's classics and the merits of our human race are eternally transmitted to the western lands. The emperor's decree, infused with the fortunes of the human race, spread throughout the wilderness. Tang Sanzang bowed to accept the edict. Though he was an ordinary mortal, he remained unaware of the immense fortune accumulating around him. The phantoms of the human race continuously emerged, resembling soldiers poised for battle, eagerly rushing towards the west. At the same time, the vast wilderness trembled. The 3 mountains and 5 peaks, rivers, and lakes erupted with light, converging upon Tang Sanzang. The phantom of the reincarnation disc flickered and vanished, seen only by the saints. After bowing, Tang Sanzang mounted the white dragon horse and departed. Meanwhile, above the 9 provinces, a Taoist with a dark expression held a divine staff, ready to strike down. The golden sword light pierced through the void, striking the man in yellow directly, attracting the attention of countless mighty beings who for a moment retracted their divine senses, unwilling to join the fray. Umitbach. A shout of Tao echoed as a golden lotus blocked the downward strike of the Xuanyuan sword. The Taoist of Jiying supported the Zhuan Ti, his eyes aflame with anger as he glared ahead. Why did you suddenly attack, Tao friend Xuanyuan? The Dharma manifestations around gradually shrunk, and a middle-aged man exuding a murderous aura appeared on the Jiuzhou barrier, bowing to the Kongtong Seal. Please assist me, master. 9 golden dragons transformed into flowing light, landing in an instant in Xuanyuan's palm, turning into a seal. Xuanyuan sneered directly, throwing the Kongtong Seal. Jiying, not daring to be careless, summoned the 12-petal merit golden lotus and the Jiying treasure banner, but could not withstand this attack. Puffed. 2 voices spat blood simultaneously, their blood splattering through the air, leaving traces behind. Innate supreme treasure. Jiying found it hard to believe. The Kongtong Seal had already demonstrated the power of an innate supreme treasure. Xuanyuan retrieved the Kongtong Seal, his expression calm. This is a spiritual treasure of our human race's fortune. Naturally, it is already an innate supreme treasure. Why be surprised, our friend? Jiying gritted his teeth and let out a cold snort, while Zhuan Ti looked at Xuanyuan with reluctance. I have yet to make a move, and the human emperor has already harmed me directly. Is this how it is going to be yet? Of course not. I have yet to pursue the matter of your intention to strike against the Jiuzhou human race. Xuanyuan bellowed. If Jiuzhou does not manifest divine signs, it is a consensus among the heavens. What do you intend to do with that divine scepter? Do not think that just because you 2 are heavenly Tao saints you can act recklessly. I have several human Tao saints in my fire cloud cave as well. If you do not comply, I will send a message to my brother Fushi and declare war on you in the west. Jiying hurriedly interrupted, for he and Zhuan Ti, since attaining sainthood, had been among the weakest of saints. He was at the 2nd layer of Huanyuan, while Zhuan Ti was at the 1st layer, akin to gatekeepers of the saintly realm. Xuanyuan was now at the 3rd layer of Huanyuan, and the 2 emperors of heaven and earth were at the 2nd layer. In a fight, their brotherhood would be no match. I have not made a move. Zhuan Ti felt somewhat aggrieved. Xuanyuan looked disdainfully. You have already produced a spiritual treasure. Do you expect me to wait for you to act before I intervene? I am the human emperor, and the human dynasty is protected by me. You dare to show murderous intent toward the human emperor. Had it not been for the fact that the journey to the west is not yet over, I would have crushed you here today. Tao friend Xuanyuan, be cautious with your words. Jiying's expression soured, his tone was arrogant, as even Guangchengzi had never spoken of crushing heavenly Tao saints, yet you dare to say such things. Zhuan Ti straightened up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. My actions are justified. It is truly the Jiuzhou human emperor who spoke ill against us, claiming that there are many killings and disputes among the beings of the West, slandering the truth. It is utterly absurd. My teachings in the West are also of the immortal Tao sect. I and my senior brother are disciples of the Tao ancestor, inheriting the celestial immortal Tao, and it is certainly the true transmission of the Tao. How could the human emperor defame us? Xuanyuan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. You 2 are truly shameless. Since you wish to speak, I will clarify it with you. Do you 2 still remember how you attained your sainthood? Jiying and Zhuan Ti's expressions changed, and Xuanyuan smiled coldly. The Western Earth veins have been damaged. You 2 have claimed to be working for the West, yet until you attained the status of saints, you did not repair the Western Earth veins, even a little. In contrast, the Western Earth veins have now been restored by 60% thanks to the efforts of my master. What have you 2 done? Do not speak of your teachings to encourage kindness. Without my master, where would the beings in the West come from? Moreover, those beings in the West are also members of my human race. Seeing Jiying and Zhuan Ti at a loss for words, Xuanyuan pointed to Xuanyuan, sword directly at them. You 2 have ulterior motives, having passed down a lineage among the human race. Although there is some merit in the Western continent, it has been distorted beyond recognition. Your Western lands are filled with small countries and frequent wars, and the losses are all from my human race. I will not hesitate to tell you that the reason my human race is endowing Tang San with fortune is also to unify the West completely. Do not think that just because you 2 are saints you can manipulate the human race. My fire cloud cave still stands, and matters of the human race are not for you to decide. Jiying and Zhuan Ti turned pale, looking at Xuanyuan in disbelief. Are you not only aiming to benefit our Western sect, but also to seize our Western lands? Bold. A roar came from the Kongtong Seal, and a beam of golden light shot out striking the chests of the two, causing Jiying and Xuanti to cough up blood and nearly collapse. The world of the primordial began to illuminate suddenly, the light gradually converging over Jiuzhou as a Taoist in purple appeared, his expression neither happy nor sad, looking at Jiying and Xuanti as if observing corpses. Disciple pays respects to master. I did not know master had arrived. Please forgive my transgressions, master. Xuanyuan hastily bowed, realizing how powerful this strike from his master was. Those two might need to recuperate for a full Yuan Hui to recover from their injuries, and his master had a bit of a personal vendetta in this case. Salutations to the saint. Although the mighty beings observing everything did not reveal themselves, they all bowed in the Taoist hall. Earlier, when Xuanyuan and the others acted, they had shown no movement, but now they did not dare to be negligent, showcasing Guangchengzi's might. Your western lands. Guangchengzi ignored the others and directly questioned Jiying and Xuanti. Our Kunlun is the ancestral ground of all mountains, and the three pure ones are descendants of Pangu. They did not claim that the east belongs to us. How dare you speak, so shamelessly claiming to be the masters of the west? Next, do you intend to invade the east, monopolize the primordial, and seize the paths of heaven, earth, and human? With each question from Guangchengzi, Jiying and Xuanti's faces turned pale, continuously retreating. Such a heavy accusation, how could they bear it? I did not mean it that way. Xuanti trembled, sensing the killing intent in Guangchengzi's eyes. He hurriedly explained, Master's nephew has misunderstood. I did not mean it like that. Misunderstood? I do not think so. Guangchengzi's lips curled. Over the years, you two must have long regarded the western continent as your own, and the western earth veins have yet to fully recover. It is all your fault. Indeed, the saint speaks the truth. Streams of light appeared as 12 ancestral witches emerged, now being gods of the laws. They only needed to invoke the laws to manifest anywhere in the primordial. Though you two are saints, you do not have the right to treat the West as your own possession. This primordial was opened by the Father God, and only the descendants of Pangu have the right to occupy it. Zhurong pointed at Jiying and Xuanti, angrily scolding, What do you think you are to dare position yourselves as masters of the West? Even if their witch clan could not occupy the primordial, it was not for these two to decide. The three pure ones were also descendants of the Father God, and they were family. Zhurong ancestral witch, you have gone too far. Xuanti's anger surged. I am still a heavenly Tao saint. No matter what, you dare show disrespect to a saint. Is being a saint so impressive? A female voice emerged as a woman in yellow stepped forward, walking gracefully to Zhurong's side. What does this heavenly Tao saint want to do to my fifth brother? Xuanyuan greets your highness, the Lady Pingxin. There is no need for excessive courtesy, your majesty. It has been many years since we last met, and your cultivation has indeed improved. The earlier incident was a rash act on my part. Hutu smiled apologetically, acknowledging that it was her intervention that allowed Jin Ling to regain his memories after reincarnation, thus breaking the rules. She was in the wrong for meddling in human affairs, especially directly targeting the Emperor of Humanity. Xuanyuan shook his head. This matter has already been made clear by my master. Your highness need not concern yourself. I only hope that such incidents do not occur again in the future. Hutu nodded. Rest assured, your majesty. My actions were merely a casual intervention. Had they not acted suddenly, I would not have intervened. She stepped forward and handed something to Xuanyuan, who flashed a look of joy, and Hutu subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Guangchengzi glanced over, but said nothing further. The previous farewell from the human side was only possible because Jin Ling regained his memories, though otherwise she would not have been able to speak such words. After all, she is now the Emperor of Humanity, and any derogatory remarks about the West would naturally affect the Western sect, which was why Xuanti almost lost his temper and acted rashly. Your highness, it was my inappropriate words. Xuanti, seeing their lively conversation, quickly bowed and admitted his mistake. Each of these individuals had a more significant background than the last, and none of their brotherhood could deal with them. Zhurong held his head high, yet after the lessons from Guangchengzi in the past, he dared not speak casually. Hutu gave him a couple of light taps and coldly said to Xuanti, Do not assume that being a sage of heaven grants you immunity from death. I have many ways to deal with you. Jiayin's expression changed as he pulled on Xuanti, who lowered his gaze deep in thought. Guangchengzi noticed this, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. Xuanti seemed to have thought of some bad idea. Hutu watched the two for a while before suddenly laughing. My friend, you seem interested in my reincarnation. Why not wait until the Western sect is destroyed, and come visit me in the underworld? Before Do Bao reincarnated, these two had already laid their groundwork in the underworld, seeking information. They were envious of Tai Yi being able to establish a dojo in the underworld to oversee the ascension of the immortals. The Western sect naturally wished for this convenience, but did not dare to speak openly about it. Hutu coldly observed, having eliminated several undercover agents of the Western sect, which made them refrain from spying on the underworld. Today she came here to teach Xuanti a lesson. Once the Western sect is destroyed, she would properly deal with him. Your Highness is joking. The underworld is where the Lord of the Earth resides. How could I dare to tread lightly? Xuanti's expression changed, forcing a smile. Huta smiled, but said no more, as the fates of the two of them would surely not end well. Guangchengzi coldly regarded Jie and Xuanti. Huta's remarks indicated that they had done something in the underworld, but it should be settled by now. You two can leave now. Once the matter of the West is concluded, I will settle accounts with you. Guangchengzi waved his hand, dismissing them like flies. Jie and Xuanti, seeing this, dared not express their anger, and could only leave in a sullen manner. Since there are no further matters, I shall return to the underworld. Huta chuckled softly, nodding to Guangchengzi, leading the ancestors of the witch clan away. Master, I spoke recklessly earlier. Seeing everyone depart, Xuanyuan bowed, asking, what plans does my master have for the western lands? Guangchengzi's expression was calm. Do you wish for the western human race to unify? Correct, small nations are in chaos, and it is the human race that suffers, Xuanyuan replied honestly. I wish for the West to be unified like the land of the 9 continents under a single governance. This matter is inappropriate. Guangchengzi shook his head. I know your heart is with the human race. When I allowed the human race to develop in the 9 continents, and helped you establish a barrier, it was precisely because this place is the center of the primordial chaos, facilitating connections in all directions. Now that the world of primordial chaos is expanding, even for croissant, great powers traveling back and forth requires considerable time. The human race does not possess enough strength to remotely control the western lands. If the West unifies, would the human race not be divided into 2 factions? At that time, who would be the legitimate one between the West and the 9 continents? Xuanyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Although the people of Huiyun Cave came from the 9 continents, the beings of the West were also human. Although they valued the 9 continents more, they could not make the choice to split the human race. I beg Master for guidance. Guangchengzi pondered. Maintaining the status quo is sufficient. Once the Western sect is destroyed and the concepts of the Golden Immortals are passed down, I will send people from Huiyun Cave to disseminate the teachings. As long as both sides obey the orders of Huiyun Cave and adhere to a single command, there will be no more disputes. Even if there are, Huiyun Cave will suppress and mediate them. I shall obey Master's orders. Xuanyuan bowed, taking out an item. This was given to me by your Highness the Lady Pingxin earlier. Looking at the black liquid in Xuanyuan's palm, which seemed to harbor a constant roar of a demonic god, Guangchengzi was taken aback. The source of the zombie from Hudu. Indeed, your Highness must have given this as an apology for the earlier incident. Xuanyuan nodded, recalling that since the female Ba had transformed into the drought Ba, he had gone to the underworld after attaining enlightenment, entrusting Pingxin to help him find the other 3 zombie ancestors. He did not expect to receive one today. With this item, the female Ba can attain sainthood sooner. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, realizing why Huda dared to act casually. She had already made preparations. Master's grace is bestowed, and Bear has already departed, Xuanyuan remarked, looking down. Speaking of which, I have yet to meet my junior brother. Once they encounter each other, you will meet. Guangchengzi shook his head. In the 9 continents, Tang Shenzong had already met with son Wukong and the others. They're coming. Wukong jumped down from a tree, his eyes gleaming with golden light. Soon a Taoist dressed in celestial robes riding a white horse arrived at this place. Infinite Heavenly Sovereign, may I ask who the 3 Tao friends are, and why you are blocking my path? Tang Shenzong looked at the 3 oddly shaped cultivators in front of him, feeling somewhat wary. He had just left Chang'an, and there should not be any monsters bold enough to act recklessly in the 9 continents. Are you Tang Shenzong? Wukong asked, shouldering his golden staff. Indeed I am. Does this Tao friend have something to teach? Wukong clapped his hands. That's right. The Father Saint has sent me to protect your journey to the West. There is no need to be so afraid. I will protect you. Tang Shenzong was taken aback. He had only recently left Chang'an, and had already encountered a kind-hearted deity. May I ask which deity you are, and who is your Father Saint? Is he a great power for my sect? Wukong stood tall and proud. You have a good eye, little Taoist. Listen well, I am the great sage equal to Heaven's Son Wukong. Yang Jian and Neza followed up. I am the Jiaohui, Xinxing Yang, Jian, the great god of the 3 altars Neza. We are here on the orders of the Taoist Lord Yaoshi to escort your master on the journey to the West. The 2 revealed their backgrounds, startling Tang Shenzong, who hurriedly dismounted. Is this truly arranged by the Heavenly Sovereign? Tang Shenzong looked around. What virtue or ability do I possess? He was a golden immortal cultivator and naturally understood what being a heavenly sovereign meant, especially one as revered among the Taoist practitioners as the Yaoshi Heavenly Sovereign. While Tang Shenzong was brainstorming, Yang Jian and Neza faced a dilemma. How could they have forgotten to ask how to address this individual before descending the mountain? Uncle Do Bao had already reincarnated, so they could not address him as such, but to call him master directly seemed too unfamiliar. Son Wukong began to scrutinize Tang Shenzong, thinking it was nothing significant. He merely had 2 supreme, innate spiritual treasures. You three must protect him on his journey to the west. Just call him Master. Father Sage. Wukong exclaimed, joyfully jumping up and approaching Guangchengzi while Yang Jian and Neza hurriedly paid their respects, saying greetings Master Uncle. Tang Sanzang did not dare to be negligent either. As a disciple of the Taoist sect, he had seen this deity's statue during his worship at the Tao Palace. Disciple Tang Sanzang pays respects to the celestial venerable. Rise. Guangchengzi nodded, looking at the few people in front of him. Your journey to the west is to spread the teachings of the Golden Immortal and promote the reputation of our Tao sect. These three have been specifically chosen to guard and assist you. Thank you for your kindness, Celestial Venerable. I will not forget my responsibilities. Tang Sanzang's gaze was resolute, his words firm. On the journey to the west, the four of you must support each other. You may call him Master. Guangchengzi paused, his identity can bear it. Wukong's eyes glinted with golden light as he scrutinized Tang Sanzang closely, as if trying to see through him. He knew this was his uncle's reincarnation, yet even with his golden eye divine ability, he could not perceive any oddities. The person before him was merely an ordinary mortal with some qi refining cultivation, not even a celestial cultivator. Tang Sanzang felt a bit uneasy under Wukong's gaze. Wukong muttered something and did not say more. Seeing Guangchengzi's insistence, he could only bow and say, Son Wukong greets Master. Yang Jian Neza greets Master. Seeing that even Sun Wukong had bowed, Yang Jian and Neza did not dare to be negligent, as this person was an elder and could bear their respect. Guangchengzi smiled slightly. He certainly understood that Wukong was trying to test if he could discern any abnormalities in Tang Sanzang, but before his reincarnation, Duobao had been a latest-stage Kwasa saint, and the gap between him and Wukong's realm was still considerable. Moreover, Duobao's true form was not present here. What could Wukong discern? Since you recognize Tang Sanzang as Master, you may refer to each other as brothers. Guangchengzi smirked. Yes, I, old son, am now the eldest senior brother. Wukong was clearly a bit excited, looking expectantly at Yang Jian and Neza. He had unlocked a new title. Back in Kunlun, his senior brothers had always referred to him as the junior brother. Eldest senior brother. Yang Jian and Neza had no choice but to comply with his nature, and they exchanged greetings again. Second senior brother, third junior brother. Guangchengzi bit his cheek to suppress a laugh, watching everything with satisfaction, nodding, all right, you all can arrange your journey as you see fit. Wukong's eyes turned. I, old son, will be the eldest senior brother and will scout ahead. Second junior brother, you hold the reins, and third junior brother, you carry the burden. All right. Yang Jian agreed without enthusiasm, while Neza sighed. Among the three, he was the only one who looked youthful and was the smallest in stature. It wasn't that he couldn't change his appearance, he was just accustomed to his current form. Neza grumbled, while carrying the luggage, this weight is stunting my growth. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, speaking in a low voice, after your journey to the west, I can upgrade the spiritual treasures in your possession to innate supreme grade. The two's eyes immediately brightened, but since Master Uncle transmitted this privately, it was clear he did not wish for it to be publicized, so they could only silently convey a grateful glance. You may go. Guangchengzi sighed, his form gradually fading from view. The few of them had no time to bid farewell before he vanished entirely. Leaving just like that without saying a word to me. Wukong complained. Yang Jian and Neza bowed towards the direction Guangchengzi had left, then invited Tang Sanzang to mount. Just as Yang Jian was about to pull the reins to move forward, he paused incredulously, saying Dragon Clan. His celestial eye shimmered with silver light, and the white dragon horse revealed its true dragon form in his sight. This bloodline is truly extraordinary. Wukong, however, was unconcerned. He had noticed this dragon horse when Tang Sanzang arrived. It was merely of golden immortal cultivation, nothing significant. Neza, reminded by Yang Jian, also activated his skills to observe closely, exclaiming Ao Lai. He was the grand deity of the three altars of the sea, responsible for matters of the four seas, and was the superior of the four sea dragon kings. He naturally knew which outstanding juniors the Dragon Clan had. That EC Third Prince was his contemporary, who later joined the sect of the Intercepting Teaching and successfully transcended the tribulation of canonization, now having reached the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. The white dragon horse snorted, as if responding to Neza. Now as a mount he could not speak freely. Master, did you seek out this white dragon horse yourself? Neza lifted his luggage and asked, looking up. Tang Sanzang stroked the horse's back and mane, bowing his hands towards Chang'an, and lamenting, not at all, this was bestowed by the human emperor. If you had not mentioned its origins, I would not have known it had such a background. He had thought it was just a wondrous white horse, but he never expected it to be of dragon lineage. Yang Jian and Neza understood. The human emperor held a prestigious status, and the dragon clan submitted to the human race, so this wasn't too surprising. They just hadn't anticipated that the dragon clan would show such resolve, sending not an ordinary true dragon, but the third prince of the West Sea. With the white dragon horse here, I'm not worried about the pace of our journey to the west. Wukong chuckled, beginning to lead the way. Yang Jian held the reins and followed with Neza closely behind. The four of them set off on their journey. Watching them depart, Guangchengzi, concealed in the void, gradually revealed himself. He looked somewhat wistfully at Tang Sanzang's figure, remembering that Duobao had been referred to as brother, yet was truly a disciple. He recalled when Duobao first entered Kunlun, receiving his teachings and guidance. Junior brother, may your journey be fruitful and lead you to the Tao. Kunlun. Duobao has left. Tong Tian remarked as Guangchengzi returned, stating the obvious. Indeed, the four of us master and disciples have set out together. Guangchengzi cracked a cold joke. Disciple and master are also four people. However, it was quite the opposite. There was one master and three disciples on that side, while here there were three masters and one disciple. This joke was not very funny, so the Sanqing did not laugh. Guangchengzi also found it dull, pouring himself a cup of tea, savoring it slowly. When Duobao ascended the mountain, it was you who took on the role of master in accepting disciples. Now he departs and you personally send him off, which can be considered a full circle. Tong Tian shook his head and sighed. Yes, a full circle. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. Once junior brother Duobao returns to his original form, it will be time for us to reunite. Tong Tian perked up. You are right, I appreciate your arrangements this time. Guangchengzi shook his head. There is no need for such politeness between master and disciple, especially since this time the disciple has his own plans. Are you sure that person will come out? Yuan Shi asked with a frown. Wukong's journey is truly a transformation from chrysalis to butterfly. He will definitely come out, or else there will be no more chances. Guangchengzi sneered. The disciple is well prepared. He will definitely not escape. Speaking of which, Elder Yang Mei has not been heard from. Laozi took a sip of tea, feeling somewhat worried. Guangchengzi replied helplessly. The disciple previously visited Zixiao Palace, and the ancestor said that Elder Yang Mei has already departed. During this journey to the west we may encounter him. Elder Yang Mei is proficient in spatial laws. Even if this is the primordial chaos, Guangchengzi, the foremost figure of the primordial chaos, could not find a trace of him. Didn't Lady Nuwa go as well? Guangchengzi smiled. The journey to the west had officially commenced. Even Lady Nuwa could not sit still. Master, there is a Taoist temple ahead called the Qingjing Gate. Wukong somersaulted back and reported loudly. Qingjing Gate, it sounds like a place of Taoists. Tang Xinzong looked up and said, it's getting late, let's borrow a place to stay for the night. Wukong hurriedly led the way and the group knocked on the temple door. Two young acolytes came to open it, and Wukong blinked, finding their appearance somewhat familiar. Where do you come from? One wore silver robes, and the other wore golden ones. Wuliang Tianzuan, I am here on the orders of the human emperor, traveling to the west to spread the teachings. As it's getting late, I wish to borrow a night's stay in your esteemed place. Tang Sanzong dismounted and replied gently. So it is a Taoist from the Great Tang. In that case we have a connection with the Qingjing Gate. However, regarding your request for accommodation, we cannot make that decision without informing the gate master. That is only reasonable. May I ask how to address the two of you? Call me Xiao Ming, and he is Xiao Yang. The silver-robed acolyte smiled as he looked at the group, especially at Sun Wukong. Tang Sanzong was momentarily speechless, finding their names quite casual, definitely not serious Taoist names. Wukong looked at them suspiciously and said, you are not of the human race, are you? Great sage has sharp eyes. We are of the spirit race, achieving our current state through the enlightenment of the great deity. Xiao Ming was unfazed by Sun Wukong's probing and even revealed Wukong's title. Did you notice second brother? Neza asked in a low voice. Yang Jian nodded seriously. 2 Golden Immortals. The two exchanged glances with Sun Wukong, understanding each other's meaning, though it seemed this was the first challenge they would face. With Tang Daoist's arrival, I have failed to welcome you properly. A hearty laugh came from inside the temple as 2 Taoists walked out with unyielding steps, one dressed in yellow looking quite composed, and the other in white, with an extraordinary appearance. I am Tang Sanzong, honored to meet the 2 gate masters. You need not be overly polite. My surname is Qi, and this is my younger brother, whose secular name is Huang. The yellow-robed Taoist introduced the master and disciples, leaving them speechless. The yellow-robed Taoist's surname is Qi, and the white-robed Taoist's surname is Huang. You really know how to play. It seemed that Master Qi had noticed their thoughts, but said no more, leading them inside. The 4 disciples dared not be careless. These 2 seemed quite extraordinary. Master, you rest, I'll keep watch. Wukong said, watching Tang Sanzong lie down fully clothed, squatting on a nearby stool to discuss with Yang Jian and Neza. These 2, even my broken illusion golden eyes cannot discern clearly. Neza was startled. Earlier he saw his senior brother's calm demeanor and thought he was aware, so he didn't ask more. He knew how powerful his senior brother's broken illusion golden eyes were, yet even he couldn't see through them. Stay alert, we haven't left Chang'an for long, and should not be from the Western teachings. If senior brother cannot see through them, there must be a powerful being concealing their true nature. Yang Jian stroked his chin. This may be the first challenge, but it won't exceed our capabilities. Wukong nodded, finding his analysis reasonable. Those 2 acolytes seem somewhat familiar to me. Yang Jian and Neza frowned. Have you met them before? The 2 even knew Sun Wukong was the great sage equal to heaven and showed no sign of hiding. Wukong nodded and shook his head. Their faces looked somewhat familiar, but I can't recall. Golden robes and silver robes, could they be those two? Neza was startled. Yang Jian shook his head. No, those two were much steadier in temperament, and their cultivation was higher. Wukong waved his hand. No need to worry, if we don't engage tonight, it will be tomorrow. After all, we are only staying here for one night. We will respond to whatever comes. The next day? Thank you, Gate Masters, for your hospitality. Oh, I shall take my leave now. Tang Sanzong performed a Taoist salute. Wukong and the others protected him, and throughout the night there was not a single movement. Please wait, Taoist friend, you have stayed at my Qingjing gate, but the fee has yet to be settled. The yellow-robed Taoist smiled and blocked their path. How much silver do you require? Wukong squinted. The yellow-robed Taoist gestured for them to take a closer look. It was already late yesterday, and today the sun is high in the sky. You can see if my Qingjing gate is extraordinary. Wukong smirked. He was born in the top-grade blessed land of Waguashan, prepared by his father, which was only slightly inferior to Kunlun. Having visited various blessed lands since this was nothing special. Yang Jian and Neza were different. They could tell that some materials in this temple were exceptionally rare. Those spiritual woods and flowers were not innate, but were postnatal top-grade items far from what ordinary cultivators could obtain. Moreover, they had worshipped the deities in this temple before. The serene and effortless Taoist charm was clearly related to their family's elders. Taoist, just say what you want. Neza took off the Qinquan circle from around his neck, his tone ambiguous. Haha, the third prince is straightforward. Elder Huang stepped forward. This temple has cost quite a bit, so I asked Taoist Sanzong to leave 2 spirit treasures as accommodation fees. You really have a big mouth. Yang Jian sneered, for those were 2 top-grade, innate spirit treasures. Those 2 spirit treasures could buy your lives. Qi and Huang exchanged glances and burst into laughter. The manifested saint cannot buy our lives with those. After saying that, the 2 immediately started to attack, intending to forcefully seize them. Wukong and Yang Jian rushed out, leaving Neza to protect Tang Sanzong. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew by, causing Neza to twitch his nose. So fragrant. With a thud, Neza collapsed to the ground as Xiao Ming and Xiao Yang walked out from the side, directly snatching the 9-section staff and the brocade robe from Tang Sanzang's hands. Third brother master. Wukong exclaimed, dropping dozens of his monkey hairs as he attempted to block the path of the 2. Fall. The 2 remained unhurried, directly producing a drop of golden divine water that fell on the monkey hair clones, and in the blink of an eye the clones vanished completely. Sunlight, divine water. Yang Jian was taken aback. Senior brother, don't hold back. After saying that, the heavenly eye between his brows opened and closed, shooting out a silver light, while Wukong's golden staff also came crashing down, startling Qi and Huang into not daring to be careless, quickly summoning their spirit treasures. Boom! The temple could not withstand the attacks and collapsed with a loud noise, leaving only the hall with the 3 pure ones standing tall and unshaken. Smoke scattered, and the 2 gate masters Qi and Huang each held a small seal with a divine beast roaring towards the heavens on it, while the other held 2 antler-shaped spirit treasures, all emanating the aura of top-grade innate spirit treasures. Wukong and Yang Jian exchanged glances, both knowing that these 2 would not be easy to deal with. With the cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal, they were at the late stage and wielded top-grade innate spirit treasures. Had it not been for their extraordinary nature, they would have already found it difficult to hold on. For now they could fight, but it would be a fierce battle. Swish! Red clouds filled the sky as a red silk flew through the void, instantly binding Xiao Ming, and Xiao Yang. Neza revealed his form, putting away the 9-section staff, and the brocade robe with a 3-headed 8-armed Dharma form appearing, igniting flames on the mixed sky silk. If you dare to make a move again, this prince will burn them both to death. Crimson Lotus Flame. Taoist Huang exclaimed in surprise. Third prince quickly extinguished this fire. Neza remained deaf to the warning, while tears streamed down Xiao Ming's face. The heavy rain fell instantly, yet it could not extinguish the flames on the Honghuang silk, which only grew fiercer, making it harder for him to endure. Are you alright? Xiao Yang asked, nervously looking at Xiao Ming with concern. Third prince, we are just following their orders, so please be careful. Xiao Ming smiled at Neza to appease him. The pollen was made from the collection of numerous spiritual roots. It only had a dizzying effect and was harmless to cultivators. Neza ignored him, thinking that if it weren't for his own cultivation improvement, he might have truly fallen this time. Taoist Huang's face darkened. You ungrateful fellow. Taoist Qi held a large seal, which shimmered with yellow light. The laws of earth began to gather between heaven and earth, causing Sun Wukong and Yang Jian to be cautious. Why has your strength increased so rapidly? Taoist Huang asked, turning his head. Why should I tell you? Wukong pointed his golden cudgel. If you're sensible, let us go. Otherwise today, they'll kill those 2 boys first, and then deal with you. No matter who you are, can you compare to the background of this old monkey? Roar. A deafening roar erupted from the seal in Taoist Qi's hand, causing the others to lose their footing. Yang Jian exclaimed, Qilin roar. Are you from the Qilin clan? He fixed his gaze tightly on the large seal, where a divine beast gradually took shape under his heavenly, revealing a Qilin roaring towards the sky. Today has been quite enlightening. Even the Qilin clan has made an appearance. Neza looked at Daoist Qi with great interest. The dragons roar, the phoenixes cry, and the Qilins roar. These are the signature divine abilities of the three primordial clans. It seems this journey to the west will be quite lively. Wukong scratched his head. I've seen a Qilin before. Yang Jian and Neza were taken aback, both showing expressions of realization. They had been in the dark. A Qilin capable of wielding a top-tier innate spiritual treasure couldn't be an ordinary divine beast. Daoist Qi, Daoist Huang. Wukong sneered. Are you going to keep pretending? What is the great sage talking about? I know nothing. Daoist Huang feigned innocence. I've already recognized your identity. How dare you hide it? Wukong hefted his golden cudgel. If you don't admit it, I'm going to Kunlun. Great sage, there is no one at Kunlun at this time. Daoist Huang chuckled. So you admit you are from Kunlun? Wukong smiled slyly. Daoist Huang angrily fell silent. You really are clever, monkey. Sifong. Yang Jian and Neza asked tentatively, then turned their gaze aside. Don't say. Daoist Huang placed his finger to his lips, stopping them from continuing. You all seem to be in high spirits. A voice came from the clouds, startling everyone. Although the atmosphere was not tense, they were still aware of their surroundings, and had not noticed when the purple-clad Daoist had arrived. Greetings, Uncle Master. Yang Jian and Neza bowed. Wukong glanced over, recalling someone from deep in his memory. He had seen this person in the Three Pure Ones realm. You are the Uncle Master Qijingzi. Indeed, I am the poor Daoist. Qijingzi, clad in an 8 trigrams purple robe, looked down and pointed. The temple immediately restored to its original state. Sifong, why don't you reveal your true form? They looked over, and Daoist Qi was enveloped in white mist. A divine beast appeared, its head resembling a dragon, its horns resembling a deer, its neck resembling a camel, and its tail resembling a donkey, possessing traits of 4 different exotic beasts. Between its 2 horns floated a Qilin seal. The master and senior brother went to the Three Pure Ones realm, and Kunlun is unguarded. Who would have thought that this beast would escape on its own? I too came back to Kunlun to retrieve a spiritual object on the orders of the master, only to find it no longer in the mountain. I have caused trouble for you, my disciples. Qijingzi explained with a smile, while Sun Wukong remained expressionless, thinking, do you expect me to believe? Neza retracted the Hunyuan silk, and Xiao Ming and Xiao Yang fell to the ground. Daoist Huang hurriedly helped them up, saying, little Neza, weren't your actions a bit too harsh? Neza snorted lightly. We were enemies not long ago. Do you expect this prince to respectfully invite them to sit? Will you come back with me, or shall I ask senior brother to capture you? Qijingzi looked at Daoist Huang with a smirk. Humph. Daoist Huang coldly snorted and walked in front of Sun Wukong. You really are ruthless. You used to ride me when you were little. After saying this, his figure vanished, replaced by a divine beast with white hair, covering its body, resembling a fox with horns on its back. Its 2 deer-like spiritual treasures merged with the horns on its back, emanating a powerful aura. It really is you, Honghuang. Wukong was not polite, directly jumping on it and striking it with his golden cudgel. They'll let you trouble me, old monkey. Honghuang ran around the temple, and although Wukong's strikes didn't hurt, they reminded him of when he first ascended Kunlun, often riding Honghuang and running all over Kunlun. You two, are you coming with me to the Three Pure Ones realm, or back to the East Sea? Qijingzi looked at Xiao Ming and Xiao Yang with a slight smile. Thank you, Daoist Qijingzi. We still need to help the master manage the spiritual roots, so we won't go to the Three Pure Ones realm. As they spoke, the two transformed, their appearances resembling exquisite jade that had been cleaned of dust. One could tell at a glance they were exceptional individuals. Ming Su Xianyang greets Daoist Sanzong, the manifestation true monarch, and the third prince. Who are you? Neza asked in confusion, certain he had never seen these 2 boys before. So it's you two. Honghuang stopped in front of them, and Wukong smiled. Did you bring any spiritual fruits this time? I knew the little master would ask this. Ming Su took out a treasure pouch and placed it in Wukong's palm, whispering, this is what the master instructed the little master to bring for you to eat on the way. I knew that the Holy Father treats me the best. Wukong pointed, and several spiritual fruits flew out, each for everyone. 5 elements, spiritual fruit, 5 needle pine, Tao enlightenment tea leaves. Aren't these all the senior uncle's spiritual roots? Yang Jian was astonished. The true monarch has keen eyes. I and Xianyang are the disciples enlightened by the Lord of the Three Pure Ones, guarding the 3 immortal islands and overseeing the spiritual roots. Looking at Wukong eagerly rummaging through the treasure pouch, Ming Su curled his lips. Little master, you don't need to look anymore. Since it's your first time at the 3 immortal islands, all the Huang Zhongli have been picked. That top spiritual root can only mature once at the Yuan meeting. Wukong sighed, thinking it was no use. He watched as Tang Sanzong swallowed a few spiritual fruits, yet his aura showed no signs of improvement, causing him to frown. Yang Jian and Neza held him back, preventing him from asking further. Today, thanks to the great sage's blessings, I can once again taste this 5 needle pine. Jingzi watched the scene with a smile. Oh, ever since Sun Wukong emerged they had not tasted the spiritual fruits of the three immortal islands. Daoist Jingzi is joking with your relationship with the master, isn't it easy to ask for some spiritual fruits? Ming Su bowed to Sun Wukong, and took out a small bowl filled with 3 light divine water. I am a dewdrop that has absorbed a wisp of morning light, so I can wield the sunlight divine water. This is the 3 light divine water we brought from the 3 immortal islands, the first healing sacred object of the primordial era especially for you, little master. Wukong received it smiling. Thank you all. It was instructed by the master. Ming Su and Xianyang smiled lightly, then bowed to Tang Senzong. We need to return to the 3 immortal islands to care for the spiritual roots, so we will take our leave now. Looking at everyone nodding, the two held hands and flew towards the East Sea. Senzong, you continue your journey west. Oh, I will take them back to Kunlun. Jingzi nodded at Tang Senzong, thinking about this former senior brother, and after the journey west they would meet again. Thank you, Taoist Lord. Tang Senzong bowed, watching Jingzi leave with Xifang and Honghuang. The 4 disciples continued on their way, and soon a group of Taoists entered the temple to explain the golden immortal methods. In the upper clear heavens Miro Palace. Senior brother, I have returned. Jingzi bowed to Guangchengzi and recounted the events of his journey. Not bad, although you had no opportunity to showcase your skills this time, it's still good that you accompanied Duo Bao on his journey. Jingzi paused for a moment, shaking his head with a wry smile. Though Duo Bao has been reincarnated, his demeanor remains extraordinary. You seem to have many thoughts, Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. After all, we have cultivated together through several Yuan gatherings, yet now we meet as strangers, which is quite sorrowful. Jingzi wore a look of contemplation. What do you think of Wukong? Guangchengzi shook his head and chose not to pursue the matter further. His cultivation is decent, he can protect himself on the journey to the west. Wait, didn't senior brother send him the 3 light divine water? There's no need to worry. Guangchengzi sighed, saying, you haven't been a parent, so you don't understand the anxious heart of a father when his child travels far. Take this. Guangchengzi produced a fruit basket from his sleeve, fragrant spirit fruits filling the air. Among them a particularly eye-catching yellow fruit stood out. It was the Huang Zhongli, the best of spirit roots. Thank you, senior brother. I did not expect to gain a Tufaron deal. Jingzi gratefully accepted it, bowed, and took his leave, heading to Duoshui Palace to ask his master uncle for help in refining some pills for his disciple. Master must have heard that. Guangchengzi did not turn his head, his voice echoing in the Moreau Palace. Tantian stepped out from the rear hall, curling his lip. Duo Bao, you only asked a couple of questions before you started worrying about Sun Wukong. Why not have master personally add a bit of difficulty and speak face-to-face with Duo Bao? Guangchengzi looked at him expressionlessly. Haha, you see, you just can't take a joke. Tantian sulked, quickly showering Guangchengzi with compliments. This place is quite nice, it looks like a celestial dojo. Yang Jian said, his third eye opening between his brows. In front of them the winding path led to a spring bubbling with clear water devoid of any demonic aura. Master, let's take a break, senior brother will be back soon. Neza set down his luggage, assisting Tang Senzong to dismount. Before long Wukong appeared, holding a purple gold bowl filled with food. Watching Tang Senzong start eating, Wukong quietly said, I old son went ahead to scout the path. It is a celestial mountain called Huangfeng Ling, Huangfeng Cave, and it is unlike ordinary caves. It seems like it's about to begin again. We 3 can continue moving forward, but master is still a mortal body and needs to be protected. Neza scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. I excel in the path of the physical body and have always been in close combat. I have no defensive spiritual treasures, Yang Jian chuckled. Wukong and Neza remained silent for a moment. All 3 of them followed the path of physical sanctification. Wukong scratched his cheek. He did have a lotus flower in his sea of consciousness, but it was for protection given by his father saint, and he could not take it out. As for Tang Senzang's splendid celestial robe, it could only passively defend against attacks. Oh! Wukong's eyes brightened as he explored with his divine sense, and soon after he pulled out a small umbrella. Master, please open this. Oh, let Neza help you with defense. This is a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, just right for master to use. Neza exclaimed joyfully, helping Tang Senzong to activate the Tian Luo umbrella. This Tian Luo umbrella was given by Father Saint. It is said to have been obtained shortly after he emerged from Kunlun. He no longer has use for it, and I old son don't favor it, but who would have thought it would come in handy now? Master uncle indeed possesses many treasures, Yang Jian said with some envy. Wukong waved his hand and continued onward, but the strong winds grew even fiercer, engulfing Huangfeng Ling in yellow sand. If not for Wukong and Yang Jian both being great Luo Golden Immortals and possessing the breaking illusion Golden Eyes in third, they would have almost been unable to see the path ahead. This is no ordinary wind, it must be the Sanmei divine wind. Yang Jian, being well-read, recognized. How do we break through this? Wukong gritted his teeth. Once I catch that wind-blowing demon, I will surely beat him soundly. Saying this, he shook his body, finding sand stuck in his beautiful fur. Does senior brother have the wind stabilizing pill, also known as the wind stabilizing pearl? Yang Jian pondered slightly. Although the Sanmei divine wind is powerful, the wind stabilizing pearl is its nemesis. Let me check. Wukong lowered his head. After a moment, he pinched a yellow small pearl between his fingers which emitted a faint glow. It was the wind stabilizing pearl. The moment he took it out, the Sanmei divine wind vanished, the yellow sand lost its support, and the sky began to clear. Wukong's eyes sparkled with golden light as he saw a yellow-robed Taoist in front of Honghuang Cave, and was momentarily stunned. He raised his golden cudgel, and was about to step forward. Swish! The yellow-robed Taoist, seeing him rush up, was frightened, and quickly waved the giant flag in his hand, producing an even more mournful sound of wind than before. The fierce wind blew through, shattering the space inch by inch. Wukong's expression changed drastically. Even he could not easily break the space, showing just how powerful the wind was. Second junior brother, help me! Wukong shouted loudly, and together with Yang Jian, they activated the wind stabilizing pearl to form a light barrier for defense. This is not the Sanmei divine wind. Yang Jian muttered to himself. As he spoke, with a crack, the light barrier shattered instantly, and a crack appeared in the wind-stabilizing pearl in Wukong's hand. Wukong, filled with rage, his face fierce, raised the golden cudgel and charged forward. The fierce wind swept over his body, and he felt like small knives were stabbing into him, causing a bone-piercing pain. Yellow-haired rat, you dare destroy my wind-stabilizing pearl. Wukong gripped the golden cudgel with both hands regardless of the pain from the divine wind, and struck down directly. Yang Jian also unleashed his powers, wielding the three-pointed double-edged blade as he rushed up. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sharp sounds of wind broke out as two fire-pointed guns followed Yang Jian, which were the weapons used by Neza. Squeak! The yellow-robed Taoist screamed, spewing the Sanmei divine wind again, enveloping the vision of Wukong and the others in yellow sand, transforming into a yellow-haired marten and burrowing underground, disappearing from sight. Bang! The golden cudgel struck down, and a sharp scream was heard from underground, after which there was no other sound. The fire-pointed guns flew back, embedding themselves at the cave entrance. Neza led the white dragon horse forward, and looked into the cave, saying, he escaped. Damn mouse spirit. Wukong touched the wind-stabilizing pearl, feeling a bit heartbroken. Second brother, did you think of something? Neza asked, noticing Yang Jian's pensive expression. Yang Jian frowned. That wind just now had a greater lethality than the Sanmei divine wind. Even my great Luo physical body suffered damage. Moreover, that mouse spirit's spiritual treasure is evidently top grade, but he is just a Tai Golden Immortal, which means there must be someone behind him. Indeed, my physical body has been scratched, and is somewhat sore. The Sanmei divine wind doesn't have such power. Wukong grumbled, striking the Honghuang cave with his cudgel, causing the cave to collapse, yet no figure appeared. I have thought of someone. Yang Jian stroked his chin. He excels in using divine wind. Neza, what do you think? If it is him, it is indeed possible. Neza's expression turned serious. That person is not even a match for my master. Only senior brother Kong Xian can fight and win against him. Who are you talking about? Wukong impatiently waved his hand. Whoever it is, having destroyed the wind-stabilizing pearl given to me by Father Saint, I will make him pay. Neza smirked. Senior brother, there is no need to trouble Master Uncle. I have an idea. Before descending, the various Master Uncles said they could help us. Yang Jian's eyes twinkled. Senior brother, you are quick on your feet. You can make a trip to the East Sea. In the vast East Sea, a golden light streaked across the void. Wukong's eyes sparkled with divine light as he compared it with the map in his mind, coming to a halt before an island. Amidst the swirling auspicious clouds and vibrant flowers, the spiritual energy was abundant, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and effortless existence. Is Master Chanjiao present? Wukong's voice was not sharp, yet it pierced through the island's protective array, startling the three fairies inside. This voice sounded so familiar. As the array opened, three fairies dressed in various styles stepped out. Wukong's gaze flickered. He had seen them in Sanqing Heaven, but was not familiar with them. So it's my junior nephew Wukong. The fairy in white Yunxiao was gentle and elegant, directly pulling him into the island. Previously I mentioned inviting you to our Sanxian island as a guest, but I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Wukong glanced around. It was indeed a decent celestial abode, but it couldn't compare to his father's Sanxian island. Are you three the ones referred to by Master Yunxiao? Wukong chuckled awkwardly. No need to be so polite, master. I'm here to cause some trouble. Yunxiao was taken aback, then reacted. Aren't you supposed to be safeguarding Tang Sanzang on his journey to the west? That's right, little junior nephew, don't talk nonsense. My second sister and I haven't engaged in any mischief, yet it's not our turn to act. Bixiao frowned, glaring at him. Though you are the offspring of the eldest senior brother, you can't just falsely accuse. Wukong waved his hand, pulling out a damaged wind-stabilizing pearl. This was broken by the void wind. If you don't compensate, I will go find my father to settle the score. Neza said that as long as the void wind was mentioned, these three masters would definitely react. The void wind. The Sanshao were shocked and stood up. Was this damaged by the void wind? Did you encounter my eldest brother? Which eldest brother? I don't know him. Yukong snorted. It was an old mouse spirit holding a divine banner that broke it. Yinxiao cleared her throat. The void wind banner was indeed a new treasure obtained by her eldest brother. Little junior nephew, you are not being honest. Bixiao looked at Sun Wukong. Whoever broke it should compensate you. The power of the void wind is likely something you can't handle. You came to ask for help, didn't you? Exactly. Wukong candidly admitted, but you must compensate for this wind stabilizing pearl. If not, I will go find my father and let him take action. Bixiao was speechless. Having an eldest senior brother as support was truly impressive. This is a congenital spiritual treasure. It will restore itself in less than 10,000 years. Yunxiao smiled gently. We three sisters also cannot produce an identical wind-stabilizing pearl. 10,000 years. Wukong was somewhat astonished. I have not even existed for 10,000 years. Yunxiao was taken aback, realizing that this little junior nephew's age was not even a fraction of theirs. How about this? I heard that you like spiritual fruits. Yunxiao thought for a moment. There happens to be a type of Shuiyun fruit on our Sanxian island. Let me give you a taste. Additionally, the three of us sisters can accompany you to subdue that so-called old mouse spirit. What do you think? Wukong nodded. Sure. Shuiyun fruit. I haven't heard of it. I wonder if it's good. Huangfeng Ridge. Looking at the three fairies and one monkey descending from the sky, Yang Jian and Neza did not dare to be negligent. Greetings, three masters. The three Sanshao ignored them, their gazes fixed on the meditating Tang, Sanzang, their eyes filled with inscrutable meaning. Sister. Xiongxiao whispered a reminder. Yinxiao came back to her senses side and looked towards the back of Huangfeng Cave, where a familiar aura was rising. Wukong, you go call someone. Old mouse spirit, come out quickly. Shall you come out and compensate this old son for his spiritual treasure? Wukong held a trumpet-like acquired spiritual treasure, and his voice instantly echoed throughout Huangfeng Ridge, startling all the birds to fly and all the beasts to flee. Yungxiao's mouth twitched. Zhao, you really have no manners. And that loudspeaker. It was once passed around in Kunlun for a time. It is perfect for finding someone in the primordial chaos. How is it that the eldest brother has equipped him with all kinds of spiritual treasures? Compensate you for a spiritual treasure. What a bold statement. A black-clothed Taoist appeared, handsome in appearance. Upon seeing the three Yunxiao, he quickly fell silent. Why are you here, sister? Eldest brother, it's time to stop. Bixiao whispered. If this little junior nephew reports you to the Mi Luo Palace, your void wind will only be useful for your eldest brother's refining work. Yang Jian and Neza had no choice but to bow. They hadn't even encountered a single person from the Western sect on this journey. Why was it all our family elders? Zhao Gongming chuckled. Three junior nephews, I am escorting Tang Sanzang on his journey to the west. I have no intention of blocking your path. I am here for him. Wukong and the others looked at Zhao Gongming's raised hand where a yellow-haired weasel was squeaking loudly, yet it was caught by Zhao Gongming by its tail, unable to escape no matter what. Though it is a demon, it carries no demonic aura. Rather, it has the essence of the Tao. What does my eldest brother mean by this? Yinxiao glanced at it and pointed towards the west. Zhao Gongming spoke confidently. Indeed, this is a creature that came down from Mount Shumi. It said it stole oil from the Lioli lamp, and fearing capture I subdued it. Due to an accident, I lost the void wind banner, which caused trouble for the three junior nephews. In that case, I old son can take care of him for my uncle. Wukong stepped forward with his golden staff. There is no— Zhao Gongming put away the yellow-haired weasel. I will handle it personally. As he spoke, he glanced at the now meditating Tang Sanzang. Perhaps these two are relatives. Yungxiao's gaze flickered slightly. It seemed her eldest brother had noticed something. Junior nephew, this matter is indeed my fault. Consider this spiritual treasure as compensation for you. How about that? Zhao Gongming took out a black banner with howling black winds and flickering spiritual light. Another wind attribute. Wukong was somewhat surprised. Zhao Gongming smiled. I once received assistance from the eldest brother, transforming into the body of the void wind. Later, as the primordial chaos elevated, many wind attribute spiritual treasures were birthed, all of which have a connection with me. Though it is a low-grade treasure, it can still match the wind-stabilizing pearl. Wukong lifted the wind-stabilizing pearl and waved it in front of Zhao Gongming. This was given to me by my father. Zhao Gongming nodded, placing the black wind banner in his hand, and walked to Tang Sanzang's side. Dao Master, this was an oversight on my part. I hope you can forgive me. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's resolve it. I will take my leave now. Tang Sanzang returned to courtesy. Wukong, continue on your journey. Watching the four masters and disciples depart, Yinxiao waved her hand to set up a barrier. What did eldest brother discover? The little girl indeed possesses extraordinary qualities. Zhao Gongming's expression turned serious as the yellow-haired weasel reappeared in his palm. I don't know much more than that. It's just that not all disciples of the Western sect have descended the mountain. Yin Xiao looked at the Hunyuan golden dipper in her palm, recalling the words of her eldest brother, and the Yuanshi Shibua, her gaze becoming inscrutable. The road to the testimony of Master Duobao must be cautious. I will not set up tribulations, but if junior nephew Yukong seeks help we will arrange a great formation. Zhao Gongming was startled looking at the Hunyuan golden dipper in her palm. Sister, you must consider this carefully. Qiang Xiao and Bi Xiao on the other hand were eager to try. Yin Xiao closed her eyes. I will also consult Master about my eldest brother's orders. In that case let's proceed as the eldest brother suggested. Zhao Gongming thought for a moment. I will go to the Miluo Palace and hand over this little mouse to the eldest brother to see if we can extract more information. Master Senior Brother, this is the situation. Zhao Gongming stood in the Great Hall clearly relaying the information he had received. Guangchengzi suddenly laughed, leaving Tong Tian bewildered. It's nothing. The disciple merely feels that every time Wukong and the others overcome a trial someone comes back to report to us. It's like a performance report. Given the seriousness of the matter, what do you think about what Gongming has said? Tong Tian shook his head looking at the yellow-haired weasel at his feet. Guangchengzi pondered for a moment and said softly, the final trial is at Mount Shumi. Jane and Jueti will surely not intervene. As for their disciples Methreya and the others are still lacking in strength. On the journey to the west they will definitely not harm Daobao nor dare to. The only thing they can do is create calamities, forcing Tang San to retreat and abandon his path. In the final trial the Western sect will undoubtedly employ their true means, but their individual strength is lacking. However, there are quite a few disciples from the Western sect. Master, what do you think? As for formations, this poor Taoist is an ancestor. Zhao Gongming also laughed. Indeed, when it comes to the way of formations, who would dare to discuss it before us of the Jie sect? Guangchengzi contemplated for a moment and looked at Tong Tian. Master, this matter cannot be taken lightly. We must not intervene, but those two are still saints, and we must be on guard. Alright, I will find an opportunity to handle it. Tong Tian's eyes flashed, immediately understanding Guangchengzi's thoughts. Zhao Gongming watched them playing charades and hesitated before asking, does Senior Brother want the sisters to do something? Yin Xiao and the others are not involved in this matter. Guangchengzi's expression was indifferent. Seeing a streak of light flying in, he closed his eyes to sense it for a moment, snorting softly. Yuanshi Master is quick on his feet. He must have seen Zhao Gongming arrive and communicated the message about telling Yin Xiao to hold back beforehand. Master, the fact that I can allow them to reincarnate is already showing mercy. I have made my decision on this matter, so Master need not persuade me further. Guangchengzi engraved this piece of information onto a jade talisman, waving his sleeve as it flew back to the Yuqing heaven. What did second brother say? Tong Tian was somewhat curious, wanting to know what had caused Guangchengzi to show this expression. It's just a trivial matter. Guangchengzi lowered his gaze and looked at Zhao Gongming. You go tell Yin Xiao not to heed Yuanshi Master's instructions. Whatever I say is what she should do. I know all too well the consequences of not eradicating the roots. Yes. Zhao Gongming was drenched in sweat, rushing to catch up with his senior brother and second uncle in their duel. I will notify the three sisters right away. Watching Zhao Gongming leave, Guangchengzi's expression remained unchanged, and Tong Tian sighed. Who would dare say that Guangchengzi and second brother are not close as master and disciple? Some decisions once made cannot be dissuaded even between the two of them. Although I do not know what has happened, second brother is certainly doing this for your sake. Guangchengzi remained silent for a moment, awkwardly saying, Tong Tian thought, what a stubborn one. Knowing he is wrong yet refusing to change. Let's see where Wukong and the others have reached. Tong Tian felt helpless. He could not persuade either of them, so he would just observe his son. At White Tiger Ridge. There are so many strange stones and corpses here, it appears to be a perilous place. Wukong was somewhat irritated by the despicable monsters. Tang San recited Wuliang Tianzuan and began to chant the Duran Sutra continuously to guide the souls of the dead here. Seeing this, Wukong and the others surrounded him and began to chant as well. As serious disciples of the Taoist sect, they could easily recite such a widely spread sutra. In no time many souls appeared, and the reincarnation purple lotus in Wukong's sea of consciousness gently stirred, opening a phantom door. The souls bowed and entered the light gate, disappearing from sight. This is much better. Neza stood up, exhaling a breath of flame, to burn the white bones in this place clean. Dear Taoist, this little girl pays her respects. Just as Neza was about to assist Tang San onto his horse, a graceful woman walked forward. Bang! Wukong struck out with his staff. Demon dare to act pretentiously in front of me. Neza reached out to stop him, but failed, and Tang San sighed. Wukong. What? This is a monster. Son Wukong was full of defiance, unable to see the distinction with his mortal eyes. If you dare to insult me, I will strike you with my staff. Tang San was somewhat helpless. Master knows, but you acted too swiftly. She appeared so quickly. It is clear she came to gather information. You should have captured her to inquire about the situation in this mountain. No one noticed that as soon as Tang San finished speaking, several strange heads on the mountain flashed with dark light as if they had heard his words. Wukong scratched his head, feeling a bit impulsive. The sight of those white bones made him feel uneasy, and as soon as the demon appeared he struck directly. Wait! Yang Jian's eyes narrowed. We are guiding the souls of the dead, and senior brother has just killed this monster. Why hasn't any merit descended? She isn't dead yet. Neza also reacted quickly and hurriedly protected Tang San. Sure enough, after a while an old woman trembled and approached, leaving the four of them speechless. Does this demon only know this trick? In this desolate mountain full of bones, first a weak girl with no strength to bind a chicken, and now an old woman who can barely walk. Are we going to see an old man next? With a mindset of experimentation, Wukong did not use his full strength to kill her again. His Vajra eyes fixed on the corpses, and Yang Jian also opened his celestial eye, watching with interest. Sure enough, a white bone phantom drifted out from the corpse. Just wait, as she will come again. Wukong stood his golden hoop staff beside him. This demon has at most golden immortal strength. Ew, what tricks can she play? No, wait. Neza shook his head, and Yang Jian gazed thoughtfully at the two corpses lying on the ground. Inside the cave, a skeleton trembled violently, its bones clattering. It bowed to the sky above. Your Highness, please save this little demon. The woman in black seated on the bone throne smiled. Bone essence, weren't you ordered to sow discord among Tang San and his disciples? I have given you this opportunity, and you must go even if it costs you your life. Your Highness, spare me. I know I was wrong. Bone essence, you have consumed so much mortal essence. Even without me you cannot escape. The woman in black snorted coldly. Let alone you following the orders of those people wanting to sow discord among those four disciples, you truly deserve to die. Fortunately, even if my senior brother is reincarnated, his Tao heart remains steadfast. Otherwise, if you were to have a rift with my little disciple, I would make it, so you can't live or die. Go. The woman in black threw out a plain white soft cloth embedded with the symbols of Qin Li Jun and Dui, resembling the 8 trigrams, and the 9 palaces, encompassing the treasures of the universe. Take this item with you. Whether you can survive depends on your own abilities. Bone Essence tremblingly accepted the spiritual treasure, the overwhelming spiritual energy, making it hard for her to stand. What a powerful treasure. She had never seen anything like it before. Oh, perhaps it is that legendary innate treasure. Watching Bone Essence leave, the woman in black sighed softly. With an innate treasure like that, when will I be able to slay the 3 corpses? My poor daughter, my old companion. A cry echoed as an elderly man in his 60s lamented while approaching the 4 disciples of Sun Wukong. Stop acting. Tang Sanzong felt somewhat weary. If it had been earlier when encountering roadblocks, he wouldn't have needed to speak much, but in this desolate place the woman, the old lady, and the old man appeared one by one. The intelligence of this monster was truly lacking. The weeping of the bone spirit paused, feeling embarrassed and unsure how to continue. Wukong stepped forward, brandishing his golden staff. I, old son, ask you a question, you answer. If you dare to lie, you won't even leave a whole corpse behind. So does that mean this little demon must die? Seeing her not respond, Wukong continued. You should be a spirit formed from bones. Tell me about the one behind you. 500 years ago, a senior from the Western sect came here and instructed this little demon to wait for a traveler heading west. If it was just him, I would capture him and intimidate him to return to Chang'an. If there were several people, I would sow discord among them. So you only know the way of transformation? Wukong scratched his head. The bone spirit weakly replied. This little demon is only at the golden immortal level and not of orthodox Tao lineage. Sowing discord among several Taoists, the transformation technique, is the most effective. Moreover, the Taoists always advocate for saving the world. If this little demon turns into an innocent mortal and dies, the Taoists might grow resentful. Wukong thoughtfully glanced at Tang Sanzong. This guy with his mortal eyes couldn't see the bigger picture. If he blamed Old Sun for killing innocent mortals, given Old Sun's nature, he might just walk away. Infinite Heavenly Venerable. Tang Sanzong chanted a Taoist title. It seems they still have plans to attack our minds. Disciples, if you have anything to say, speak up promptly. We must not fall into the schemes of the Western sect. Wukong chuckled. Don't worry, Master. Old Sun is the most obedient. Yang Jian and Neza rolled their eyes. Isn't he the most obedient to the Master Uncle? The two bowed to Tang Sanzong. Master is wise. I have a question. Yang Jian stepped forward. Elder brother has already tried to kill you twice. You should know that our atmosphere is normal. Why would you come again? Unless someone is forcing you to come. Who is it? Wukong reacted quickly, slightly pressing his golden staff down. The bone spirit immediately could not withstand it. Spare me, Taoist. I will tell you. Wukong snorted lightly and withdrew his golden staff. The bone spirit forced a smile and said, 100 years ago a lady came here knowing the little demon's plans, but she instructed the little demon to act according to the plan. The little demon could only obey. There was truly no way to escape. Moi! Wukong exclaimed in surprise, looking at Yang Jian. If it were a person from the Tao, they should have appeared by now. If it were someone from the Western sect, why haven't they taken action? The lady asked the little demon to convey a message to you Taoists. The bone spirit said softly, her head bowed. Say it. Wukong thought this seemed troublesome, but she was likely just a Twelve Golden Immortal, nothing to fear. The Bone Spirit trembled as she spoke. The lady said prepare to receive her. A plain white handkerchief fell, and the entire mountain peak was filled with chaos as the handkerchief revealed a bagua pattern. Countless large stones fell into different positions, and several yellow turban warriors appeared, each guarding a gate, instantly forming a great formation. Not good, we are trapped in the formation. Yang Jian shouted angrily, positioning himself and Neza to protect Tang Sanzong in the center, weapons ready. Wukong swept out with his staff, shattering countless giant rocks, but soon those broken stones rejoined, showing no signs of damage. What a peculiar formation! Wukong exclaimed, his eyes flashing with golden light as he tried to discern the flaws in the formation. Yang Jian also activated his heavenly eye, and eventually both their gazes focused on the bagua cloud light handkerchief above, obscured by strange stones. I will protect the master, you guys attack. Neza's mixed sky ribbon swirled around, tightly wrapping Tang Sanzong, allowing Wukong and Yang Jian to feel relieved as they launched their attack upward. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. The 8 yellow turban warriors burst like popped balloons, turning into vital energy and disappearing. Countless giant stones shot out, and Wukong and the others wielded their weapons to block them all. The divine sight of the 2 disciples is truly powerful. A sigh came from a black-clad woman who appeared, the bagua cloud light handkerchief gently landing in her palm. Little Neza, why didn't you greet me when you saw me? Wukong was about to question her, but heard her mention Neza. Yang Jian also looked uncertain, having never heard of any connection between this Master Ant and Neza. Greetings, Master Ant Shurji. I was ignorant in the past, please forgive me, Master Ant. Neza said, awkwardly stepping forward to bow to the female cultivator. You still have some semblance of responsibility, you haven't forgotten your duty, even while trapped in a formation. You are not as impulsive as before, so it seems you have truly received the true teachings of Master Tai. Shurji chuckled lightly and bowed before Tang Sanzong. I apologize for troubling the Taoist this time. Shurji looked at Tang Sanzong, finding some familiar shadows in his features, sighed. The journey west is arduous, and the mind attack plan is clever. I could only use that bone spirit to test the Taoist. After all, her cultivation is not high. With me watching over, everything can be remedied. Senior brother Duobao also took care of her back then. The journey west is still long. If he and son Wukong develop any discord, who knows which side that senior brother will help. She had made arrangements for this in advance as a way to repay senior brother Duobao's guidance. Taoist, you are too polite, I appreciate your kind intentions. Tang Sanzong didn't dare to be neglectful. Though he didn't know who this lady Shurji was, being familiar with Neza meant she was a friend and not a foe. May I ask, Master Ant, what about the bone spirit? Yang Jian interjected. Shurji opened her palm to reveal a small bone that was begging for mercy. She smiled slightly, and with a firm grip the bone spirit was instantly reduced to powder, her soul extinguished. Son Wukong watched her decisively eliminate the bone spirit, and couldn't help but feel a bit more favorable toward her. Shurji looked up at the void and after a moment realized, so that's it, I have to wait until the journey west finishes before I can receive merits. She was still thinking of earning some merits to ask senior brother to help her refine a spiritual treasure. After all, the bagua cloud light handkerchief was only a mid-grade innate treasure, decent for formations, but too weak for combat. The bone spirit is gone, I shall take my leave now. Little Neza, after the journey west concludes, you can come to my skeleton mountain with Yang Shan. Shurji smiled, playfully nodded at son Wukong and Yang Jian, and then vanished. The entire mountain's giant stones immediately lost their luster. Tang Sanzong watched her leave and mounted his horse again. Yang Jian snorted lightly. Neza, don't you want to why hadn't his third sister mentioned being familiar with this Master Ant? And why was she with Neza? It seemed there were undisclosed past events. Wukong moved his ears, and not bothering to clear a path ahead, walked over to the white dragon horse, teasing, third junior brother, tell us about it. Neza, somewhat helpless, began recounting the past story. Back then, elder brother had not yet been born, or it was during the calamity of the function. You two senior brothers must know that I now possess the lotus body, but at birth I was still of human lineage. At that time master took me in and returned to Xuanyuan Mountain, leaving only senior sister Yang Chan to guard me. Of course, elder uncle Yuding also intended this as cultivation practice for senior sister Yang Chan. Yang Jian listened intently as Neza recounted the tale, nodding repeatedly. He mused inwardly. It had indeed been quite some time since his younger sister visited the heavenly court, had she yet emerged from seclusion. I was born bearing a karmic burden of 1,700 slayings. My father, who guarded Chintang Pass, kept a bow and arrow left behind by Emperor Xuanyuan. In my childish curiosity, I secretly drew the Xuanyuan bow and loosed the heaven-shaking arrow. Perhaps heaven itself responded. The arrow struck and slew a Jie sect disciple Ma Yuan who dwelled with elder Aunt Shurji on Skull Mountain. Neza's face twisted in disgust as he spoke of him. He was a disciple of the Jie sect, yet committed every atrocity imaginable. his entire being saturated with karmic sin, his vile appetite fixated upon children's hearts. Then he deserved death. Wukong interjected, his voice sharp with righteous fury. He held deepest contempt for those who preyed upon the weak. Does Elder Aunt Shiji seek vengeance for him? Naturally not. Neza shook his head. At that time I believed myself invincible. After slaying Ma Yuan, numerous Jie sect disciples descended upon Chun Tang Pass to avenge him. Senior sister Yang Chan stood steadfastly by my side, until someone mentioned Skull Mountain. Senior brothers, consider the name itself, Skull Mountain Whitebone Cave. Does it sound like the abode of upright cultivators? Wukong and Yang Jian exchanged solemn shakes of the head. Neza continued, I thought likewise, and so I journeyed to Skull Mountain, where I encountered Elder Aunt Shiji. Without a word exchanged, I launched an immediate assault, only to be subdued and sealed by her. It was senior sister Yang Chan who pleaded on my behalf, invoking the names of our master and elder uncle Yuding. Thus we narrowly escaped. Without prompting from Wukong, Neza explained further, Skull Mountain was originally named Stone Mountain. Elder Aunt Shiji's true form is but an ancient, unyielding stone. Yet Ma Yuan's reckless transgressions gradually corrupted its reputation, giving rise to the grim moniker Skull Mountain. Though steeped in karmic sin, Ma Yuan shared the same sect as Elder Aunt Shiji, and thus she bore the injustice in silence, unable to act against her own fellow disciple. No wonder Elder Aunt Shiji appears as she does. Wukong smiled faintly. You have in truth relieved her of a grave burden. Indeed. Yet I regret deeply my youthful impulsiveness, and have long lacked the courage to face Elder Aunt Shiji properly. Though she dwells upon the same mountain as Ma Yuan, she is a genuine Taoist of impeccable virtue, having aided humanity on countless occasions, accruing abundant merit. Truly then a paragon of moral cultivation. Tang Sanzang murmured in reverence. Wukong turned toward Yang Jian. Brother, tell me, how is it I've never met your younger sister? At his question, Yang Jian's expression softened noticeably. Just as he began to reply, Neza interjected, Senior sister Yang Chan is currently in seclusion at Fengqi Mountain. I even asked Her Majesty when she visited Kunlun. Yang Jian instantly pivoted, his gaze sharpening into twin blades of icy intensity. Milo Palace. Guangchengzi watched the four pilgrims advance westward and sighed. Elder sister Shiji has shown great consideration. Were Duo about to truly fall into discord with Wukong, Guangchengzi would find himself truly torn. On one side lay Duobao's path to derealization, on the other, he could not bear to see Wukong slighted. In those days when Gong Ming and Yun Shao gathered disciples around them, elder sister Shiji was the very first to answer their call. Her stature, therefore, is no ordinary one. Tong Tian sighed repeatedly. Only true gold endures the trial of turbulent waters. Who could have foreseen that these very disciples would one day uphold the entire Jie sect? Elder sister Shiji now searches the primordial chaos for divine materials. She intends to forge a sacred artifact. Guangchengzi offered a light smile. Indeed, the 8 trigrams cloud glow scarf remains fundamentally limited in rank. Had it been empowered by array energy, even Wukong and Yang Jian, discerning the array's focal point, would not have breached the chaotic Stonian Dwin Venom array so easily. Tong Tian shook his head. Though I gathered many spiritual treasures from the Funbao Rock, in ancient times I could not equip each disciple with one. That elder sister Shiji obtained a primordial spiritual treasure speaks to her profound karmic fortune. Moreover, her formation clearly echoes the Windroar formation, though it was dispelled before ever fully activated. Elder sister Shiji has in this matter resolved a vexing difficulty for us all. I shall open my furnace and forge her a spiritual treasure. Guangchengzi paused in thought. Upon the conclusion of the western journey, she will accrue merit, but divine materials for forging such a treasure are exceedingly rare. Might our master contribute some from his own store? Tong Tian gave a soft, dismissive hum. You already know the method to unlock the master's treasury. Go and take what you need. Guangchengzi regarded him steadily. I do know the method, but formal permission from the master remains essential. Cunning one. Tong Tian lightly tapped the air twice. Yet whether elder sister Shiji can seize this opportunity to sever her 3 selves remains uncertain. With the 3 pure ones reigning in the heavens, the Taoist sect flourishes, and Shiji possessing exceptional innate talent stands a genuine chance. Guangchengzi gazed into the water mirror and smiled. Elder Aunt Nuwa prepares to intervene. Look closely. How I long to hear Wenshu and Puxian's reflections. Elder Aunt, must it truly come to this? The 2 handsome cultivators wore pained expressions as they glanced toward the pair, watching with undisguised amusement. A veil-robed woman of breathtaking beauty stood idly aside, a delicate pink orb spinning playfully upon her fingertip. Her demeanor pure spectatorship, her presence utterly devoid of aura. Beside her a white-robed woman held a jade vase, smiling gently. Why dwell on appearances, junior brothers? As primordial immortals we transcend gender. Beneath all is but dust and bone, be it rosy or pallid. Wenshu and Puxian chuckled dryly. While female immortals were indeed peerless in beauty, who among them truly believed such detachment from form? Of course such thoughts remained strictly internal. They dared not utter them aloud lest elder Aunt Nuwa intervene, or worse elder sister Tsihong unleash her wrath. Nuwa observed them with a faint enigmatic smile. To entertain impolite notions in the presence of a celestial sovereign. Truly their audacity knew no bounds. Why not send junior brother Juliusen instead? Wenshu muttered under his breath. Nuwa and Tsihong recoiled instinctively. Juliusen's countenance was passable, perhaps even plump, but imagining him transformed into a woman. Unthinkable. The image was too vivid, too horrifying, to contemplate. Junior brother has recently attained insight and entered deep seclusion, Tsihong replied with a serene smile. Brothers, press further, and your elder sister may resort to force. Wenshu cleared his throat awkwardly, clearly recalling something. A sigh escaped him. This visage appeared upon my first transformation. It is no fault of mine. Lady Sovereign, surely this ruse cannot deceive the four pilgrims. Puxian hesitated. Tang Sanzang will certainly see through it. Yang Jian has never drawn near female cultivators. Neza remains childlike in temperament. And as for Wukong, he smiled wryly. Lady Sovereign, he is after all a monkey. Were celestial maidens themselves present, he would look only for a she-monkey. Nuwa smiled faintly. I am well aware. This is mere diversion, a means to complete their tribulation. As for the true beauty stratagem, rest assured its design lies beyond your perception. Hurry now. The elder brother Yuanshire possesses excellent discernment in selecting disciples. Each is strikingly handsome. Wenshu and Puxian sighed in unison. Such was Elder Ant's temperament. They dared not resist. Disciple has one further request, seeking Elder Ant's gracious approval. Wenshu declared, steeling himself. Nuwa frowned. Was transforming into female form truly so complicated? Speak. We may test them, but disciple and junior brother Puxian absolutely must conceal our true forms before them, Wenshu stated firmly. Puxian nodded vigorously. Those three are our juniors. If they recognize us, our authority as elders will vanish forever. Should word reach other fellow disciples, they would be mocked across countless eons. Nuwa's lips curved upward. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Tong Tian frowned as he watched Guangchengzi crazily recording with the recording stone. Then master, please don't peek. Guangchengzi rolled his eyes. Tong Tian choked, snorting coldly. I'm just trying to see more treasures. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. Are you going to send them off, master? You recorded it, you go. I won't go. During the argument between the master and disciple Tang Sanzong and his group had already walked outside the manor. Aunt Nuwa's work is quite realistic, lacking any celestial aura, just like a mortal dwelling. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered. After all, she is the Holy One of creation. Such trivial matters come easily to her. Tong Tian remained silent for a moment. She has been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. This time, it must be for fun. Back when Fushi was still around, and before the two joined the demon clan, Nuwa's temperament was just like this. Seeing Nuwa refer to herself as a widowed woman, Guangchengzi sighed. Over the years, Aunt Nuwa has never let go. However, despite saying this, he felt no regret at all. As for the matters between those siblings, let them resolve it themselves. Nuwa accepting Feng Luo is already the best outcome. Tong Tian looked at Guangchengzi, who seemed a bit dazed, and consoled him. Indeed, I won't deny what I have done, they were the best outcomes at the time. Guangchengzi spoke softly, observing the glimmer of amusement in Wukong's eyes. The so-called true love and affection did not bother Wukong. He was simply very respectful toward the old woman transformed by Nuwa. The aura of creation is quite impressive. Watching as Nuwa and the others disappeared, leaving a trace of creation aura within them for protection, Tong Tian couldn't help but nod. Guangchengzi's expression was calm. After all, with the two disciples Manjushri and Samantabhadra transforming into female forms, Aunt Nuwa must also pay a price. With the aura of creation, even if the primordial master knew, he couldn't say much. Next, we have no arrangements, but all depends on them now, Tong Tian said, watching the four disciples continue forward. Guangchengzi snorted lightly. After all, we are still in the 9 provinces. The Western Church wouldn't want to lose a great Luo Jingxian. They can continue on their way. Tong Tian suddenly looked up towards the outside of the hall. Did you invite him here? Guangchengzi nodded. It could be considered paying respects to the journey to the west. Years later. These 5 years have been really peaceful. We haven't encountered any of our family's elders. Wukong laughed. Even I can't withstand a single blow from my stick. Those are all cultivators below Great Luo. They lack the protection of fate and can't strike with full force. Yang Jin added. We're about to leave the 9 provinces. Sun Wukong was invigorated. The people from the west would also come out in full force. Finally, we're about to leave the 9 provinces. Sun Wukong was invigorated. The people from the west would also come out in full force. Finally, he could fight to his heart's content. Master, rest assured, I along with my 2nd and 3rd brothers will protect you. With you all here, I naturally feel at ease, Tang Sanzong said, shaking the reins. Go. The four disciples kept advancing until they broke through an invisible barrier. Tang Senzong felt nothing, but Wukong and the others felt much lighter. This is the wilderness. Neza laughed heartily, looking back to see the faint illusion of the 9 dragons spot. Indeed, the human race is numerous in the 9 provinces, and with the fate of the human race overshadowing most of the incense and wish power is dedicated to the gods, weaving a huge net in the 9 provinces. We as celestial cultivators should be pure and ethereal beings, and after coming out it feels much easier. Yang Jin observed and explained to Wukong, Father Saint never spoke these things to me. Because senior brother, you don't need to understand these. Yang Jin appeared a bit melancholic. The great uncle is renowned in the wilderness and no one dares to lay a hand on you. That's right. Wukong happily jumped up, looking at Yang Jin's expression. What happened to second brother? Neza's lips moved, but he said little, while Yang Jin smiled and said, It's nothing, we're just about to reach a familiar place. Second brother. Neza looked somewhat worried. Yang Jin shook his head. That place is right along the path to the west, and it's not far from here. Let's continue on. Wukong noticed that the two had something to discuss. Yang Jin's mood was evidently complex, but since he said it was ahead, they would eventually find out. Days later, the four disciples arrived at a certain area where Yang Jin's demeanor became much more serious. Wukong looked at the mountain peak that had been split in half, towering thousands of miles high, yet the radiance emanating from it felt very familiar. Is this the aura of Father Saint? Wukong murmured, but it's not as restrained and powerful as Father. Yang Jin's expression was complex. Indeed, at that time Great Uncle had not yet attained the Tao and become a saint. Back then Father was suppressed by Great Uncle under this Bright Mountain, and later my younger sister split the mountain to rescue Father, which is how Bright Mountain remained. No wonder I feel a sharpness looking at it. Wukong raised an eyebrow. I haven't seen second brother's sister yet. She must be a formidable female cultivator to split this mountain. Oh, when we meet, I must spar with her a bit. Yang Jin's mouth twitched. My younger sister is training in the Tao of creation. But there are so many people here. Wukong scratched his head, looking at the cultivators sitting around at the foot of Bright Mountain, somewhat puzzled. Yang Jin smiled. After Great Uncle attained the Tao, all cultivators in the wilderness understood the might of the light principle. This place is also considered a relic of the saint, containing Great Uncle's Tao rhythm. They all wish to comprehend the principle, so they are pondering here. Wukong's eyes sparkled with golden light as he looked far ahead. Sitting atop each half of Bright Mountain were 2 Taoists, and the cultivators below wore expressions of resentment. Someone has occupied Bright Mountain. That's why they aren't going up there. Wukong snorted coldly. What audacity! Yang Jin's eyes also flashed with anger. Bright Mountain has existed for so many years, the light Tao rhythm does not fade. Clearly it is the opportunity given to all beings in the wilderness by Great Uncle. How dare someone monopolize it? Do they think our Tao sect is without anyone? This mountain is also related to Father. It seems they aren't afraid of offending me. Since that is the case, let's go. Tang Sanzong shook the reins, and the white dragon horse began to move forward. After all, it was related to the heavenly sovereign and Yang Jin's disciples, so he couldn't ignore it. Footsteps approached, and many of the cultivators who were in deep thought opened their eyes. The highest among them barely reached the 12 Golden Immortal realm. Upon seeing the 4 disciples, their expressions changed. 3 great Luo are not something they can easily provoke. People from the Western Church. Neza suddenly spoke, looking at the 2 on Bright Mountain. One was dressed in white, and the other in black. Third brother knows them. Wukong was somewhat surprised. Yang Jin sneered. I know them as well, the daylight and moonlight. No wonder they occupy Bright Mountain. Dare I ask, are you the divine saint, true lord, and the 3 Tanks Assembly god? A green-robed cultivator stepped forward, addressing the master and disciple quartet. Indeed. Neza surveyed them up and down. I, the great sage equal to heaven, and my senior brother Yang Heir escort the golden immortal Tao lord on his western pilgrimage. Are you cultivating divine principles here? It is truly the great sage and the Tao lord. This humble Taoist Sanjianzi offers deepest salutations. The green-robed cultivator hastily bowed. Upon hearing this, the others rushed forward to pay their respects as well. Esteemed cultivators need not observe such formalities, Tang Sanzang replied with a respectful bow of his own. Yet I wonder, why do you not ascend Mount Ming to cultivate? The Tao resonance emanates clearly from the mountain itself. Oh, surely your insights must be shallow here at its base. The Tao Lord's insight is peerless. Sanjianzi sighed deeply. Upon arriving, those 2 elders from the Western teaching drove us all down the mountain and seized both peaks for themselves. Yet they are disciples of a sage, while we wandering cultivators possess neither lineage nor strength to rival theirs. We had no choice but to yield. Wukong drew out his golden circled staff and slammed it into the ground. Mount Ming was established by the Celestial Father himself. How dare they desecrate it so? Let this old monkey remove them first, then you may freely ascend and cultivate. We owe you boundless gratitude, great sage. Sanjianzi led the assembled cultivators in reverent bows. The great sage's identity had long since spread across the primordial chaos. He was the Celestial Father's own son, whereas those two were merely nominal disciples of a sage utterly unworthy of comparison. We greet the great sage equal to heaven, the divine saint, true Lord, and the third prince. This one then must be the golden, immortal Tao Lord. Two figures, one clad in white the other in black, descended Mount Ming and offered a slight dignified nod. Why did you drive Sanjianzi and his peers from Mount Ming? Tang Sanzang asked calmly, untroubled by their Reguang Taoist smiled faintly. In the primordial chaos the strong devour the weak. Since the radiant dawn Celestial Father has not revoked Mount Ming's sanctity, it stands open for all to cultivate. My junior brother and I are great Luo immortals who have comprehended divine principles. We naturally claim the most auspicious vantage points. Only thus may our cultivation advance, honoring the Celestial Father's will. Yueguang Taoist nodded beside him, clearly endorsing Reguang's words. What a splendid doctrine. The strong devour the weak. Wukong leveled his golden circled staff. You dare block the western pilgrimage path. Thus you oppose our progress. Surrender now, or perish. Without another word, he brought the staff crashing down. Reguang and Yueguang stared in horror at the weapon cleaving the air toward them, their expressions frozen in disbelief. How could he strike without warning? No technique, pure emotion. Yang Jian observed dryly. Neza chuckled. Did they truly believe the eldest brother would heed reason? Indeed, along this journey, even Tang Sanzang's words were heeded only intermittently by Sun Wukong, let alone the sophistry of Reguang and Yueguang. As the two exchanged banter, Wukong had already emerged victorious. His innate talent was extraordinary, while Reguang and Yueguang were mere manifestations born of solar and lunar radiance, scant disciples of the Western teaching elevated to great Luo immortality only by scarcity. Their potential had reached its absolute limit at that realm. Gazing upon the fallen pair, Wukong's eyes flickered with lethal intent, not only for obstructing the pilgrimage but for daring to profane the Celestial Father's sacred legacy. If the Celestial Father himself welcomed cultivators of all realms to Mount Ming, who were they to impose hierarchies? Die! Wukong brought the golden circled staff down, just as Reguang and Yueguang stood on the precipice of annihilation. A thunderous command echoed from afar, spare them. Yang Jian and Neza instantly paled, stepping before Wukong with grave solemnity. That aura belonged to a quasi-sage. Zheng. A sword chime rang out, cleaving the void. From afar came a shriek. Blood arced through the air and scattered upon the earth, instantly nurturing countless rare blossoms and mystical herbs. Pung. Two agonized cries pierced the air. Wukong retracted his staff, watching Reguang and Yueguang fall lifeless. His truth-seeing golden eyes flared. Two fleeing nascent souls darted away, and he prepared to give chase. Yet a silken ribbon drifted from the void, seizing both nascent souls. Reguang and Yueguang writhed helplessly, screaming pleas for mercy. Two figures materialized within the void. The ribbon's far end coiled tightly in the woman's hand. The man beside her held a celestial sword, its blade gleaming with frosty menace. Father! Mother! Yang Jian cried, joyfully rushing forward to bow. Neza likewise stowed his universe-ruling hoop and heaven-confounding sash. Honored greetings to Elder Uncle Yuding and Princess Regent. The other cultivators hurriedly followed suit. None had expected even an immortal of the Chan sect to appear. And that quasi-sage who had just intervened to halt the great sage's killing blow. Surely a figure from the Western teaching. No need for such formality. Yuding nodded, then raised a hand to erect a barrier before turning to Tang Sanzang. Esteemed Dao friend, greetings. I am indebted to you for guiding my son Yang Jian. Your grace flatters me. Tang Sanzang returned the bow. This humble Taoist's Western journey owes much to young Master Yang Jian's steadfast companionship. Sensing private matters awaited, he respectfully withdrew aside. Yuding gazed upon Yang Jian with quiet pride. Your mother and I cannot enter the Jojo barrier. Upon receiving word from our eldest brother that you would soon arrive at Mount Ming, we hastened here to see you once more. Yang Jian smiled warmly. We are deeply honored by your presence, father and mother. Yaoji nodded gently, her gaze shifting to Neza. Little Neza, since when have you grown so distant? Chinner speaks of you often in my presence. Simply call me Annie. Neza scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Annie. At this, Yuding and Yang Jian's faces darkened, their glares sharp and disapproving. Sun Wukong watched the family reunion unfold, sighing softly. Longing for the Celestial Father stirred deep within his heart. Yuding glanced coldly at Reguang and Yueguang's corpses. Disciples of the Western teaching grow bold indeed, to disregard even the eldest brother himself. Nephew Wukong fear, not the one who intervened just now, was the Western medicine sage. Though a quasi-sage, he is famed neither for martial prowess nor combat acumen. Wukong nodded. Uncle speaks truly. I fear him not. Yuding understood his confidence well, and shook his head, saying no more. I have not visited Mount Ming for many decades, but Reguang and Yueguang possess discernment after all. Since they coveted these twin peaks so fiercely, let them remain here, fulfilling their final wish. Yuding's gaze shifted meaningfully toward Yaoji, my lady. Shoo. The white silken ribbon retracted. Riguang and Yueguang's nascent souls surged to flee, but Yuding's fingertip flickered, anchoring each soul back into its corpse. As the bodies settled atop the twin peaks, he raised his fist, then paused, bowing toward the 33 heavens. We beg the eldest brother's intervention. Instantly, every gaze snapped skyward. A golden light descended from beyond the heavens. Wukong felt a familiar resonant aura. The light pressed Riguang and Yueguang's corpses deep beneath Mount Ming, and two ethereal forms emerged, one golden, one obsidian. The sun and moon manifested simultaneously, casting twin pillars of radiant light that converged upon the golden and obsidian phantoms, gradually solidifying them into miniature replicas of the sun and moon themselves. Solar and lunar radiance flooded the land, transforming the realm into a luminous paradise. Mount Ming rose ever higher, its Tao resonance intensifying. Cultivators sat cross-legged upon the ground, plunging into profound realization, their auras surging with newfound power. Awe shimmered in Yang Jian's eyes, truly worthy of the eldest uncle. Such effortless mastery can elevate dozens to great Luo immortality in a single gesture. Wukong tilted his head upward, beaming. Of course, the celestial father is magnificent. Yuding bowed deeply toward the heavens. Our deepest thanks to the eldest brother. The golden light faded, leaving no trace, as if no hand had ever stirred. Yuding and Yaoji stood side by side, a celestial couple incarnate. Jiao attained enlightenment a century past, and now cultivates in seclusion at the Southern Pole Imperial Palace. You continue your pilgrimage westward. I shall not detain you further. Yuding sighed softly. Guard the Tao Lord well upon your journey. Should insurmountable trials arise, seek me in the Three Pure Ones' heaven. The Mi Luo Palace. Clear energy rises, the yellow light remains steadfast, the power of illumination spreads, and three forces confront each other, gradually retracting. Jin Yuanzi rose and bowed. Guangchengzi chuckled. There is no need for such courtesy, my friend. Your cultivation has indeed progressed rapidly. Once your journey to the west concludes, you may very well break through again. Tong Tian also nodded, acknowledging that he was indeed a person who resonated with the Earth's essence. This method of Earth principles would stand unrivaled even in the primordial chaos. Though the heavenly Tao is mighty, only I and the Lady Pingxin possess the Earth Tao, which means I inevitably take a larger share of fortune. Jin Yuanzi felt somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, with you integrating the Tao sect, I monopolize the fortune of the Earth immortal lineage. If my cultivation does not improve, it would be a waste of my merits. It is all due to your own capabilities. The establishment of the Tao sect benefits us all. Guangchengzi smiled, watching as Tang Sanzong and his companions departed in the water mirror. Tong Tian raised an eyebrow. I truly did not expect Yuding to revisit this place. Zhen Yuanzi furrowed his brow slightly. With the disciples of the Western teaching descending the mountain, it indicates that Jane and Junti have released them. I fear that most of the tribulations along the way are set up by the Tao sect's disciples. Given Wukong's temperament, he will surely not let the Western disciples off easily. Rather than being picked off one by one, it is better to resolve everything in one go. Tong Tian's expression turned serious. Are you suggesting that they will unite? Indeed. Guangchengzi nodded, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The Western teaching can only be taken seriously if they join forces. However, that would also be the best opportunity to eliminate them all at once. Jin Yuanzi was taken aback, exclaiming, does the saint wish to eradicate them all? Then Jian and Junti must be mad. Guangchengzi's expression remained calm. Do you wish to plead for them? That is absolutely not possible. Zhen Yuanzi's expression turned serious. I only fear that those two may opt for mutual destruction. If they were to destroy the Earth's meridians again, it would be troublesome. If the fish die, the net will not break. Guangchengzi scoffed. They do not have the courage to destroy the Earth's meridians. Otherwise, not to mention that I and my master would not let them pass, even our ancestors, and the Lady Hutu would intervene directly. Zhen Yuanzi pondered for a moment, and suddenly laughed. If you wish to strike against them, why not call upon me? I will summon Hongyun, and I assure you that Jane and Juni would not dare make a move while we stand on Mount Sumru. Guangchengzi burst into laughter, and Tong Tian could not help but chuckle. My friend, I believe your words. The causal connection of the saints regarding Jane and Junti has yet to be settled. Wukong and the others are approaching your territories soon. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes sparkled with mirth. Rest assured, I have already instructed that for the sake of Hongyun Qingfeng, and Mingwei will treat Tang Sanzong well. In recent years we have encountered only minor demons which are rather dull. Wukong sighed, feeling somewhat bored. Yang Jian laughed. Our elders have taken turns whether as mounts or disciples, but they are not enough to face us. Tang Sanzong took a deep breath. We are about to reach the Western territory. Indeed, although the human race is numerous, the primordial world has continuously improved. The barrier of the 9 provinces has expanded, yet it cannot cover this area. Neza eagerly interjected. Have you all sensed anything? Sun Wukong suddenly asked. There is a fragrant aroma of grass and wood, and the spiritual energy here is exceptionally thick, particularly vibrant with earth attributes. Indeed, Tang Senzong was taken aback. I feel much more at ease, as if something has been nourishing me all along. Yang Jian and Neza exchanged glances and said in unison, Wu Zhuangguan. Sun Wukong was taken aback, having never heard of it, but the aroma of grass, and what felt familiar, he had definitely tasted it before. Since we are nearing the west, we must have arrived at the territory of Wu Zhuangguan. Yang Jian explained to Sun Wukong. This is a blessed land that separates the east and west. You must not be as careless as before. Just as Wukong was about to inquire, the scenery before him unfolded. Towering mountains soared with majestic grandeur. The roots connect to Kunlun, while the peaks touch the heavens. White cranes perch on cypress trees, while dark monkeys hang on wisteria vines. The sun illuminates the clear forest with layers upon layers of red mist swirling. Winds stir the shady valleys, where countless colorful clouds drift. What a splendid, blessed land! Wukong exclaimed. It is even better than my flower fruit mountain. That is because this is the sacred ground of the saints. Yang Jian remarked with admiration, as it was also his first visit, and today he had truly broadened his horizons. Could it be that the ancestor of Earth Immortals, Xuanyuan, resides here? Tang Senzong was startled. It is indeed the sacred site of the master. The golden immortal Taoist is present. This little one has been rude. The space trembled in waves as if a grand gate had swung open. Two exquisitely carved young boys appeared holding golden lamps, saying Qing Feng and Mingyue welcome the Tao Master and the great sage. Tai Golden Immortal. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, surprised that the cultivation of these two was no less than that of several of his junior brothers. Qing Feng and Mingyue smiled slightly without explanation. Although they were young boys, the master had nearly raised them as disciples. However, due to their limited aptitude, they could probably only break through to the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal at most. Please come in, esteemed guests. The master instructed us before leaving to treat the Tao Master and the great sage well, Qing Feng and Mingyue said as they led the way, introducing themselves. Looking around at the abundance of innate spiritual roots, Yang Jian and Neza gasped in awe. Such a vibrant place was truly worthy of being the sacred ground of the saints. Among the blessed lands I have seen, this is second only to the Three Immortals Island and Mount Kunlun, which belonged to my father. Wukong also gave a very high evaluation. Neza shook his head. There is still one place that the great senior brother has yet to visit, or else he would not say so. Qing Feng and Mingyue were taken aback. We are unaware of which place the third prince speaks of. Our Wu Zhuangguan has been managed by the master for many years. We have no idea who else could surpass the three pure ones. Of course it is Fengqi Mountain of the Lady Niwa. Neza said with a proud smile. Qing Feng and Mingyue fell silent, realizing that the sacred ground of the creator saint could not be compared to their Wu Zhuangguan. However, the master had never interacted with Lady Niwa, so they subconsciously overlooked Fengqi Mountain. Wukong, however, showed some interest. I have yet to visit Fengqi Mountain. It is no trouble. After our journey to the west is finished, great senior brother can go directly. The lady will surely welcome you. Neza patted his chest as he spoke. The group chatted and laughed as they entered the grand hall, where Wukong's expression turned to surprise. Your master only worships a single character for Tao. Qing Feng and Mingyue wore proud expressions. Let the great sage know there are three paths in the primordial world: heaven, earth, and humanity. The master and the three pure ones are of the same generation, so naturally there is no need to worship the heavenly Tao. As for the earth Tao, aside from the lady Pingxin, the master is revered. The earth immortal lineage also regards our Wu Zhuangguan as the ancestral ground, so there is no need for tribute. As for humanity, the master was born as a divine demon. How could he be constrained by humanity? He can only offer a single character for Tao to represent his heart towards the Tao. Tang Senzong shouted. Infinite, heavenly, venerable, truly worthy of being a saint of our Tao sect. Wukong blinked. Then where has your master gone? Where has the master gone? Qing Feng Mingyue smiled and said to Sun Wukong, a few years ago the master received a message and was invited by the Yao Shi Tianzun to the Shangqing Tianmi Luo Palace to discuss the Tao fruit of Honghuang. Invited by Father Saint. Wukong was taken aback, and Yang Jian and Neza also looked over. Indeed, the Yao Shi Tianzun possesses profound cultivation, and with the Ling Bao Tianzun at his side, the master said that discussing the Tao would surely yield great rewards, so he left in haste upon receiving the message. Wukong snorted softly, feeling neglected that Father Saint invited others, but seemed to have forgotten about him. Why was there no message sent for him to return and take a look? Senior brother. Yang Jian tugged at him. Master Uncle's invitation to the Xuanyuan saint must be for an important matter. Our priority is to escort the master westward. Neza also comforted him, knowing at a glance that Sun Wukong was feeling jealous. After all, this senior brother was too easy to read, as everything was written on his face. But they could only offer comfort and must not allow him to fall into a spiral of negative thoughts. As part of the same lineage, they had all heard from the master about master uncle's past, and the events of the function cannot be repeated. Wukong waved his hand saying, I know, I will protect the master on the westward journey. He then pondered with the Xuanyuan Saint gone, is it just the two of you in the Wuzhuangguan? Qingfeng Mingwen nodded indeed. The two bowed to Tang Senzong, saying, please wait a moment, we have a type of innate spiritual root in the Wuzhuangguan that the master instructed us to prepare for you to taste when you arrive. Yang Jian and Neza were somewhat excited today, we are in for a treat. Wukong looked at their delighted expressions and asked curiously, what kind of spiritual fruit is so exciting to you? Yang Jian hesitated, senior brother should have eaten it before. At that moment Qingfeng Mingwei returned holding a tray with 10 spiritual fruits resembling babies exuding the fragrance of grass and trees rich in vitality. So it is the ginseng fruit. Wukong laughed, this fruit is indeed delicious, I like it very much. Qingfeng Mingyu's mouth twitched, of course you have eaten it. In the past the fruits in their guan had been lost, and he had been ordered to go to Kunlun once. If it weren't for that Tianzun, even the green bull from the Duoshu Palace would have to plow 2 acres of land before leaving. Great sage, keen observation. Qingfeng forced a smile, thousands of years ago ginseng fruits were once stolen. Now is not the season for the ginseng fruit trees to bear fruit. It was the master who went to the underworld to ask for some soil from the goddess Pingxin, and with holy power, nurturing it the fruits could be born again before the great sage's arrival. Yang Jian added, senior brother, this is one of the top 10 spiritual roots, only inferior to Huang Li, which is highly beneficial for our cultivation of the 9 turns mystic art. The true Lord is correct, it takes 3,000 years for it to bloom, 3,000 years to bear fruit, and 3,000 years to mature, taking 10,000 years to yield 36 fruits, which are extremely precious. Mingyue placed the tray on the table. The master instructed that the Yao Shi Tianzun has great kindness towards our Wuzhuangguan, so please take 5 pieces, great sage. I heard that only 30 fruits can be born. Yang Jian asked, puzzled. Qingfeng smiled proudly, the ginseng fruit tree is the master's companion spiritual root. After the master attained the Tao, the ginseng fruit tree was nourished by the power of the earth, and the fruits have increased to the number of the Zhou-Tian. Wukong's eyes glinted as he accepted 5 ginseng fruits. Qingfeng then distributed 1 to Yang Jian and Neza each, and placed the other 3 in front of Tang Senzong. The two bowed respectfully. The master had great kindness towards the 2 old masters in his past life. Following the master's orders, we present these 3 ginseng fruits to conclude the karma with the 2 old masters. Who are the 2 old masters? Tang Senzong asked, puzzled. To speak frankly, I do not have any memories of my past life. Qingfeng Mingyu's expression remained calm. Once the master's westward journey concludes, everything will be clear. If that is the case, then I thank the Xuanyuan Saint. Wukong looked on, sending a message to Yang Jian and Neza, who are the 2 old masters they mentioned. It should be the Di Huang Shen known from the Huayun cave. I heard Lady Nuwa mention him while I was at Fengqi Mountain, but I do not know the relationship between them, said Neza, also confused. Yang Jian sighed, after all we are juniors and don't know much about ancient matters. We can ask the master after the westward journey. Wukong nodded. He was just curious and would seek an opportunity to ask Father Saint. You 2 kids, you should still have ginseng fruits, right? Can I exchange some with other spiritual fruits? Qingfeng Mingyue froze. Kids. We both have lived longer than Yang Jian and Neza. Great sage, please forgive us. Without the master's permission, we cannot take the liberty to decide. Wukong waved his hand, conjuring a pile of spiritual fruits. We 3 brothers need these for cultivating the 9 turns mystic art. This ginseng fruit is just right for us, and although my fruits are not of the same grade, there are plenty. Qingfeng Mingwei remained unmoved. Oh, what good is quantity? The top 10 spiritual roots are not just for show. Moreover, since the master has not spoken, how dare we take the lead? Great sage, you jest. There are still some trivial matters to attend to in the Guan, so we will take our leave for now. The 2 bowed and disappeared in a flash of yellow light. The path of the Earth Immortal. Yang Jian's celestial eye flickered. This was his first time seeing the Earth Immortal's method. Wukong snorted, what Earth Immortal? So stingy, I already said ID exchanged with them. Forget it, senior brother. The Xuanyuan Saint holds a prestigious position, even my master would not enjoy such privileges. This time we owe it to the master and you to be able to taste the ginseng fruit. Neza chimed in. Yang Jian quickly added, yes, senior brother, there are other ways to cultivate the mystic art. The Xuanyuan Saint has always maintained good relations with Kunlun. We must not be disrespectful. Wukong saw the 2 of them talking endlessly, and even Tang Senzong was about to speak up to persuade them. He became more and more annoyed and impatiently said, I know already. Yang Jian and Neza exchanged glances, each grabbing Wukong on one side. Senior brother, you must not act. After traveling together for several years, they knew this senior brother's temperament well. His words did not indicate agreement with their thoughts, but rather that he had made up his mind. As for what that idea was, they could not fathom. Wukong's face darkened. I guarantee that I absolutely will not steal or rob. Is that all right? Yang Jian and Neza silently released their hold. Although they were still a bit uneasy since Sun Wukong had guaranteed it, if they kept pressing, the senior brother might just explode. Aren't you going to eat? Wukong asked as he saw the two putting away the ginseng fruits. The individual ginseng fruits are of no use to us, Twelve Golden Immortals. After the westward journey, we will ask Master Ancestor to refine them into elixirs for greater effect. Wukong was taken aback. He had forgotten about this detail, and had only thought they tasted good before. Tang Senzong pushed the tray away. You three divided up. As a mere mortal, eating these ginseng fruits would not benefit me. You should keep them for cultivating the mystic art. No way. Wukong quickly stopped him. This is for you, Master. You should keep it. Yes, Master. How could we take your spiritual? Yang Jian and Neza hurriedly persuaded him. However, Tang Senzong insisted on giving them, and Wukong stuffed the tray back into his hands. Master, you keep it. I will seek more later. At night, Wukong stealthily slipped out and arrived at the backyard. However, after knocking down 3 ginseng fruits, they fell into the ground and disappeared. Wukong was furious and swung his golden cudgel down hard, but the ground showed no signs of damage. Instead, a white mist emerged, and an old man with a short stature and white hair appeared. Are you the land spirit here? Indeed, I am the little deity. Greetings, great sage. The land spirit sighed, lamenting how he had encountered this figure. You actually recognize me? Wukong was somewhat surprised. The land spirit replied honestly. The great sage once caused a stir in the heavenly palace, and is the favored child of the celestial master. How could any celestial being in this wasteland not recognize you? As for us lesser deities, we wish we could recognize every celestial being in the sky, fearing the presence of random killers, lest we fall into their hands. Wukong smiled humbly. Enough of that. My ginseng fruits fell into the ground and disappeared. Did you take them? The land spirit trembled, saying, I am wronged. He quickly explained, Great sage, you may not know this, but ginseng fruits fall. When they encounter metal, wither. When they encounter wood, dissolve in water, char. When they meet fire, and sink into the earth. It was not stolen by me. If that is the case, I have wrongly accused you. Wukong looked up at the 23 fruits on the tree, plucked a hair from his body, and instantly transformed it into a golden rod, using it to knock down all the remaining ginseng fruits. Great sage. The land spirit trembled and blocked his path, cautiously asking, Did the Xuanyuan sage send you here? Of course not. Wukong was astonished. Why would you think that? Since you are here, you can be my witness. Why did not steal them? He twirled the causal ring around his neck, and piles of spiritual fruits flew out, all of low to medium quality, interspersed with some postnatal spiritual fruits. Did you see that? Wukong collected the ginseng fruits, saying, I am exchanging these. The land spirit looked around, feeling dark and dizzy, watching helplessly as son Wukong departed without being able to utter a word. Creak. A sound came from behind, and the land spirit slowly turned around, his expression filled with terror. Myriads of heavenly sovereigns, how could the ginseng fruit tree have fallen? This is a scam. How could a root of spiritual energy nurtured by heaven and earth fall? He quickly turned back, but son Wukong's figure had already vanished. The land spirit looked around, worried that old man was in trouble. In the upper clear heaven in the Moreau Palace, the Xuanyuan, who was discussing the Tao, suddenly stiffened, stood up, and began to calculate, his lips twitching as he dared not look up. Guangchengzi tilted his head, glancing at the scene in the water mirror, and sneered, Tao friend, your old companion has greatly increased his intelligence. Wukong couldn't even break the ground with his golden cudgel, let alone knock down the ginseng fruit tree. Moreover, Wukong had no intention of doing so. Tong Tian tugged at his sleeve. After all, this matter stemmed from Wukong's initial wrongdoing, and they couldn't act first. Guangchengzi, however, was unconcerned. Having reason or not did not hinder the Taoist from protecting his own. Looking at the water mirror, it was already the next day. Qingfeng and Mingyue had discovered the good deeds done by Wukong, but the tree had already fallen. Wukong had taken Tang Sanzong and left Honghuang Temple. Tao friend, I only wish to repay the karmic debt of Hongyun Tao friend, and did not expect to set a difficulty at Honghuang Temple. Xuanyuan said helplessly, this truly was a disaster that fell from the sky. The ginseng fruit tree was also not at peace, now possessing an intelligence equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old human child, causing trouble for the Taoist. Guangchengzi also fell silent. He had not expected the ginseng fruit tree to pull a scam. Given Xuanyuan's relationship with him, he would not target son Wukong. Why is your fruit tree like this? Tong Tian blinked and asked. Xuanyuan sighed. I do not know either. If so, Tao friend, please return and resolve this difficulty. Guangchengzi was somewhat exhausted. Originally there was nothing going on, but discussing the Tao allowed the ginseng fruit tree to find an opportunity. Wukong had nothing to do. Could it be that Kunlun lacked those few ginseng fruits? A moment of inattention led to trouble. Indeed, children are quiet, but they must be up to mischief. Xuanyuan bowed, saying, I will take my leave first. After saying this, he took a few steps, and directly left, only to run into Qingfeng and Mingyue, who came to complain. Nothing. 3 light divine water. Xuanyuan suddenly realized as he had caught a whiff of the fragrance of the 3 light divine water on son Wukong. 3 light divine water. Xuanyuan suddenly realized as he had caught a whiff of the fragrance of the three light divine water on Sun Wukong. It seemed he was about to extort a sum. Fine, then let's use this to complete this difficulty. He took a step forward and merged into the space, reappearing in front of the four masters and disciples. Sun Wukong, you dare to run after destroying my precious tree. Don't you follow me back to receive punishment. Yang Jian and Neza were astonished. Looking at the senior uncle's face, this saint would indeed be a bit courteous, but now he was so stern. Wukong explained, I didn't knock it down, I only picked the fruits. Why would I need to destroy your ginseng fruit tree? If you had not gone to the backyard, how would the tree have fallen? Wukong was speechless. But you can't lay hands on me. Be careful, I might go to the Father Saint to complain. Xuanyuan sneered, this monkey's nature had indeed been spoiled by Guangchengzi. Let's see if I dare. With a flick of his whisk, the binding ropes flew out. Although they were postnatal treasures, they were capable of restraining the four of them. You're serious? Wukong was somewhat surprised. He hadn't even reacted before he was tied to a stone pillar, while Qingfeng and Mingwei below began to heat the oil pot. Yang Jian and Neza changed their expressions of what was going on. This didn't seem like an act. Wukong snorted softly. If you dare to touch me, I will go to the Moreau Palace to report. Xuanyuan paused. This monkey's personality had been spoiled by Guangchengzi. Look at whether I dare. With a gentle wave of his whisk, the ropes binding him snapped, and Wukong was thrown directly into the oil pot. Saint, no. Yang Jian and Neza hurried to stop him, and Tang Shenzong also pleaded. Wukong still bore an incredulous expression, as such punishment might work on ordinary Deluo, but it was useless against him. Yet he actually dared to do it. Boom. Wukong took out his golden cudgel, kicking over the large oil pot. He angrily declared, if you dare to lay hands on me, I won't be going to the west this time. Does Father Saint not want me anymore? I have already been punished, yet he still doesn't come out. It's over. Yang Jian cried out in despair. His senior brother has been forced to harbor rebellious thoughts. Xuanyuan was also somewhat at a loss his oil pot. He wasn't angry about the fallen ginseng fruit tree, because it was truly unharmed. But his oil pot had been genuine. How many years had it been? Besides Tai, how dare anyone act wild in his Wuzhuang temple, and he couldn't take harsh measures. Moreover, it seemed he had somewhat overreached. Sun Wukong shot a cold glance at Xuanyuan and was about to fly out of the temple. Xuanyuan gritted his teeth, wondering why Taoist Guangcheng wasn't coming down, but he couldn't simply let Sun Wukong go. If you don't compensate for my fruit tree, you can't leave. Wukong was held back by a tremendous force and could not fly away. He simply laid down on the ground motionless. Xuanyuan was dumbfounded. How could they proceed if the other party wouldn't cooperate? After thinking about what Sun Wukong had just said, it seemed that this monkey missed Taoist Guangcheng a bit. Ahem, Xuanyuan felt a bit awkward. Great sage, if you can save my precious tree, I will let you continue your journey to the west. How about that? Although the ginseng fruit tree is down, it can be revived with the three light divine water. Why not, great sage, you take a trip to the Shangqing Heavenly Mi Luo Palace? I have heard that Taoist Guangcheng has the three light divine water there. Sun Wukong's eyelids twitched, and Xuanyuan seized the opportunity. Just a trip for you, and you can conveniently ask for some. It would also allow him to meet Taoist Guangcheng. This would help him accomplish this difficult task. Wukong flipped over, took out a small bowl filled with three light divine water, and said, here, take this to save the fruit tree. As for going to the Mi Luo Palace, there's no need. My son Wukong will not go to the west. I want to return to Flower Fruit Mountain. If Father Sage doesn't come, I won't go either. With that, everyone was stunned. Even Xuanyuan was dazed. The poor Taoist had thought of a way out, yet unexpectedly, you brought the three light divine water yourself. Although the poor Taoist wanted to complete this task, now it was blocking you. However, your master and disciples were about to fall apart. Senior brother, Yang Jian hurriedly stopped him. Don't act out of anger. My son Wukong, do not. Wukong said sadly. Even now Father Sage still wouldn't show up, making him suffer so many grievances. Seeing him disheartened, Neza didn't know how to persuade him. Xuanyuan lightly moved his fingers, and the other binding ropes were retracted. Yang Jian and Neza hurriedly surrounded Sun Wukong, trying to persuade him, but they couldn't make him change his mind. Tang Shenzong also felt the same. They were at the juncture of east and west, and their team was about to... As time passed, a few of them spoke until their mouths were dry, but Sun Wukong remained unmoved. Xuanyuan was silent for a moment, then transmitted to Yang Jian. I will watch him, and not let him leave. You go to Shangqing Heavenly Palace. No matter what, Sun Wukong cannot leave. If he truly does, he won't be able to explain to Taoist Guangcheng. Yang Jian performed a salute, and left Wuzhuang Temple. Sun Wukong wanted to leave as well, but was confined in place. Xuanyuan waved his hand, and a gentle breeze accompanied by the moonlight brought out 2 trays of ginseng fruits, each containing 30 pieces, all accumulated over the years. I heard the great sage wants to cultivate mystic skills. How about I give you these? Wukong scoffed lightly, and with a flick of the causal ring, over 20 ginseng fruits flew out. I, Sun Wukong, don't care for that. Xuanyuan's gaze was fixed tightly on the causal ring, letting out a bitter laugh. Oh, another treasure. He helplessly accompanied Sun Wukong in this stalemate. After a while the space rippled, and the purple-clad Taoist appeared, followed by Yang Jian. Xuanyuan's heart tightened after he returned. The Great Formation would activate, and with the Earth Book it still seemed that this fellow didn't take him seriously. Wukong. Taoist Guangcheng called softly, but Sun Wukong turned his head and ignored him. Taoist Guangcheng sighed. Yang Jian had already reported everything. It seemed he was truly angry. Did you not say you wanted to see your father? If you don't speak soon your father will leave. Wukong still didn't move. After a while he didn't hear Taoist Guangcheng speak again, and thought he had really left. Tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes. Silly child. Taoist Guangcheng stroked the monkey's head. How could I leave? Your father has always been watching over you. Then why hasn't Father Sage shown up and let others bully me? Wukong wiped his tears with Taoist Guangcheng's sleeve. In these years I haven't seen Father Sage, even once. Yang Jian has seen Uncle Yu Ding. Xuanyuan thought the poor Taoist is truly wronged. It's your father's fault. Taoist Guangcheng was silent for a moment. But you still have serious matters to attend to. I don't want to go, Father Sage, I really don't want to go. Let's return to Kunlun. Taoist Guangcheng saw that he was truly saddened and felt a bit of sorrow himself. After Wukong was born, apart from those carefree years in Flower Fruit Mountain, he had always been pampered by him, and the three masters in Kunlun, the hardships of the journey to the west were indeed the first he faced. He never wanted Wukong to experience the suffering he had endured back then. He would grant any wish, but unexpectedly Wukong was still feeling lost. No. Taoist Guangcheng steeled his heart. You promised your father back, then how could you go back on your word? Moreover, if you give up on the journey to the west, what will happen to your master and two junior brothers Dao Fruits? Don't forget it was you who wanted to recognize Yang Jian and Neza as your second and third brothers. You can't abandon them halfway. Yang Jian and Neza remained silent. They had no room to speak, and quietly waited for their senior brother's choice. Indeed, Sun Wukong's body stiffened, turning to glance at the two, then awkwardly turning back, while crying in front of his second and third brothers, feeling a bit embarrassed. Taoist Guangcheng saw what he was thinking and comforted him. It's okay, no matter how old you get in your father's eyes, you will always be a little monkey. Sun Wukong felt a bit shy, wiped his tears and said, then after the journey to the west is over, you don't have to wait until the journey is over. If you want to see your father, you can come to the Mi Luo Palace anytime. Of course you must first protect Tang Sanzong. Wukong smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. Saint, has the fruit tree been healed? Yang Jian and Neza both sighed in relief. Since the senior brother said this, he would continue the journey to the west. Xuanyuan shook his head, returning the bowl to Sun Wukong, then turned to Taoist Guangcheng. Since my friend has arrived, should we let Wukong's nephew spend his own resources? Let's go take a look in the backyard. Taoist Guangcheng snorted lightly, watching Wukong lead the way, then sighed. This temperament is somewhat similar to that of the poor Taoist. Xuanyuan remained silent. How could the poor Taoist dare to flatter? As everyone walked into the backyard, Taoist Guangcheng sneered, and the ginseng fruit tree suddenly trembled, beginning to recover on its own. Wukong was taken aback and finally reacted. It was intentional. Yes, he wanted to trick your three light divine water. Taoist Guangcheng said coolly. You bold little rascal, dare to mock me, Sun Wukong. Wukong became furious, pulled out his golden staff, and swung it down, but the ginseng fruit tree remained unscathed. Xuanyuan felt somewhat awkward, clearing his throat. Today the ginseng fruit tree acted on its own accord, and nearly turned him into a sinner. Feeling the anger of Guangchengzi, the ginseng fruit tree trembled, and its green leaves fell, appearing quite. Its crown shook, and a strong branch fell floating before Sun Wukong. Guangchengzi smiled with satisfaction. Although the tree's intelligence was still shallow, it understood the nuances of human expression and knew whom to avoid offending. Wukong, accept this. Guangchengzi said softly as a beam of light shot from his fingertips, gathering the sun, moon, and stars into a divine water that quickly drenched the roots of the ginseng fruit tree. The power of light enveloped it, healing its injuries and replenishing its vitality. The branches and leaves of the ginseng fruit tree no longer turned yellow, and its essence grew stronger. Xuanyuan could sense that the tree's intelligence was continuously improving. Thank you, my friend. Xuanyuan bowed deeply. Guangchengzi supported him, preventing him from bowing too low. Our friendship does not require such formalities. This is the first top-grade innate spiritual root to gain intelligence. After that one. Xuanyuan's eyes flickered. Could it be that he was thinking what I was? He laughed casually. The divine water you provided is truly too much for me. The ginseng fruit tree performed this act just for these, and the divine water does not hold much significance for us. Guangchengzi smiled, looking at the ground covered with spiritual fruits. Since Wukong wishes to exchange with you, then you should keep it. Xuanyuan nodded, waving his sleeve to store the spiritual fruit. Wukong's eyes turned. Father Sage, I also want to learn this. Guangchengzi shook his head. Although Father Sage can master this divine ability, you cannot learn it. The laws of space are difficult to comprehend. Even your senior brother Kong Xian spent tens of thousands of years to gain the opportunity. However, I will arrange it for you in the future. Wukong happily agreed. Father Sage had never deceived him. Sage, since you accepted my fruit, then the ginseng fruit should be returned to me. Zhen Yuanzi laughed heartily, instructing Qing Feng and Mingwei to return the ginseng fruit to son Wukong, and then took out 30 more fruits to share with Tang, Sanzong, Yang Jian, and Neza. Thank you, Sage. The three bowed in gratitude. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand dismissively, instructing Qing Feng and Mingwei to set up a banquet. After feasting, Wukong reluctantly bid farewell to Guangchengzi and once again set out on the journey westward. Are you returning to the Mi Luo Palace, or? Zhen Yuanzi asked softly. Guangchengzi thought for a moment. Having rarely stepped into the vast wilderness, he intended to search for Yang Mei. However, due to the nature of the space laws, he feared he could only wait for him to appear on his own. Now that the three purities have no matters to attend to, I will wander in the wilderness. The flat-top mountain rose majestically with sharp and steep peaks, deep ravines, twisted and perilous cliffs loomed, with giant pythons thrashing in the gorge and fierce tigers prowling near the cliffs. Yang Jian, Neza. Two fierce shouts rang out, and the four master and disciples turned to look. Yang Jian and Neza involuntarily responded, a powerful suction force immediately engulfing them, making them feel their souls destabilize as a strange law of power wrapped around them, pulling them directly inward. Bold little demons. Wukong shouted in anger. This was the first time he encountered a cultivator who would launch a sneak attack, catching both of his brothers off guard. The golden cudgel came crashing down, but a flurry of lotus flowers flew out, transforming into pill energy. By the time the sound reached them, the cultivator had already vanished. Wukong. Just as Sun Wukong was about to pursue Tang, Sanzong quickly stopped him. If Wukong left, Yang Jian and Neza would be absent, leaving him alone, which would be akin to a turtle in a jar. Wukong halted, leading the horse as he arranged for Tang Sanzong to hide in a concealed cave. After a moment, he took out a fan and placed it in Tang Sanzang's palm. Master, I have left a trace of my power in this fan. If anyone comes, just fan it vigorously. Then he drew a circle around Tang Sanzong with his golden cudgel, saying, as long as you don't leave this circle, no one below the Quasi-Saint level can harm you. Tang Sanzong knew the urgency of the situation. Don't worry, Master will listen to you. You must rescue Yang Jian and Neza. Wukong nodded randomly, standing at the cliff's peak for a moment before flying toward a cave. In the Lotus Cave, a voice emerged. He, true monarch, third prince, we have just offended. A cultivator in red robes and dragon scale armor, appearing very steady, was pouring wine for the two. Another cultivator in phoenix helmet and iron armor, heroic and imposing, was serving them vegetables while incessantly flattering. You too. Neza slammed the Qinquan circle on the table. Dare to sneak attack this prince and my second brother. Forgive me, third prince. I have my reasons with my brother. Yang Jian stopped Neza, exchanging glances. Before we descended, you were not in the Doshui Palace. Did you come to ambush us? Golden Horn and Silver Horn, you certainly know how to choose a location. Neza glanced at the small demons in the cave. At least you still adhere to the rules. These demons bear no karma, and seem to have cultivated some Taoist techniques. Third prince, you possess keen insight. Golden Horn sighed. When we arrived, we eliminated all the demons tainted with karma. Silver Horn continued, indeed the young master detests those burdened with karma. We dare not associate with them. We took care of that so-called little whirlwind as soon as we arrived. Yang Jian and Neza exchanged glances, both chuckling. Indeed, if they couldn't learn from the actions of their master uncle, they would eventually meet the same fate as those others. Is this how you plan to treat me and my second brother? Neza looked at the dishes on the table. When the senior brother arrives, you may have a hard time explaining. Golden Horn wore a pained expression. We brothers are merely golden immortals relying on the treasures of the Lord. It was only by surprise that we could capture the third prince and the true monarch. Fighting alone would be courting death. However, we have also prepared gifts of apology. Silverhorn patted his chest confidently. You possess many treasures in the Doshui Palace. Neza expressed some envy. The gourd for holding elixirs and the bottle for holding water are both top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. This was made by the young master for the Lord, as it would not disgrace the identity of a sage. Golden Horn answered honestly, patting his waist. This is... Neza blinked, looking incredulously at Golden Horn and Silver Horn. You even took the master's belt. Golden Horn scoffed. Third prince, this is the golden rope. Top grade, innate spiritual treasures. The Lord's body surely doesn't contain anything mundane. Furthermore, there are so many great powers in the wilderness. These two little boys cannot afford to be careless without some defensive items, or the Lord wouldn't feel at ease. Yang Jian and Neza immediately fell silent, waiting for Sun Wukong's arrival. Before long, a small insect flew in, but none of them noticed. Ouch! Golden Horn and Silver Horn suddenly clutched their heads in pain, collapsing to the ground, as they quickly took out celestial pills to swallow. Senior brother, hold on. Yang Jian extended his three-edged two-bladed knife to block the golden cudgel, preventing Sun Wukong from continuing to strike. Second brother. Wukong was somewhat displeased to see it was Yang Jian who stopped him. Neza also leaned closer. Senior brother, see who they are. Wukong's eyes gleamed with golden light, gradually discerning the true forms of Golden Horn and Silver Horn. How can it be you two? Great sage, you struck too hard. Chanjiao complained as he stood up. Jiao had tears in his eyes. Whoa, brother, we are in such a dire situation. The two transformed into children, crying inconsolably in each other's arms, which made Wukong feel somewhat awkward. You were the ones who ambushed us first. Wukong muttered. If they were still fierce and terrifying he wouldn't have cared, but in their childlike forms barely reaching his chest, and crying so pitifully, he couldn't bring himself to speak harshly. You three are all great Luo Golden Immortals. If we didn't ambush you, how could we possibly stand against you? Jiao said, through sobs. Serves you right. Wukong snorted. Who told you to block our journey to the west? Wah! Upon hearing this, Jiao cried, even harder, you're bullying me again. Wukong took a few steps back and slammed his golden staff onto the ground, the tremendous sound shaking the entire lotus cave, as he angrily shouted, stop crying. Jiao and Jiao immediately stopped crying, sniffling. What do you mean by bullying you? When have I ever bullied you? Jiao wiped his tears. We were banished to the mortal realm because of you. Yang Jian and Neza glanced over, their expressions shifting slightly. Wukong coldly snorted, if I didn't see you as children I would have already acted. If you dare to slander me again, I won't let you off easily, even if this goes to the Defy Palace. Jiao said softly, does the great sage still remember the first time he came to the Defy Palace? Wukong nodded. So what if he did? It was you who took the wrong elixir, causing my brother and me to be scolded by the young master for not watching over you, and then we were banished to the mortal realm. Wukong scratched his head, recalling that there was indeed such a matter. Yang Jian cleared his throat. What the master uncle said is indeed correct. When the senior brother first went to the Defy Palace, he naturally wasn't aware of the elixir usage. You should have informed him in time. Wukong chuckled, knowing Yang Jian was trying to cover for him. Alright, I won't hold this against you. You can go back, we will continue our journey to the west. Not so fast. Jiao interjected, and Wukong asked in confusion, are we going to have to fight again? Jiao explained it was the young master who banished us to the mortal realm, and the old master agreed. Without the orders of the two masters, we wouldn't dare return. Then what do you propose? Wukong, holding his golden staff, surveyed them up and down. You aren't suggesting I personally take you back, are you? We wouldn't dare think that. Jiao quickly replied, why don't you, great sage, pay a visit to heaven? As long as the old master agrees, we can return immediately. Besides, you could also visit the Mi Luo Palace to see the young master. Yang Jian and Neza sighed, exchanging glances, realizing this was their true intention. They wanted the senior brother to go to Mi Luo Palace with proper justification, but unfortunately, he had already seen the master uncle at Wuzhuangguan. Wukong also understood their meaning, his eyes slightly moist, realizing that the father sage had already arranged everything in advance, and it was he who had caused trouble. However, the father sage was still willing to come down to see him. He truly was the luckiest monkey. No need to visit Mi Luo Palace, I have already seen the father sage. Wukong waved his hand. Since you were banished to the mortal realm, because of me, I will go to the Defy Palace to help you return. Thank you, great sage. Jiao and Jiao bowed deeply, taking out a purple gold gourd from which piles of elixirs flew out, dividing into 3 portions, floating in front of the 3. These are the elixirs we have gathered, including those given by the old master. Although they are not as powerful as the 9-turn golden elixir, they can still be useful for cultivating the 9-turn mystic art. Wukong smiled. In that case, I will accept them. Second brother, third brother, you should take yours too. Neza waved his hand to accept it, smiling, thank you both. Yang Jian looked deeply at the two. He remembered his uncle saying that the master ancestor had been at the Defy Palace for years, and he had never seen a single elixir, as if they had all been divided among themselves. Wukong whispered a few words, and Neza followed him out of the cave first to bring their master back. Otherwise, Tang Shenzong would have to wait there for a while longer. A few days later, Jiao. An old man's voice came from the clouds, and the two were overjoyed. It was the old master's voice. Tang Shenzong greets the supreme Dao ancestor. We meet the master ancestor. To get up, the old lord chuckled. I came here just to summon you 2 children back. Grandfather, wait a moment. Wukong stretched out his hand to stop him, lightly tapping the cause and effect ring, and a pile of spiritual fruits flew out, shouting below, second brother, third brother, take out the ginseng fruit. Grandfather, please refine some elixirs for us. The old lord's mouth twitched. It was rare for him to come down to the mortal realm, and yet he was assigned a task. He nodded at Yang Jian and Neza, collecting a pile of spiritual fruits, and turning to leave. Things have calmed down quite a bit over the years. Wukong sighed as he walked. Yang Jian added, it's all been manageable, and we've helped quite a few small nations resolve troubles. Wuliang Tianzuan. Tang Shenzong also had a smile on his face. The concept of the Golden Immortal has officially spread. It's just that the West is truly vast, and sparsely populated. One city is like a nation. Master is unaware the earth veins in the West are damaged. You are of flesh and blood, so you naturally would not perceive the thin spiritual energy here. Since we left Wuzhuangguan, we have felt uncomfortable. Moreover, the 9 provinces are the center of the human race, and the Western human race only obeys the commands of the Western teachings. Even the Huayun Cave probably doesn't know about this. Tang Sanzong pondered for a moment, and said to Sun Wukong and the others, this is also something we must address. As part of the human race, we naturally need to honor the many sages of Huayun Cave. Otherwise, knowing only the Western teachings and gods while forgetting our own ancestors is not what the human race should do. What Master said is true. Wukong clapped in praise. I suppose the actions of the Tang Emperor back then were also for this purpose. The 4 of them journeyed on, beginning to understand their responsibilities, yet they could not see that the fortunes of the human race were surging wildly, spreading from the land of the 9 provinces, continuously advancing westward, with the figures of Jie and Zhuan on Mount Shumi, showing signs of helplessness. Before long, the human race of the western lands will also fall under the teachings of Huayun Cave. They understood this was a manifestation of the dissatisfaction of the 3 emperors of Huayun Cave, as they had only taught the western human race about gods and immortals. Third brother, just now that Toad Dragon saw you, it was as if it had seen a star of doom. Quite amusing. Listening to Sun Wukong's jest, Neza couldn't help but laugh. Although my little brother leads the 4 seas, the other dragon tribes in the primordial chaos still give me some face. That Jinghe Dragon King is related to the West Sea Dragon King, speaking of which Ao Lai is also his cousin. Wukong looked at the white dragon horse, puzzled. If that's the case, then the Jinghe Dragon King must also be a Tai Golden Immortal. Why would he send his son here? Yang Jian sighed. It's likely the arrangement of the Yellow Dragon Master Uncle. Without waiting for Wukong to ask, he continued to explain, our journey to the west is precisely for the western lands. Although there are still many rivers in the 9 provinces, in the east those rivers are too small. This western land has yet to be occupied. Even if they are dragon clans belonging to the western teachings. Wukong let out a long, oh, so that's it, they are all laying plans for the west. Senior brother speaks wisely, Neza replied with a mischievous smile. Are not the tiger, deer, and ram demons of Chechi Kingdom cultivators of our Taoist sect? Wukong recalled as well. Indeed. They may be demons in form, yet bear no trace of demonic aura. Instead, they enshrine 3 ancestral patriarchs, surely having received guidance from a Taoist master. Yang Jian chuckled. Neza and I suspect they were taken in by Elder Uncle Yanzongzi. Though their artifacts are all post-heavenly treasures, their quality is exceptional. Only Elder Uncle possesses such refinement within our sect. I've seen him only once, and know him not well. Wukong scratched his head. Yang Jian smiled faintly. Elder Uncle serves neither Kunlun nor the Celestial Court, yet he is a naturally born virtuous fortune immortal. Wukong recoiled in astonishment. A virtuous fortune immortal. My divine father once spoke of him, born with innate merit. And so am I. Yang Jian and Neza stared at him stunned. They had never heard this before. Yet such a matter had never been disclosed publicly. Oh, likely it had been concealed by great elder brother, and thus they dared not press further. What splendid scenery. Tang Sanzang sat astride his white dragon horse, gazing into the distance, his eyes clouded with quiet suspicion. Disciples, do those figures ahead appear to be demons? Wukong also peered ahead. Demons swarmed across the hills like restless mist, while groves of lush orange trees blanketed the slopes. Strangers approach. Strangers approach. Hurry, report to His Majesty. It is the Western Journey cultivators who have arrived. Before the master and disciples could react, a clamor erupted among the lesser demons. Moments later, a horned demon strode forth from his cave, eyes alight with fervent anticipation. After decades of waiting, they had finally come. Yang Jian reined in the white dragon horse, halting its advance. His expression turned grave as he brandished the Ri Yijinggu Bang. Tread carefully. These are no ordinary demons. Their bodies brim with Dao Qi, clearly Taoist cultivators. Yet they are outsiders, not disciples of the Chan sect. Nor do they belong to the Jie sect. I have never encountered such masters, even in the Celestial Court, Neza declared solemnly. Yang Jian added quietly. The 3 brothers stood shoulder to shoulder before the white dragon horse, shielding Tang Sanzang, their most formidable adversary, yet radiating no concealment, unmistakably a quasi-sage, grand divine sovereign. Sun Wukong. Yang Jian. Neza. The demon grinned amiably. No need for pleasantries. I ask only that Tang Sanzang reside 1 year in my Golden Cauldron Cave, after which you may continue your western journey unimpeded. What audacity! Wukong scoffed. Not a single demon on this entire journey has dared demand my master's surrender, until now. Now there is. The demon remained unruffled, peeled an orange, and tossed one to each of the 3. Wukong caught his, took a bite, and instantly contorted his face, grimacing and gnashing his teeth before charging forward, staff raised high. Cursed ox demon! How dare he feed me sour oranges? Senior brother stands no chance alone. Yang Jian's heavenly eye flared open upon his brow, unleashing beams of divine light. Neza surged forward as well. Tang Sanzang paused, then said calmly, you may join them. You must subdue this demon, or I cannot pass through Golden Cauldron Mountain. Yang Jian hesitated, then nodded. The three brothers engaged the ox demon in fierce combat, while lesser demons gathered around Tang Sanzang and bowed deeply. Master Taoist, please follow us. Tang Sanzang sighed softly, recited his Taoist invocation, and walked toward the Golden Cauldron Cave. Seeing Tang Sanzang enter the cave, the ox demon ceased play. A gleaming silver hoop slipped from his wrist, pulsing with immense suction. Yang Jian and Neza staggered, unable to hold their ground, as their weapons flew one by one into its vortex. The three-pointed two-edged blades, silver bolt, golden bow, heaven and earth ring, red armillary sash, fire-tipped spear, and wind and fire wheels, all vanished. Even Wukong felt the pull, but golden light surged from the Rui Jingu Bang, repelling the force entirely. Moi. The ox demon raised an eyebrow, glancing at Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang. Then understanding dawned. Demon, return my junior brother's treasures. Furious, Wukong lunged, but the ox demon had already retreated, sealing the cave behind him. Yang Jian swiftly intercepted Wukong before he could smash the gate. Senior brother, wait. Wukong slumped, crestfallen. This was the first time he had faced an opponent so overwhelmingly powerful, not a sage yet, but one cultivation realm below him, and even their combined strength proved insufficient. That being likely hails from an age far beyond ours. Yang Jian sighed. Perhaps even a prime. What use is speculation now? Our master is captured, your sacred weapons seized, and we remain ignorant of his true origins. Neza's eyes lit up as he turned to Wukong. Senior brother, your Rui Jingu Bang remains intact. How did you preserve it? The power of accumulated merit shielded it from the bracelet's suction. Wukong fell silent, pondering deeply. That artifact is no primordial treasure, yet it can seize even our primordial treasures. It must be a merit-based supreme treasure, perhaps even a post-heavenly merit-based supreme treasure. Yang Jian murmured softly. Neza drew a sharp breath. Who could possess such boundless merit? In the Honghuang realm, only two post-heavenly merit-based supreme treasures exist. When did another silver bracelet appear? Yang Jian hesitated. If merit is measured, none surpasses great elder brother. Impossible. Wukong dismissed it outright. I've never laid eyes on this ox demon, and if my divine father possessed such a treasure, he would have bestowed it upon me first for protection. Yang Jian and Neza exchanged glances. Indeed, it made sense. Wukong touched the causal ring around his neck. Had I known earlier, I'd have tested it against him. Though he is a quasi-sage, I wield a primordial supreme treasure. Perhaps the contest would not be one-sided. If not one of our own elders, then only a grand divine sovereign of the same era as our patriarchs. Certainly not the Western paradise, for they lack both the merit and the artistry to forge such a treasure. Since our master is already taken, let us split up, to seek aid from our masters. Agreed. The netherworld is familiar to me. I shall gather reinforcements. Neza affirmed. My speed excels. I'll ascend to the celestial court. Second brother remains here to stand ready. Wukong continued. Agreed. In an instant the two vanished. Yang Jian paced, racking his mind for the demon's origins, yet found no. Days later, legions of immortals and deities descended. Representatives from the celestial court's 6 departments of pestilence, plague, combat, thunderwater, and fire. Yang Jian scanned the assembly. None surpassed the Deluo level. Neza returned with an entourage of netherworld deities, likewise beneath quasi-sage rank. Even 2 Wu clan warriors among them. What transpired? Yang Jian seized Wukong and Neza, demanding answers. Their faces fell. Upon the Jade Emperor's decree, these responded most eagerly. But every major imperial palace has sealed its gates, claiming seclusion in profound cultivation. Neza nodded in agreement. My master was absent. I could not even enter the true sovereign Pure Land. Lady Pingxin issued a divine edict instructing me to bring this host. Such immense influence. Yang Jian exhaled sharply. Could even Lady Pingxin be involved? This demon undoubtedly serves a sage. Wukong's gaze blazed with fierce resolve. If they cannot prevail, I shall seek my divine father. After the clash, the heavenly court's many divine weapons were all seized, whether the fire god's banner or the water god's bowl. They were all taken by the Qingyou Jing. Great sage, think of something. Xuanyuan said anxiously. Yes, great sage, our weapons have all vanished. A chorus of voices rose in argument. Wukong felt a headache coming, waved his hand impatiently, and conferred with Yang Jian and Neza. Neza sneered. That monster even took my father's tower. Neza said with malicious delight. Yang Jian gave him a nudge to keep it from being too obvious. Yang Jian had heard from Yang Chan about the friction between father and son. Though hardly mortal enemies, their bond was strained. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Neza glanced at Yunho and noticed Li Jing's sullen face. He hurried to compose himself. He did not like his father much, but he would not make things difficult for his mother. In public, he still spared his father some face. If we are to deal with that Qingyou Jing, we must ask the Zhuanxing to intervene. Yang Jian sighed. He recognized each of us. He must have connections with the heavenly court. Wukong scratched his head in vexation. But the heavenly court Zhuanxings will not act. Father Sage is in the vast primal realm, and no one answers at Miluo Gong. Neza muttered, since when has the vast primal realm harbored such a mighty practitioner? Wukong's eyes flickered and Yang Jian's breath caught. Do Shui Gong. Neza could hardly believe it. Yes, when we descended the Qingyo from Do Shui Gong was already gone. Yang Jian's face paled. That ox was a Xuanxing. Impossible, wasn't it? They had seen it in the heavenly court several times, yet never detected its true realm. Its ordinary aura seemed only that of a Deluo Golden Immortal. Even Sabuxiang and Honghuang of Kunlun were of the Deluo rank. How could the Qingyo have broken through earlier than the other two? Even Xuandu Shibua is only at Xuanxing level. Neza inhaled sharply. He was the sole disciple of the great Tao ancestor. Yang Jian gave a bitter laugh. Most of Do Shui Gong's elixirs were doubtless eaten by that Qingyo. Neza felt a pang of sorrow. Wukong snorted. The Do Shui household numbered only 4, and 3 had come down to the mortal realm. You stay here, I'm off to find grandfather. Wukong left those words and vanished. Within a day, Taishang Laojun rode the clouds and softly called Nu. A thunderous moo filled the air. The Qingyo Jing paid no heed to the others but bounded to Taishang Laojun and rolled at his feet and reverted to its true form. There stood a broad-horned ox of indigo black hide, sinews knotted like iron, its most arresting feature a single stout horn set in its brow. It looked fierce, yet before Laojun it was unusually meek. Laojun patted it with his fan and addressed the assembled immortals. You may return. Yes, disciples, take their leave. The immortals reclaimed their treasures and departed amid murmurs. Wukong hopped onto a cloud and complained, why would grandfather send him down to trouble this old monkey? Laojun chuckled, this is your own karma. Oomph. Wukong sniffed. I admit it was my fault that Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were demoted, but this Qingyo Jing has nothing to do with me. Smack. The Qingyo slapped Wukong's leg with its tail. He leapt in pain as the ox kept lowing at it. Enough, Niura. Laojun hastened to soothe the ox. You came to my Do Shui Gong to advance your cultivation. The elixirs you mistakenly ate became your sustenance. Tell me, is that not karma? Beneath the clouds, Yang Jian's expression stiffened. Indeed, all the elixirs had been eaten by the ox. Wukong was momentarily wordless-mouthed agape, and unsure what to say. The Qingyo cast Wukong a smug look and bared its teeth. The silver bracelet on its nose shone brightly. It was the master's mount, its status comparable to a direct disciple, and perhaps even more significant. The young master had once slain the third master's personal disciple, yet no one dared touch a sage's mount. Well, except those two from the west. A mount is the face of a saint that had done nothing wrong. What is this bracelet? Wukong's eyes flashed. Which is stronger, this or my karma ring? Laojun shook his head with an amused smile. When I founded the Tao and heaven bestowed merit, I forged this Vajra bracelet. In potency, your karma ring is naturally more formidable, but the kingiest realm surpasses yours. Wukong snorted, understanding the unspoken implication. Was Laojun saying he could not defeat it? His eyes rolled, he reached out a finger toward the Vajra bracelet, and the Qingyo began to low loudly once more. This cannot be handed to you, Laojun said, watching Wukong's indignant puffing. He had run back and forth on the ox's behalf many times. This treasure restrains the flow of fate for our Taoist lineage. Wukong's gaze remained stubborn. Laojun had no remedy and sighed. I will lend it to you for a few years. Once the western journey is complete, return it to me. Wukong laughed. Thank you, grandfather. Laojun touched the bracelet. The Vajra slipped free and settled upon Wukong's wrist. Use it against foes. Use your karma ring sparingly. Wukong looked on with suspicion. Laojun pondered, then transmitted quietly. After your father sage left Miluo Gong, there has been no word. He is likely detained by something important. What happened to father sage? Wukong asked, anxious. Nothing grave. Who in the vast primal realm could lay hands on him? Laojun chuckled. Perhaps some matter has simply delayed him. Wukong, uneasy, glared at the Qingyo. Since receiving the Vajra bracelet, the ox had persistently thwacked him with its tail. No great pain, but a steady annoyance. What slander are you uttering about me? A voice suddenly spoke as a purple-robed Taoist stepped from the void. Wukong froze, then embraced him joyfully. Father sage, how have you returned so suddenly? I went to Miluo Gong and could not find you. This Qingyo fed me sour oranges and hits me with its tail, Wukong complained. The Qingyo stiffened. Laojun smiled wryly. Guangchengzi had not even had a chance to greet him, and already Wukong was making accusations. Guangchengzi looked helpless. The monkey had become more and more inclined to act like a spoiled child. Very well. Father sage will punish him to give you satisfaction. Guangchengzi snapped his fingers, conjured a pile of sour oranges, and forced them into the ox's mouth. The ox bawled from the sourness. Laojun cast a mock-reproving glance at Guangchengzi. Such a grown man fussing over an ox. But what has happened? Guangchengzi said with a heavy heart. I've been searching for that one for years with no trace. Truly a master of space. Father sage, who is it? I will help you find him, Wukong asked with curiosity. If even Father sage cannot locate him, you would do well to cultivate for more years. Guangchengzi sighed. I plan to return to Miluo Gong. If you have matters, come to Miluo Gong to seek me. Very well. Then the two of us shall depart together, Lao Jun said. Lao Jun glanced at Tang Sanzang emerging from the Golden Gourd Cave and smiled. That child continues westward. Wukong watched the two and the ox depart and lamented how hard his fate seemed. This place is quite strange but is filled entirely with women. Tang Sanzang sat astride his horse, surrounded by a group of women. Even Sun Wukong and the others were encircled by many. What a handsome young man. Those two are also remarkably impressive. Though the monkey is an oddity, he carries an air of majesty. As praises echoed, Yang Jian and Neza felt a bit shy. They had never encountered such bold women before. Sun Wukong continuously pushed away the crowd disinterested in them as a monkey. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Tang Sanzang, the Golden Immortal Dao Master appointed by the Emperor of Humanity, arriving from the Eastern Tang to spread the Dao in the West. May I ask what this place is called? Tang Sanzang reined in his horse and asked loudly. A woman with an imposing appearance dressed in official attire approached, parting the crowd as she bowed. Not knowing your esteemed presence arrived, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Our nation is entirely comprised of women, thus it is called the Western Liang Women's Kingdom. Infinite Heavenly Venerable, may I ask if you could take me to meet the monarch and exchange the passing documents? The female official discreetly appraised Tang Sanzang, who exuded an air of nobility, and smiled. Of course, our queen will surely welcome you with open arms. Wukong scratched his cheek, feeling something was amiss. Yang Jian and Neza exchanged thoughtful glances. The queen welcoming them this way was somewhat unusual. May we disturb you? Yang Jian looked at Tang Sanzang with concern. We have accommodations for guests, please. The female official gestured for them to lead the way. Tang Sanzang smiled. It's fine, you all go ahead. Wukong, feeling carefree, headed towards the accommodations, confident that with the splendid celestial garments his master would be safe. If anything happened, they would still be there. Yang Jian and Neza nodded at Tang Sanzang and left in succession. This must be the first nation we've encountered that shows interest in our master directly, right? Neza munched on a peach and said, there isn't a single man here, how do they pass on their lineage? Yang Jian looked puzzled. Wukong was baffled. They can rely on celestial arts. Even the father saint is male, yet he fathered me. While they are all mortals, how could any divine being carry on their lineage through them? Yang Jian replied after a moment of contemplation. Perhaps there is some treasure. Wukong chuckled, a treasure that specifically produces females. Neza was startled. Could it be related to the underworld? Yang Jian nodded and was about to say something when a woman's scream echoed, startling everyone. It came from the direction of the palace. 3 figures burst through the window and directly entered the palace. They saw Tang Sanzang seated calmly in a chair reciting Tao scriptures, causing the 3 to breathe a sigh of relief. Master, what happened? Wukong asked first. Tang Sanzang's emotions had settled, but upon hearing the question his face turned red again. He shook his head. I do not know, men and women are not to be close. Something happened to the monarch in her chambers, and it is inconvenient for me to check. Yang Jian and Neza exchanged glances, guarding in front of Tang Sanzang. Wukong thought for a moment and decided not to act. It wasn't their doing, so there was no need to stir up trouble. Before long, a throng of people marched out, 6 dragons spewing colors and 2 phoenixes bringing auspiciousness, with female officials surrounding them, a pair of mandarin ducks fanning the royal carriage, and emerald-beaded curtains reflecting phoenix hairpins, accompanied by music and song radiating imperial grandeur. A woman crowned with a tiara emerged behind the female officials, clad in splendid palace attire adorned with jewels, a golden girdle at her waist, and red silk embellishments, vibrant yet dignified. Yang Jian and Neza gazed at her with brows like emerald feathers, skin as smooth as sheep fat, faces as delicate as peach petals, and hair piled like golden phoenix threads, rivaling some of the female immortals from ancient times. I apologize for startling the Dao Master. The queen smiled softly, glancing at Sun Wukong and the others, nodding gently at them before turning back to Tang Sanzang. I wonder what you think of my previous proposal. Infinite Heavenly Venerable. Tang Sanzang's expression turned serious. Thank you for the queen's kindness. I, as a Dao practitioner, solely wish to promote the golden immortal lineage with no personal feelings involved. Sun Wukong and the others lowered their eyes. It made sense now why their master had blushed earlier. Enough. Enough. The queen's expression dimmed for a moment, but she quickly adjusted her demeanor and invited them to sit down. The 3 disciples of the Dao Master are all immensely powerful. I wonder if you could assist our nation in resolving a troublesome matter. Please speak, Your Majesty. Tang Sanzang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Any issue that could be resolved with force was not a problem. Surely the Dao Master and the 3 true lords have questioned why our nation is entirely composed of women. Indeed, the river in our country is called the Mother-Child River. As long as the citizens drink from the river, they can conceive and bear children, and all born are females. As she spoke, she cast a sly glance at the 4 of them. Men drinking from it have the same outcome. Tang Sanzang was astonished, his gaze turning pale. Thankfully he hadn't drunk any. Has this mother-child river always existed? Wukong inquired, his eyes turning as he asked. Indeed. The queen nodded affirmatively. It has existed since the founding of our Western Liang Women's Kingdom. Heaven and earth create wonders, Neza chuckled. Yang Jian's expression was calm. What does the queen wish for me? The queen frowned, her expression tinged with sorrow. Our Western Liang Women's Kingdom has always been peaceful, but a few years ago a female demon arrived. She hasn't harmed any lives, but covets our national treasure. The earlier screams were her doing. As she spoke, the queen took off the fragrant pouch from her neck. This is a national treasure passed down through generations of queens that has protected me from the demon's ambush. The three took it and examined it closely. This is indeed a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Neza frowned, feeling an inexplicable familiar aura. Wukong also felt a strong affinity, holding it in his palm as his eyes sparkled, trying to discern what was inside the pouch. A wave of green aura arose, startling everyone as they exclaimed in unison, the aura of creation. Does the Women's Kingdom have any forbidden grounds? Neza hurriedly asked. The queen hesitated and Neza's eyes flashed. Is it related to the goddess Nuwa? The queen stood up in shock. The lotus fragrance pouch flew back, tightly gripped in her hand. After a moment she whispered, indeed our Western Liang Women's Kingdom has always worshipped goddess Nuwa, but since that female demon arrived the goddess has never shown any divine signs again. So, does the queen wish for us to help eliminate this demon? Wukong asked. Exactly, I wonder if you— Tang Xinzong stood up and declared, since this is a territory passed down by the goddess Wukong, you should agree. Alright, son, Wukong replied directly. Do you know where the demon's lair is? I will go eliminate her right away. The lair is in the Pipa cave of the poisonous enemy mountain. Thank you, three true lords. The queen replied, then we will be swift and return quickly. Master has the splendid celestial garments for protection, and with the queen's lotus fragrance pouch here, there should be no issues. Wukong chuckled mischievously and Yang Jian and Neza did not refute leaving together. Poisonous enemy mountain. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed continuously as stones tumbled down the mountain, turning into clouds of dust. The woman's sharp cries could be heard, but under the combined efforts of Wukong and the others, she quickly fell short. Even playing the pipa yielded no effect. Just as she was about to dive into a cave, Wukong threw his golden cudgel to block the entrance, while the female demon glared at her in anger. Demon, why don't you surrender willingly? Wukong shouted angrily, raising his golden cudgel to strike down. Neza spat out a ball of flames toward her, and Yang Jian's heavenly eye in the center of his forehead gradually opened. This is what you brought upon yourselves. The female demon gritted her silver teeth and said fiercely, I am not a delicate queen, I possess strength and means. With that she put away the peeper in her hand, and a white mist dispersed, revealing a scorpion spirit the size of a palm. Its shell was like black iron adorned with dark blue patterns, and it had a tail with a curved poisonous stinger shimmering with a cold light that made one's heart tighten at first glance. Be careful of the poison, Yang Jian reminded. We all practice the 9 turns mystic art. This demon is merely a great Luo Golden Immortal, so the poison shouldn't be too concerning. Neza was unconcerned. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air was heard, and the cold light of the void flickered. Wukong and the others all let out cries of pain, with Neza suffering the most, as 2 large bumps suddenly appeared on his forehead. So painful. Neza cried out in agony, tears almost streaming down his face. Looking at the scorpion spirit, he attempted to escape, but Neza kicked the wind fire will beneath him, surrounding the scorpion spirit. At that moment the scorpion spirit trembled all over its shell, losing its luster. Wukong covered his forehead where a large bump throbbed painfully. Damn demon. He took out 3 bottles of elixir and distributed them to Yang Jian and Neza, but after consuming the elixir the bump did not disappear, it only alleviated the pain slightly. Did Big Brother pick the wrong elixir? Neza rubbed his eyes, it still hurts so much. Yang Jian's tone was filled with anger, as since embarking on the journey west he had never felt so miserable. Although his injuries were not severe, they were painful. Second brother Neza. A woman's voice rang out, and Yang Jian was taken aback, looking toward the clouds where 3 figures stood. One was dressed in a flowing green skirt draped with a light blue veil, her hair styled high. She had a gentle and beautiful face, holding a green palace lantern from which strands of transformative energy emanated. Another had brows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn waters with red lips, and white teeth dimples appearing as she smiled. Her hair was also styled high, adorned with jade hairpins, exuding both elegance and grandeur. The last one was a man. Little sister, you've come out of seclusion. Yang Jian exclaimed in surprise. Sister Chaner, woo woo woo, come help me. Just as Yang Jian was about to step forward, Neza began to wail, instantly drawing Yang Chan's attention. Yang Jian turned, casting a disapproving look at Neza. Have you been stung by that scorpion spirit? Yang Chan exclaimed, glancing at the scorpion spirit, trapped by the wind fire wheel, her pretty face showing anger. You dare to harm my second brother and Neza. After saying this, she gently blew toward the transformative heavenly lantern, and a flame shot forth. The scorpion spirit was taken aback and began to whirl in panic. Cough. The woman in white coughed lightly, and the green flame instantly halted, flying back into the transformative heavenly lantern. Master! Yang Chan stamped her foot in frustration. Have you forgotten what we came here for? Yes, Chana knows she was wrong. With her head drooping in disappointment, Yang Chan stepped down from the clouds to inspect each one, raising the transformative heavenly lantern once more. The green flames surged out again, dividing into 3 portions. The white-clad woman touched the flames which circled around Wukong, and the others gradually eliminating the bumps on their heads. You have grasped the laws quite well, the white-clad woman nodded in approval. Yang Jian took a deep breath and bowed toward the clouds, saying, Thank you, Princess. Neza did not dare to be negligent, following suit and bowing, while Wukong remained confused. Princess, I have met the great sage. The woman in white descended from the clouds, looking at Sun Wukong with a gentle smile. I am named Feng Luo. My master is the holy woman Yuhua of Fengqi Mountain, and my father is the emperor of the Fire Cloud Cave. Thus I hold a title of princess among the human race. Wukong exclaimed with a long, oh, realizing the situation. Little sister, how did you and the princess end up here, and why did you bring the god of the rising sun along? Yang Chan sighed. This daughter's kingdom is protected by my master, but ever since this scorpion spirit arrived, the palace has been increasingly unstable. My master and I came to subdue this scorpion spirit. Neza asked in confusion. From the princess aura, it seems you have attained the position of Kwasa Saint. Subduing this scorpion spirit shouldn't be difficult, right? Indeed, my little sister has just broken through to the great Luo realm, so she should not be the scorpion spirit's opponent. Yang Jin added. Second brother, you may not know she is no ordinary demon. Both my master and I have not practiced the body refining path, and your 9 turns mystic art nearly fell short against her. My master and I naturally have no way to handle it. Yang Chan whispered. Moreover, being stung is both painful and unseemly. My master and I are both female cultivators. How embarrassing it would be. Yang Jian and Neza exchanged glances. All right, a very compelling reason. Then can the god of the rising sun counter her? Yang Jian pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Indeed, although the little deity is only at the golden immortal level, he carries a trace of phoenix blood, which can naturally restrain this scorpion spirit. The god of the rising sun smiled and bowed to the group. Since there's nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Feng Luo nodded, handing over a bottle of elixir filled with transformative energy. The god of the rising sun was overjoyed as he took it, and then departed. It seems the princess does not intend to kill her, Wukong remarked as he poked at the scorpion spirit, confirming. The great sage has keen insight. Feng Luo chuckled lightly. Ordinary scorpion spirits are not this formidable. This one is among the 5 insects of the primordial era. Even a Kwasa Saint from the Western teachings has suffered under its poisonous sting. Wukong was astonished, so powerful. Indeed, if an ordinary great Luo golden immortal were to be stung, it wouldn't be long before they succumbed to the poison. Yang Chan and Neza looked at the scorpion spirit with grins, while Yang Jian's gaze grew increasingly cold. Feng Luo sighed and waved her hand to collect the scorpion spirit, explaining to Sun Wukong and the others, my master governs the laws of transformation and thus understands all primordial species. We have been influenced by her and know a bit about them. Among the 5 insects in the primordial era, this scorpion spirit is one. Please enlighten us, princess. Wukong expressed interest, while Yang Jian and Neza also gazed eagerly, as their master had never mentioned this matter. These 5 insects are all unusual beasts in the primordial era, born with extraordinary abilities. The bloodthirsty black mosquito emerges from the sea of blood, devouring all. The multi-eyed golden centipede has countless eyes and can shoot golden light. Its body is incredibly hard. The 9-headed bug is a hybrid of the ghost car and dragon species, with a snake body and 9 heads that spew toxic fire and poisonous water. And then there's this scorpion spirit, named 9-tailed earth scorpion. If she attains the Kwasa Saint position, her scorpion tail will split into 9 segments, and a sting from the 9 tails can cause even a Kwasa Saint to perish. The 3 of them looked over together, and the scorpion spirit's tail indeed had 9 segments. What about the last one? Wukong inquired. Feng Luo and Yang Chan exchanged knowing glances, and both laughed. The last one is the 6-winged golden cicada with a shell of gung metal that is impervious to weapons, incredibly fierce, and you see it every day. What? Wukong and the others exclaimed in surprise, unaware of the situation. Yang Chan smiled and said, the 6-winged golden cicada has been refined into a colorful immortal garment by Saint Guangcheng, and it is worn on Tang San's corpse. Father Saint is truly remarkable. Admiration shone in Wukong's eyes. Feng Luo also wore a smile, saying that golden cicada was originally a disciple of the Western Saint Juanti, but was taken by Saint Guangcheng and refined into a spiritual treasure. Yang Jian pondered. So the princess also wishes to use this scorpion to refine treasures. Feng Luo nodded. Indeed, Chan'er practices the path of transformation. Her nature is kind, but she is not skilled in combat. I wanted to capture this scorpion spirit and request master to let Saint Guangcheng help refine a spiritual treasure for Chan'er. Yang Jian was deeply moved and bowed, saying, Thank you, princess, for planning for my younger sister. Chan'er is my disciple. There is no need for you to express gratitude, true monarch. Feng Luo chuckled and shook her head, while Neza looked up at Feng Luo and said, Exactly, Brother Yang, there is no need for such formality. The princess has always treated Sister Chan'er this way. Yang Jian snorted coldly, casting a murderous glare again. Feng Luo looked at the two with a half-smile, saying nothing more. Since the matter is resolved, we shall take our leave now. Wukong sensed an unusual atmosphere and interrupted the awkward moment. In that case, let us go together. Feng Luo chuckled lightly and left with Sun Wukong, intending for Yang Jian and Yang Chan to catch up, but the oblivious Neza came over again. Several hours later, the group arrived above the royal palace. You go on ahead. I cannot reveal myself with Chan'er, said Wukong, nodding. Thank you, princess, for escorting us. Feng Luo slightly nodded, leading Yang Chan to vanish into the clouds while Wukong and the others descended to report back. The next day, the queen led the civil and military officials to see them off, gazing reluctantly at Tang San's burial. Dao master, if there is a next life. Tang San firmly shook his head, rejecting her directly. With a flick of the reins, the white dragon horse surged forward, leaving the queen feeling dejected, as she could only watch Tang San's receding figure with a soft sigh. Master, are you not moved at all? Wukong asked curiously. My heart is solely devoted to the Dao. Tang San lightly tapped Sun Wukong. Swish swish. Two sounds of air being sliced through came, and Wukong caught the two flying jars, beaming with joy. What are these? Yang Jian and Neza looked on with curiosity. Wukong chuckled. These are what I asked Princess Feng Luo for. The water from the Mother River and the water from the Falling Birth Spring. It is spring water, even effective for great Luo Golden Immortals. I see. Yang Jian mused, mourning for the monsters they might encounter in the future, while Neza's eyes lit up. Big brother, share some with me. Wukong, not being stingy, divided it into 3 portions, giving one to Yang Jian. We have already reached the central part of the west, haven't we? Tang San hesitated. Yang Jian thought for a moment and replied, It seems so. Over the years we have passed through more and more countries, and the number of humans is increasing. It appears we have arrived in a prosperous region of the west. Wukong laughed. We are getting closer to Mount Sumeru. Once the journey to the west ends, I can go find Father Saint. Let's keep moving. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief and walked up the mountain path ahead. There is demonic energy. Wukong squinted his eyes, gripping his golden staff and scanning the surroundings. Swish, swish, swish. Threads flew out, attempting to bind the 4 masters and disciples. Wukong swung his golden staff, but the threads were very soft and clung to the staff. Neza stepped forward, spitting out divine fire, instantly burning the threads. Spider webs flew out, but under Neza's red lotus karma fire they were all incinerated. Seeing this, Wukong charged in directly, soon returning with 7 spiders of different colors in his grasp. Why didn't Big Brother kill them? Neza looked a bit puzzled, and Yang Jian also glanced over. Normally this one was the most vengeful, yet today, he chose not to kill. Wukong waved his hand, saying, I asked them, they have an older brother. It's best to capture them together and let them spin silk for my monkey descendants in Flowerfruit Mountain once our journey to the west ends. Yang Jian opened his divine eye, observing for a moment, then nodded. Though they are demons, they bear no karmic debt. Wukong chuckled. If it weren't for this, he would have long since struck down these 7 golden immortal realm spider spirits. The 4 masters and disciples hurried forward, arriving at a gate called Honghuang Temple. Such dense, malevolent energy. Yang Jian's expression grew serious. This demon's sins are deep. Why speak of such things? Let's charge in. Wukong snorted coldly, letting Neza guard Tang San as he rushed into the temple with Yang Jian. Demon, do you recognize 7 spider spirits? Come out. What kind of hairless monkey dares to cause a ruckus in my Honghuang temple? A Taoist flew out, wearing a red crown adorned with gold and dressed in a black robe. He stepped on green clouds tied with a yellow ribbon. His face was iron-like, his eyes bright, like stars, tall and imposing with lips curled back. He even has a hint of celestial bearing, but he carries a whole lot of karmic debt. Today I shall take you down. Wukong scoffed. The more despicable the demon, the more harmless they appeared. Yang Jian followed Wukong into the fray, battling for dozens of rounds, but the Taoist soon couldn't hold on. He shed his white robe, raising his hands, revealing 1,000 eyes under his arms, emitting golden light. To the left, they were like golden barrels. To the right, they resembled copper bells, a dense yellow mist interwoven with brilliant golden light, forming a vast and dark array. Monkey, taste my 1,000-eyed golden light array. Hearing the arrogant laughter from outside the array, Wukong's temper flared, but the streams of golden light shot down, leaving him unable to respond in time. It seems this Taoist is also an extraordinary beast, quite similar to the multi-eyed golden centipede described by Princess Feng Luo. Yang Jian's third eye emitted silver light, but it could not break through the vast array. Wukong chuckled. That's perfect. I will capture him and ask Father Saint to refine a spiritual treasure. After saying this, he removed the diamond bracelet from his wrist and summoned it. Instantly, all the golden light was absorbed and the array was shattered. Yang Jian chuckled, thankful that his senior brother had asked for this item from their ancestor. This spiritual treasure was refined by a saint, and could even absorb their innate spiritual treasures, let alone this array. Go! Wukong shouted coldly, the diamond bracelet encircling the multi-eyed golden centipede. It writhed on the ground, unable to break free. Soon the Taoist vanished, leaving behind a large centipede about 7 feet long, its body golden brown, with countless eyes. Wukong flipped it over with his golden staff, not knowing how many legs it had. Its scales were golden, its ribs adorned with 1,000 eyes like stars, with golden light surging and deadly poison emanating. This demon's poison is actually inferior to that of the scorpion spirit. Yang Jian commented, seeing that Wukong's golden staff was about to come down. He hurriedly stopped him. Big brother wants to use it to refine a treasure, it's better alive. This way master uncle can refine it better. If it dies it won't be as effective. Wukong thought for a moment, and said, that's fine. There are still 2 of the 5 ancient insects. If we encounter them, I'll have 1 refined for you, and Neza as well. Yang Jian chuckled. Then I thank big brother, but it won't be easy to find them. It's all in the effort. Why are so many cultivators suffering here? Tang Sanzang's gaze hardened as he watched numerous Taoist priests shackled and subjected to brutal interrogation, while others begged barefoot along the streets. Wukong leapt forward, gathered intelligence for a moment, and trembled all over. Master, they are cultivators of the Golden Immortal Tao, accused by the king of Jisai Kingdom of stealing the nation's sacred treasure. Preposterous! Tang Sanzang thundered in outrage. Since embarking westward, he had tirelessly propagated the Golden Immortal Tao. Today marked the first time he beheld so many fellow Taoists, only to find them reduced to such abject torment. Let us enter the palace at once and confront the king of Jisai. Would cultivators of the Golden Immortal Tao stoop to pilfer his royal relic? To humiliate our sect so brazenly? Is he daring to declare war upon the great Tang? Tang Sanzang brandished his imperial travel document and snorted coldly. Without even waiting for Wukong to clear the path, he strode resolutely toward the city gates. Neza murmured softly, is this the first time master has ever been so enraged? Indeed. These cultivators possess only rudimentary fire-finding techniques. How could they possibly steal a national treasure? Yang Jian swept his divine eye across them, disdainful and unimpressed. Wukong's eyes darted shrewdly. You too, guard master. I'll be back in a flash. Though puzzled, Yang Jian nodded. He knew his senior brother always acted with purpose. In an instant, Wukong shimmered and transformed into a Taoist priest, vanishing to gather further intelligence. Within the royal palace of Jisai Kingdom, Tang Sanzang strode forward unhesitatingly, not bowing even before the sovereign seated high above. Your Majesty, greetings. A flicker of displeasure crossed the king's face. How audacious this Taoist is. Does he not know my edict? Who are you? And why do you dare stand before His Majesty without prostration? Demanded a palace eunuch. Tang Sanzang scoffed dismissively. This humble priest hails from the great Tang of the eastern land, ordained by the human sovereign as patriarch of the Golden Immortal Tao, sent westward to spread its sacred teachings. Yet here in Jisai Kingdom, cultivators of our Tao are grievously maligned. If your Majesty offers no satisfactory explanation, I shall not hesitate to act. What a... The king rose in shock. You are truly the Golden Immortal Tao patriarch appointed by the human sovereign. Behold, the imperial travel document. Do you still hesitate? How dare this petty kingdom insult me so brazenly? Do you seek open enmity with the great Tang? This humble sovereign bows deeply before your august envoy. I beg your mercy. The king hastily kowtowed. Though sovereign of a realm, he faced the great Tang, a celestial empire to which countless nations paid tribute, and terror gripped him. Yang Jian and Neza exchanged glances. Master truly commanded awe. Yet such authority was wholly justified. While Tang Sanzang had long preached the Golden Immortal Tao with patience and grace, Jisai Kingdom had summarily imprisoned and executed its cultivators. As patriarch, to remain passive would be to invite contempt upon the entire Tao. Moreover, Tang Sanzang bore the human sovereign's mandate. Could any minor kingdom dare defy it? Though the human sovereign ranked below the sage lords, he stood peerless among quasi-sage great immortals. A single imperial decree would summon a celestial venerable of the great Luo rank to replace Jisai's monarch without delay. The travel document appeared impeccably formal, but the king read only one stark ultimatum: refuse Tang Sanzang passage and prepare for the Tang army's arrival. Explain, why have you punished these cultivators? Forgive me, patriarch. Our sacred treasure has long rested in the Jinshan monastery, guarded exclusively by these very cultivators. Yet it vanished without wings. This artifact bestowed by celestial deities anchors our nation's destiny and purges malevolent spirits. Legends say that so long as we worship with utmost devotion, our realm shall endure for 10,000 generations. Not a muscle twitched upon Tang Sanzang's brow. Which celestial deities? Are they allies or vassals of the human race? What authority grants them license to subjugate a human nation's fortune? Has the great Tang formally enfeoffed this relic, or issued edicts from the Huayun cavern? Each question struck like a hammer. Sweat drenched the king's brow. Stammering, he confessed, they are deities of the Western teaching. Tang Sanzang sneered. Dare the Western teaching meddle in human affairs without sanction? Taoist sects may preach among humanity, but never interfere in its governance. This is the immutable covenant sworn by the celestial lords and the three sovereigns of Huayun Cavern. You dwell in the West, yet you violate it. This humble sovereign dares not, truly dares not. We beg your mercy. Daring or not, you have already acted. Was the treasure truly stolen? Tang Sanzang spoke calmly. The king hurriedly affirmed, yes, yes indeed. Then, who bestowed this treasure upon you? This, Tang Sanzang cast a frigid glance. My. It was Su Kongzong, the bodhisattva of boundless space. The king blurted, abandoning all pretense, better to save his life now than await retribution later. Yang Jian bowed low. Master, shall this disciple capture Su Kongzong? No need. Wait for Wukong's return, then search for the so-called national treasure. As for the Dragon King, take Ao Lai with you. I'm back. A golden light flashed. Wukong materialized. Glancing at the trembling king, he turned to Tang Sanzang. Master, I've learned the truth. It was stolen by a demon. My investigation confirms only one infamous den nearby, the Bai Bo Tan Dragon Palace of Wansheng Longwang. He smirked faintly. And, curiously, the Dragon King is a favored guest of the Western teachings deities. Coincidence, wouldn't you say? So, they intended to deliver me a stern warning. Tang Sanzang's lips curled in icy contempt. Arrange lodging for me, then retrieve the treasure. As for the Dragon King, bring Ao Lai along. Yes, sir. Wukong chuckled gleefully. Though his master was always decisive, today's fierce resolve was rare and thrilling. After securing Tang Sanzang's quarters, Wukong led Yang Jian, Neza, and Xiao by long toward Bai Bo Tan. Ao Lai, being of dragon lineage yourself, what do you know of Wansheng Longwang? Xiao Bai Long sighed. We nearly crossed paths. Neza's eyes lit up. Pray elaborate. Ao Lai gave a soft, disdainful snort. Though I lag behind my three elder brothers, my talent is exceptional even among dragons. Wansheng Longwang once sent emissaries to propose marriage, offering his daughter to me. Then Wansheng Longwang is no ordinary figure. Neza looked astonished. You are destined to rule the four seas, or at least govern one of the four rivers. For Wansheng Longwang to seek alliance with the Western Sea Dragon Palace, he must wield extraordinary influence. Precisely. Wansheng Longwang has but one daughter, the Princess Wansheng, and he himself stands at the peak of the Tai realm, nearing the exalted rank of Great Luo Immortal. Indeed, he possesses the stature to merit such an alliance. Though each of them held the rank of Great Luo Immortal, they were incomparable to the primordial beings of the Honghuang era, born of unparalleled lineage and cosmic patronage. Among the myriad races of Honghuang, attaining Great Luo immortality secured eternal sovereignty and unassailable status. Then why did the marriage never transpire? Yang Jian asked. My father consented, but my eldest brother devoted himself entirely to cultivation, refusing the throne of the Western Sea. So father sought a strategic alliance through my marriage. As heir apparent, my nuptials were a matter of profound significance for the Dragon clan. Later, Uncle Huang Long learned of the proposal and flatly refused. Why? All three were stunned. Had he foreseen Wansheng Longwang's treachery even then? Ao Lai's voice dropped low and grave. Uncle said Wansheng Longwang has dwelled in the West for centuries. No matter how close or distant, his ties to the Western teaching, our Dragon clan must never gamble on uncertainty. We serve beneath the three teachings, and must never entangle ourselves with the Western teaching. Truly worthy of being Master Huanglong. Neza exclaimed. So your journey to the West this time is also to accumulate merit. Yes, Ao Lai nodded. Master Huanglong has said that rather than waiting for a marriage alliance to solidify my position, it is better to strive on my own. As long as I can break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, I will definitely be the Dragon King of the West Sea. Hey, this Master Huanglong is someone I, son Wukong, have only met once, yet he possesses great insight, Wukong said, somewhat surprised. What the senior brother doesn't know is that I heard from our master that Master Huanglong was brought to Kunlun by Master Da, and it was there that he transformed into his current form. Yang Jian glanced at Ao Lai and continued, later Master Huanglong was able to attain the Tao and become a quasi-saint thanks in no small part to Master Da's assistance. Wukong scratched his head happily. Father Saint is indeed the strongest, but Master Huanglong's vision is not lacking either. The others nodded in agreement, realizing that their earlier guesses had turned into facts. As they joked, the group arrived at a small pond where a stone tablet stood nearby inscribed with the words, Beachwan Pond of the ruined stone mountain. The water was clear and deep blue, its color a vivid azure, and its depths unfathomable. Should I go scout first? Ao Lai frowned. Wukong, holding his golden staff, said, no need. If that old Dragon King has broken through, wouldn't you be walking right into his lair? What the senior brother said is right. We are not here to negotiate with him. Let's just capture him and find the national treasure, Yang Jian agreed. The four exchanged glances and dived into the pond where they beheld a scene of vermilion palaces, roofs of gold, white, jade, pillars, tortoiseshell screens, and coral railings. Inside, a grand hall was set for a feast with dragon thrones, jade tables, pearl curtains, and shrimp and crab soldiers standing by. The entire setting was splendid with various creatures, like turtles, crabs, and fish serving as soldiers. Before Ao Lai could say anything, Neza snorted lightly. It seems the Western Church is intent on supporting this this kind of arrangement rivals even the Crystal Palace of the East Sea. The level isn't sufficient, but the decorations are similar. Ao Lai scoffed. Are they trying to split my dragon clan and create a Western Dragon King? The Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace has strict regulations. The East Sea is the leader of the four seas, where the ancestral dragon resided. The Bichuan Dragon King daring to imitate, it is truly ambitious. Let's charge right in. Wukong snorted, swinging his Rui Jingu Bang, causing the entire Bichuan pond to shake. This was a treasure capable of calming even the waters of the four seas, let alone a mere pond. Soon groups of shrimp and crab soldiers emerged, and the Bichuan Dragon King, exuding the aura of a great Luo, stepped out, followed by two individuals. One was a beautiful woman, charming and graceful, while the other was a handsome man, albeit with a somewhat effeminate aura. Be careful, that one is also a great Luo Golden Immortal. Wukong offered a warning. The Bichuan Dragon King felt a jolt in his heart. Seeing Wukong and his companions arriving with ill intent, he forced a smile, and said, "So it is the great sage equal to heaven, the manifestly holy true monarch, and the central marshal, along with my dear nephew Ao Lai. I wonder what brings you to disturb my Bichuan pond." "Stop pretending," Ao Lai mocked. "Hand over the sacrificial national treasure, and surrender. I can spare your daughter from involvement." The Bichuan Dragon King's expression stiffened. "What is my dear nephew talking about? I don't understand." Bang! The Rui Jingu Bang swept through directly, sending the Bichuan Dragon King flying. Wukong sneered. "Do you understand now?" Yang Jian quickly followed, placing his three-edged, double-edged knife against the Dragon King's head. "What Ao Lai means is that no matter what, you must die." "Father!" The Bichuan princess cried out in despair as a Taoist beside her held her back, not allowing her to move. "True monarch, spare me. True monarch, spare me." The Bichuan Dragon King kept pleading for mercy. Wukong spun the Rui Jingu Bang in circles, causing all the shrimp and crab soldiers to lose their footing. He wondered, why is this old Dragon King so weak? Although he was in the midst of great Luo, the old Dragon King held the advantage of terrain. This was a dragon palace, yet he couldn't even withstand one blow from Wukong. Neze observed and laughed. He must have just broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, and has yet to comprehend the power of the laws. Wukong suddenly understood, throwing the Rui Jingu Bang to block the Bichuan princess' escape route. "Prince consort." The princess wept, her eyes filled with pleading. The Taoist nodded slightly. "Princess, go fetch the national treasure." "Ao Lai, you go with her." Neza tilted his head. A mere golden immortal was something Ao Lai could handle, and since this was the battlefield of Great Luo, he would be constrained here. After the two left, Sun Wukong's eyes flickered with golden light, sensing a fierce aura. His gaze flashed slightly, recognizing this kind of energy. "Is there another one? Great sage is quite talented." Seeing the understanding in Wukong's eyes, the Taoist knew he couldn't hide from his piercing gaze, and directly transformed into his original form. "I am the nine-headed insect." Before them appeared a creature draped in feathers, its body round, and covered in fluff, with a circumference of about 2 meters, resembling a tortoise. Its feet were sharp as hooks, and its 9 heads were clustered together. "Nephew! Nephew!" The Bichuan Dragon King trembled, knowing that the 9-headed insect was preparing for battle, yet his life was still in Yang Jian's hands. The 9-headed insect paid no mind to the Dragon King's pleas for help. Being a fierce beast, it sprayed poison and fire from its 9 heads, aiming at Wukong and the others. The misting silk fluttered, the Rui Jingu Bang danced, and Yang Jian held his silver bullets and golden bow aiming at the 9-headed insect. The battle commenced in an instant, with Wukong wielding a banana leaf fan, gathering all the waters of Bichuan Pond to attack the 9-headed insect. Flames also enhanced the misting silk, causing the waters of the pond to surge and swell. Whoosh! 2 beams of golden light shot out, and the 9-headed insect cried out in agony as the Rui Jingu Bang struck heavily at its chest, sending a shadow flying. "What a pity!" Yang Jian frowned. "If only the howling celestial dog were here. As long as it could latch onto the 9-headed insect, I could knock off all its 9 heads. "Indeed," he said, raising the silver bullet golden bow with a sigh. "It has been a long time since I went hunting." Neza released the misting silk, binding the 9-headed insect tightly. Wukong laughed. "You have quite a few strange spiritual treasures." Second brother had to ensure master could travel west. It was unavoidable not to bring the howling celestial dog, Neza consoled. "Who brings pets on serious business? Who wants this 9-headed insect?" Wukong asked. Yang Jian and Neza exchanged glances, but said nothing. Wukong scratched his head. Then let's go in order. It goes to second brother. Neither of them objected, as this was indeed the most suitable arrangement. Oh. Wukong turned to look into the dragon palace where Ao Lai was flying over with a strong dark blue dragon tail. What does she still want to escape? Neza asked upon seeing this. Indeed, this princess has quite a bold spirit. Ao Lai sneered, opening his other hand to reveal a treasure pearl resembling a lotus and a 9-leaf spirit herb. This is my aunt's spiritual root. Yang Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. This 9-leaf spirit herb could only be nurtured by pure cloud energy and needed to be watered with the waters of the Yaoqi. Indeed, the Bichuan princess once visited the heavenly court and obtained it through theft. Ao Lai looked at her with the eyes of someone who had seen a dead person. If the heavenly queen found out, it would be their dragon clan that faced her wrath. Rest assured, I shall explain the matter to your aunt and ensure your Four Seas dragon clan remains uninvolved, Yang Jin said, perceiving Ao Lai's deep concern and offering reassurance. Many thanks, second senior brother. Ao Lai replied, his heart finally lightened. He tossed forth 2 sacred treasures and asked, how shall we resolve these? Neza examined them closely, then hesitated. These do not appear to be spirit artifacts. Wukong and Yang Jin simultaneously activated their truth-seeing golden eyes and celestial eye. The treasure pearl blazed with radiant light, illuminating the azure ripple pool as if it were broad daylight. Faith energy, votive power. This is the cultivation method of the golden immortal Tao, Wukong murmured. Though he had never practiced Taoist arts himself, years of pilgrimage westward alongside Tang Sanzang had granted him profound insight into the golden immortal Tao, and this was unmistakably a votive spirit artifact. A cold sneer flickered across Yang Jin's lips. No wonder those Golden Mountain Academy cultivators worship this artifact. It is but a fraud cloaked in the name of the golden immortal Tao. To forge a spirit artifact using the collective devotion of an entire nation, what audacity. Wukong's eyes gleamed shrewdly. Even without the old Dragon King, when the time ripens, Su Kongzong will surely steal the artifact in secret. Gazing upon the 3 dragon elders, Neza paused in thought before declaring, this matter involves the human race, beyond our jurisdiction. We must return at once and report to our master. Agreed. Wukong and the others nodded in unison. The heaven-confounding ribbon coiled tightly around the 3 dragon elders, lifting them aloft as they flew toward the kingdom of Jisai. Master, this is how matters stand. Wukong recounted every word with solemn precision, awaiting Tang Sanzang's judgment. What brazen! A glacial light flashed in Tang Sanzang's eyes as he gazed upon his disciples and spoke with grave authority. You are not of the human race, and thus have yet to grasp the gravity of this affair. We beg Master's instruction. Startled, Wukong and the others bowed deeply in reverence. This spirit artifact has been venerated by the kingdom of Jisai for untold years, its core now interwoven with the human race's sovereign fortune. And this is but one kingdom. Should every nation across the western continent follow suit, the human sovereign fortune shall inevitably fracture. Moreover, the Western teaching dares employ the golden immortal Tao's spirit artifact cultivation methods. What if they abandon their own path entirely and fully embrace the golden immortal Tao? Wukong and the others exchanged startled yet elated glances. The fracturing of human sovereign fortune would surely rouse the Fire Cloud Cavern. But would the Western teaching's conversion to the golden immortal Tao not be auspicious? Perceiving their expressions, Tang Sanzang understood their thoughts and explained, my Western pilgrimage aims to propagate the Taoist golden immortal Tao, not to absorb adherents of the Western teaching. They preach under its banner across the West. Even if my journey succeeds, part of our civilizing merit will be lost. Yet the Western teaching would survive, transformed into a branch of the golden immortal Tao. Wukong now grasped the truth. They sought supremacy, not to grant advantage to the Western teaching. Fortunately, this is only the beginning. Yang Jian observed with quiet relief. The 10,000 Sacred Dragon King unwittingly did us a great service. If not for his greed, we would never have lingered so long in Jisai. Tang Sanzang nodded slowly. Indeed, this land already hosts practitioners of the golden immortal Tao, and is among the most flourishing realms of that path. Then how shall we deal with Su Kongzong? A flash of icy light pierced Wukong's gaze. Shall I, the great sage equal to heaven, fly to the Western teaching and seize him myself? No, Tang Sanzang interjected firmly. I shall ascend Mount Sumeru step by step. Since this concerns the human race, it must be entrusted to humanity itself. Neza furrowed his brow. Does Master intend to dispatch the Tang army? Tang Sanzang shook his head. It took us years merely to reach this place. How much longer for an imperial host? Given the involvement of Western teaching immortals, let the Fire Cloud Cavern handle it. Yang Jian, you are to return the 9-leaved Lingji. Take this opportunity to visit the Fire Cloud Cavern, summon the sages to descend, and apprehend Su Kongzong from the Western teaching. Make an example of him. Yes, disciple obeys. Yang Jian bowed low. Among the 4 disciples, he indeed knew the Fire Cloud Cavern best. As for the Dragon King, Since this is a matter of Dragon Clan discipline, let the dragons themselves adjudicate. Tang Sanzang spoke serenely. That is simple. Let Ao Lai return home to settle it. Wukong chuckled and sent a telepathic message to Xiao Bailong. Thus I shall remain in the kingdom of Jisai for some time, to expound the golden immortal Tao in depth, and to let its monarch comprehend the awe-inspiring majesty of the great Tang Empire. Days later, golden radiance rained down upon the western lands. A colossal deity with 4 faces manifested, wielding a massive sword emanating overwhelming aura exuding peerless dignity. Screech! A divine bird of azure plumage soared beside him, its feathers shimmering with molten gold and violet refracting 7-colored auroral light beneath the sun. Its golden eyes held constellations, winds stirred beneath its wings, and a crest of iridescent plumes crowned its head, majestic beyond measure. Roar! A dragon's thunderous cry followed. An immeasurable leviathan coiled through the heavens, its body forged of dark gold and violet scales blazing with golden fire, horns piercing the sky, like celestial pillars, its gaze alone sundering the void. 3 titanic figures appeared, stunning all great cultivators across the primordial chaos. Disciple Tang Sanzang pays homage to the human sovereign Huang Di. Yang Jianneza pays homage to the sage. Wukong glanced left and right, then likewise bowed deeply. This too was a sage, though he had never met him before. Su Kongzong, emerge and face your death. Huang Di raised the human sovereign sword, pointing it directly at Mount Sumeru. 2 towering figures stepped forward and intoned the Taoist salutation, boundless heaven's blessing. Why such severity, brother Huang Di? We have already confined Su Kongzong. He shall never leave Mount Sumeru again. Su Kongzong incited the human race and meddled unlawfully in human affairs. Surrender him immediately, or I shall march upon Mount Sumeru myself. Huang Di's voice rang with icy command. Delay further, and the Fire Cloud Cavern's armies shall descend en masse, leveling Mount Sumeru to dust. At his words, countless phantom legions materialized behind him, brimming with slaughterous might, weapons drawn battle-ready. These were the immortal warriors who had once united 10,000 races beneath his banner. Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti on Mount Sumeru remained silent, yet they knew well yielding to Huang Di's threat and surrendering their disciple would shatter the Western teaching's morale before Tang Sanzang even arrived. Very well, then I shall go myself. Huang Di sneered coldly, took a single stride, and stood upon Mount Sumeru. In one fluid motion he struck both Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti with his sword. Spotting a trembling Taoist, he instantly identified Su Kongzong. With a sweep of divine awareness, he seized him and lifted him high into the void. Dare interfere again in human affairs, and you shall meet this traitor's fate. With those words, Huang Di cleaved downward with the human sovereign sword. Crimson rain fell. Su Kongzang's soul could not even flee before his very essence dissolved into oblivion. Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti wore bitter expressions, blood trickling from their lips. Though an invader had stormed their sacred abode, they dared not retaliate. Primordial chi from the 3 Pure Ones' realm permeated the cosmos, ready to descend and suppress any reckless movement. Then came a sharp, grating sound, as the violet golden dragon hurled forth a towering dais stained crimson, radiating murderous intent and oppressive might, its cold gleam freezing the marrow of all who beheld it. I am Huang Long, sovereign administrator of dragon affairs across the 3 realms. The 10,000 sacred dragon king of the Azure Ripple Pool secretly pledged allegiance to the Western teaching. Princess Wansheng stole the Empress's 9-leaved Lingji, grave sins demanding execution upon the dragon-severing dais. With that he cast the 2 accursed dragons onto the dais, whereupon twin chains erupted and bound them. A deafening crack echoed. The 2 dragons shrieked in agony as their scales scattered, horns and hides tore away. When the dragon-severing blade descended from its apex, both the 10,000 sacred dragon king and his daughter were utterly obliterated, body and soul annihilated. Huang Long snorted contemptuously, his immense dragon eyes sweeping across the western continent. Pausing for a breath upon Mount Sumeru, of all dragons within the 3 realms, only the 4 Seas dragon clans hold true legitimacy. Any dragon betraying the human Chan and Jia sects, or harming their interests, shall walk the dragon-severing dais without reprieve. You dare to threaten my western sect? The voice of Zhuan Ti came through, filled with gritted teeth, staring at Huang Long with eyes full of hatred. Huang Long's figure shrank, transforming into an innate Tao body where a stouty Taoist appeared at the spot. He bowed towards Mount Shumi and said, 2 uncles are joking. Although I mentioned the Western sect, I did not name any saint or title explicitly. Moreover, the true lineage of the Dragon Clan spans the 4 seas. My father sacrificed himself to fill the seas. I and Uncle Zhu Long has retreated. Naturally, everything regarding the Dragon Clan falls under my purview. Zhuan Ti's gaze deepened. There are also members of the Dragon Clan who have joined my Western sect. Are you suggesting that they will not abide by my discipline and instead follow your orders? Huang Long raised his eyes, smiling respectfully. Uncle, you are wise. A chuckle came from the side and everyone turned to look as the nine heavens divine kite also transformed into an innate Tao body, revealing a female immortal dressed in green. Xuanti's eyes flickered, the innate divine devil body possessed great fortune. He then turned his gaze back to Honghuang and continued, although you are a golden immortal of the Chan sect, I am a Tao saint, and you do not have the authority to command my disciples. Honghuang seemed to have heard something amusing, a hint of disbelief on his face as he looked at Mount Shumi. So you know that I am a golden immortal of the Chan sect, a disciple of the saint. Xuanti paused. What do you mean by that? Honghuang sneered. What I mean is behind me there are not only the three pure ones, but also senior brother Guangcheng. Seeing Xuanti stunned, Honghuang shouted, before I came to the west, I received a message from senior brother. The two uncles should stay obediently at Mount Shumi. If anything from the void storage occurs in any country again, it will be the radiant seal that comes. Do not say, I did not warn you. Xuanti trembled with rage, about to speak, when Jieyin stopped him. He glanced deeply at Honghuang. If that is the case, then I will wait for the arrival of the golden immortal Tao Master. Honghuang smiled as he watched the two figures disappear and bowed respectfully. He hails from Kunlun and would not allow anyone to find fault with his etiquette. 3 beams of divine light descended, coming before Tang Sanzong and his 4 disciples. Seeing the others bow, Xuanyuan stopped them and said softly, Sanzong, you did extremely well this time. The Western sect indeed has ulterior motives. Had you not discovered it early, our human race would surely have split into 2 factions, East and West. Your Majesty, you overstated. We are all of the human race, but it is my duty to do this. Xuanyuan nodded. Although in this life you are human, after the journey to the West you will no longer be, but you have always had ties to our human race. Jing Wei pays respects to the golden immortal Tao Master. Tang Sanzong was somewhat puzzled. May I ask, who are you? Yang Jian whispered, Master, this is the daughter of the Earth Emperor. So it is a princess who has come. I am at a loss for words. Tang Sanzong was astonished. This was truly a princess of the human race. Jing Wei supported him, not allowing him to bow. There is no need for the Tao Master to do this. I come to borrow an item on behalf of my father, which is why I came with Uncle Xuanyuan. After saying this, she took out a small cauldron the size of a palm, its surface flickering with mysterious yellow light, exuding a faint fragrance of medicine. Upon smelling this scent, the magic power within the others began to circulate faster. This is my father's Tao certification spiritual treasure, the Divine Farmer Cauldron. It is now a supreme innate spiritual treasure containing a strand of my father's sacred power capable of dispelling any toxin below that of a saint. The Tao Master and others have offended the Western pharmacist, and my father commanded me to bring this item to safeguard the Tao Master. Tang Sanzong was taken aback, unsure why the Earth Emperor would treat him so. After all, he was the famed divine farmer, the true saint who resolved the issue of food and clothing for the human race. My father and the Tao Master naturally have deep connections. Once the Tao Master successfully completes the journey to the west, you will understand. Jing Wei smiled, placing the divine farmer cauldron in her palm and stepping back behind Xuanyuan. Meanwhile, Honghuang tied a small bell the size of a palm around Ao Lai's neck, reminding him for a while before walking up to the others, I have completely offended the Western sect this time. Some evil dragons from the West will surely look upon you unfavorably. I will leave the Tao certification treasure, the 10,000 dragon bell, for Ao Lai, which will serve as a means of protection for you all. Thank you, uncle. Yang Jian and Neza bowed. Their eyes gleamed at the sight of the supreme innate spiritual treasure. Honghuang chuckled at his expression. This was refined by senior brother for me. I too walked the path of becoming a saint through my physical body, but one must still possess the necessary spiritual treasures. Xuanyuan saw they were finished and walked up to son Wukong, smiling lightly. Little junior brother, this is our first meeting, is it not? Wukong exclaimed in shock. I only have 3 senior brothers. Xuanyuan nodded. Indeed, the master only has 3 disciples. Son Wukong shook his nose in anger. Are you making fun of me? Little junior brother still has that temper. Xuanyuan laughed. I am not a disciple who inherits the master's Tao lineage. I was simply taken in when humanity began to thrive, and the master, as the holy father of humanity, took me in to educate the human race. Wukong seemed to understand, and Xuanyuan no longer explained. He took out 2 items and placed them before Wukong. You are the descendant of the master, so I cannot give you nothing. This seal is something I obtained in the Fire Cloud Cave belonging to the supreme innate spiritual treasure. Consider it a meeting gift. Fire Cloud Cave. Honghuang exclaimed in shock, looking over in confusion. Is your majesty speaking the truth? Now the Earth Emperor is the divine farmer, but the Taoist Red Cloud's temple was indeed the Fire Cloud Cave. He had heard his senior brother mention it. That person, like him, had no spiritual treasures accompanying him. Now that Xuanyuan said he obtained it from the Fire Cloud Cave, he was indeed greatly astonished. Jing Wei beside him felt downcast. Yes, the spiritual treasures that appeared in the Fire Cloud Cave chose Uncle Xuanyuan, while her father had also been disappointed for many years. Then I thank you, senior brother. Wukong smiled widely looking at a nearby stone box, but sensing no aura, Xuanyuan said solemnly, "This item is not meant to be your spiritual treasure, it will have its own uses on your journey to the west. When the time comes the heavenly mystery will reveal itself, and you will understand." Wukong pouted. He knew it would be a riddle, but his expression was so adorable that Xuanyuan couldn't help but pat his head, causing Wukong to huff slightly. "This matter has been resolved. After you depart, the Fire Cloud Cave will cooperate with the Great Tang, so you need not worry about the Western sect any longer." Xuanyuan looked at Tang Senzong. "You may continue your journey to the west." Jingwei glanced at the stone box, secretly smiling. It seems to be prepared for her younger sister. "We respectfully send off the saint." The others bowed together, casting one last glance at the sacrificial nation before continuing westward. "There are so many trees here," Wukong said impatiently, flying high to survey the area. He saw thorny vines and sharp spikes on the ridge, making it difficult for birds to cross. Deep within lay a desolate ancient temple with pines and cypresses outside and peach and plum trees competing in beauty. There was also a wooden immortal hermitage surrounded by emerald bamboo and clear springs, exceptionally elegant, forming a stark contrast to the surrounding thorny wilderness. "Be careful." Wukong's expression grew serious. "There are all kinds of trees here." The others looked over together and saw pines, plums, cypresses, apricots, maples, osmanthus, and wax plums, as well as bamboo groves planted beside them. Yang Jin and Neza felt uneasy. Even an ordinary cave-blessed land would not plant all types of spiritual roots together. There must be something unusual about this place. But the four of them walked forward, unable to exit. Wukong sensed something and said, "Are we trapped here?" "Not bad." Yang Jin's eyes flashed with realization as he pointed to a bamboo that had fallen beside him, saying this was broken by the senior brother while clearing the way. Tang Senzong looked up at the sky, his expression pale, as he said, "Why is it still noon?" Wukong and the others also looked over, their expressions grave. "Such a powerful monster, I can't even feel the passage of time." "But why hasn't the monster shown itself?" Yang Jin furrowed his brow. "Could it be that it wants to trap us here? Which monster dares to hide? Show yourself." Wukong was furious and swung his golden staff, wildly breaking countless plants, yet no one appeared. "Third brother, burn them with your red lotus karma fire." Wukong, seeing this, was filled with rage and directly shouted at Neza, "I despise those sneaky monsters who attack from the shadows." Neza tore off the Hungtianling flames, spreading about to ignite the entire mountain. A human face appeared on a large cypress tree nearby. "Wait, third prince." The apricot trees also began to tremble, petals fluttering down. "Save me, Taoist." Wukong snorted lightly. "This works. I told you there are trees that fear not fire. Those who are sensible should clear the way, or today I will burn this mountain and chop you all into firewood." Wukong laughed menacingly. "Great sage, please forgive us. It's not that we don't want to let you pass, but this thorny ridge is difficult to traverse. Even we cannot escape." The cypress tree spoke, its voice filled with fear. Wukong frowned. "What do you mean?" The cypress spirit hesitated, unsure how to express itself. Wukong was anxious and was going to smash down with his golden staff when an ancient voice echoed, "Monkey." "Who?" Wukong's eyes widened. It was the first time in many years that someone dared to address him like this. The ancient voice carried a hint of laughter. "I was watching when you came into the world. Who are you? You wouldn't recognize me if I told you." The ancient voice rang out, and the space here seemed to solidify piece by piece. Wukong felt himself cut off from the primordial spiritual energy of the wilderness. "This place was meticulously chosen by me. Not even you nor anyone achieving sainthood can escape." "Such arrogance." Wukong snorted coldly and swung down the golden staff, but one end sank into the space, as if grasped by an unseen hand. Then with a gentle movement, Wukong felt a force pushing back from the golden staff, causing him to stagger back in shock. "Take another hit from me." Wukong roared, sending the diamond bracelet from his wrist flying towards the space before him. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew and the diamond bracelet flew back, reattaching itself to his wrist. The four disciples all looked astonished. This was a treasure of virtue refined by Taishang Laojuan, yet it was blown back by a gust of wind. Wukong, unwilling to give in, took out one spiritual treasure after another, but all returned empty-handed. "I didn't expect you, monkey, to have quite a few treasures. You seem to be quite favored." The teasing voice echoed. Wukong's expression remained calm, but a hint of madness surged in his eyes. Such a formidable opponent could withstand so many of his attacks without revealing their face. Could they truly be a saint? He touched the causal ring and was about to take it off when that voice rang out again. "That item cannot harm me. The Wajishi lock was given by me to your father, the saint." Wukong frowned and lowered his hand. "Who exactly are you?" "If I were to say my name, no one in the wilderness would know it. You monkey have truly been spoiled, but you still have some sense." Wukong snorted lightly. "Your father treats me well? Are you envious?" "Leave Tang Sanzong here for now." The voice offered no explanation. "Go fetch your father. Isn't he looking for me?" "No way." Wukong directly refused. "You won't even show your face, yet you want me to leave my master here. Who knows if you'll strike?" "Go." Wukong's vision blurred as he was pushed out of the thorny ridge, but the wall of space before him was incredibly solid. Even after striking dozens of times with his golden staff, he couldn't break through. Realizing he truly couldn't enter, Wukong flipped over and flew toward the Moreau Palace. Father Saint, Father Saint. As soon as Wukong entered the upper clear heaven, he began to shout. When he looked up, he saw Guangchengzi had already come out of the palace. Did Father Saint know I was coming? Wukong was delighted if Father Saint had indeed been watching over him all along. Guangchengzi nodded. Once you entered the thorny ridge, I could no longer see your figure, indicating that person has appeared. Who is that person? Wukong scratched his head, fiddling with the Wajishi lock on his chest. He said this treasure was given by him. That's right, let's go. He has been hiding from me for many years. Guangchengzi chuckled softly and took Wukong with him as they stepped out, heading toward the thorny ridge. At this moment, within the thorny ridge, various trees were transforming, surrounding Tang Sanzong, and discussing the Tao with the apricot fairy dancing. Yang Jian and Neza wore serious expressions. They could tell these monsters were all ordinary spiritual wood spirits, yet the leading figures, Guji Gong Fu Yun, So Shi Ba Gong, and Ling Kongzi, had cultivated to the level of De Luo Golden Immortal. The person behind them was truly extraordinary. But now they were trapped here with no way to leave, only waiting for the senior brother to find the master uncle and escort them out. Listening to the earlier tone of the hidden person, it seemed they weren't even afraid of saints. Apart from the three pure ones, were there any cultivators in the wilderness who weren't afraid of the master uncle? Yang Jian and Neza racked their brains, but could not come up with an answer. Dong. A loud collision suddenly rang out, and the space before them began to solidify, as if something was continuously smashing down. Yang Jian and Neza watched as the space cracked inch by inch, their eyes lighting up. Master uncle was coming. Crack. Like shards of glass, the space above Thorny Ridge began to shatter, revealing streaks of black void. Yang Jian and Neza were greatly alarmed. If they fell into it, they would undoubtedly not survive. Greetings, Master Uncle. Yang Jian and Neza both saluted, and Tang Sanzong quickly stood up, while the tree spirits did not dare be disrespectful and bowed as well. Guangchengzi, dressed in a purple robe adorned with precious treasures, stood in the void, a radiant seal, hovering in front of him, seemingly absorbing all the light of this place. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon him, apart from that the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Clap, clap. Guangchengzi gently clapped his hands, his voice filled with mirth. Gu Zhigong, discussing poetry is quite interesting. Little demon knows he is wrong. You please forgive me, Saint. Gu Zhigong trembled, and Shi Ba Gong and the others looked frightened, utterly terrified. All right, you need not stoop to their level. The ancient voice appeared again. A Taoist in green robes held a willow branch emerging from the space. They are just a few juniors. I merely need to teach them a lesson. Guangchengzi's expression remained calm. I merely praised them. Do you think I would do anything else? Yang Mei chuckled. Aren't you looking for me? Indeed, but unfortunately your space laws are truly exquisite, and I have been unable to find your trace. I just wonder if you have learned anything over the years in the wilderness. Guangchengzi slightly lowered his gaze and replied lightly. Yang Mei smiled. Little friend, you are quite adept at hiding. Yuding sighed softly. Guard the Tao Lord well upon your journey. Should insurmountable trials arise, seek me in the three pure ones' heaven. Sun Wukong observed the two of them speaking in riddles, and felt that the atmosphere was somewhat off, unconsciously gripping Guangchengzi's hand. It's fine. Guangchengzi smiled reassuringly at him, saying, this is an old senior who spends his days idly. Wukong mustn't learn any bad habits from him. Hey, Yang Mei said with a hint of anger. I'm still here. Do you not know to hold back when speaking ill of others? Sun Wukong looked at him and nodded seriously. Rest assured, Father Sage, I will definitely not learn from him. Yang Mei's expression darkened as he let out a series of cold laughs. You truly listen to him, don't you? In the past I had some connections with the chaotic demon ape, yet seeing his descendant so obedient is truly a sign of having lived long enough to witness everything. Wukong looked at him strangely and said, is it strange for me, Sun Wukong, to listen to Father Sage's words? Yang Mei reluctantly tugged at the corner of his mouth as if he had lost all strength and means. He is not suited for the path of the chaotic demon ape. Guangchengzi, with a smile in his eyes, said, Wukong is my descendant. I taking the path of the chaotic demon ape is merely borrowing some power. Is it not true that I am also a chaotic demon god? Yang Mei choked, slightly feeling somewhat helpless. Then he is afraid he won't reach the height of the chaotic demon ape. As long as I can attain enlightenment, this matter will be as easy as turning my hand. Guangchengzi smiled calmly. You think far ahead, but this monkey will not think that way. Why wouldn't he? I have this ability, as should I let him suffer without a way to fight back? Guangchengzi chuckled. Besides the so-called battle rules, Wukong has indeed improved quite a bit through his battles on this journey. Wukong nodded along, recalling how many battles he had fought over the years, and he was soon to break through to the late stage of De Luo. Yang Mei shook his head, unwilling to say more. Guangchengzi extended his hand, saying, Senior has trapped Wukong in the realm of space for so long. Is it too much to ask for a bit of interest? Yang Mei was taken aback. This is merely a normal hardship for me. But Senior is not an ordinary cultivator. Guangchengzi said calmly, upon meeting a descendant, should there not be a small token of appreciation? With a long sigh, Yang Mei took out a palm-sized small mirror and tossed it to Sun Wukong, saying, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the void mirror, it should be sufficient for your use. As he looked at the mirror surface rippling like water, Wukong tentatively extended a fingertip as if entering a vast space, and he was immediately filled with curiosity. It can stabilize the void and emit divine light illuminating for miles, not bad at all, Guangchengzi commented. Thank you, Senior. Wukong was utterly enamored, and after becoming familiar with it, bowed towards Yang Mei. Seeing his adorable demeanor, Yang Mei couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Guangchengzi smiled and said, you two continue on your journey westward. I have important matters to discuss with Senior Yang Mei. Wukong hesitated a bit. Guangchengzi patted his head, saying, a child staying here won't be of any help. Go on. Farewell, father. Wukong hugged him and set off with Tang Sanzong and the others, while the apricot fairy gazed reluctantly at Tang Sanzang's departure, letting out a soft sigh. Please sit. Yang Mei pointed to a stone table in the forest, walked over, and sat down, waving his hand to dismiss Gu Zhigong and the others. He then set up a barrier to trap the area. Looking at the stone cup on the table, Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow, thinking it was no less than the Wu Dao tea. Did this come from the chaos, Senior? Indeed, this item is not commonly seen, even in the chaos. Yang Mei snorted. There is no need to test it. Once you break through, we will naturally inform you. All right, Guangchengzi said somewhat helplessly, taking out Wu Dao tea and Dahong Pao. Senior should also try a spiritual root from the primordial world. Yang Mei quietly watched him brew tea, saying, you aren't afraid at all. Guangchengzi pushed the teacup forward, calmly stating, what is there to fear? The Chaos Pearl. Yang Mei swallowed the Wu Dao tea, feeling the lingering sweetness on his lips and teeth, and said carefully. Guangchengzi finished the tea in his cup and continued brewing Dahong Pao. He had long anticipated this matter. Since Hong Jun valued him so highly, Yang Mei had hidden himself for many years after entering the primordial world, which naturally meant he understood him thoroughly, and thus the fact that he possessed the Chaos Pearl was not a secret. Seeing him so calm, Yang Mei's fingertips shimmered with silver light, a manifestation of spatial power. With just a light touch, he could cause a primordial de Luo Jin Xian to directly perish. Aren't you afraid I might seize it? Seeing Guangchengzi take a sip from the teacup, Yang Mei finally couldn't hold back and asked. Senior, it is not that I am boasting. In this primordial world, no one can harm me. Guangchengzi smiled somewhat helplessly, extending his palm, where myriad images emerged. His aura began to rise continuously, gradually matching Yang Mei's presence. The human path is surprisingly powerful now. Yang Mei looked at Guangchengzi in shock, exclaiming. This power was different from the vastness of the heavenly path or the heaviness of the earth path. Instead, it brimmed with vibrant life, containing limitless sentient beings, as if nothing could obstruct this unyielding will. Because I am the holy father of the human race, and the human path is what I have sought to awaken, it will naturally give me the greatest support. Guangchengzi gazed at the light orb in his palm. Originally, he chose me. At that time I had yet to attain enlightenment, so I could only let Tai Ching Master take charge. After I achieved the status of a primordial de Luo Jin Xian, I no longer needed to use the power of the human path. However, during the years spent searching for you in the primordial world, I borrowed the human path from Tai Ching Master. Just in case you really intend to take action, I wouldn't be completely defenseless. You are indeed cautious. Yang Mei's expression was serious. Guangchengzi pointed to the sky, saying, although I am not a saint of the heavenly path, as long as you dare to make a move, I can ensure you cannot leave the primordial world. I believe you have heard of the heavenly path's favor towards me. If I were to paint a grand vision for the heavenly path, and use your spatial laws to stabilize the primordial world, the heavenly path would likely abandon its origins just to deal with you. Moreover, with Ho-Tu in control of the earth path and the three purities masters joining forces, your escape would be impossible. Therefore, why should I fear you? Yang Mei understood the unsaid words, sighing. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Senior is not lacking either. Guangchengzi leaned back, wearing a calm demeanor. Pride was evident between his brows as he disdainfully said, there is no need for Senior to test me. The only difference between us is time. Currently, I am at the 8th level of primordial unity, and with the human path in hand, my cultivation continues to rise. Additionally, with the fusion of the realms of light and darkness into the primordial world, the heavenly path is generous. Although I am not a saint of the heavenly path, sensing the origins of the heavenly path is effortless for me. Once the westward journey concludes and the fortunes converge, I will undoubtedly reach the 9th level of primordial unity, and the primordial Tai Chi Jin Xian will not be far. Furthermore, I possess the Chaos Pearl. There is no reason for me to be anxious. Guangchengzi sneered slightly. Senior dares to claim to have never been tempted, but merely lacked confidence. I have also speculated about the effects of the Chaos Pearl, but for you senior the most important aspect is the ability to suppress space and time. That must be the greatest allure for you. Yang Mai's pupils suddenly contracted, and after a long silence he gave a wry smile, truly worthy of the renowned Guangchengzi. After realizing that Guangchengzi possessed the Chaos Pearl he indeed began to harbor some dark thoughts contemplating seizing it. With the Chaos Pearl he could refine the laws of time and space, and at that point reaching the realm of Pangu would be within his grasp. However, as Guangchengzi said, this is the primordial era. Moreover, the trump cards of the three pure ones still haunt him, and Hongjun places great importance on Guangchengzi. Who knows what means that fellow has left behind? Currently Guangchengzi can stand toe-to-toe with him relying on human principles. While he may not be his opponent, he cannot afford to let the other party escape. Seeing the arrogance between Guangchengzi's brows, Yang Mei collected his expression. Since you've seen through it, I won't hide it. I indeed had the thought of seizing the Chaos Pearl. Guangchengzi nodded. It is only natural. After all, it is the Chaos Pearl, one of the supreme treasures of chaos. If he saw a mortal holding an innate supreme treasure, he would also act. What do you mean by not seizing the opportunity of the younger generation? It's merely a matter of opportunity not being great enough, otherwise who wouldn't be tempted? Guangchengzi lifted his eyelids and asked, then what are your thoughts now, elder? Yang Mei smiled, and said, naturally it remains the same as before. I was unaware of your possession of the Chaos Pearl, yet I chose to ally with the primordial faction. Now that I know you have this supreme treasure of chaos, are you really going to run over to join Shurchen and the others? Guangchengzi remained silent, seemingly ignoring what he said. Yang Mai's eyes flashed with helplessness. This kid is indeed tough to deal with, unwilling to act unless he sees the rabbit. I can swear by the Tao that I will never betray the world of the primordial era. With that he paused, and I will follow you closely. Guangchengzi raised his head, a hint of surprise on his face. Elder, if so, I cannot help but suspect you have grand ambitions. Naturally, I seek to attain enlightenment. Yang Mai's expression was calm, his gaze fixed firmly on Guangchengzi. I do not believe that old man Hongjun would be unmoved. That old fellow must have been prepared long ago, which is why he has remained seated fishing. The master indeed knew of this matter long ago, and has no intention of seizing it. Guangchengzi smiled calmly. Yang Mei snorted lightly. The Chaos Supreme Treasure has already recognized its master. How could it be seized by others? My initial thoughts were merely because I am a spatial demon god, and I had the opportunity to covet the Chaos Pearl. Guangchengzi chuckled, and Yang Mei felt a pang in his heart when he saw his confident demeanor. You are that old man's disciple, and I have heard of your reputation, though you are vengeful and harbor a heavy killing intent, acting recklessly. Hey! Guangchengzi slammed the stone table and sneered. Elder, please do not include personal grievances. However, I do value your sense of gratitude and retribution. Hongjun has helped you many times, and you would certainly not abandon him. Moreover, he is your master, and your enlightenment follows his method of immortality. That old fellow must feel quite pleased. So, elder, are you looking to invest? Guangchengzi took a sip of tea. Consider it a life-saving investment. Yang Mei sighed. If you have the means, you can help me attain enlightenment in the future. If not, you must ensure my survival. Guangchengzi said seriously, elder truly sees far ahead. Because the Chaos Pearl is incomplete. Yang Mei's expression grew serious. This is the Chaos Pearl, said to be able to transform into chaos. How could that not instill fear in him? Knowing that this item is now an innate supreme treasure, he has firmly made up his mind. Otherwise, how could he have made the decision to solely follow Guangchengzi? The incompleteness of the Chaos Pearl signifies that chaos itself may be destroyed. At that time, how would they, the Chaos Demon gods, survive? The world of the primordial era relies on chaos, and Guangchengzi, who holds the Chaos Pearl, is their only glimmer of hope. He is someone who has fallen once, how could he not understand the preciousness of survival? Moreover, if the opportunity is great enough, it is the path to enlightenment. Who wouldn't want it? Yang Mei believes that if Guangchengzi were to go to the Tao realm, declaring he possesses the Chaos Pearl, half of the Chaos Demon gods would surely turn against him. However, looking at Guangchengzi's cold demeanor with this guy's killing intent, it's more likely he would crush all former Tao friends and enhance the source of the primordial era rather than accept their surrender. Guangchengzi sat up straight and pushed the teacup forward. In that case, I agree. Please, elder, make your oath. Yang Mei stood up, looking toward the heavens. His gaze seemed to penetrate the membranes of the heavens and earth, sensing that grand will. With the Tao above, I, Yang Mei, swear today to protect the world of the primordial era, and I will follow Guangchengzi closely. Should I go against this, may the space backlash, and I shall perish. Boom! A roar only audible to the two thundered in their ears. Yang Mei felt the binding of the laws and fell into a moment of silence. Now can you rest easy, Tao friend? Guangchengzi nodded. If so, let us celebrate our alliance with this tea. With the oath to the Tao, as long as they still live in this chaos, no one can escape. Yang Mei felt a bit moved. When he said he would follow Guangchengzi closely, it already indicated his intention to submit. Yet Guangchengzi still referred to it as an alliance, clearly giving him face. I have heard that Dao friend brews excellent wine. Oh, why not bring out 2 jars for us to drink together? Guangchengzi shook his head and waved his hand, producing the spiritual wines given names by the 3 pure ones, Master Liuyang Qixia and Qinglin, as well as the one he named Ziqiao. Yang Mei sniffed. Indeed, not bad. This is my treasured collection. Guangchengzi smiled, and divine light flew out from his sleeve, heading toward the 3 pure heavens. What is this? Yang Mei displayed a wounded expression. Guangchengzi blinked. I came alone to meet the elder. How could I not make some preparations? If I don't return for a long time, the master of the 3 pure ones will come looking for me. You are indeed cautious. Yang Mei's voice was somewhat gritted. Elder, your cultivation is profound. How could I not be afraid? Guangchengzi said with a smile. Yang Mei gloomily finished the spiritual wine in the jar, taking several deep breaths to maintain his composure. Let's talk about serious matters, he said, frowning slightly. The heavenly demon realm is too deeply hidden. I have discovered some clues, but to enter without alarming the heavenly Tao may take 1,000 years to succeed. Guangchengzi's expression changed slightly. Is the elder's cultivation so difficult? It's all you're doing. Yang Mei sighed heavily. Now that the source of the primordial era is robust, the heavenly Tao has also grown much stronger, so the heavenly demon realm will naturally develop. Also, that 6-eared macaque has yet to appear. The journey westward has progressed significantly. Are you sure he is truly in the demon realm and has not fallen long ago? Guangchengzi stroked his chin. If the 6-eared macaque had fallen, a second one should have been born by now. I have searched the primordial era thoroughly, and using Wukong's essence to sense the only place that can hide from me is the heavenly demon realm.